brand new season on the Challenger Series roars to life. We're back to Africa. It's the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Stop one on the Challenger Series. And arrivals this morning, they've been blessed with some pumping surf over the last few days. Plenty of warm-up laps have gone down. This is some pretty heavy conditions. Everyone getting their wave count up and ready and dialed in. All the equipment prepared. And it's all about delivering here on the Challenger Series. As we see some of the local standouts from this region in South Africa, using the familiarity with the spot and the way. They've had big results here in the recent past. And then, of course, the best from across the world. Some big names with tons of experience. Some very highly rated youngsters as well. Talking about CT vets, kick-ass Fred Moraes there with Guillaume Ribeiro, two of Europe's finest. They'll be looking to deliver out here as we see a typical beautiful sunrise here on the KwaZulu-Natal coast. And those beautiful colors, they always look dreamy from the beach and look even better when you look out and see lines, crisp lines in off the Indian Ocean. It's exactly what we got this morning as we'll check the paddle out. Beautiful scenes here in Ballito for stop one on the Challenger Series this year. And really the expectation to get underway here. And we're going to see some fun action. We're going to get some great insights from my friends in the booth. Jessie JJ Starling, Greg Elmsley, I'm Paul Evans. How you guys doing?
Great. It's so nice to be back in South Africa, be back hanging out with you guys, and to have fun waves at Ballito this morning.
Absolutely, and looking decent out there this morning. We love Ballito, we love the Dolphin Coast. Best place to be in South Africa during the winter months.
Time to go down and get the call this morning. The Fru Brew, Mike Fru, he's with Travelogi. Morning, boys.
Thank you, Paul. It's a beautiful offshore morning down here at KwaZulu-Natal. The sun's about to come out. I'm with Travis from Tours and Competitions. Travis, what's the call?
Easy call today, Mark. The waves are absolutely firing. We're going to get going 7:15 a.m. start with men's round one, followed by women's round one, and then we're going to get 2 heats of men's round two done this afternoon, conditions permitting. It looks like it's lined up to be a great day.
And Travis, just a quick one on the forecast for today and looking into the rest of the week.
Yeah, I mean, today looks like a good day all day. The wind is going to tack slightly southeast, but it's going to be light all day. So the main concern is maybe the high tide in the afternoon, but seems like there's enough swell today to get through it. And then the rest of the week, really good conditions, fun waves. The swell goes a little bit more east, so it'll change things up a little bit. But it looks like almost every day we're going to have fun waves this week and some nice weather, so looking forward to it.
Good stuff, Travis. Back to you, Paul.
Yeah, love it. Thanks, Mike. Trav looks cozy, but he looks focused, doesn't he?
He does. It actually does have quite a brisk air to it this morning out there, but during the days it is really warm. And I agree, the waves look really fun today, so let's run some heats.
Yeah, as we mentioned, it's been pumping the last few days, right? And just maybe it's a touch smaller today, but super clean out there, Greg.
Yeah, you saw on the horizon there the back end of that cold front just moving past north, and it's still producing those nice straight lines still out of the south and looking really lined up, a touch smaller than yesterday, but clean conditions.
Well, let's see what we're looking at for the coming days, for the rest of the competition with our Surfline forecast. And it's definitely surf season here in KwaZulu-Natal. What are we seeing here, Greg?
Yeah, so there's that purple cold front that's passing north past Ballito. So that's what's produced the swell over the last couple of days. We're still seeing those nice straight lines. And as that goes past, it will still send some easterly swells back through the week. It will break it up a little bit, but it will keep some solid surf coming in and lots of opportunities for our surfers. It will produce for the next couple of days.
Yeah, and as we can see, 5 to 8 foot faces this morning, dropping a little bit through the afternoon, 4 to 7, but the wind staying really light all day. I mean, anywhere between 5 to 9 knots. And then when we look to the week ahead, the mornings are definitely in our favour. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we're seeing all green, nice swell, offshore winds. Just a little bit of havoc with the winds in the afternoon, but we'll just play it by ear. We're going to get a lot of heats done in those mornings, and I think it's going to be really, really nice conditions for all of these surfers. And even with the swell dropping a little bit, it's wrapping that swell into the bank nicer than what we've seen over the last couple of days.
Yeah, and with that, there's a lot of sand all along Willard Beach, from bogs at the top through bathers right down to Sunrise. So there's enough sand in the lineup. Even with the higher tide, we'll see a decent surf.
Yeah, a lot of our competitors pretty stoked with the warm-ups they've been able to do up and down this coast over the last few days. So looking forward to a really fun week of surfing here, and looking forward to a big year as well on the Challenger Series. And there have been a couple of changes. We kind of tweaked things a little bit. Let's dive into it. Some major talking points for some of the things that we've mixed up a touch this year.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like the Challenger Series is so entertaining no matter where we go across the world, but we do have a little bit of a tweak this year. So we've got 5 events across all of our different favourite stops that we go to. Top 10 men and top 6 women will qualify for the championship tour. Best 4 results count towards your ranking. However, this is the tweak. We now have QS 6000 international events that any of these surfers can go and compete in, and 1 result from those events can now count towards your Challenger Series rankings. So if these guys are starting off the year with a couple of bad results, they can take to a few of those international QSs and get 6,000 points with a win, which is about equivalent to a Challenger Series semi-final. So really crucial that all of these competitors do go and do those QSs as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, and it's about management. You know, we got 9 months of just over 9 months of Challenger Series competition, and it's like a heat. If you start badly, you're going to have to get an excellent score at the end. Same as the competition. You start badly, you're going to need a big result, an excellent result. But keep it consistent. Start well. Aim for those quarterfinals. That's where you start gathering those points on average, and that's what you got to look for. Good management.
Yeah, of course, starting over here in South Africa as well could be a boost for surfers from this region to be at home, be able to kick off their Challenger Series campaign. Speaking of which, of course, we had a huge result, an incredible result for the locals here last year. For the men, with Luke Thompson going all the way for the win, and it rocketed him to the CT. As we just look back at some of this vision, one of the all-time great CS wins. This was incredible. Yeah,
not many people can say that they've won in their hometown, but Lukey, one of those few that can say it, and this really did just send him on his trajectory to the championship tour. He had his mum, his stepdad, his sisters on the beach supporting him, and also all of his hometown friends. But Greg, we know that this was so much more than a win for Luke. This was a win for South Africa as well.
Yeah, Luke was the people's champion, and you know, everyone loves Luke. He gives everyone the time of day. He's a cool guy, he's polite, he's friendly, and he gives a lot back to South African surfing.
Yeah, incredible performance from him. This whole nation got behind him, but a little more to it than just those good vibes on the day, because it's super significant. Obviously, we're trying to qualify here, and you can see some very positive correlation in terms of winning this event and getting on tour the next season.
Yeah, as far as we can see, it's about a 100% strike rate. If you win this event, you are going to go to that championship tour. Even more exciting is that some of these names are back in the draw. Luke Thompson, Cole Hausman, Ria Wider. So a lot of people chasing another victory here. But Ballito has proven time and time again to be really crucial to get onto that CT.
Rather come out blazing and if you're going to get one win on tour, would you rather get the first event or finish strong, Greg? I mean, getting a good start's good, isn't it?
I think the surfers are aiming to win all their events. But it's interesting. We've got 10 championship tour men surfers and 7 championship tour women surfers in this event.
Okay, well, Waves obviously the big draw card. That's why we're here in beautiful KwaZulu-Natal. But there's a lot more to the region than just that. Let's find out a little bit more about this beautiful region of KwaZulu-Natal.
For all seasons. KwaZulu-Natal is not just for thrill seekers. It's a family-orientated destination too. Stunning beaches where sun-kissed sands meet crystal clear waters. Our town has a range of child-friendly offerings that will keep the whole family entertained. For a magical wedding, look no further. KwaZulu-Natal offers exquisite wedding venues that will create memories to last a lifetime. It also shines as an events tourism destination. World-class events like the Ballito Pro, where top surfers ride the waves, Heritage Day, which is used as a cultural celebration of King Shaka's life every year, and the Ballito Big Week, a celebration of music, food and fun for the whole community. KwaZulu-Natal's a premier conference, strategic planning and team-building destination, which is enabled by its close proximity to King Shaka Airport. Nestled amidst the natural beauty of South Africa's east coast, KwaDukuza offers a truly captivating setting for your next corporate event. KwaDukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast, invites you to explore its beaches, enjoy thrilling adventures, create family memories, celebrate love, and discover its rich heritage. Start planning your unforgettable journey to KwaDukuza today.
Always a pleasure to be back in this part of the world, and surfers having great memories from here, in particular the ones that have had major success out in this event, as we cast our minds back again to last year and another incredible win that also rocketed Nadia Aristabe as a rookie onto the CT, and where she's blown a few minds really with the skills. That backhand turn, there's a lot of people talking about that.
Yeah, it's wild how much confidence she has now, and a lot of that is attributed to this win here in Ballito. Her backhand hits last year were massive. I'm not surprised that she went all the way to the win, but like I mentioned, this really did just set her on the road to that championship tour. She's carried on that energy and now is just surfing so big. I mean, those performances at Snapper Rocks were out of this world, and I feel like Nadia's going to be a really big threat for potentially a big result towards the end of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Nadia surfs to her strength. She's got that weapon, that big backhand turn, and I think that's going to see her well for years on the championship tour. She can use that strength for sure.
Yeah, but just speaking of CT surfers, a bunch of them in the draw here as well. There's going to be some really, really tough heats for the women. We've got surfers with a bunch of experience and just coming fresh off that kind of elite tour, surfing against the very best. Well, they're going to be backing themselves for a big result here.
Yeah, I mean, Sally Fitzgibbons, Isabella Nichols, Bella Kenworthy is here as well. So that CT field now coming back to the Challenger Series is going to make this season 10 times harder than what we saw last year. Obviously, not a lot of CT surfers in this because of the cut. This year, we've got people fighting for their careers. They want to stay on tour. This is going back to that old system where you have to do these double tours, and I actually really enjoy it.
In terms of that gap between those two tours, between the CT and the CS, Greg, do you see that widening? Is that narrowing? Where are we at with coming up against the very best from the CT in terms of being a challenger and trying to get there yourself?
Yeah, as you go through the tours, the level definitely jumps. You start at QS up to Challenger and into CT. And you certainly see it with a surfer like Luke Thompson. He's come back from the championship tour this year, and the surfing he's doing, I can see his level has jumped for sure.
All right, love it. Well, obviously, qualification is the name of the game here, but we've had a couple of tweaks as well into our CT season this year. Just make things up slightly towards the end of the year. So, something new. CT number 11, Siargao, the Philippines, Cloud 9. Absolutely iconic venue. That's a brand new addition. And then, of course, Abu Dhabi will come just after that. So we just shuffled that a bit. Paniche coming a little earlier now. So part of the regular season, we'll have an extended field. Great news for surf fans over in Portugal. We'll get the whole tour over there. So a couple of tweaks. Jessie, you know Cloud9 real well. I think everyone's pretty stoked about that.
Oh, you got to be. If anyone has an issue with Cloud9, they obviously haven't been there before. It is hands down one of the most beautiful parts of the world that I have ever been to. The people are incredible and the wave is phenomenal as well. So that's a really fun addition to the tour. And I know I'm not the one competing, but there is no complaints from me, the fact that we get to see even more surfing this year.
Yeah, an addition to the tour, another event, another opportunity, Greg.
Yeah, and I like the post-season as well. You've got Cloud9, which is a tube ride and high performance. You've then got the pool in Abu Dhabi, which is an even playing field for everybody. And then, of course, the creme de la creme, Pipeline. We always talk about Pipeline, the big finish in heavy water.
Beautiful vision here as we'll fly over Willard Beach here in Ballito and getting ready to kick things off here this morning as we just look out to see we've got those crisp lines coming through and some good energy out of the Indian Ocean. We saw on the Surfline forecast that swell just wrapping around the tip of Africa, coming from a decent direction. Saw a few good warm-up waves go down this morning. We're underway here. Let's go.
Yeah,
it's
let's
on.
Rip in. We've already got some action right now, and No better way to kick us off, Paul, with an international heat straight off the bat.
All right, out of Barbados, Josh Burke, the veteran. Lucas Austin, very impressive American. Ryan Kainalo, tons of experience. He's still actually pretty young, the Brazilian. And, of course, Jarvis Earl, former world junior champ. He's back. And we're straight into it here with Josh Burke. Just lays it over. And a punchy little pocket. And then trying to connect to this section. Does pretty well to get over that smaller, slower section onto the inside. And he'll juice that. Board doing a lot. Nice combo for him. Sprightly, a bit of spice to his surfing.
Yeah, I feel like Josh had a really big result at Snapper a couple of years ago and then almost dropped off the face of the earth for a little while. I felt like we didn't see him compete or get a big result, but what a way to make a mark. First wave of this event, but also first wave of the Challenger Series season so far this year, and that was pretty impressive. That board looking like it carried him so beautifully through that flat spot as well.
Yeah, he looked good. That's a start for Josh. I think we'll take a bit of time to see this opening number come in. I'm sure there'll be a comparison. We look at these waves. I still feel with Ballito and surfers, the big hitting finish is always going to be what gets you the big score. It often grows this wave as it goes down the line, and as that energy falls into the bay, that last maneuver, it gets really shallow, and that's where you can get big numbers. So that's going to be definitely something that the judges will look at today.
Back into the action here, the American Austin, big hit off the top. And just gets back up again quickly, so a shorter wave. But a nice clean combo, just wanting to get involved early on in the heat. So being active, half an hour on the clock, but only 2 can go through, and it's going to be absolutely brutal from the get-go. You look through the draw and you just think, we're sending 2 surfers home from every heat. They travelled a long way. This is it's going to be a tough one if you don't end up in one of those top 2 spots.
Surfing is the most brutal sport. It is, you have to perform right here, right now. If not, you're going home. And that's the way it is on every single one of our levels. Pro Juniors, QS, CS, and then the CT. Lucas Austin is a really new name to me. I haven't come across his surfing ever before, but really impressed by just how sprightly he was. I agree, it's a long way to come, but it is definitely a benefit when you rock up to really fun waves, and we've seen people improve every single time they come to the Challenger Series.
Even commentary, I've seen people marched out the booth after just one heat.
Yeah.
Just given the marching orders. Back into it here. It goes Ryan Kainalo. And just opens up that big lankier frame that he's got now. First saw him a while ago. I think 2018 he made his first appearance on the QS. I saw him over in Europe. He's about 12 years old. Right now he's got a big frame. And here is some clean carving, beautiful rail technique from the American Austin again. And he just got a bit of a chance to open up. But Greg, that rhythm of that wave, that section is running pretty quick. Can't commit too hard to those turns if you don't want to get left behind.
Yes, and it is early in the heat, so the surfers are just keeping it clean, making sure they get the finish on those maneuvers. They want to put a number on the board. You know, these surfers, we spoke about management. They want to manage their heats, get the scores. And I guess today, looking at conditions, you're going to aim for that 10-point heat total and then take it from there. But that's going to be the go-to for me as we see this replay from Ryan. He's been here for many years. He's had a lot of experience out on the Ballito lineup. He's won the Pro Junior 3 times.
What?
Yeah. It's
Oh my
unbelievable.
gosh. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I heard it was quite a clutch win this year as well. It was in the last 10 seconds or something.
Oh, it was insane. Dane Henry was just flying all over the place. He had the heat under control, and Ryan just took his time, wave selection, and just came with a couple of big hits to take the win at the end.
Super busy approach from the American. Again, you can see the consistency. It's just pulsing here. Really nice finishing turn. And he does real well just to get that. Just release those fins off the top. Looking very loose, but crisp at the same time on the backhand. Jarvis Earl. And he'll hit this slopier shoulder. This one will get a little small. And he'll look just to try and finish this, and he'll do pretty well there.
I like that from Jarvis. I love that first tail drift.
Everyone's at it, aren't they?
Yeah. I quite like the consistency we see in the ocean. There's a lot of waves, lots of opportunities. We spoke about this, and everyone's out the gate really quickly. It's good to see. It's going to be such a competitive heat.
Yeah, where all systems go. I think as well with this slightly smaller swell, it is an easier paddle back out. We saw so many broken boards over the last few days and people getting seriously flogged on those bigger looking sections. But now that it is a little bit smaller, we're going to see that wave count really go through the roof because you can correct me if I'm wrong, Greg, but from looking at it over the last couple of days, it felt like with that slightly bigger swell, it was trickier to identify a good wave out there, where now that it's a little bit smaller, it's starting to look like it's just that slightly bit easier. So hence why we're seeing someone like Lucas already have 4 waves under his belt.
Yeah, it definitely is easier. The last couple of days through the Ballito Open QS 2000, it was scary. It was like those waves you were like,
it looks scary.
I want to go for a free surf, but I'm kind of scared I'm going to get smoked by a lip or I'm going to have a heavy landing. It just feels like the ocean wanted to hurt you a little bit, where today it looks just fun, like you can attack. You want to be in the water. It's offshore. There's nice peaky sections, looking really, really playful out there.
Yeah, you touched on that early on as well. So the swell, obviously a powerful long-range swell, but a lot of it's to do with the sand as well. What has changed since last time we were here in terms of the sand?
Yeah, well, I don't know the exact science to it. I mean, it's a.
You got your glasses on.
Why not?
Yeah, exactly.
You got your top button down up. Come on, mate.
You know, sand moves and sand moves up and down our coast, and you know, it's a pinprick on the bigger scale of what happens in the world. But there's just a lot of sand in the bays that has moved with the current cold fronts. But it's a good thing because it means through the tide we're going to have plenty of opportunities, and we want sand. Sand is what's needed along the points of the KwaZulu-Natal coast.
And it looks like it does sort of shade that year that Jacob Wilcox got his 10-point ride. It was that prominent right off those rocks there, and it seems to be the same right now. And I feel like it is also suited to all tides, because even on the high tide, yes, it slowed down a little bit, but it gave our competitors a little more time to fit in maybe 1 or 2 more turns and show some really nice hard rail cars, where on that low tide we saw these really great cat-like reflexes from all of our competitors. So I'm excited. I feel like this is going to be a great looking event, and it's already starting off with a pretty solid bang from these guys.
Live action from the Brazilian, gets to open up. Couple of full-blooded hits into the lip. Nice verticality to those two. Right behind him, Josh Burke. And he'll just slice up a slopier face and then realize not really getting the connection. As a little grimace down the line. He really wanted to try and connect that one. We've had other ideas. Bit of a frenzy on the scoreboard dropping through as well. The judges, I hope they've had their coffee because they got the work cut out this morning.
If you couldn't tell, I've had 2 this morning. But I think with the judges, obviously the scale is going to change to what we saw from the QS and the Pro Junior over the last week of action that has already been down here at Ballito. But Greg, it felt like those big single maneuvers, or those 2, if you could fit 2 in on a wave, they were the Hail Marys for big scores at this event.
For sure, absolutely. But there's been a couple of good set waves. How's that?
Lucas again able to open up those crisp rails, and he's aggressive, he's precise, he's going fast, really incisive as well. That board just slicing, cutting water here at Ballito. We mentioned it does pack a punch, but he's really committing to those turns.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Lucas's surfing in the QS 2000. He didn't get a big result, but on those couple of waves that I saw, his rail game's amazing. And how's this replay from Ryan Carnolo? He's just hit 2 solid turns. I think that's going to be the benchmark of this heat. And yeah, we go Burke on his wave. So this was the second wave of the set. We saw it break itself up and split in half. So the first wave, definitely the better one from Ryan. And we saw Josh wave break in half. But here he's up and riding again.
He's at it again. Josh Burke out of Barbados, just trucking down the line, or just grab the wall or get some cover. And then through for a finish. Off the top again, he'll slice on a pocket. So just kind of cleaning off that last wave. Just a touch frustrated because he was a little quieter. And he waited for a while for a wave that didn't deliver. That one, it's definitely sent him a long way down the line. We'll see how that tube goes score-wise, but it's going to feel good anyway for him.
You wouldn't think that that's a beach break with how long that wave was. He was racing for so long, got a little tube, came back, dropped the wallet, put the back foot into the last little lip on that wave there. So Josh Burke, he definitely is giving us some variety in this heat right now. This was so much speed on this. He did so well to actually get a little cover up considering how fast he was moving down the line, not really connecting on that second to last section, and that was better on the end. His first wave actually a 3.5, so coming in at one of those lower mark scores, which is a good set of the scale for the judges to force these guys' hand a little bit more to see some bigger surfing.
Yeah, more ripping from Ryan Kainalo of Brazil. He's already got a good number in. That's a great combo once again. You see him just enjoying his own work there. There's spray going in all sorts of directions. He's got the 6.67 for his second wave, and he ain't hanging around at all. So busy out there so far. It's been pretty much breathless. It's 4 surfers out in the water. It's entertaining.
I feel like it's a lot to digest. There's been so many waves. I was just in Korea in a wave pool event, and I was calling that pretty much the speed dating of surfing because of how many waves were being ridden. But we knew when they were coming, so it was almost like you could prepare yourself for it. But this is, boom, shot of coffee. Just so many waves already been ridden, and we're only, 11 and a half minutes into this heat?
If you're a spectator sitting at home and you've seen the different types of waves ridden on screen, you would think, is this all in the same break? Is this the same competition? We've seen the shorter walled, punchy waves. We've seen Josh Burke's wave that sort of drew out down the sandbank. And it's amazing how many opportunities there are out there. On that note, though, Ryan Kainalo has surfed here more than any of these surfers. He's come here since he was a young kid, and he's surfed for the judges, and he knows which waves he wants and what sort of turns are needed to get the scores out. Yeah, you can see he's really surfing for the judges.
If you're a spectator sitting at home, you're watching highlights of England smashing Norway to get to semi-final glory. You're watching some amazing ripping on the Challenger Series. What a great day for the world. What a great wave for Jarvis. So just to stay involved here, it's been a bit quiet. Some good swings on the backhand. Looks really loose. Full radius turns. That arcing bottom turn just really opens up that pocket. Really nice surfing from him. Just trying to get his strides, get into rhythm. Plenty of time left on the clock. But when all these numbers drop in, I just think everyone's going to have something to get themselves excited about from their performance so far.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, all of these surfers have a score in that range that are keeping them relevant in this heat. Ryan Kainalo with the best so far with that 6.67. Lucas with a 5.5, and then Jarv and Josh keeping themselves in that realm with a 5 and a 5.3. I was watching that last wave of Jarvis thinking he needs to go vertical on this end section here. Even though he got 4 really nice turns on that wave, the first 3 were unfortunately a little bit lateral, which I do believe the judges are going to be hypercritical of here. You can see has to go to a carve on that first section. His technique, though, is impeccable. That hand touching the water, starting to pivot up and put himself in a nicer pocket on that end section. That's where the exclamation was on that wave for Jarvis. But he has had a really long road to get back to this event. He unfortunately blew his knee out in an event over in Korea last year, and then 12 months later went back, and his first event back really was in Korea last week. So that was really brave of him to go back to the place where he did his injury and then get ready to come back for the Challenger Series this year.
Just saw him going on a left there. He's had a look at one early on as well. We'll try and use that on the paddle back. You put yourself obviously down the end of the right, and then some of these lefts pop up. Thinking in years past, we saw surfers like Ian Gouveia use that left really well and use his strong air game. Right now with 16 on the clock. Can I get a number for that previous to last for Jarvis? And then we'll have a situation to bring you, but it's Ryan Kainalo, the young Brazilian at the moment, 6.67 and a 6. Good arrows from him. And he's good value at the moment for a lead over the American, Lucas Austin, who's surfed great, actually. If he can get a wave that offers a bit more, excited to see what he can do. Been admiring his technique.
I forgot how much I love the Challenger Series. I'm only halfway through the first heat.
How could you forget that?
It is so intense. You forget how intense the Challenger is, just with how many waves are being caught and the intention from all the surfers. It is very nice to be back.
You've had your head turned by the CT, haven't you?
I know, I have. It's just been so much drama on the CT, but now I'm back to my roots.
A great start here in Ballito. Just over 15 on the clock. As we'll just stick with things here and watch a stretched out wall and watch the American Austin. Busy, quick, rapid. Doesn't really get hold of a lip until the end section, and then they'll bang it. So very nicely done from him. Just dropped down into third place, actually, as that last number came in for the Aussie, Earl. And it's all go here. 14.5 now on the clock. So we've lost half the heat. We've had a bunch of waves. We'll just keep with that theme. A big hit out the back, and then a bit of patience. And then some commitment, pushing with that back foot. Ryan Kainalo, all action here. It's pretty breathless. There's all sorts happening. And surfers, they're not needing a second invitation. They see opportunities. They want to try and grab them.
Yeah, it seems like Ryan settled nicely with those two opening scores at 6.67. He backed it up with a 6-point ride. Those are strong numbers in an opening round here. And watch the replays as well. This is Lucas. I'm sold on Lucas's surfing. I love his style. I love the rail game. And he mixes it up on this one, bounces over that section, gets a big hammer. He's so quick through those maneuvers, and then we see, of course, Ryan, with a bit of freedom to loosen up here.
Yeah, I loved that first turn. That second turn really similar to his end turn on his opening ride as well. So going back to a bit of a power source.
All right, Ryan Kainalo at the moment. Good value for his lead here. He's at a little extra, just over 13 minutes on the clock in our first heat of the season on the CS. Time for a quick break. We'll be right back.
And Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Here at the Ballito Pro, bit of a shift on the scoreboard as well, significant one for the Aussie Jarvis Earl. 7.83 from him, his high score, the high score of the heat as well. And got himself a bit of a platform here, backing that up with the 6.5, decent total from him. I tell you what, this heat from the beginning has been pure fire, Jessie.
Absolutely, I feel like this heat encapsulates what the Changers is, what the Challenger Series is, because There's so much talent in this field. Anyone really could win a heat and go deep and get a big result, but it really does just come down to who is on the best waves, honestly, and who has the most experience in surfing these high-intensity heats, because we'll see leaderboards chop and change this entire event, but it is so hard to get a result here.
Josh Burke there on a beautiful looking wave and just got a little off. Maybe that first turn didn't quite get hold of it, and it maybe put his timing off a little, Greg, for the second one.
Yeah, also, I guess a bit of scoreboard pressure here. We look at these numbers are solid. I mean, how's this for a start of the Challenger Series? Big numbers going down. And, that scoreboard pressure, you would have thought he's got to go really big on that last turn and maybe pushing a little bit hard and just coming unstuck.
And let's be real as well. This is the first Challenger of the year. It would be quite daunting to be that first heat in the first event for this season, because you really are setting the tone and setting the scale. And I do believe that a lot of these guys would have probably considered it would be hard to get above a 7 in that first heat of the event. So Jarvis doing really well to crack the code, get himself up into a 7.83. Borderline excellent score as well. So that's also just kind of letting the competitors know where Jarvis is at for this season too.
Yeah, and it's an interesting point, but tube time there for Josh. 3 judges did go excellent on that score for Jarvis. 3 judges giving it an 8-point ride. So right there, and Jarvis, I was thinking if I was in Jarvis's shoes or wetsuit, I would take heart in the fact that I was the only goofy foot surfer in the heat. Because it does give you that point of difference. When you've got 3 natural footers, they're all doing the same sort of turns on the forehand, where that the goofy footers, especially on Ballito, can really get vertical on the backhand. And that last maneuver, when it gets really dumpy, you can get that rotation and board facing the beach a lot quicker for the ride out, especially when there's a bit of warble and backwash that comes back at you.
Yeah, get that full degree of pivot as you come back around. I totally agree. I feel like being a goofy footer is going to give Jarvis a point of difference. Paul, I'm just going to steal your thunder for just one more moment. Greg, with this wave, obviously it's a tricky beach break. There's a lot of backwash. So what if you're in this heat right now? This is the 7.83 from Jarv. What's your strategy for getting these scores?
Well, he's gone. I didn't see the replay when I was talking about it, but exactly what we spoke about, how vertical he went, how much spray he had, and that came as well from that pivoting off the top. He kept that pivot nice and tight. It wasn't drawn out, sort of straight up, straight down. I guess we can say almost old school basics, and that's still going to get you close to an excellent score.
Here goes Austin as I just look around the studio for my thunder and wonder, where did I actually put that thunder? Or has Jesse stolen it again? Love this pulsing action out in the water right now. Kainalo from deep, a little too deep. He'll just duck under the curtain and punch through. A little over 7 on the clock. A real frenzied start. Better control now from Jarvis Earl, and then things just dialing down a touch. Situation kind of crystallizes a bit in the mind of our competitors. It looks like it will be the Americans still chasing alongside Josh Burke, who's struggled a bit here, actually. It's not a huge way back, but the numbers starting to creep up, really. His requirement up in the 7s. Lucas Austin also needs close to that 6-9, so a bit of chasing to do, but you look at the quality of the waves, we've already seen that big number come down. There are those kind of scores out there.
Yeah, definitely. There's definitely potential for those big-looking numbers. It is so hard to need a requirement in a 4-man heat, because you can solely lock in and be like, okay, I need a 6.9 or I need a 7.4 if you're Josh Burke, but then you have zero control on what 3 other people are doing. There is so much more to consider and think about, and usually Ballito is also that type of wave where you can paddle up and down the beach, find your own space, create your own story in that part of the wave, but it feels like today it's really secluded up towards that right in the corner of the rocks.
Going back to Jarvis Earl and his injury, you sit at home watching the Challenger Series, you watch all your competitors compete, that creates hunger. You get down the very first day of the very first Challenger of the new season, you're in the first heat, 7 o'clock in the morning, you've only just woken up, it's just got light, and that hunger comes together and it turns into scores like this.
And to watch all of the Aussies do so well on the Challenger Series last year, and it feels weird to already be back in the season considering Newey was only 4 months ago where we actually welcomed more surfers onto that CT or back. But Lobby, Oz, Cal, Jacob just missing out. I'd say his hunger is through the roof right now considering how close he was. So Jarvis, I'm really impressed by his comeback and how hard he's worked. He also looks a lot stronger this season too. And yeah, like I mentioned earlier, what a statement to make in the first heat of the morning.
Under 5 minutes to go here. Beautiful morning at Ballito. It looks real good if your name's Jarvis Sell and Ryan Kainalo. Currently, priority is with our leader at the moment as well. So you can afford just to breathe a little bit, but he'll know. Very intense competitors out here. They'll still be looking to have more to say. Next heat will hit the water. It's another pretty stacked one. As we saw the preparations from Sean the Prawn Gunning, the youngster out of Cantabria, with some Australian heritage as well. So a foot in both worlds. Taking on Alonso Correa. We know all about what he can do. Fred Moraes, with tons of experience and some major success as well in South Africa. I'm thinking at this event also big numbers at J-Bay for him and his power, and also Vitor Ferreira, who rips in the QS. Greg Emsley.
We can't complain about the consistency here. 20 waves ridden in this heat so far. That's quite something.
We saw on the drone shot as well before, and you picked it up. Just that the swell just slightly more broken up from what we've been seeing. So rather just those long lines purely. We've also got just a little bit of broken up stuff, which just means there's kind of waves and opportunities everywhere. And that's absolutely what we saw for the first, 17, 20 minutes of this heat. It was relentless. We've had a little bit of a breathe now.
Yeah,
which is nice.
Well, I also think now the strategies start to fill in. The surfers they've probably all had a similar strategy. There's lots of waves. Let's hammer away up and down the beach. Let's try and build some scores and then sit back, listen to the commentator, see where I'm at, see what decisions I got to make in the last 5 minutes here. Do I sit and hold the others off, or am I that surfer in third or fourth? I've got to make a break and chase a decent number.
Well, pretty interesting with Josh. He's well away from the rest of the field. He's paddled himself right up towards those rocks there. When we pulled back to that drone angle shot, he was really deep. But then you see the rest of the field where they are. It is a question mark of, is he too deep being up there?
Obviously looking for a certain type of wave. He hasn't just quite had the rub of the green. The waves that he's ridden so far in this one, he's just maybe kind of been looking for things which the wave isn't quite necessarily offering, but he'll know that if he doesn't get a decent number, 7-4, that requirement in the next 2.5 minutes, he'll be back in his bags, heading to the US Open. So let's see what he can do here with that second prio. See if he can affect his situation. I guess the first job is find yourself a wave, and he'll do that. Here we go. Josh Burke.
Yeah, so up and riding. So your answer is there are waves up there. They're all up and down the beach. And he's carves through that one, just skids out a little bit with the fins, and just nose diving on that heavy closeout section. I feel that second maneuver, his fins just disengaged for a second, and that put him a touch behind on that final section.
As soon as he stood up and wasn't able to get straight up and bang it, you're already thinking, are we going to get into the sevens? Meanwhile, this one will stretch out for the backhand of Jarvis Earl. He's pretty nimble. That's really dynamic. He'll just get hung and kick it away from that position in the lead at the moment. That's not going to affect his total. He's down on the inside right now. We'll have time. Real short paddle back into the lineup as well. He'll have a chance to affect the final 90 seconds or so in this heat. It was Josh Burke just paddling out, watching that. He's had a bit of bad luck really throughout this with his waves. And he'll get another opportunity just about, but he'll be in fourth prio, and it'll be tough for Josh.
Yeah, really tough. This is when we talk about breaking away, which we saw him do. He did paddle himself quite a fair way away from everyone, but he's going to have to look towards the other end of the beach, go down, and to find a 7.4, we have only seen that one wave break up into the sevens, which was on that main peak. You can see he is staying a nice distance away from everyone else. There really is no need to hold hands with the other surfers with 50 seconds to go, but this is definitely a tall ask for Josh, needing a 7.4 with 40 seconds on the clock.
I don't mind, though, that he is moving because he's trying to create opportunities. And as we know, with competition, it can happen. So I really, you can see Jarvis all now moving closer towards him. The surfers in first and second will just take control of these last couple of seconds. But that's good competitive strategy. You're under pressure, but at least try and make an opportunity for yourself.
Final 15 seconds here in our opening heats, the round of 80 at the Ballito Pro, and it's Jarvis after a bit of a layoff due to injury, back with an absolute bang at Challenger Series level. It's a long road to ultimate success, but the first order of business is performing your first heat. It's absolutely what is done, as has this guy, Kainalo, who's looked really good value. Couple of sixes from him. And able to use that big frame real well and be a point of difference from among the three regular footers out in the lineup. And we're all wrapped up with the first heat of the day here. So it is well done to Jarvis and Ryan Kainalo. It would be a bit of disappointment for the likes of Lucas Hoston and Josh Burke as they'll bow out. But Jarvis, the Aussie squad will be pretty stoked with that one, Jessie.
Yeah, definitely. We saw Cal, Pete Duncan all hanging out up in the athletes area, and this is definitely a camaraderie tour. You always see everyone in their regions kind of flock together to support each other. So Jarv, yeah, kicking off with a bang. I love to see what he's bringing to the table.
I like the scoreline that I see. The judges have opened up that scoreline, and I think we're going to get a nice, fair reflection of these heats.
We're underway here, the Ballito Pro Challenger Series back in Africa. A banger of our first heat will keep rolling with them. Time for a quick break. More live action from beautiful Ballito right after this.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill.
Welcome back to the action here. A beautiful morning in Ballito. Straight into it. Round of 80 for the men. Kicked off in fine style. We'll keep it rolling. Our second heat out of Spain. Sean Gunning, Alonso Correa of Peru, Federico Moraes from Portugal, Vitor Ferreira out of Brazil. That's our quartet. Only two can remain alive in competition. And a real breathless start to our first heat. Let's see if that rhythm continues. Here goes the backhand attack of the Brazilian. Ferreira doesn't quite get hold of it on those backhand turns. The final turn is better. Gets a little bit more of that. But maybe would have loved just to maybe push a little bit harder, be a little more incisive early on that wave. Don't have a lot of breathing room to make mistakes out here, and any opportunity you get, you kind of have to squeeze it.
Oh, definitely. I mean, if anyone has had enough reps out here to know that, it's definitely Vitor. He's competed out here the last couple of days. He was a real standout for me. I wasn't expecting the type of performances he was putting on, so without putting too much pressure on him, I am expecting that same trajectory and even to push a little bit harder, not have shown all of his cards in that QS and start to build again now he's here on the Challenger Series. Freddie Morai, though, that is always a hard name to draw in the first round, especially when he looks to be dropping a pretty solid number on his first wave.
Yeah, straight down to business for Fred. 667 for him. And we talked about Jarvis-O and that previous heat and dealing with some injuries. Fred as well had a bit of trouble over the last season or so. That one injury maybe kind of forced the comeback a little bit early. You could see him surfing with pain through his performances compared to what we're used to. And it looks like he's back to rude health already here in his heat. A strong, strong start from him. So getting a wild card out of that Europe region and getting over here onto the Challenger Series and really trying to push back and get himself back on the CT. It's a long road there, but it's a decent start from him, and he'll be looking to use those weapons. Good to get that 667 locked in already. We're waiting for a score to come in for Ferrer. Gunning, being patient. Also got a number for Alonso. Here's Fred's wave.
Yeah, the 667 had to have a big number at the start here because the judges made it pretty clear in that last heat that we want to see big start, big finish. There's that power gouge that the whole surf industry has grown to love throughout Freddie's years of competing. Got that lip line float on the end there, but he's looking strong. He got that wild card in the CT last year, and he did look to be nursing an injury. He definitely wasn't surfing to his full potential, but that's definitely way better than what we saw from last year.
Yeah, Fred, last year with the ankles taped up, and he looked uncomfortable surfing. It didn't look like he should have been surfing. He should have been resting. And my first thought when I saw Fred at this event and said hello to him, and he shook my hand. He's got the big hands, and your hand disappears in his handshake. And I just looked at him. I said, "Wow, you're looking fit and you're looking strong." He says, "Greg, I'm feeling so good. I'm injury-free. I've had a bit of time off." And you can see it straight again. Injury surfer with a bit of hunger coming back, and Frederico deserves to be such a good surfer. We've seen so many good performances from him, and it's good to see him back and injury-free. Yeah,
Decent start from him, but it's actually been pipped by Alonso Correa, who's gone even better actually into the 7.5. So just as we watch that replay from Fred, almost maybe if we're being hypercritical, which we are.
Do it.
A couple of slips on the bottom turn, maybe a little bit more on that wave. I just thought maybe a couple of wobbles in it. He could have maybe even slightly undered that one. Let's see if that proves costly. This guy has dropped a bit of a hammer, a statement of intent. We know about the power and the aggression from Alonso. Let's have a look at it.
Goofy footer again, so maybe we're starting to see a trend filter through. Bowly looking second section there, so getting really nice and tight. Wow. Goes down, unfortunately, on that end turn there. So that was the 383. The 7.5, you imagine, would have been a lot bigger and better.
Absolutely. It's that 7.5 and the 6.67. We were on the break. That was in the first 1 minute of this heat, and we go back to the point of decision makings. I reckon there's a bit of freedom out here. We saw that last heat, over 20 waves ridden. I'm thinking as a competitor, you could almost have a free surfing mind out there. Go out there, ride waves. There's plenty of opportunities, and just go for it. I don't think there's that much pressure on each wave you ride. I think there's enough time and enough waves in the lineup to really free yourself up. And I think that's why the scoreline is as high as it is already in that first heat. Surfers had many opportunities, and I think through these rounds with these conditions, we're going to see those high score lines throughout.
Are the sets crucial? Have they been crucial over the last couple of days, or has it been those mid-sized ones that have been paying off for the competitors?
The sets are definitely crucial, but with the broken up ocean, you can get one set wave coming in, but broken up twice, and maybe even offering two opportunities on one wave up and down the beach.
There goes Sean Gunning. The third of our goofies out in the water. And getting involved after a bit of inactivity at the start of this. Bit of surfing going on around him. I'm actually going to disagree with you a little bit there, Greg. I don't know about free surfing in the heat. I reckon you can be a bit tricked into it. The busier one, that first heat, that was a bit of a frenzy. Is that going to continue? I'm not sure. I don't know. I think maybe making those opportunities really count. I'm not sure how many of those really good waves you're going to get. Can I disagree with you this early in the morning? Is that cool?
No.
Yeah. No from me as well. So it's 2 no's.
Don't disagree with Greg.
Well, to be honest,
I'm going there.
Maybe you shouldn't be free surfing. You should actually be doing better than free surfing, eh? Because your best surfers in the world rise to the occasion.
Ooh, look at this. A runner, clean, crisp. And Fred Moraes with speed, but not really any maneuvers. So a wave that did stretch out, we did see that. We talked about the last couple of days when it was bigger. Some of that bigger energy just kind of ran away and didn't offer loads of sections to actually belt. Here you go. Correa, speaking of belting it, but he'll go down just maybe trying to do a little too much on that end section. We have talked about how hard it is to really dominate that end section, particularly on your backhand, that closeout turn, and he's down.
Ballpark number of how many boards have fallen victim to that end section here at Willard Beach would be through the roof here.
Another beautiful looking wave for Ferreira, similar to Fred's wave, but he's able to swing at it and tried an audacious finishing maneuver. That would have been huge if he could have pulled that down. You love the attempt from him, though. High caliber surfing. Speaking of which, from a goofy, that's what we saw in our first heat. The Frubru is standing by for a chat with Jarvis Earl.
Jarvis, your first big heat in a while since your injury in Newcastle. You weren't feeling 100%. How are you feeling out there? Got the heat win, looking way better.
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. Been putting in a lot of work going into this season before the Challenger, and obviously in first heat of the whole event, it's a bit nerve-wracking, but I was stoked to tag a couple good ones and get the win in that one.
All right, good stuff, and a great win. Looks like we're going to go back to live action. We'll see you next round. Back to you, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Jarvis. Oh, he's got a bit more to say in this event. Maybe had a bit more to say in the interview, but like, no, that's cool. That'll do. We'll talk to you later when you win your next heat. We'll hear from you then.
We'll have to save that one for next time. You have to win your next heat if you would like to. But, I mean, the Frubru in the morning, can't complain.
Oh, mate, he's doing an amazing job out there, bringing the energy. Mike Fru getting the insights from our surfers fresh from the fight out on the water. It is very much roll up your sleeves, get the elbows out, and bring your absolute top performance. It's going to be a tough heat to get through. The 7-5 just really standing out in that scoreline from Correa. Bit of quality as well from Fred Moraes, the veteran, 6-6-7. And we've seen a couple of really stretched out waves. That last one from Fred, which didn't offer loads of sections, and then Vitor Ferreira coming into that last section, a collective gasp from us here in the booth. A bit of sort of trepidation from us as well, as we're thinking, is he going to pull this down to the flats? That was a heavy section.
It was. There is definitely something to say about that end section, making you just move to the edge of your seat. You're just going, oh my goodness, that must have hurt. And you've got to check your equipment after those hits too.
Alonso again, roof ride, float extended, bit of bounce to it. It looked good.
Vitor Ferreira, I watched him in the QS 2000 in the last couple of days. He was a standout for me. And the reason being, he's 26 years old. I haven't heard a lot from him. I get the feeling he was one of those competitors that probably didn't get the results he wanted because he probably went too hard and fell off a little bit too much, because you can see the attack he has on the waves. He's like bulletproof. He just hits every single section as hard as possible. He's one of these charging type surfers. And when he hit that first section on that last wave and he came towards that inside, I knew he wasn't going to back down. I knew he was going to go for it, even though it was an impossible section. He won the El Gringo event, the QS, last year in Chile, a heavy wave. I mean, my mate, I was talking yesterday, my mate Royden Bryson in the championship tour back in 2004, got knocked lights out in that event, and here's that replay. So look at this. How's this wave warp out and then stand up? Massive turn. Imagine he pulled this maneuver. Wow, that was such a heavy section. And I like what I see from Vitor. That's what we want to see, that no holding back approach.
Yeah, and I think that's a worthy strategy. You want to maybe just pull it back a touch and play, not, I was going to say play safe, but just play smart.
From a coaching perspective, I think you'll find that this is what Vitor is. He'll be one of those people that is all or nothing. And you've got to be careful with that to try and pull it back, because then they might go too soft. When you've got that sort of attitude, that sort of personality, that's what you are. And I think he's just got to keep doing it. He's just got to keep going hard. And when he makes those, he's going to get huge numbers.
I think it's a healthy balance between the two, because you can't not hit those sections, because you come in and your coach will be like, if you had just hit that section, it would have been the score, rah-rah. Or do you go at it super hard and then unfortunately fall? So if you can balance the two of hitting that section, but maybe not hitting it as hard and slamming into the flats that we saw from Vitor, it's probably where the surfers want to sit, but it's definitely easier said than done.
And that's just to my point quickly. He is 26 years of age, and I think he's got to that maturity, and he's now starting to settle down with those big maneuvers.
Midway point in the heat here. It has been Alonso Correa with the early running. Got the top score. He's been busier as well. At the moment, he's in the lead with Fred Moraes in those advancing positions. We'll go to a quick commercial break. More live action from the Ballito Pro. Second heat of the men's round of 80 in the water. More of it right after this.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Welcome back to the action here. Second heat of the day. Hasn't disappointed us. A strong start from our Peruvian surfer, Alonso Correa. 7-5 smashed out from him on the backhand early on in this. Three goofies in the water, but it's the natural foot, Fred Moraes, with the sort of second best of the running so far. Strong start from him. We haven't seen a lot of him since then. He got the 6.67. It's all gone a bit quiet. Sean Gunning, his work still ahead of him. Just the one wave ridden. 4.07. It's a bit of a start, but we'll expect to see a lot more from him. Bit of time left on the clock. Under 12 minutes. That'll go quick with this four surfer rotation. Here's Kick-Ass into the action here. Pushing off the bottom. That trademark turn that throws in plenty of spray. Just times it. That second part of the turn kind of slaps the lip. And it always looks powerful. Surfing with that authority. Here's Sean Gunning on the backhand, just allowing his maneuvers to breathe. Really nice rhythm and tons of impetus to his surf. And didn't try and do too much, just let the power of the wave stand up and let his turn stand out, and that felt a lot better for Sean.
That was the best shape wave we've seen all morning. It had really nice tempo to it.
Oh,
Major.
He just got absolutely blown up duck diving. Meanwhile, back into it, Forea off the top, ripping in, busy as you like. There's that audacious approach, backing himself. And he pulls it. It feels good. All right, let's go. Correa, he'll grab the rail, stick the bum in the wave, he'll get cover.
Tube time.
Correa out of the tube and into the lip. Won't quite get a completion. There's all sorts going on there.
Okay, Ballito. Wow, what 3 waves to roll through. We got barrels. We had a really nice, almost point break looking wave in that first wave of the set, which does come back to the point that you made earlier, Greg. That first wave definitely seems to be the best so far, but tube time on the third set there.
Yeah, it was. Well, Frederico, he thought, let's back that 6-6-7. So he just slammed 2 big turns. He thought, okay, that felt good. And then he would have looked behind him, seen Sean Gunning just getting a couple of turns on a big open face wave. I liked Sean's pace on that wave. He just set it up and kept it patient and put the turns in the right place. Vitor Ferreira with a heavy hit and making that last turn, that would have looked good from the judging perspective. And then, of course, Alonso getting the last wave of the set and getting some tube time.
Yeah, something for everyone, really, wasn't there, in that exchange? Be interesting to see where this number goes for Sean Gunning. Combination of backhand turns using the whole wave. As you mentioned, Jesse, beautiful looking wave. Really stood up for him. Didn't need to hurry anything. It was well linked together. Let's see where this puts him. He's been real patient.
It's easier 4-1-1. That's the score he's chasing. But Freddie's wave is definitely going to better that 1-5. You would be kicking yourself if you took that wave with second priority, then you turn around to see 3 bombs behind you there. So he actually had right away over both Alonso and Vitor. And some warm-up strategy here from someone who was a pleasant surprise to me last year, Ollie Zeitz. I didn't see him doing as well as he did. I thought he was going to have maybe a little bit of inexperience that would hinder him, but that actually worked in his favour last year. So now with a year under his belt, I'm excited.
Major movement on the scoreboard. It's great news for Spain, for the Euros, and for this guy, Sean Gunning.
Wow, how well placed was that first turn. I loved the patience, though. He didn't rush it. He saw these big sections and did 3 major maneuvers, and getting excellent 8 points.
And then this second wave had a lot of drama to it as well. Vitor airdrops out of this first one. This end section, he completely lost his footing as he was free falling down off that finishing turn. He didn't want to get pummeled on the sand again, so came up, gave us the first claim of the event as well. So we're well underway here, and then full pit dog tube stance here, right? And then I wouldn't say that end turn is going to be considered complete, but already finding a barrel in the second heat of the morning is one of those moments where you start to rub your hands together, like, okay, what is to come for the rest of the day?
And when you get a tube ride like that, it was good, but it's still a single maneuver, right? So you want to get the combo, you want to get that, you want to come out of that and get a big finner and go complete. And unfortunately, without that completion, it's going to keep that tube ride down on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see if it betters the 4.2, but what an exchange, Paul.
South Africans will be cheering on this guy, Aiden Massenkamp. He'll be liking the look of the opportunities he sees out there, where some scores are coming for powerful, aggressive surfing. An excellent number for Sean Gunning. And you have to say his approach after, coming off from the opening exchange, he definitely had the more meager score, and he was patient. He backed himself. He waited for quality. Absolutely found it. An 8-point ride.
I'm interested to see where Vitor's wave goes, because it wasn't as easy a wave to surf as Sean Gunning's wave. He had to work harder. It wasn't that perfect lip line that Sean had. He had to work for those maneuvers, and he had to work to complete that last maneuver.
Definitely felt like he sort of surfed up the potential, didn't he?
Yeah.
He got to work on that wave, and that is the name of the game here. He'll dig in. Let's see if he can unlock here. and just release and exit out the back. But in the meantime, he will get his last number, and it will be a significant update, 7.57, and a crucial one. So with rule change, really, Sean Gunning goes from 4th to 1st. Vitor Ferreira with that 7.57, so quite close behind. And Alonso Correa now has held on to that big number for a while. He's got a little bit to do, but these are modest numbers, 4.41 for him. From 3rd prio, though, Fred Moraes, his number comes in as a 4.47, so a bit to do for Fred. 5.24, 6 minutes. This is going to be exciting.
Yeah, definitely. Fred's one of those guys where if you give him a moment, he will do everything he can to capitalize on it and get himself in one of those top 2 spots. He does have the most experience when it comes to closing out heats. He knows how to be on the back foot and still be able to press forward, get into one of those top 2 positions. But Sean Gunning has really set a tone to have an excellent score in his lineup right now. His job, the most simple out of everyone's, drop a 4.07. There is definitely a lot of waves above a 4-point ride out there now. He has 2nd prio, so Freddie, he's got to get a move on right now.
Just delays his drop to put himself in a good position to go straight up and belt it. Just vaporizes the lip. Again, really nice with the release. Bowly section really cupped out. And he'll do a bit of work to get that finish done as well. And a little look up. And I think his sort of internal conversation that Fred has been having, he can find a bit of that positive anger within himself when heats are maybe going the other way. And he'll be backing himself thinking, I deserve to be making it from this heat. Well, let's see if he can do that. Meanwhile, streaking down the line, loading up with speed. A beautiful cupped out section. Great hanger on the backhand. There's another. And Sean the Prawn with a great combo on the finish. That feels good.
Oh. Sean taking a different strategy to everyone else. That was his 3rd wave in this heat, Greg.
Yeah, he's had the wave selection. He's had those beautiful clean faces. It's like he's surfing a different break to the other surfers. But not only that, I just love his maturity on maneuver selections on the right sections of the wave. And, of course, Frederico, he's going to improve for sure. Vertical on that first turn. And those turns are going to look solid to the judges straight in front of them. And wax it again. So much spray coming off his board. And he did well to hold on to that tricky finish. And a little look at the judges to say, it's going in my top 2.
And then this one from Sean. This is that really clean wave that you're talking about. Just to be able to put himself in both of those perfect pockets there is impeccable surfing, impeccable timing, and wave selection. Sean hasn't put a foot wrong this entire heat so far.
It's great to see the different approaches, isn't it? A lot of flow to what he's doing out here. He's really using that speed of the wave and that energy compared to maybe a little bit more work going into some of Fred's maneuvers where, you know, you can see this is kind of heat surfing. He knows exactly what to do, and he's kind of ticking a lot of boxes. Let's see where it goes numbers-wise. We're still waiting for that last score to come in for Sean Gunning. Very, very good chance he'll improve on his 4.07. He's in 3rd place at the moment. Fred has moved up with that 5.83. Guess what? Gunning goes straight back to 1st, 6.1. Locked in for him. 14.1 is total. Just 3 minutes on the clock now. Correa, all of a sudden, from leading early on, got a bit to do. Needs a 5. He's got priority. You'd back him to get that if he finds himself a solid wave.
Yeah, definitely. And he might have a chance right now.
All right, here we go. The Peruvian, Alonso Correa. First turn, just a setup, really. And then he'll wait. Wow, and he'll belt that closeout section on the backhands. But hang on. Fred Moraes involved as well. Straight up into the lip to finish. And a couple of minutes on the clock. And the scoreboard's really firing up here. A little bit of a slower start compared to our first heat, and that's really, really fired up. We're set for an exciting finish. Scoreboard's really well poised. Loving the contrast of approaches here, Greg.
Yeah, what I love is you can't get a good score at the start of the heat and think to yourself, okay, I just need a backup now. That's not going to happen. We have seen this leaderboard change throughout the heat. You need a good score at the start, and you need to back it up with a good score today.
Final couple of minutes here. The paddle back from Fred Moraes. He'll use those long levers. He might need to do a bit more surfing to stay in this event. He's in a position to advance at the moment, but this guy wants to have something to say about it. An audacious maneuver again, a big, big section. And he backed himself again up into the lip. Meanwhile, hang on, Sean Gunning driving off the bottom. Bit of foam and froth. Let's see what that does to his grip on the wave. Can't quite belt it. Not sure he'll threaten his 6-1 there. But Vitor Ferreira, you talked about it. He goes big. Doesn't want to go home.
The judging notes always talk about that one big single maneuver. Vitor Ferreira, the biggest wave of the day and the biggest maneuver of the day, in my opinion.
What a heat. There is just so much going on in these final sections. Alonso getting a really nice turn in himself. Definitely complete. He only needed a 5-point ride, and you have to think there's a lot of power in that last turn. Freddie P, we caught up with this wave. It was just that finishing turn. Not Freddie P, sorry. I blanked really quickly. There's just so much going on. So he got a 3-turner. This moment, though, this is what you're talking about, Greg. Biggest wave, chunkiest section, has that full pivot, that board going to 12, coming all the way back down to 6, airdrops out of, I don't know how he made that turn. So that in its is easy. Even the one turn is the 6-4-6 for me personally.
Yeah, well, Vitor Ferreira is definitely not going to die wondering. I tell you what, he holds back on absolutely nothing. This has been, I mean, both these opening heats of the day have been super impressive, super exciting. I mean, we've had so much action. And again, over 20 waves ridden in this heat.
Yeah, this is wild. This is the exact kind of standard you expect for a Challenger Series where it has, I'll say it time and time again, the mongrel of the QS. It's got the QE grind combined with CT caliber surfing. And look how hard everyone fought for top 2 positions. And this is only the opening round. So what a start to the event so far.
Yeah, really entertaining heat, this one. I mean, if you're a neutral, you're just enjoying the caliber of the surfing, the intensity of the competition. We got scores to come in all across the board. We're actually caught up with Fred Moraes, and he'll come in under his requirement, which is actually kind of hefty. He needed a 7. He was nowhere near that, and he'll be out of competition here, but we're still waiting for that number of Vitor Ferreira. I reckon that might be real big. We've got a number to come in for Correa as well.
Yeah, this is that last green. This is such an important wave for the whole competition for me because it's one huge maneuver on a huge wave. And the judges are going to want the competitors to do this. So they're going to want to set a standard. They're going to want to show the judges what you can get if you really attack a massive maneuver. That's the feeling I get. And I think he's really going to get rewarded seriously well for that maneuver.
No, I agree. That is so right. That is a moment that is really crucial for this whole event.
Can we get Sean Gunning an extra point for the Tommy Carroll spray on that surfboard? How cool is that?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. And you know what is wild is that Sean has an 8 and he is also almost in a threat right now because we do have a score to lock in for Alonso. And Sean, to me, had the heat-winning wave in that last 30 minutes. So what a fight back for Alonso and Vitor.
Well, back to Alonso's wave. He set up and he got a massive turn as well that was so late and so critical. So judges are going to be looking at that critical turn, and then, of course, Vitor Ferreira's the biggest turn that we've seen today, in my opinion. That's going to be... Those are 2 big talking points right now in that judging booth.
Absolutely crazy end to the heat. And the key ingredient, obviously, the waves deliver. And we talked about the talent, sort of how diverse it is on this tour. CT surfers, some really, really big names. And then you got the usurpers, the young up-and-comers. They're baying for blood. They want to be part of this story. And they're bringing that new energy as well. And we saw a little bit of everything in this one. It's basically because it just pulsed towards the end there. And we saw tubes going down as well on the backhand, massive hammers into the lip. That one in particular from Ferreira is what we're still waiting for the number 4. Where do we think this is going to go? It's got to be up there close to that excellent range. You think about that 8-point ride we saw come in for Sean Gunning. It's got to be something of that caliber
I think
towards that.
It's 7+ for sure. It definitely has to go into that solid range.
All right, it's in. Drops in 7-7-3 for him. A great scoreline. His total 15-3. We're all wrapped up here. It'll be disappointment for Alonso Carrera, but you have to say well done. Vitor Ferreira put it all on the line. We talked about his approach. It absolutely paid off. Sean Gunning as well, ripped on his backhand. Wow, what a heat. Ballito delivering for us some amazing competing and surfing, really entertaining. We'll keep that going. Time for a quick break here. When we come back, Gig Cilliers and Kai Linda in for the call. Stay tuned.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Beautiful scenes here of Willard Beach. It is the Ballito Pro for 2026, proudly presented by O'Neill, as you just get a beautiful view of the region here on the KwaZulu-Natal coastline. It is a warm greeting from myself, Gig Cilliers, alongside Kai Linda from the call in the region. We call it the Sawabona greeting, and it's great to see many of the world's best here, Greg, to take on competition in the first Challenger Series of the calendar.
Yeah, it's great to be back in Ballito, and wow, the sand is lined up, waves are flaring, we've got some of the world's best surfers. A couple of dark horse South Africans got into the event at the last minute as well, Gigs, so super excited for day one.
Lots of talking points here. Of course, you'll join us for the first morning of the Challenger Series. It is the first on an adjusted calendar for 2026, and it is about as premium as conditions can get right now as we move into the third heat of the morning. It is the round of 80 as we frame up surfers in the lineup in the form of Aidan Mason-Camp, coming off a lot of momentum here in a 2-week surfing festival. He'll take on Oliver Zietz out of Kauai in Hawaii. Thiago Carrique, the Frenchman, who's been surfing precisely on his backhand with real stinging turns. He'll get the first replay for us here, Kai.
Just 2 critical turns to start things off on the backhand there. And here's Aidan, like you said, he's been on a good run of form here in South Africa. Beautiful carve and just working this little bowl down the line. Both these surfers getting into the action early, and in the early heats, that's sort of been the game plan. But nice 3-turn combo from Aidan. But I think in the exchange there, Gigs, looking at the critical turns on the backhand, I think the Frenchman taking the lead.
Well, 4 surfers. The other to introduce is Kajiri Nishi, who has quarterfinaled here in Ballito a few seasons back. So looking forward to this encounter. Local time here in South Africa, moving to around 8:30 a.m. And a lot of chat in that first 2 heats about that storm that had passed by. A lot of south swell, still some residual south swell left. It is starting to fracture up a little bit, but Kai, we're on that very low tide here as we move towards the new moon, and a low tide about 20 minutes ago, and certainly we saw some real pristine stuff out of the first 2 heats of the morning. Tubes, big heavy individual maneuvers lighting up the scorecard. And it's going to be a fun couple of heats to call.
Yeah, and here we go.
Let's have a look at the opening ride for Nishi. 2-turn combo. Lovely timing there. He'll like the feeling of that, and that was really delicate yet critical as he set that second turn up. Judges really putting emphasis on the words combination of maneuvers, and of course underlining the word critical as well in these beach break / running right-hander conditions. And certainly Nishi will keep the discussion going here for the opening scores. Nothing yet for Ollie Zietz, as he has that first priority in the lineup. And Greg, a nice, you mentioned that 6-pointer of Thiago Carrique, certainly a very, very sound score to deal with. Saw some great heat management and a big number come right at the end for Vito Ferreira. He's down there with Mike Frew.
Thank you, Giggs. Vito, what an incredible finish to that heat. You were fourth in the heats all the way through, right until that last minute. This is your 6th heat that you've surfed in Ballito, because you surfed the Ballito Open as well. How was it out there?
First, I want to thank God. The hit was crazy. It didn't work out for me really well. I was always having 4th priority in the heat and started pretty badly with the lowest score on the board. And I just kept with huge faith there that I would get the waves, and the waves are firing. This is the best day for sure since I've been here, so I'm just really excited that I made the heat, that I didn't give up in any time. I was always super hopeful that my waves would come, and that when it came I would be ready for get the score I needed. And well, I was 4th priority all heat long, and when everyone surfed with 5 minutes to go, I said, sorry, I would say the F word, but I didn't say that. And I was hoping for another set to come, but we know 5 minutes to another set to come is pretty short time. And I think it was with 2 minutes, this big wave came, and I said, yesterday here in Ballito, I did a high score with 1 single turn. I'm going for another single turn again, and the judges paid the turn. I think the turn was pretty good because they gave a 7, so I'm just really excited, really happy. Things work my way. Thank God, thank family, thank all my sponsors, supporters, everyone. Good to be here.
Awesome stuff. So 2 goofies taking the wins in the first 2 heats. Good luck for the next round. Back to you, Giggs.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Well, in fact, a 7.73 for a single turn tells us that the judges will recognize those very big, heavy, critical sections. There's been some very big surf in the build-up to this Ballito Pro. Of course, a QS 2000 is a warm-up for many of our athletes, and certainly there's some really big stories that came out of the last couple of days, and really that theme has just been carried over with that previous heat win there for Vito Ferreira.
Yeah, Giggs, and let's talk about Challenger Series and the sort of level of surfing and pressure that's on these guys at this level. You can see it in that interview. Round 1 heat, it was like he won the event almost, like that emotion just pouring out of him, and that's what it means to make a heat on the Challengers. You know, if you look at the new format and how tough it is for the guys on the bottom rung of the CT right now, it's they're all coming back, and it's just a boiling pot of pressure. Here was the first wave from Oliver, though, in the break. Nice surf, sort of turn to start, but then getting the pit, even got the standing up there, and that end section is so gnarly right now. Thiago already with a 6.0 on the board. This wave kind of just wonking out on him, so that won't be a counter. But, geez, if Oliver Zietz had managed to get up on top of the lip there and make that final turn, that was a good barrel. That was a really good barrel.
Absolutely. Saw Josh Burke in the first heat of the morning. I think it was getting a long tube as well. So there are barrels in the lineup. Judges are paying out for time behind the curtain. Think of Jacob Wilcox a season or 2 back in his visit to Ballito, getting that 10-point ride. And of course, if we really want to get nostalgic, we can go all the way back through the history books, and there is a very big history book to go through. It's 57 years of competition here in this region. And what about the 2011 edition with John, Julian, Geordie, And all the big names at that stage were just mixing it up in 10-foot pits here.
Well, we had a little taste of it last weekend for the poor juniors. They actually got called off for the Saturday. I mean, it was pretty much the same size range. The Sunday was still pretty meaty. Yesterday, we saw some pretty big surf. The bank is there. The sand is here. So this is probably the potential for the best Ballito sort of wave quality we've seen in a long time. And I don't want to jinx it, but we're looking way ahead towards the end of the waiting period. There is another massive storm coming, so we might see that swell.
Well, either way, there is no better place to be on the South African coastline. This East Coast region to the north of the big port city of Durban is the KwaZulu-Natal region. And of course, it's been home to competition here now for quite a few years. We came here in 2008 and we never left. And it's a great story. And talking of South African stories, this is Aiden Masenkamp, who really got stuck into the QS 2000, which finished yesterday. And he really put some excellent scores through, particularly in the semi-finals, an 8.17, and really just surfing calmly, strongly, and confidently in 2026 is Aiden. It's already taken out 2 QS 2000s in the area, of course, down in Victoria Bay in the Garden Route of South Africa, a couple of hours south of J Bay. So he's been busy up and down the coastline, Kai, and looking like a more confident Masenkamp, who I think also you could say has been heavily inspired by his sparring partner, Luke Thompson, making it to the highest level.
Yeah, I think Luke's kind of woken the South African crew up a bit, you know, and we talk about Ballito Pro. I mean, it is pretty much a stepping stone to the CT. If we look back at, I think, in the last 8 to 10 years of winners at this event, they've all gone on to make the CT that year.
Yeah, 100% well covered in the Dawn Patrol back at around 7 a.m. when the show got going. Definitely most winners over the last decade, as you say. Names like Ian Gouveia, names like Cole Hauschman, both of them back here in 2026. And so many other thoughts on the women's side. Last year's win for Nadia Aristaba, really just setting her up for, and they carry the momentum through to and getting big results on the championship tour.
Yeah, and like that 10,000 to start off your season with the 10,000 just gives you that confidence boost. Takes the pressure off a little bit too, you know. You've already got the 10,000 points. It's a massive lead going into the early part of the season. And then backing it up, that Ballito also gives you a taste of some serious waves. It's a good combo. We'll have 1 or 2 days with the small sort of highly competitive aerial stuff all the way through to big beaming barrels and heavy maneuvers. So I feel like Ballito is the perfect way to start the Challenger season.
A lot of focus on Ballito this year. Of course, an adjusted championship tour schedule sees a lot of the local surf fans not making their way to the Eastern Cape, but everybody really just bringing the focus. Add that as an opener for the season, Kai, and it really has been electric. 2 weeks of surfing to make up the biggest surf festival on the African continent. You mentioned that Rookie Rippers and the tons of swell they had a week back when this whole festival started. Of course, lots going on in and around the contest site as well. Kai, you were on the call for the skate event and everything that makes up this big festival.
Yeah, and there's like markets, music. We'll have the big concerts later in the week. You've got fundraisers for like the local surf community with the Lembe Foundation, and there's golf days going on and food shows, and it's just a big, like you say, a big festival. Also, the weather has been so fantastic. Yes, we had a little bit of rain yesterday, but I mean, if you look back to last week, it was 30 degrees, beautiful weather, waves are flaring. So best place to be in winter always in South Africa is right here in KwaZulu-Natal. And there's also gigs, so much going on in the local area, so much investment going down. So it's a good place to be.
Absolutely. Of course, warm temperatures here will really make it an easy decision for surf fans to take a break from the colder regions down in the Cape. Of course, colder temperatures around that region. But up here, we sit in the tropics, and that is the first stop here in Ballito. Let's have a look at that schedule. Huntington Beach in just a few weeks' time. The US Open of surfing, always so much fun. San Sebastião in Brazil is going to be another great event to track, and then through to those right-handers at Ericeira in Portugal, and then we'll wrap it up in Newcastle in the early part of 2027 as we'll set up the championship tour for that year when we get there. But 5 big events, and of course that element of sprinkling in a QS 6000 with some extra points, it's a very fair platform for qualification.
Yeah, and I think you're going to see what I like about that is you're going to see a few more surfers traveling than maybe in years past, where they would just sort of stick to the Challenger. Now you're going to see guys like, oh, maybe I need a bit of a score. I'm going to go hit Brazil. I'm going to go to Europe. And that's good. That's good for surfing.
Well, conditions are buttery here, and we are going to sit back and take a quick break, and we'll bring you more from beautiful Ballito.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the opening day of competition. It is the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. Scenes here from the lineup in beautiful Ballito, gigs alongside Kai for the call, as we join you with 12.5 minutes remaining in the third heat of the morning. It's the men's round on 80 for the opening day of the Challenger Series of 2026. And up-to-date scores top left of screen for you. Tiago Carrique is out front. Nishi has found a 7 in the lineup to really put himself with a front foot effort to move through to the next round. But everybody right now, Kai, looking for numbers and particularly backup scores, you could say, except for Tiago, who has found that 5.93.
Yeah, I feel like maybe this is that dread heat on the changeover of the tide. Does kind of tend to happen here. You've got such a short stretch of water before the big drop off into the ocean, and often we'll see 1 or 2 heats just when you have that low to high shift, getting a little bit of less surf, but still plenty waves from what we're seeing, and you see some heavy backhand turns there from the man in white from France. I mean, still so competitive, but a little bit of a bump and a warble on the waves here as we see these highlights. I like the carve there and then nice big heavy section. You can just see how shallow that bank is though, Gigs. So shallow. And just look how, what I've noticed now in about 3 to 4 waves is when the guys come up from getting off the wave, you see how they're just getting sucked down onto that bank.
Well, have a look at the backhand exchange that's going on in the lineup here against Tiago Carrique. Our man Nishi just gets a couple of big backhand driving and carving turns of his own. Speaking about how hard the waves are breaking on the bank here, certainly is on the very low tides right now. And some of these surfers getting a good rattle or two as they make their way back over the sandbars. But a great exchange there. 5.93 we saw on the replay from Tiago Carrique. Very precise backhand surfing. And then, well, Nishi answering straight back to him, Kai.
Yeah, and I mean, Nishi's got a lot of experience out on this wave. He's been here a few times before. Really like his surfing too. He's one of those like really flared up surfers, got all the big aerial maneuvers. And I saw some footage of him at the QS in the pool in Korea, and he was absolutely going ham. So excited to see what he's got for us on the bank this year. Like I said, we'll probably see 1 or 2 smaller days later in the event where he'll be able to go to the air.
Almost an equal exchange there, 5.77 for Nishi. Think of it against the 5.93 for Tiago Carrique. Either way, those are our 2 top surfers as we hit the 10-minute remaining mark. Oliver Zietz and Mason Camp down in that cutoff 3rd and 4th positions. As we get a look here at Iago Dominguez, he'll be taking on the talent of Gabriel Klausner, and of course 2 South Africans in Daniel Emsley and Brad Scott. Lots to talk about when we get there. Warm water here as well, Kai. We haven't really spoken about water temps, but certainly it's up there in the low 80s Fahrenheit. You can pretty much board short it, but a few of the surfers with that morning chill just going for some thin neoprene, some short arms, short legs.
Yeah, in the winters, yeah, you get that little lamb breeze in the mornings, the temperature exchange between the warm ocean and the cold air over all the cane farms and the hills here. You have a very high climb, not too very far off the coast, going up into the hills of Zululand, so it creates that beautiful offshore flow in the mornings. But the wind can be chilly and a little nip in the air, but then as the sun rises, it'll calm down. You'll see a little bit of onshore flow come through. But luckily today, the wind forecast looking quite light, so I think we'll be good for the whole day. And then Gigs, also just looking at the scoreboard for the last 3 heats, the goofy footers, they seem to be getting the scores out here.
Well, of course, co-commentator Mark Frew is going to jump on every opportunity to gloat about that, being a goofy himself. Of course, 100% right. I always think there are so many goofy foot stories that have come out of this event itself. David Silva, Cole Hauschman, so many great performances through the years. Talking of great performances, that's what's required now for the South African Mason Camp, who will try and hold on to that. If that had been completion, he would really have brought himself into discussion prior to that, just the 4.5 and the 2.13, and he'll be disappointed with himself. He'll want to just stay settled and composed here, because Mason Camp has the ability to just sort of let his emotions get to him. The more calm he stays, and we've seen this through his whole junior career all the way through to where he finds himself now in 2026. If he just stays in a calm space, he gets his results, Kai. So we don't want him to get too flustered by that fall.
Yeah, and just looking at the conditions, and we'll see it when we get the replay as well. I spoke about the goofies, and it just seems like with the bank being so shallow right now, and you've got that really heavy sort of section, it's a little bit trickier for the guys on the forehand. They're coming off on the back foot, and they're having to really get the board flat for the landing, whereas the goofy footers are able to pivot off the back of the tail and then drop down. So maybe just making life a little bit easier for the guys who are surfing on the back end.
Yeah, great point you make there, that critical lip section. And as I say, we've seen the goofies just swiveling out of it. Here's the forehand approach to those heavy zones.
Yeah, and the wave looking good. Maybe could have just pushed a little bit harder on the first turn. That last section's so heavy. And you see there just kind of landing on the heel just a little bit, not getting the board flat. And we've seen quite a few frontside turns going that way. That one, though, looking good.
Well, Ollie Zietz into picture. Will hold his final turn in place. Down in third, chasing a 6.93 to find that advancing second place position, currently occupied by Tiago Carrique. And again, just making reference to Carrique's performances in the Ballito Open. No real great numbers on the results sheet, but some of the backhand surfing he was doing here, Kai, has just been absolutely knife-edge precision.
Yeah, I've seen him in the free surfs, absolutely ripping. He has that wave, lovely first turn, really getting the tail out. Then comes up, little back-up turn, and then came in for that big close-up maneuver we saw.
Well, I think that's going to be a meaty score easily. The best ride that we'll have seen from Ollie Zietz at this stage. Of course, the surfer out of Princeville in Kauai. Of course, family related to good old Seabass. And, of course, sending regards out to him from all of us. Of course, Sebastian Zietz, just such a performer through the years. Of course, Triple Crown winner as well back in 2012. So many great stories from the Zietz history books. And we'll see if Ollie can keep that flag flying here in 2026 at the Challenger Series level. Of course, a lot of surfers working in combination with coaches. Everybody really focused on the task at hand, extracting the best numbers from the lineup. And judges still having a ponder, Kai, on that last wave of ollies.
Yeah, a couple of low sixes, couple of high sixes. It comes in at 6-4-3.
Well, let's see how Tiago Carrique approaches and tries to better on his 5.93. We saw him really precision surfing. That one's going to just fall apart with the 5-minute mark upon us. But certainly Ollie Zeet's 6.43 was just short of the requirement. Does, however, build his own set of numbers for an easier requirement of still got to find a 5.5, Kai, as we go under the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, and sitting 5-6-4-3 so far, so he's going to have to find something that's going to just jump up the score. But lovely shot here, Giggs. Look at those lines coming in. And what's nice about the setup here is if you're standing in front of the wave, you can look to the right and you've got bathers, bog bay. You can literally see the swell running down towards the contest site. So these guys are never going to really get caught unawares when there's swell on the way.
Yep, of course, indicating bays to the right of screen. Off to our south. Let's have a look how Mason Camp with the second priority wraps his way through that, condenses his weight on the whitewater, gets that one up and now just tracking in the tube. He'll love the feel of this, and of course that is easily going to be his best wave. He is loving it. A 7.43 requirement, and he's covered the entire stretch of Willard Beach here, and what a nugget that was, not even with the first priority.
Yeah, and he finally found that wave that really gave him the scoring opportunity. And what was nice about that one is I've seen the whole morning, Gigs. There are those waves that start up right at the top of the point, and then they hit that sort of double up section onto the second bank. And that's exactly what happened there. You watch him take off here. He's looking way down the line. Decides to just get the little carve in, slow things down, and see that little bump there. Now he comes over the bank, does well to get a big jab, air drops out, and then straight into the pit. Not mega deep, but he did have to work to get out of there, and getting the close-up maneuver, he's pumped.
Gives the bicep flex to the panel there, and he'll await that score. Clock's down to a little over 3 to go. You'll see him in the middle of your picture making his way out over the impact zone. Low tide here, those crashing lips just picking up a lot of the sand off the ocean floor here. Slightly distributing it in every wave that breaks, but there is, as you mentioned, Kai, a lot of sand in the region, the best we've seen in several years.
Yeah, and an interesting one on that one, as you watched, Aiden was in priority 2 there, deeper than the other surfers, and Nishi let him go on that wave. He could have taken that one. So maybe just a little bit of local knowledge playing into Aiden's hand there. Looked like it was going to maybe be one of those sort of crossover waves that doesn't run, but Aiden took a little roll of the dice and it paid off.
Well, let's find out, because judges' scorecard's still open. A 7.43 requirement for Mason Camp means that it would be the best individual wave of the heat thus far. We've seen a 7 from Kajiri Nisho in the heat lead. We've seen a 6 from Tiago Carrique. See, 6.43 is a high score for Ollie Zeetz in. But we haven't seen anything in the 7.43 range yet. So does Mason Camp get to switch this, or does he need to quickly back up another number in the lineup? Right now, Mason Camp's other score, when the new one comes, will be a 4.5 to think about. But let's not jump ahead of ourselves. The judges are marinating on this. Certainly beautiful to watch on our screens as the clock's down to 1:45. And watch the intention of Mason Camp here. He's just paddling straight past his competitors and down to the far right of the break again. Meanwhile, as we hit the 90-second mark, Ollie Zeetz also wanting to contest and get a result. He likes the feeling of that. He's pumping that one up as well. Requirements for Zeetz, the 5.5. And at this stage, the scorecard's still reflecting 7.43 requirement for Mason Camp. But now 2 scores to come at us, Kai.
Yeah, Aiden can't sit around here. He can't risk it. He needs to find a backup wave. He needs to try and improve on that 4.5. Here we go.
Well, he knows all of this. He has the experience. He's finding another wave in the lineup. Just a big gaffing turn. Again, just feels that he's delivering what perhaps is enough to get the advance into the next round here at the Challenger Series' first day of competition. And he is certainly pumped and focused. And as we mentioned, coming off some excellent surfing through the QS 2000, which wrapped up yesterday. So is that momentum carrying on for the South African?
Well, that was some pretty clutch surfing right at the death there to quickly back that long running wave up. Big powerful maneuver in the critical section of the wave. We saw in the last heat that score going into the 7s. So I thought on the front side that was a pretty good one. Oh, and he got the 7-5 for the previous wave. So now he's going to hopefully chuck the 4-5 and just solidify that second place.
Well, judges are working on a score for Oliver Zeitz. See if that factors in as well. Ollie dropped down to 4th looking for a 5.58. Clock is counting down. And Mason Kemp's last ride, that big single turn, was him trying to defend the softness of the 4.5 as the backup score. Either way, great flurry of action. Yeah, we'll just stay with the moment for Ollie Zeitz's score to drop in. And judges, of course, still simmering on that last single turn of Aiden. So is this the heat where the natural footers start bringing a comeback story? Let's have a look at that last wave of Ollie's.
All right, so this wave, not one of the biggest in the heat. That's, I think, one of the points the judges will take in. Nice first turn, and then a big blowout to finish. So the second turn was good. First turn, bit soft, and again, one of the smaller waves we've seen in the heat. So that might count against him. He might get the requirement, but then we're still waiting on the score for Aiden's big turn. Set wave, big critical maneuver, trying to drop a 4.5. I think he'll do it.
Well, exciting times here where everyone is on the edge of their seats. Of course, surf fans already down here on the beach, getting caught up in the action. These are those flurry finishes that happen in competition. And of course, we'll see Oliver Zeitz is going to touch on the requirement, and he's going to jump up to 2nd. The requirement, he gets a 5.6 Kai, and he jumps himself up to 2nd. So he'll be getting the update from the beach announcers. And what are we thinking here of Mason Kemp's last-ditch effort to ditch his own 4.5?
Big power carve, very critical section. Needs a 0.3 better than the 4.5 he's looking to drop. Looking at scores coming out on some critical maneuvers earlier in the run, I think he might be there. My feeling is he should get the score.
Was that more a carve on the face, or was that more surfing in the lip from Mason Kemp? Judges will be asking those questions. They're happy with it. A 4.73 is just going to flick-flop this heat back over again. So a great exchange there between Mason Kemp and Ollie Zeitz. And Aiden is pumped. He gets that 2nd place. He gets the advance. But all credit to Kaijiri Nishi, who found the 7 in the lineup on his backhand. And we have another goofy foot winner here as we officiate those results. There they are. That is going to be the numbers. Nishi gets the win with the 7 and the 5.77. Mason Kemp gets it by the skin of his teeth.
Geez, that was a tight finish. Nishi just kind of cruised through silently into the win, and it was the big battle for 2nd that was the entertainment factor in this heat. But all credit to Aiden. He had a shocker of a start in that heat, but pulling it out right at the death.
Plenty to talk about here for the opening rounds of this Challenger Series event. We're going to sit back and relax as we wait up for the next heat to get going.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
Running wild in the streets.
Welcome to the beautiful east coast of South Africa. It is the KwaZulu-Natal region. Beautiful Ballito plays host to many of the world's best surfers as we get the Challenger Series of 2026 underway. The warm tropical feeling of the landscape of KwaZulu-Natal, and just a fantastic place to be this time of year. Kingsley is alongside Kai Linda for the call as we just tee up another exciting heat in the land of the Rainbow Nation. Daniel Emsley and Brad Scott will have local fans invested. Of course, Diego Dominguez out of Spain and Gabriel Klausner from Brazil. And everybody, Kai, enjoying the beautiful feelings and vibes of Ballito again in 2026.
Yeah, it's the place to be, KwaZulu-Natal. And of course, you've got so much on offer. Great surfing, great game fishing, big game. Hour and a half north, you've got St. Lucia, Cape Vidal, Hlui. Little short trek up the bay, Pongola, go see some tiger fishing on the inland lakes and big elephants and wild games. So it's just endless opportunities here, and you just head south, you've got the south coast. It's a magical place.
It's absolutely magical, and no better place to be in the winter months of the southern hemisphere than in the KwaZulu-Natal region. And Daniel Emsley will agree as he gets his campaign underway here in the Challenger Series for 2026. As we mentioned, premium conditions on offer here, low tides, that offshore you spoke about, Kai, that light just offshore breeze every morning running through the hills behind us, that smell of the sugarcane, and all of that makes this special region just so much to take in.
Yeah, it's a special place, and we're so glad to be here. Of course, an Emsley on the lineup. When you see that surname, you know there's going to be some fighting spirit, because this kid is a really tough competitor, and he's been on some good form too, so excited to see. And he's joined by Brad Scott, young surfer from Cape Town. He's one of the O'Neill wildcards. He's also been competing, doing some pretty good results this year so far in the local events, so excited to see how the two young South Africans can come up against the two internationals.
Well, Daniel Emsley, as you saw, from East London, just about a 7-hour drive down the east coast on your way down to Jeffreys Bay. Will open with a 5-point ride, so quick number in for Emsley. He's been surfing again using the qualifying series Ballito Open a few days back just to get his reps in. We saw a lot of the big names using it kind of like a window into what's coming. A couple of heat drills for the surfers. But just to clarify as well, Daniel Emsley, the nephew of Greg Emsley. If you recognize the surname, you're going to be hearing Greg in the booth regularly through the coming week ahead as we get stop number 1 of the Challenger Series to a result. And of course, from there, we'll go through to the US Open. Meanwhile, the clock is ticking, a little bit of a quieter moment. Let's go down and hear some thoughts. Well, no, let's have a look at the replays because here's the answer to Daniel Emsley's ride as well.
Yeah, Gabriel getting sort of underway at 4.5. You could see that wave was a little bit washy, bit of white water on the face. Dan, though, got into this one, comes off the bottom, nice little power wrap in the bowl, comes around the corner for turn number 2, and then worked it nicely up into the lip there. Thought he was going to get a little bit of a barrel there, got the head dip, just gave the shampoo quickly.
Yeah. Interestingly, Emsley over Klausner in that opening exchange, Kai, by half a point. And I think it's the judges want to see work in the lip. And I think that's where Emsley gets that slight advantage. And already a second number in for Emsley, just a small one. It'll be a throwaway in the context of the bigger picture of the remaining 23.5 minutes. But if you just joined the broadcast, it is a good morning, a Sawubona greeting from the Zululand region, of course, KwaZulu-Natal, and the home of Ballito, and of course the home of one of the longest running professional surfing events as well. Kai, we love tapping into all the history, not only of the Ballito Pro in its previous hat that it wore as the Mr. Price Pro, and then all the way tracking the history back to the Gunston 500.
Yeah, actually Facebook graced me with a lovely flashback photo of my first Mr. Price Pro here, and you, me and Potts looking like a front row from a rugby team.
Well, we'll talk rugby another time. Right now, let's talk surfing, and let's go down and hear from the winner of that last heat.
Thank you, Gigs. KJ, wow, what a heat. The waves are firing. There was so much drama at the end of that heat, but you were just in the lead the whole heat. Tell us how it was out there.
Yeah, I was so stoked to first heat made it. So I was first wave was 7 point rise, but everyone goes to scored updated. So I'm so scared. Yeah, but I always first place. So that's it. Thank you.
Amazing. You looked so good. I know you've got a lot of family and friends in Japan watching you, supporting you. Would you like to just send some love back home in Japanese?
応援ありがとうございます。なんとか1回戦目を勝ち上がることができてよかったです。次は明日になると思うので、明日も応援よろしくお願いします。
It's well done. I didn't understand anything, but back to you guys in the studio.
Don't worry, Emma. That's what I say every day of my life. But no, just great credit there to Kaijiri Nishi. As we mentioned, has been a quarter-finalist here before, Kai. And certainly inspired by Kanoa Igarashi and Connor O'Leary and all the other surfers that get to wear that Japanese flag on their shoulder at the championship tour level. And maybe Kaijiri Nishi gets his run in 2026. He's got 5 events to make that happen, and this is the first one here in Ballito. And certainly surf fans from all around the world invested here with us. We trust that everybody enjoys the show. It's going to be a great week of surfing and lots of surfing action to come, with still scores waiting from Iago Dominguez, who hasn't got much to talk about just yet. His scorecard is open. We'll find out what happened during the interview there. And you mentioned Brad Scott out of Cape Town there, Kai. He too is waiting for his opening score.
Yeah, and it's looking a little bit more variable out there right now. I think you can see the sun is now up properly and it's kind of tapping off that land breeze, so you're going to get a little bit of a ruffle on the water. I don't think it's going to affect the wave quality too much for the next few hours, so we're still good. And just looking at the wave conditions too, Gigs, it looks like a point break, but it's deceiving because it is sand, it is a beach break, and it's got a very tight bowl, this wave. And I think what you're seeing so far in the morning is that the goofy footers are able to come off the back foot and really drive up into that tight bowl, whereas the wave tends to push the natural footers out onto the shoulder a little bit, and that's really been affecting the scores, and that's why we've seen so many goofy footers getting the results. But of course, Aiden at the death there coming through for the naturals. And how's this barrel? Wow, the bank just opening up there for Brad Scott, and what a way to start your heat, getting some cover, nice few turns down the line. A little bit of a softie to finish, but I think most of the damage had been done, and dropping a 5.17, so that was a good score for him. And there you see what I was saying, like that nice tight pocket surfing from the goofy. Got a little bit of a section then and ran away from Iago, so 3.17, but I think we're going to see some good surfing. Here we go.
One of the prettiest 5.17s from Brad Scott as he pulls himself up into an early second place. Speaking about the attack on the backhand that has got 3 heat wins already through the first 3 heats of this morning. And Dominguez, the lone goofy footer in the lineup for this one. We'll see how the theme continues here. Strong waves on the sandbar here on the low tides in Ballito for opening day of competition. Still early here, just after 9 a.m. local time. And still plenty of time on the clock as well here, Kai.
Yeah, and I mean, it's only 9 o'clock. We've seen some crazy surfing already. So what a way to start the event and the Challenger Series. That last wave from Iago, it's going to get like a mid-range 4. It was a pretty small wave, 3.83 actually. So not really going to be a keeper for him. We've seen in the last 2 heats a little bit of a slow start for the surfers, which was a bit different from the first few heats of the morning where the guys just came out firing. But I think you've got to really choose your waves, and I think we saw it with Aiden in that last heat when he decided to actually spend some time up the top, be a bit more patient. He found that runner and found that score.
A little visit into the athletes area here. Luke Gainaldo about to take part in heat number 5, taking on a surfer that really was in form as well in Rafael Barbosa. Also a South African interest in Luke van Wyk as well. So the action coming at us, even if it is just the opening rounds, there's loaded and stacked heat start to finish We love it. Trust that surf fans do as well. Just wanted to make note of the two South Africans in this current heat, Kai, both of them with scores in the 5 range and built completely differently. You think of Daniel Emsley's short, punchy 5-pointer versus that long, beautiful tube ride with a combination of turns for Brad Scott for just the 5.17.
Yeah, for Brad, I think, you got that nice little tube. I would have just liked to have seen maybe less surfing and a bit more critical surfing. Like, for me, did a lot of turns, but they were all kind of half turns. Really want to see him just put that board on the rail and push it a little bit harder. Maybe spend a bit more downtime building up the momentum and looking for those critical sections.
Well, like I say, you won't get a prettier 5.17 out of the lineup than what we saw for the opening score of Brad Scott. Klausner, a 4.5. And, well, that everyone really just right now focused in on the job of getting a backup score. It is the Challenger Series for 2026. And Ballito very proud to be opening up the calendar for the year. And there are the discussion points. 5 events, Ballito, the US Open, of course, Brazil, Ericeira, and Newcastle. And Kai, top 10 men, it's always a good fight. And then on the women's side, it's the top 6 to qualify for the championship tour.
Yeah, and your best 4 results count. And the big talking point, that one QS 6000 result can replace the CS result, which is going to just open the door a little bit more for the big field. A lot of people talking about the Challenger Series and how brutal it is. Well, guess what, Gigs? It needs to be brutal, because if you make it through the Challenger Series, you're going in as a low seed on the new reformatted championship tour. And as we've seen so far this year, that is one of the toughest calls in surfing. You're coming up in round 2 against the best surfers in the world. And if you get knocked out, you're done.
And there's no losers rounds.
No losers round.
So it is brutal, and it is entertaining, and it certainly pushes the sport to more and more performance, and that's what we see in 2026. Love that Red Bull teaser as well nowadays.
Sure.
Just, did you ever think they would be sitting watching an all-women's surf movie with content like that?
Well,
amazing.
It was incredible to be in the sort of early 2000s, the momentum generation for men's surfing, and we're currently in the momentum generation for ladies surfing. It is outrageous what these girls are doing.
Absolutely, and of course, the women's draw, all part of the Ballito Pro for 2026. Little lull in the action. We'll sit back and allow the Indian Ocean to breathe. We'll see you straight after the break. Welcome back to the east coast of South Africa. World Surf League's Challenger Series is first stop here in Ballito, the beautiful region of KwaZulu-Natal. Just the tropical feeling of the beautiful bays and surf of Ballito. It's a good morning here in the region as we get the opening day of competition underway. It's tropical, it's warm, and it is action-filled as we continue the show this morning. Heat number 4 of the opening round of competition here at the 2026 edition of the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. Gig Cilliers alongside Kai Linder for the call as we pick up on competition in the round of 4. Let's have a look at a number that has come in during the break, and it's a meaningful number, Kai.
Yeah, looking at Iago Dominguez from the Basque Country, dropped a 6.33. We're going to see that package shortly. There's Luke Thompson and the South African crew getting ready. So the Goofy takes off. Nice little drive off the top, then comes up critical section, dropping out. Judges reward the 6.33 pretty much for that second turn.
Yep, highest score of the heat as we saw that replay. Meanwhile, Daniel Emsley back at it as well. Remember, he opened with a 5, Kai, and just that single turn. But again, mentioning the points are in the lip line here this morning.
Yeah, you've got to go up and get critical. That's what the judges want to see. And if you're going to surf soft, the scores are going to stay soft. Looking at this one there, oh, got a little boggy rail there.
Klausner in and out, finds himself down in 4th, and that really was just his second counting round. It'll be a little scrappy 1-4-3 on the scorecard. And it does leave a priority in the lineup for Brad Scott here, that beautiful tube ride. We described it as maybe perhaps a softer series of nice combination of turns. It only fetched the 5-1-7. But 2 stinging turns on the backhand is what we've seen for heat results thus far this morning, Kai. And Iago Dominguez certainly doing that. A lot of the weight of that on that last turn, the 6.33.
Yeah, but I think Brad's in a good position here. 5-1-7. You know, he's up there with some of the top scores in the heat. He's only needing a 2.96 to jump up into second. So I think he's doing things right. He's being a bit more patient, waiting for one of those nice solid waves that's going to hit the bank and run. But here goes Dan on the inside.
Well, no patience from Emsley. He's just going to keep his scorecard turning over in the lip there, nicely over, sort of banks that turn through the lip line. And trying to defend that second place position here, Kai. 10.5 to go. And Emsley, his own campaign, trying to ditch the 3-1-3. And so smart to keep busy right now.
Yeah, but now looking at this drone shot, and I absolutely love it. Look at those lines coming down towards the top of the point. Big set on the way. We've still got some real energy in the water and in the lineup, and conditions still clean, still that little tuft of offshore. Just look how this wave is lining up on the bank. Really does look like a sand bottom point.
Last ride, the 6.33, and he understands what the judges want to see, and he'll go back to a single impact turn on the backhand. Been speaking about conditions this morning, sucky and running on the sandbar, and the heavier lips of the bigger wave. Certainly the goofy foot is able to pivot in it, whereas the natural footers, we feel, are extending their rail over it. And as we say all of that, a pretty picture of another tube in the lineup for Klausner, the Brazilian. We'll just get a little thread through that second foamy.
Getting the double-double there.
Yeah, a little double-double. Nice 2-shot cappuccino. Very nice, but not sure where that's going to go on the scorecard. It's going to feel great as a surfer. We love that feeling of just tracking behind the lip. But certainly we saw a much cleaner, bigger, longer tube with a great series of turns, and it only fetched a 5.17 from our athlete in green earlier, Kai. So we're not going to hold our breath for a massive number from Klausner, who had a lot of fun in the lineup there.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's going to be feeling good as a surfer, but like you say, maybe not the score he needed. It's also interesting, we're seeing a few more smaller waves being caught than earlier this morning. You look at these two exchanges, nice looking run down the line, had to kind of cut that turn short, then goes up and over into the lip. So nice critical surfing from Dan on the second maneuver. Then we watch this one from Iago. Took off, eyed the lip, and just bang, straight up into the lip. So like you say, he got the brief on what the judges are looking for this morning. Critical surfing is what is going to reward the scores. Beautiful little backdoor tube there. Got a little sort of closed down, then works the turn, and then got the little bonus section. He was nicely in there. Bit of a cappuccino froth monster. Got the turn, so might be a replacement score. He was looking to drop the 1-4-3, but I'm also kind of waiting gigs. There's a few smaller waves, a couple of little corners. It's going to be interesting to see who's going to be the first surfer to go to the air.
Well, we spoke about everybody ditching lower backup scores, and Emsley in and out there. Saw a little bit of a collapsed section with the inquiry of, was it Dominguez?
Yeah.
Does that flare up on the judges' radar there. We'll wait and hear. 7:45 on the clock, and meanwhile, Emsley's ditched the 3:13. He's backed it up with a 5.5, so into the lead now, new heat leader. But judges still pondering on that backhand turn, the single backhand turn of Diego Dominguez, and of course the tube from Klausner. So we're not up to date with scores just yet, but Emsley being smart, adding a 5.5 for 2 crispy turns along with his opener. He is into that lead as we hit the 7-minute mark.
Well, it's interesting you noticed that little sort of lip drop, because they've swapped priorities now basically, and it'll be interesting to see what the priority judge says there, because it could be construed as affecting Dan's wave. He had to pull out, but luckily we don't have to make those critical decisions. We just talk about it. 5.43 for Jago, so he's back into the lead. Still waiting on that score for Gabriel. It's a bit of a head scratcher, like there was some nice tube action. A little bit of a nice turn sort of in the middle there. So I think they're just trying to sort of see where it sits in and around Brad Scott's score.
Well, one more score to come. It'll replace the 1.43 for Klausner. Back in action underneath the priority radar of the rest of the pack. This is more crisp. This is already going to garner more points, just that approach. Nice strong surfing from Gabriel Klausner. I've seen him all week here in Ballito, getting a number of strong surfs. He has that ability to fetch big numbers. And as I say, now he is owed 2 numbers on the scorecard as we move towards 6 minutes remaining. But back to the goofy foot single turn in the lip heat lead. Dominguez is back there. And as you say, Kai, just a very strong number for him. The 5.43 in the context of the heat. He is our new heat leader again.
Yeah, interesting in this heat, we haven't seen anyone go over a 6.5, so one of the lowest scoring heats of the morning so far. Just showing you maybe that the conditions are getting a little bit more variable, but I mean, as you watch that, just look at that bowl running through shot. Most surfers are going to be pretty happy with that in a heat. So conditions are still very contestable. Just seems like, even watching that last wave of Gabriel's, the first turn was really good, and then it just looked like he was playing a bit of catch up on that wave.
9:20 in the morning. We're an hour and a bit past the low tide shift. And of course, we'll have that increase in tide level all the way through to just after lunch today. Just after 2 p.m. we'll get the high tide. So that 6 hours of shift, we'll see the water move about 4.5 feet of depth there, Kai. We're moving towards the bigger tides again. But still, for now, I think even when we get to the high tide a bit later, there's so much sand packed in here. It's not going to deflate performances too much.
Yeah, look, in years past, we've been terrified of that high tide. I think the last 2 years specifically, there was quite a big hole in the middle of the bank and just got so washy and slow on that high tide. But there is so much sand out here at the moment. I mean, it's breaking right off the Pinnacle Rock all the way across to Sunrise, pretty much. What's been nice today, a little bit more broken up swell from that storm last night, but that's actually not been a bad thing, because we've seen sort of 2-3 peaks running down the beach. So the guys are able to sort of be paddling back and actually swing into a wave on the wide bank as well. So just giving them more scoring opportunity.
One more score to come in for the last attacking type of wave of Gabriel Klausner. The tube fetched a 5.1. So reasonable score for that hand drag tube ride.
Yeah, no, he's going to be happy with that. Quite close to Brad's score. And here we see the Challenger Series update for the year. Of course, starting with Ballito, then off to that momentous event, Huntington Beach. Then new event for Brazil. Quite looking forward to that new venue. Ericeira, of course, right-hand point break. Like it in October. Big swells as the winter kicks off in Europe. So that's going to be good. And then finishing with Newcastle, always a highly contestable location.
Absolutely. Comprehensive Challenger Series lies ahead. The first stop here in Ballito with the opening day upon us. Of course, Sunday the 12th of July. Happy birthday to my dad, as he'll be tuned in. He's an avid surf fan. Grew up in the broadcasting space in the days of radio, so he covered a lot of sport. And he loves getting stuck into this. And so, yeah, happy birthday shouts as we hit the 3-minute mark. 6.33, you mentioned it as the highlight score there, Kai. And certainly backing it up with nearly the second to strongest one as well with the 5.43. You see Emsley's 5.5 in that discussion. But right now, with priority with Brad Scott, who continues to turn his nose up at opportunities. He's waiting for that big set to march in. He is our surfer most far over to the right of screen. We know what his intentions are. He wants one of those big stretched out walls that are going to run across the bay.
Yeah, and right now, highest requirement is for Dan on a 6.27. The other two surfers just needing sort of mid-range fives. So any surfer in the lineup right now sort of ups the scale a bit and goes over that 7-point mark. They're going to take control of the heat. Here goes Brad.
On cue, Brad Scott has taken an age. This is just his second wave of the encounter, and that is going to make some sense as he goes up into, almost side swipes and twists his center of gravity over himself as he finds the lip line there. We'll see how the judges buy into that. We know that big turns in the lip fetch the points. Did he slam into that, or did he sort of twist and noodle his way through it a bit? Either way, 5.34 is the requirement, and we're slipping under the 2-minute mark, so perhaps his last roll of the dice here, Kai.
Yeah, I think what I liked about that is he was patient, he waited a long time, and he got one of the bigger waves in the set, in the heat so far. I mean, that was a proper set wave. Got the first sort of little turn, you'll see it here, so taking off, you see that little bit of a corner, waited for it, came around, nice little setup carve, but this was a big heavy section, and he really attacked the lip line there, busted the fins out a bit. It wasn't maybe the prettiest turn we've seen all morning, but it was certainly committed, and that was a very heavy section. So I think the judges are going to like it.
So we hang the question mark on the requirements of the 5.34. Did Brad Scott get that? Klausner will have something to say about that as two surfers come into picture, converging into the same. Obviously, Emsley on the left, Klausner on the right. Both of them give way. Caution is the best approach. And just like that, we're into the last 60 seconds here. Judges having a ponder on, those will be little decimals for Emsley. Nothing meaningful coming from his left-hander. But we are just invested in Brad Scott's requirements of a 5.34, and he's going to touch on it. Judges ate it up, 6.3. Bigger, taller waves, so the payout on the bigger, higher, taller waves in the lineup. A 6.3 sees a new second-place position. Now Emsley bumps to third. Klausner's down in fourth and needing a score. And into picture comes Emsley, who's trying to surf to the requirements of a 5.98. And wow, just like that, the heat changes shape in the last minute.
Yeah, Brad, sometimes that patience game doesn't pay off, especially at this location. But that time getting the set wave and doing what he needed to do, which was attack that lip line on the critical section. So very happy with that, I'm sure. And we hear the siren in the background, so that is going to be the heat gigs.
And that is all she wrote, as they say. And wow, a heat of a few interesting stories there. The theme continues, Kai. Backhand in the lip for the win. Iago Dominguez is the official heat winner there. He'll continue the theme of this morning. Brad Scott sneaks it up into second, and we'll lose Daniel Emsley and Gabriel Klausner. We'll sit back, take a break as we call in Paul Evans, Jess Starling, and Greg Emsley for the call.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
The first day of the 2026 Challenger Series is well and truly underway. We have had a couple of firework heats to start off our morning. Really fun waves down here at Willard Beach, but we do have a heat of firsts on our hands right now. Every single one of the competitors in the water are going to be taking on the Challenger Series for their very first time. And to call it through the heat, my name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Paul Evans and Greg Emsley. Greg, the standard has been set today. We've had some big scores already.
Big scores, lovely conditions out on the ocean. We've got clean offshore winds and plenty of waves up and down the beach. It's great out there. Probably perfect conditions for a first day of the first Challenger Series of the year.
The P word.
Perfect. It's perfect. Anything to critique on that, Paul?
Not at all. I just think this is also a lovely time of day to surf a heat. Mid-morning, you've seen a couple go down, a couple of hours of competition. You've had a little bit of insight from the panel as well, what they're looking for. I think this is a really nice sort of civilized time to surf.
Yeah, I'm liking the looks of what we've got on our hands in this heat as well. 4 really strong surfers when you think about their strong points as well. We've got Rafael Barbosa in the red, Connor Donegan dos Santos in the blue, Luke Ginaldo in the white, and Luke Van Wyck, who was a last-minute call-up this morning representing South Africa in the green. Luke, very new to me, Greg. He seems like the kind of guy, though, who would be ready to show up when his name got called.
Yeah, so Luke's sort of from the era of Luke Thompson, Dan Emsley. We also saw Brad Scott actually knocking Dan Emsley out in that last heat. He's from the same era. It was always sort of Luke and Dan at the top of competition in the junior ranks, and Luke and sort of Brad often making up the finals. But that whole era seems to have matured and improved with their surfing. Luke Van Wyk, a strong, goofy foot surfer. He likes to just get that board up nice and vert. So we'll see him taking to that. But yeah, as you mentioned, all these surfers new to competition. We saw Rafael Barbosa as well as Luke Ginaldo and Luke Van Wyk compete in the QS 2000. So I got a little bit of a look in to what they're going to bring to the Challenger Series this morning.
And Connor, we've got to know his brother Dylan over the last couple of years on the Challenger Series. We're going to take a look at the first of Luke Ginaldo here, though, Paul. Ooh.
Yeah, tries to give it a crack on the backhand. Some of the goofies been going well this morning with that vertical approach. Just pokes the nose there, but I'm looking forward to seeing what he can bring. I mean, we know a little bit about him from being an influencer. He's a TikToker, but no, he's legit. He like properly rips. You can't dismiss him for having like lots of followers because, I mean, he's handsome, but he rips.
He probably has more followers than the entire Challenger Series combined. He's just shy of 3 million followers over 2 platforms on TikTok and Instagram. So very much capitalizing that world. He is really honest and open in documenting that this is his first time on the Challenger Series season. He is a little bit nervous, but Paul, I quite like the vulnerability on social media. It's not very often you see that.
Yeah, I mean, you think what's the real Luke Ginaldo? Is that him sort of bearing his soul, or is this it in Arashi? I mean, he likes to compete. I first saw him in the flesh in El Salvador last year, and I was really impressed with that American team and with him in particular. I think he's like kind of a gnarly competitor as well when he wants to be.
Yeah, I've never really come across him. This is the first time, other than on Instagram and TikTok, like the first time I've actually seen him compete. And Greg, he was actually really impressive in the QE. He was showing up guns blazing every single heat.
Yeah, he surfed really well. He's actually he's sort of bigger than what he appears. When you stand next to him and chat to him, he's got a bit of height. He rides quite a big surfboard, 6'1", 6'0". So he rides a bit of length. He's got that stature, but. In the QS, what he brought, his board's got a nice rail line. He really pushes hard through those turns. He gets extra rail, and he fetched a couple of big numbers in that QS 2000. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he's going to bring today. He's spent a lot of time here. When I got here 2 Fridays ago, he was already here surfing in the water. I had a few surfs with him. He's quite talkative in the water, and you can engage with him, and quite a chilled guy. So I can't wait to see him get some big numbers in this heat.
Yeah, I think it's always fun to get to know new personalities on the Challenger Series as well. Someone who we have got to know over the last couple of years is Yango Dominguez, and he won that last heat. He is with the Frubrew on the glass.
Thank you, Jesse. Yago, you didn't go to the Newcastle event, so you haven't surfed an event of this stature for quite a while. You were saying your last big heat was actually at Pipeline in Hawaii, which would have been back in January. But you got the job done there. How did it feel?
Yeah, I was a bit nervous, but yeah, as you said, really long period without competing in a big event. So it was good to get the first heat win and continue. It's so good to be here in South Africa. I love it.
You've been here for about a week in Ballito, enjoying the conditions, getting some reps out there in the free surfs. You surfed the Ballito Open as well. Didn't do a great result there, but it was a good preparation. How are the conditions out there this morning? You look so stoked.
Yeah, conditions, as you can see, are dreamy. I was so stoked to get in the water and get a couple of waves. I surfed first slide, and waves were pumping like little barrels. I was so stoked. So happy to have these conditions in an event like this, and happy to make it to the next round. So I hope it's going to be firing again.
Well, stoked to have you through. We'll see you in the next round. Back to you, Jesse.
Thank you. Paul, would you be the type of guy that would match Rashi to wetsuit?
Not at all. I think red's a really tough colour to wear as well.
I thought it looked great. We've got an all-white wetsuit with a white Rashi in the water too. It's going to be a theme for Ballito. Right now, though, we do have the first look of our South African just coming a little bit too disconnected with that second turn. And then Raphael just not looking very interested on that end section. The first 2 heats, or 3 heats of the morning were extremely impactful. A lot going on. We've had a dip in the scoreline in that last 30, maybe 40 minutes now.
Yeah, well, we sort of a constant theme. You talk about people like, checking what's going on before their heat and watching it go down. We're seeing people getting drained and barrels and some major hammers, but sometimes you got to put all that aside and just set up the wave in front of you.
Raphael tucks in for a little tube, but unfortunately closing out on that one there. Greg, I'm so sorry. Would you be the type of competitor to match your Rashi with wetsuit?
I would only match a yellow Rashi with a yellow wetsuit. No, I'm joking. You know what? Not really. It wouldn't bother me because, I'll wear a black wetsuit and black matches with everything, right?
Perfect. And then Luke, you can see he's got really big shades of something big here, but just coming unstuck there, Greg.
Yeah, it's getting quite excited was Luke on that wave. He just needed to bring that rotation point a little bit further down on that final turn, just going off the back of that wave a bit. Ballito does that. The waves kind of heave and breathe, and I feel that that pivot point, that rotation on that top turn, you've got to be careful of aiming too high up on the lip because you can get that rail caught on the back side of the wave. You almost want to push that turn a little bit earlier, get that rotation hard. It looks powerful, and it also throws a lot of spray.
Yeah, it's super low scores. Obviously, we mentioned at the start, this is the first heat for all of these guys on the Challenger Series. The first time we're getting a look at them. Maybe a little bit of nerves or overcomplicating things coming through all 4 of these surfers right now, Paul?
Yeah, definitely. You'd probably be thinking quite a bit going on in their minds as well, like been in town a little while, maybe mixed fortunes in the QS as well, and just sort of couldn't really wait for this heat to start, kind of try and make their mark, especially when you see what's gone down this morning. Big numbers, some excellent scores already, the crowd kind of getting in full voice as well, and then all of a sudden, does the plan go out the window? Like, how do you kind of keep your head calm and cool? I think, maybe take a bit of encouragement from the heat that Sean Gunning served. Like, didn't get a lot, did he, early on? He was kind of sitting there and wasn't really involved, and then all of a sudden, bang, he's excellent.
Here we go, Luke. Unfortunately, he slips on the takeoff there as well. Connor, has been sitting for over 11 minutes now, which in the scheme of things is a third of this heat, which is a long time. But is that essentially the type of competitor he is, Paul? You get to see the most of him out of all of us.
Yeah, I've seen him and his brother a number of years ago. That sort of first saw them over on some QS events in Europe, and I think he's really well versed as well. Obviously, he'd be getting some tips from his bro, but I think he'd be backing himself, just waiting for that opportunity. If it doesn't come, what are you going to do? You just kind of got to sit there.
Raphael on the second. That's a better looking turn. You can see back foot completely coming unstuck with his tail there. So we finally got a moment in this heat, but still just feels like a couple fumbles right now, Greg.
Yeah, I did watch Raphael he was here in the JQS. He got third in that event. And I watched him surf some heats in the QS 2000 as well. Something I did pick up from Raphael, if the wave doesn't sort of go his way, he does lose a little bit of interest on it. I've seen it from a few surfers. It's where, another one is maybe Connor Schlapp, and they really want to connect with the air, and they want the sections, and the body language shows that when it doesn't work for them, they sort of just go, oh, well, I'll get another one, But it's something you've got to be careful of. You want to be constantly selling it to the judges.
Yeah. But interesting, the Brazilian contingent on the CS. Bit of a mixed bag. Like, we've got some of those vets, those names we know real well, and then the kind of names we don't know so well. And I think, definitely you'd be sort of favouring the surfers with the experience. And this was pretty sprightly and sharp. That was nice. Just a little bit of chatter maybe with the board between the turns. I didn't quite get the third turn there, but I just think that felt nice for him.
Yeah, just to even have a moment. You can see it's definitely by far the best wave of the heat right now. So that's a 5-point ride locking in for that last of Raphael. Let's see what Luke can get done on here. Lovely looking bottom turn. Massive exclamation on the top part of this wave here. Even bigger on the second. Tricky looking section to hold on to. For a moment he could there, but that is the standard that we've been seeing all morning. So living up to kind of that hype that we've had from those opening heats of the morning here. I know didn't get the ride out, but that felt like it was the exclamation mark we were waiting for.
Yeah, you can see what I'm talking about. Luke Ginolda, he's a strong lad, and he almost pulled that last maneuver, and that was just he's a big boy, and he rides some solid boards, and that's why he gets those big drawn out turns with all that spray. It's impressive. I think he surfs great.
Yeah, I'm really impressed so far. I only saw snippets of him in the QS, but obviously, Paul, when you came across him over in El Salvador, it's surfing like that caught your eye.
Yeah, definitely. I think, that obviously that was a teams event over there as well, and there's a lot of fire and a bit of noise and quite a bit of shouting going down, but I just think he's got a bit of intensity as well with himself. He'd be kind of competing to his own standards as well and what he wants to try and achieve out here. Obviously, there's a heat going on around him, and there's not a lot going on in terms of quality actually thus far, but good connection. I mean, he absolutely smacks that. He'd just love to get this completion here, and he would have been kind of streets ahead, really. The backhand combo, judges love that. There was no downtime between. It was close to pulling that. Nice patience, delay in the bottom turn, so he makes that impact, and, I think the only thing he did wrong really is didn't make it, but keep doing that and he's going to get dividends.
He did all the hard work though towards the end there, that back arm just pushing him a little bit too far back, Greg.
Yeah, it was a heavy landing, and we see Luke Ginolda with the matching white wetsuit and white.
See,
we haven't had your take on the matching.
I think
Jessie.
I would match.
Okay.
Yeah. Does that say something about me? Or?
Can I tell a story? A story that I heard. So I'm not sure if it's 100% truthful.
Or just say it on air, and
Yeah. We'll go from there.
So his sponsor, Hurley, Luke Ginolda, I heard he did ask a while ago for the white wetsuit, and they said no. And he's like, please give me a white wetsuit. And they eventually said, what? Qualify for the Challenger Series, and you can have a white wetsuit.
No way.
And apparently he qualified for the Challenger, and nothing was said, and a box arrived at his house, and he opened it up, and there was a white wetsuit.
Interesting. White wetsuits you don't come by them very often.
No.
I actually don't know if I have. I think Nike maybe did a women's white and purple wetsuit way back in the day. But as far as seeing it on the Challenger Series, I'm not sure we've ever seen a white wetsuit.
I think if you have a white wetsuit, you've got to sort of be very neat. You've got to have your car's got to have one of those pieces of AstroTurf when you change, you put the wetsuit on the nice piece of AstroTurf, and it's got to be perfect. Otherwise, it's going to be a mess, right?
Absolutely not. Oh, my goodness. Well, his score comes in. It's a 4.67, so essentially just for that one big turn. We're still waiting for something drastic to happen in this heat right now. We've got just on 13.5 to go here. Maybe a look from our Spanish surfer. Here we go, Connor. Waited a long time for his first wave. Only came in at a 0.73, so he has a bit of room to make up for here. Goes down yet again. So it just seems that Connor is feeling just this next level of pressure that comes with the Challenger Series, Paul.
Just couldn't quite get that done, could he? And that would have been just a crucial sort of settler for him. If he could have pulled that down, he's still got time, but another missed opportunity. How many chances are you going to get to make mistakes out here? Not many.
Yeah, it feels like this is going to have to be a reset button right now. 13 minutes to go. Rafael with a 5 is holding down the lead. Like I mentioned, we're waiting for that exclamation mark right now. We're going to throw to a break and hope that we find it on the other side of this.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
We're watching our Challenger Series surfers start their campaign to qualify for the 2027 Championship Tour. Right now, every single one of these competitors are doing that for their very first time in their career. Luke Ginaldo, he's currently holding it down, 4.67 and a 3.33. Couple of scores to lock in and break down as we went to break here, but we're hoping for these surfers to dig a little deeper and find a moment that's just going to set their name as a bit of a standout and a statement to the rest of the field.
Yeah, well, just after a few breathless sort of opening heats as well, it was always going to be one that was going to take a bit of a breather, just the way things work, right, with the ocean, with sort of life itself, and that's what we're seeing here. They're maybe making this look a little bit harder than it needs to be. Got to just keep it simple in your mind as well. Don't try and overcook it. It's a lot of those second maneuvers seem to be going incomplete, and maybe starting to think, I'm on my way here. Just pushing a bit hard, and dare we say it, a case of maybe just nursing it a little bit, going a little safe and just banking something.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And it's interesting because a lot of these guys would come into this heat with a plan, and sometimes it's just so easy to fumble in the moment here, Greg.
Yeah, and Connor on this one, again, we saw Luke van Wyk do a similar thing, going too high on that closeout lip line. And there we go, Luke Ginaldo up into this one, big hammer on that, and that wave just converges together, and basically he got slapped from both sides.
Ballito is one of those random waves where you could be staring at it and it's 2 foot, and then all of a sudden competitors are hitting 4 foot sections and getting absolutely detonated.
Yeah, there's that pause, isn't there, in the way between the two sections, and you're kind of waiting at the bottom of the wave for it to stand up, but you're kind of not really gaining any speed down there, and it does kind of get heavy, almost kind of builds on itself, and then you arrive and, yeah, in that kind of battle between the lip and you, lip often wins.
Yeah, more often than not. It seems that these guys here, Greg, I'd love to pick your brain on it because you've spent a lot of time coaching. You've spent a lot of time coaching the junior South African team as well. Like I mentioned, they would have all had a plan to go out and execute and try and lock into this new mindset that they have to be in on the Challenger Series. For you, if it was your athlete's first time, what's going to get them in that right sort of role to put them on the right path for these heats?
Well, for me, none of these surfers' plan has worked, in my opinion. They'll all feel that their plan has sort of failed them. And so what I do as a coach, I train multiple different types of heats. We do 20-minute heats, 15-minute heats, 10-minute heats, and one wave 5-minute heats. So their mind would have to go into, okay, we got 8 minutes. What am I doing in this last 8 minutes? And that's what's going to be crucial. The competitors that can focus under pressure now in the last 8 minutes, take where the heat is, and now compete accordingly to that.
Just out of curiosity, is there any punishment if your athletes don't achieve the goal set in the 20-minute heats, 10 push-ups on the beach, dunes?
No, they've got to pack their bag.
Get out of training camp. It's over. It's over. We used to do these trainings back with Bo Mitchell when my sister and I would still compete, and we would do these one-wave drills, and it was so gnarly. And if you didn't do it, it was run up the sand dunes and squats and burpees and everything. But it actually does get you set and ready for these really high-pressure situations where you have to perform, because if not, there is a punishment of not making it to that next round. Let's see Raphael try and build on this here. He does have that 5. That 307 is lingering right now. So Luke Ginaldo, you can see he is trying really hard here, but Connor, it seems to be that he's just surfing in his mind right now here, Paul.
Yeah, definitely. What these guys need is just some more waves, essentially. It sounds really, really obvious, but you're kind of stuttering with your start. You're making a couple of mistakes, and then you're having to wait, and it's just quite bitty. And what you really want to do is maybe get another wave straight away, something that we saw earlier with much sort of shorter intervals between the sets, but you're kind of making an error, and then it's playing on your mind, and then you get another opportunity. It's kind of a little bit of a repeat pattern. So a frenzy, a sort of flurry of waves, I think will be welcomed by competitors and spectators alike.
Yeah, so Luke, our South African, he was just getting the call up earlier this morning because Carl Steen, he was the WSL wildcard. He had to pull out due to injury, and we know Carl, he's made a real name for himself, so unfortunately he is going to have to come back to it next year when we come back to Ballito. Jet Schilling, though, this next heat, we do have a couple of first-timers in the likes of Harley Walters, and Ben Lorenzen had a showcase down at Newcastle, but his first year on the CS, but Jet Schilling has been doing this for a while now, so when you look to that in comparison to what we're seeing right now, you do have really high hopes for the surfers in the next heat.
Yeah, you do. And I'm looking forward to you talking about the new faces in the next heat as well when we get there. I'm always excited to see new talent, new surfers. I can't wait to see it. And just with this heat in the water, you can see the crew sitting together. I wonder if they're chatting to each other going, oh, I'm feeling nervous. It's my first Challenger Series, and maybe, well, mine too. I'm also nervous. What do we need to do? Well, I'll tell you what, whoever can find a set wave and put together 2 combos on the next exchange is going to get through this heat.
Let's see. Here we go. Connor. He needs to really get a wriggle on right now. We're past the 5-minute mark. Good looking first turn. Holds on for the second. So our first completed 2-turn ride here, and it's in the final 5 minutes. Connor, it seemed that it finally clicked right then and there.
Much better from him. That's the settler that he would have wanted much earlier on. From there, he can look to build, but he's going to have to just kind of fire up. By the time he gets back in the lineup, 4 minutes, he's definitely going to get a number of improve his position. Looking at what he needs right now. Let's see where that goes. It's that upper towards the 6s really. Let's see where this puts him, but a bit of momentum. We talked so much about that. Just finding energy. There hasn't been a lot of it, and this hasn't been a lot of quality. It's been very stop-start. Let's see these final 4 minutes, but he's definitely getting himself up there. He's going to bring his requirement down. Not quite there, though.
Yeah, 5.5 for that last one for Connor. So now he's looking for a 2.5. It is next to nothing for what he needs. This is, if we're being completely honest, a pretty lucky heat for all 4 of these guys to not have come up against someone who already has that Challenger Series experience. So whatever 2 surfers that do get through this right now, when they do move into that next round, it's going to have to be a big level up, Greg.
Yeah, exactly. But watch this now. Sets up vertical, gets the 5.5, so gets the 2 turns. With time winding down, Connor, I would think he needs to move away from the pack under priority. I would have gone down the beach and hunted that requirement, the 2.5. He's got the highest score of the heat. He just needs to back it up. He's amongst the pack. I would break away.
And you can see Luke is sitting on him straight away, which is exactly what he needs to do. So there's a couple other things that are potentially showing that this is their first Challenger Series. Obviously, Connor has such a good score. It's the best score of the heat. But to paddle straight back to the pack here, there would be a lot of family and friends probably standing on the beach right now going, what are you doing?
Particularly in a heat where we haven't had those multiple wave sets, have we? Not like earlier on this morning when we were getting, oh, here we go, he's got an opportunity.
Here we go, 2.5 is the requirement. He's going to put it on the line in one maneuver here. Has the completion, so he's got 2 waves back-to-back that you'd have to feel are his 2 best so far.
Let's see where this one puts him. Let's see where he puts himself as well. He's going to paddle just straight back out. Be interesting to see how this one comes down. It's so tight in terms of the numbers.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go. I'd love to see more from our South African. Here we go, Luke Ginaldo, massive looking first turn. We're starting to feel the energy build for him. A completion would give him a lot of confidence going into that next round. Can hold on for Luke. So he had kept putting his board on the line time and time again in really harsh, dramatic finishing turns, and that is finally a payoff from him, Greg.
Yeah, Luke would be happy with that. He had to really force that finish, and he did well to hold on. Of course, dropping a 3.33 in his scoreline, he's going to do that. And a good chance he attacks that first place position here as well and puts himself in a fairly comfortable position towards the last, well, into the last 90 seconds here.
Yeah, our Brazilian surfer who's been holding down the lead for a while is going to be in threat if Connor can get himself a solid score for this turn here, Paul.
I mean, it's pretty technical, and you see what his board did. He arrived pretty late. We talked about maybe kind of nursing it and playing safe. He didn't do that. Getting a look at Barbosa here.
You can see drifts that tail on the end turn. So 3 big turns for Rafael. So score to lock in. So Connor's last wave does put him up into the lead. It was a 3.03. So Rafael crucially needed that wave because obviously Luke Ginaldo getting his score as well. So this is getting interesting. Let's see what the South African can do in the final 45 seconds. Gets to that section so late. I would have loved to have seen more from him. He seems to have so much on offer, so much to show, but just couldn't find those waves he was looking for. And in true Ballito fashion, we're going to have a flurry of waves right at the end here. Luke, he's going to swing into that end section. Good connection, unfortunately, has to free fall from the lip line here. Lots to digest, lots to think about. One big turn for Connor. Holds on. Okay, now Luke, this is going to be more than likely his last ride as we roll into the final 10 seconds here. Finally, it seemed that this heat found the spark that it was chasing.
Barbosa could be in a spot bother here, couldn't he? We'll see how all these scores come out, but we know Grinaldo's going to get a good number, right? Real bit of quality from him, obviously previous to that last one. He's going to get a decent number for that, but Connor applying a bit of pressure as well, and that was pretty clutch, right? Those are those moments that we talk about.
Yeah, there was a moment of worry for me with Connor that I was thinking, wow, Rafael's going to get that score. He's definitely better to 3.07. Luke was probably going to get the score too. So Connor actually doing really well in that scenario to find a moment to try and add to his score line.
Yeah, I feel Connor's going to be in first in this heat. I think Luke on his wave is going to go to second, but the question mark, we didn't get a great, we didn't see that replay from Rafael Barbosa from that franked angle. Whether that will keep him in second, that's going to be the question. It's going to be, it's going to be a tight finish here.
Okay, so Luke Ginaldo's scores are all in. He's going to round out this heat with a 6.5. So his best so far and a 4.67. Let's take a look at this from another angle here, Greg.
Yeah, so it's a smaller wave and he connects with it 3 times. So, yeah, I feel it's going to be a touch short myself.
It's soft, isn't it? It's nice and stylish. It's flowy, but it didn't have that wow moment to make it easy for the judges.
And then, like I mentioned, I would have loved to have seen more from Luke. He seems to have so much to give, but missed timing a couple sections there.
I still feel Connor on that single maneuver, how vertical he got on it, that's going to put him into first place in this heat. And then that score comes in. Yeah,
Luke with a closeout. So it really does come down to that one turn from Connor and Raphael's. Raphael, to consider, only needs to better a 3.07, but Connor a 3.03, where we've seen that statement set this morning with Vitor, where one big turn can get you that score that you're chasing.
Yeah, so there it is. Connor now needing a 4-point ride because Raphael's score came in at a 4.5. So, yeah, that one maneuver we saw on that turn from Connor, super vertical on that approach. It was the angles he had on that maneuver were quite spectacular. It felt like you got almost beyond vert on a closeout turn.
It's a big, solid, powerful section too.
Wow, it's like a tricky maneuver. Yeah, tricky maneuver to do, right? And to still get that rotation in that turbulence and ride out very clean. There was no downtime on the ride out. Was a solid maneuver.
And thinking back to his 3.03, it was a smaller wave. He had a really nice vertical whip on him, so similar turn, but he's just replicated that on a much bigger section, a much bigger wave, and a lot harder to make it complete. Scores are in. It is going to be the best of the heat so far. It's a 7-point ride. That is his 3.03, so he's previous to last, but he is going to go straight to the lead. So Connor is going to take that one out, and Luke Ginaldo, 2 surfers who definitely made the most of what was a really tricky heat. So a lot of our first-time competitors are feeling out the nerves, getting used to this new stage here, and I'm pretty impressed by the way that both of those surfers could round out this heat here, Paul.
Yeah, definitely not a classic in terms of quality, but you know, you grind that out and you take that confidence and you think, you know what, I'm making heats even when I'm maybe not on fire at my best, which is going to be great to bring to the next round, and they're going to need that.
Something we love about the Challenger Series is getting to know new faces and new names. We got to do that in this heat, and we're going to get to do it in the next one. We are going to take a quick moment and welcome back in a great looking heat number 6 of the round of 80.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
We find ourselves situated on a beautiful part of the East Coast here in South Africa for the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. The rounder 80, it's looking really good in heat number 6. Harley Walters out there in the red. Ketut Agus from Indonesia will be in the blue. Ben Lorenzen from Australia in the white. And Jet Schilling, a name that we have grown quite familiar to. He's going to be out there in the green. 2 Aussies, 1 Indonesian and 1 American surfer. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Paul Evans and Greg Emsley. Now, we got to know a couple of new faces in that last heat. We get to do that again with Harley Walters being in this heat. And Ben Lorenzen, he had a debut over at Newcastle, but this is his first real start in a Challenger Series here, Paul.
Yeah, great. Looking forward to seeing what he can do out here. And what a platform to kind of make your mark as well. And just thinking about the conditions, it's ideal, really. Pretty level playing field. Rip in, be a hero, get on the highlights reel, pick up some followers.
Yeah, why not? Why not? This is the first wave of Ketut Agus, getting a very dramatic end to that section here. Ketut, he's had 2 years on the Challenger Series so far, but had to take a quick hiatus because of how exceptionally talented the Asia Ranking Series is. So he has had 3 years off the Challenger Series, but is back and is looking really, really great to start off this heat here, Greg.
Yeah, he looked fired up. I love watching Ketut surf. He's got such a nice, strong center of gravity. He's powerful, and we saw it on that first wave how strong he was through those turns and then muscling through that finish as well.
So Ketut, he spent last week in Korea in a wave pool event that he has won before. And there's something about Ketut and just the extra amount of explosion he can get on his turns. He doesn't, I don't quite know how he can do it, but when he hits the lip, it goes bigger and better than what you assume it's going to be. So Ketut, bringing that same energy from Korea here to South Africa. Now Harley Walters. We've got to know his brother over the last couple of years, Dakota Walters. Harley's really made a name for himself in this wave pool aerial world in the last 2 stab highs, where he's got consistent third places there. But to see him on this stage, I love that we're getting this sort of competitive fire from Harley.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see how he goes out here this morning. It's still kind of clean, like thinking about wind last couple of days and airs and that sort of thing. Like maybe that's more of an Arvo thing out here, right? It's certainly what we've seen in the last couple of days. Right now, not necessarily sort of favouring those kind of manoeuvres. It's quite a thick, punchy lip, so it's just kind of belting that and trying to, hit that shore break hard and make it look dynamic and explosive. It's what I saw in that last heat, but I tell you what, be interesting to see in terms of how much they take on from that last heat, whether we see sort of a shift in approach, because I think there would be a feeling coming in to the previous, all right, let's just let this happen, let's let the waves come to us, and then maybe now reassessing, thinking, I kind of need to go out and make this happen a little bit.
Yeah, well, beach breaks, there has to be an element of you've got to create momentum for yourself. And Greg, you can talk to that, and Ballito too, that there is a certain type of energy you have to start to make for your momentum in these heats.
You have to, and you have to surf to the conditions as well. You see that drone shot right there. It's looking glassy on the ocean, which means that sort of westerly, northwesterly land breeze has slowed down. As we see Harley Walters absolutely smoking those outside turns. Doesn't quite get the completion, but wow, those outside turns looking good. And here we go behind. This is Jet Schilling on his opening wave, so lightning fast on those backhand maneuvers, and he gets the finish. So nice, solid start for Jet as well. And this is Ketut's opening wave. So not quite connecting with that first turn, and a couple almost sort of down calves, and then the finish here holds on well on that closeout section. And back to the conditions, we came off a low tide at 8:30 this morning, so tide will start filling in, and then normally at around 10:30 this wind that's dying down, the offshore wind will sort of disappear around 10:30 and then slowly make way for a light onshore. And that's where we might see the air game with the softening of the tide and that light onshore wind. We might see the air game coming into play.
Already a much better start to this heat, right? We've seen more quality already, and that's kind of what we expected to see as well, the calibre of these surfers.
Yeah. If we're being brutally honest, there is a significant lift in this heat to what we saw in that last one, but you just have to get those first heat nerves out of the way, and we get to touch base with Connor, who's right down on the glass right now with the Frou Brew.
So much, guys. I'm down here with Connor. Your first Challenger Series event, your first Challenger Series heat win. you carried that momentum from that big barrel event you surfed in the Canaries a couple of months ago here. You must be feeling so good.
Yeah, I'm over the moon. I'm just super happy I'm here in the Challengers. It was a dream of mine, and to make that first heat was just amazing. I felt like at the start I was a bit nervous, like, oh, I need to surf good and stuff, but I just kind of focused at the end, and under pressure I got 2 good scores, which is nice. And yeah, that was just such a relief to make it through that first heat and hopefully continue the momentum for the next rounds, for sure.
So I see you got the Spanish flag next to your name, and of course the Waves of Unity is the theme of this whole event. You're keeping a close eye on Spain. They're doing it on the soccer field, you're doing it in the water.
Yeah, it's great to see the Spanish team doing super good in the World Cup. We're up against France now, and hopefully we'll win again. I'll be watching the game for sure, and hopefully as they win, I win. So I hope that's kind of the motto, and yeah, super stoked.
Well, can't wait to see you in the next round. Well done. Great heat win at your first Challenger Series event. And there's a little soccer challenge for you, Paul Evans.
I wasn't expecting an Irish accent just then. That was a real plot twist game changer for me this morning. But Connor, looking really confident, wants to build on that next one, which is really refreshing to hear. Jet Schilling, big looking turn to start this one off. He's going to connect really nicely on the second and give us a solid looking claim off those 2 turns there for Jet Schilling. He's had a really interesting couple of years. He was our 2023 World Junior Champ, got 15th on the Challenger Series, but since then has been lacking consistency, struggling to find it, but he's clearly feeling really revved up here, Greg.
Yeah, he's absolutely revved up, but I mean, rightly so. He got so vertical, so critical on those maneuvers, and he's feeling it. He's yet to bring his A game.
Yeah, so Jet, the score to lock in. He's looked back at his crew, and there's a couple more additions to that who are supporting him down here. Cole Hausmand in the event, Crosby Colapinto. I saw Jake Marshall's down here too, so maybe trying to channel their energy too, Paul.
I saw those 4 having a bite to eat at the Lifestyle Centre at the mall here yesterday lunchtime. We had a little chat about the football, about the soccer actually. I think maybe Jet wasn't following it as closely as some of the others. Jake Marshall seemed to be the most clued in. He asked a couple of good questions. I gave him a couple of great answers.
Of course.
As you might expect. But I tell you what, Jet, he knows surfing. And like that was just real quality. It was crisp. And obviously surfers are judging themselves. And he knew as he got to the end of that wave, I kind of ripped that. Like my timing was on. My maneuvers are really sharp. Board felt super knifey and incisive. And I think he's going to get a really, really big score here. That was quality.
And he was claiming it. He wasn't asking for a 10-point ride, but he was asking for an excellent score, I believe.
Well, he's going to get it. 8-1-7 for this last wave of Jet Schilling here. We're going to take a look at Ben Lorenston, where this wave's a 6-1-7 here, Paul.
Just being a little patient, waiting for this section, which we know you can kind of recover a score by waiting for that lip and really kind of belting it on the end section, but right behind, as we just watch this again, the amplitude to the turns all the way top to the bottom, a little extra as well out of the top, and the way he kind of finishes, puts him a little bit behind, he can go the full swing off the bottom, and then all sorts of signals at the end as well. He's going underwater, he's still like moving the arms around. Love that.
Greg, I know you, and you love to make the most of every single section on a wave. Was there one more to potentially hit on the wave there?
Possibly. Yeah, I think there probably was, but Jet connected those first 2 turns so well, and that would have felt really good. That first turn, placement, positioning, so good. The second turn, a little bit more critical, and as he came out of that, he would have felt his board release, and it would have felt so good, like right there already, he knows that was good connection. But watch out, hits it, board comes under him, he free falls, he's got the speed, and he's straight away going, you know what, do I even have to hit it? I can feel this is a good score.
Real stickler for that last
I'm
turn,
calling
JJ.
there's a third turn on that, and if he dropped the claim, might have done a third turn and got even higher score. But those first 2 turns were epic. They were 8-1-7. I mean, best wave that we've seen so far in the morning.
But if he hit the third turn and it was late and he didn't complete it.
But he's already done the first 2 turns before that.
Yeah, but he might have not got the claim in then.
Oh yeah, true.
I'm gonna say Muhammad Ali rumble in the jungle, and Fraser's going down, and he just pulled back, and he knew it would kind of ruin the aesthetic if he kind of went one more and didn't quite get the clean hit. So I like it. I'm backing
All
that.
right, fair. I love this. Well, Jet Schilling well and truly in the lead right now. 5-6 as he's back up. He only has had 2 waves so far. Katoa Gus has a couple small scores. It's keeping him in the realm right now, but he's going to have to really level up here with Ben Lorenston having a 6-1-7 and Harley Walters with a 5-5. Now, Ben Lorenston is from Noosa. He spends a lot of time on his backhand here. Someone who was extremely impressive last season and came really close was Lucas Silvera, and he's coming up next here.
Yeah, he's an absolute warrior, isn't he? Really well-rounded in terms of his kind of capabilities. I thought last year, super impressive with just the way he's able to use that power and just kind of surf smart as well. Maybe not get kind of too perturbed with what's going on around him. Surfs his own heat, and he's going to need to do that. He's got a tough one.
Ben Lorenston going into his 3rd turn here. Let's see if this finishing section has more to it. It does. There's some spice in it right now from Ben Lorenston. He's working with Adam Dufner, who Jet Schilling has worked with over the last couple of years as well. We spoke about it in that last heat. It's going to be such an interesting feeling surfing your first Challenger Series event, because there's guys like Katut and Jet who have had big results on this level, and it's your time to shine, and you're the best in your region. And to come in a heat with as much energy right now as Ben is doing is really impressive, considering how new he is to this format.
Yeah, and in contrast to what you're saying with Jet Schilling, maybe being able to hit that one more turn, Ben basically was like a kid that was given one of those pictures where you join the dots, and he was not missing a dot, right? He just saw every section, he connected every single dot, and he just wanted even more. He was looking for those sections.
Jet Schilling, let's see what this next wave has, considering he just went excellent on his last one. A little bit late there, so misreading just that end section here, but like we mentioned, very comfortably in the lead here. Harley Walters, though, speaking about starting with a nice amount of spice, a 5-5 with a fall at the end is really good signs of what's to come if he can get a completed ride start to finish here. Ben Lorenston's last score is a 5.6. So is this a moment in the heat where they're starting to slowly break away from the rest of the field?
Yeah, well, you mentioned in beach breaks kind of bringing your own energy. I thought that's what we saw from Ben there as well. He really kind of milked that, didn't he? And just kind of forced the issue a bit, surfed up the potential, was kind of relentless, kept the speed going. There was good value for that 5-6. Let's put him in a decent position here. I think we've still got quite a bit of this heat yet to come as well. I think we're going to see everyone really get involved in the conversation, but that bit of quality from Jet early on, that set the marker, but it's not necessarily the 8s that are going to dictate it, and it could be, in these 6s where we're going to see Surfer maybe in 2nd place. Unlock. Jet here, going for that last section this time. Didn't work.
Did not.
Didn't happen. Coach JJ.
I'll just keep to myself from now on. No, I do appreciate the 817. I really do. It was a massive first turn and a really good second one. I'm just saying there could have been more on that wave. I just wanted to put that on the table quite quickly. But a lot of talent coming up, especially on the women's side as well. You can see Eve Wong starting to lock in, and Dougie Silver, who has been an incredible coach on all different seasons and stages of the surfing world so far. He seems to be a guy who is actually really pays off to have in your corner right now, Greg.
Yeah, absolutely, very knowledgeable, and so cool to see so many fantastic coaches at the Ballito Pro this year. I try and pick their brains as much as I can. You can pick so much from them, and it's really interesting to speak to the different coaches and their different strategies.
I think Dougie, he has this incredible way of making sure the surfers are surfing with personality, which I find is a really unique way to coach.
He's a good interviewer as well, isn't he? He's always got a bit to say.
Oh my goodness, he's incredible. We might just have to do that this event. Might need to put the Frou Brew to it. All right, Jet Schilling. He's leading with a really solid 817 right now. Let's see if he can back it up and drop that 5.6. We're going to go to a quick break and we'll be right back.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Big numbers starting to roll on through this heat right now for Ben Lorenzen, dropping in a 6.83 on his last wave. Harley Walters staying really present in the conversation as well with a 6.03. So a bit of action for us to catch up on right now. This is getting to a point where Ketut Agus is slightly getting left behind. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Paul Evans and Greg Emsley. Greg, I'd love to pick your brain on this because you spent so many years competing. Let's get back to it, actually. A couple of replays to break through here.
Wow. Harley Walters jumps across that section, whoops through there. Another change of direction. How cool was that? But that first maneuver, super vertical. I'm loving what I'm seeing from the goofies, how vertical they can get and connect with that lip. It's really been an outstanding turn for a lot of the surfers out through the lineup here at Surfers Willard Beach today. And yeah, conditions are still looking great. We're going to see there's a good number that's come from Ben as well.
Yeah, 6.83. It's his best so far. This is a really interesting point in this heat, and what I wanted to get to was Ketut has a 4.33 and a 2.5. His requirement has now been pushed excellent. At what point in the heat, especially in a beach break condition, do you switch from plan A, which you can see for Ketut is probably sit and wait and find the best waves, to plan B of let's make something happen right now?
Yeah, I don't know how he's been left behind on the scoreboard here, because he got that first wave of the heat, the 4.33, which means the 8.17 from Jet. Ben's got 2 6s. We see Harley with a 6. So somewhere those waves that are giving those scores have been let go by Ketut. So I feel he's probably made an error somewhere on wave selection.
Benny Lorenzen here, Paul.
Yeah, belting it, isn't he? Really getting hold of it. The Aussies got fired up, really, didn't they? That 8 came through for Jet Schilling. And our Aussie pair are just like, all right, we need to get involved here. This is really nice and dynamic. He's giving it a full swing. You can just see full body going into those turns. The board doing a lot as well. It looks really dynamic, and he's building up loads of momentum.
Wow, big hit here from Jet Schilling. That tail completely flying around the corner as well. So Jet really starting to get the gist of these big hits in really critical parts of the wave. It's really cool to see how much he's channeling from some of his longtime friends being here in the likes of Crosby and Cole. Those guys are such standouts on the championship tour. I mean, Cole's won events there before, and it looks to me that Jet is starting to level up and push even harder because he does really want to join the conversation and be there with his friends.
Yeah, I mean, he's a top draw surfer as well, and we talk about the sort of squads, don't we, and the energy, the kind of the nation sticking together, but ultimately really kind of out for yourself, right? I mean, You're really just thinking about where I feel I should be, and he'll know he should be up there.
Ketut Agus with 2 turns there, so finally starting to get a little bit of action unfold from our Indonesian surfer. Like I mentioned, it's been a little bit of time since we've seen him compete on the Challenger Series. Wow. Really nice turn there from Jet, but just having to jump out, force a bit of a eject button there with a complete airdrop from that section. We've obviously got an incredible heat in our hands. The scores, the moments we've had in this heat really do encapsulate that. Looking at heat number 7, Dylan Wilcoxon, Dane Henry, Luke Swanson, and Lucas Silveira. Greg, you mentioned before it could be time that we potentially start seeing some airs. If it was ever going to happen, it's probably going to be in that next heat.
I'm tying my seatbelt. I'm not leaving the booth.
I'm not leaving. I'm staying.
It's just been, this heat has been spectacular. There's so many good heats coming up today. But Jet Schilling, I'm just looking at his scoreline and thinking about the surfing that he's doing. He's on form. I mean, that's what you can say, because his timing and placement on those maneuvers are just so precise. You can see he's feeling good about his surfing, and those turns will feel spectacular.
Ketut, that second turn, it was really big, but you can see he's been chasing that moment for a while.
I mean, it's decent, but like, where's he been? He just hasn't been involved enough. He needs to make amends here. He's kind of playing catch up, and it's sort of by his own inactivity, really.
It's for me at Ballito at this break. It's very difficult to force a score under priority or on smaller average waves. It just doesn't happen. You need to be getting those drawn out big walls of set waves. You need to use your priority wisely. There are lots of opportunities, but you need to create your opportunities when you have priority, in my opinion.
So if you could toot a goose right now, what are you doing to get yourself out of this corner that unfortunately you've backed yourself into?
Well, he's got to hope for a miracle, because he sat with priority for ages while the other surfers have done all the surfing under his priority.
Doesn't sound like a great strategy. Hope for a miracle.
Well, it's
thanks, coach.
Well, to be honest, he's put himself...
I've heard better pep talks.
Yeah, he's put himself in this corner, so he's going to be honest, he's going to need a bit of fortune. He's going to somehow need to find a wave. He's in second priority now, but in the next 5 minutes, there's going to need to be 2 really good waves coming through the lineup. He's got to get one of them, and he's got to surf towards an excellent score.
And hope that there isn't a third wave behind it, that Ben Lorenzen or Harley Walters is on. That's going to make that requirement even harder, but big mistake there, Paul, with unfortunately a take of a bad wave. He's just going to hope that he's in a good position, that he'll regain this priority.
Because I'm a real cup half full kind of guy,
Yeah,
I'm thinking a couple of sixes is getting you into second right now. I think sixes, he can smash out a 6 quite easily. Pop in the lineup somewhere, try and get another one.
Yeah, okay. I love it. Yeah, it can happen. We've seen multiple 6s today, so okay, coach.
When you surf, Paul, have you got one of those fins with that motor on the back of your board?
Yeah, well, yeah.
That you can move through the lineup quickly.
It's sort of silent as well, so because people do get a bit suspicious. Has he been training?
You'll never know. You will never know. Okay, Katut. His last best score locking in, it's a 5.17, so now looking for a 7.96. Harley Walters, we saw in that replay, getting a nice 2-turn combo, but still needing a relatively big score here with a 7.1. Ben and Harley, really similar skilled surfers. It could be a cool moment for Harley to maybe tick that box for aerial in one heat earlier, because as we've seen on the biggest scale for air events, he's very good.
Are we seeing a bit of a movement with the sort of wiry Goofy, the sort of slender, the slim, kind of thin-limbed Goofy feels like more of a thing? I don't know if this is like a Yago Dora effect from the top down, but particularly backhand Goofy style, you kind of think a bit stockier, don't you?
Yeah.
And we always talk about like low center of gravity and that kind of archetype of surfing, but I feel like we're seeing something with Harley, what he's doing here, obviously with Schilling as well, but the wiry Goof.
Yeah, well, would you classify Owen Wright as a wiry goof, or is he not quite that Yago?
He's pretty wiry. He's tall.
I'd say
he's
so.
long.
Yeah, I'd say so. It is exciting to see so many goofy footers just start to push those limits a little bit more. We spoke about it this morning with Nadia Aristabe and what she's doing on the women's side, but the goof that's really stood out to me this year it's got to be Connor O'Leary with what he's been doing, and it's cool to see that is also translating down to the Challenger Series now with both all three, Jet, Ben and Harley, belting it in pretty fun beach break conditions right now.
He's not wiry, is he? Connor O'Leary.
No, absolutely not.
He's got some powerful glutes on him, hasn't he?
It's exciting though. I feel like this is a cool storyline that's starting to unfold, and we saw progressive surfing take such a chokehold on professional surfing for a while. Are we seeing traditional surfing be the new norm?
Traditional surfing has always been there, in my opinion. Everything comes around it and will always be built around that. I like your observations. Italo Ferreira, the top goofy footer in the world right now, still quite nuggety, isn't he? Jarvis Earl this morning, his performance, fairly nuggety. I think it's
what is it about the
I think there's room for anybody in the sport, as long as you're surfing hard.
What is it about goofies that make them why are they nuggety? What?
Well, you also get nuggety natural footers.
Do you though? Not as many.
Not as many, maybe.
I'm staying out of this conversation now.
Well, I mean, that's something we've always loved about surfing, that power base, the strong, Marco Kilupa, Tom Carroll.
Yes.
We've always loved those sort of styles, right?
Goes paying a bit of punishment. He let go of priority out fourth, so Harley takes that one, drifts that tail round. Unfortunately, doesn't get the completion here. Just over a minute to go. We're going to get back to some surfing right now. Jet Schilling has absolutely aced this heat. 817, 627, 1 minute to go. Has the lead and first priority. Has done exceptionally well and has got back to that 14-point conversation, which we saw be a real talking point in the first two heats of the morning. And Ben Lorenston, I'm loving what he's bringing to the table so far.
He's grafted, isn't he?
Yeah,
He's done the work in this heat.
He's worked hard. A 6.83 and a 6.3. He's yet to compete.
He's going to take this one off Harley Walters here. 40 seconds to go. Is a closeout, so Harley potentially selling him on that section there. He's got 30 seconds to go here. Let's see Jet Schilling take this one all the way through. He's essentially just surfed a brilliant heat so far. He's going to take that all the way into the sand. 20 seconds to go. Can Harley Walters and Ketut Agus get one last opportunity here? It's big numbers, though. It is really solid requirements. A 7-1 for Harley. Ketut, a 7.96. So essentially an 8-point ride here. When we look to the clock, though, it feels like it is unfortunately going to be too little, too late for Harley and Ketut. But both showing signs that there is good things to come for them this season. It's just not going to happen here in South Africa, Paul.
Oh, it must be so hard to come and get so fired up and even perform pretty well and have to bow out in the first round, first morning of the week as well. That's what it's like at this level. You've got to learn to live with that.
You do. So that is the final finish to this heat. Jet Schilling, Ben Lorenston, they will be moving on through to that next round. We have an exceptional heat coming up next. 3 of the best aerialists and 1 surfer who was a standout last year. We are going to go to a break and welcome in Kai and Geeks for the call.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro 2026. We're in the KwaZulu region of KwaZulu-Natal, the premier tourism area in one of the most beautiful beaches, and this is where the Ballito Pro is held every year. You can see behind me and from that drone shot the crowds of people that have come down to enjoy their Sunday, enjoying waves on offer here, and actually some of the best swell and waves we've had for a couple of weeks here for the Ballito Pro. So KwaZulu is where it's at, and one of the best destinations to come and enjoy the best surfing in South Africa this whole weekend. Back to you, Gigs.
Well, thanks, Mike. Some of the best surfing in the world, in fact, as many of the world's best are here for the opening event of the Challenger Series for 2026. Fresh heat on deck. Dylan Wilcoxon will represent the Indonesian flag, much in the same way as Katit August did in that last heat. Luke Swanson from Hawaii, watch for him. Lucas Silveira, a former World Junior Champion, and then the reigning World Champion will be under the flag of Australia. Dane Henry, watch for him. As we greet you from these beautiful sights and sounds of Ballito this morning, Gig Saliers alongside Kai Linder for the call as we get a new heat of the opening round underway. Already into heat 7 this morning, here local time around 10:30 a.m. And as Mike Frew alluded to there, Kai, the beaches are getting packed. The temperatures are climbing quickly here. It was a bit of a broken, cloudy sky this morning, but certainly in the last hour, the sun has come out, and so have the surf fans.
Jeez, Gigs, it's turning into a beautiful winter's day out there. Beach is filling up fast. A bit of colder, rainy weather yesterday afternoon and evening and this morning, but that's moved on up the coast. And beautiful waves on offer, sunny day, and just loads to do down here on the beach. Kind of saw a little bit of a slowdown in the last few heats, but then that last heat just fired right up again. Jet Schilling, wow, just laying down the backhand hammers. Some big scores through the heat, and I'm really excited for this one. Dane Henry, one of the most exciting young surfers on the planet right now. Luke Swanson, another guy that's been in top form the last 2-3 seasons. And of course, Lucas Silveira, wow. That is one of probably the most dangerous guys on the list for this event because he's had some good results here before.
Had some good results here before. He's got in early as well. He was getting incredible waves in these bays in and around Ballito, and we'll go straight to replays here as a couple of waves are going to come at us. Kai, Dane Henry.
Wow, that's pretty aggressive surfing, and we've kind of been talking up the goofies today, getting those vertical turns in, but Dane Henry absolutely annihilating that first wave, and then Lucas, always going to be some critical surfing from Silveira, so nice opening exchange there from the two natural footers, but 7-5 for that first from Dane Henry. Saw a bit of bump and chatter on the first turn, so he did well to hold on, but then absolutely went ham on the second turn.
Well, the lip line is where the scores have been coming from. We saw it in that last heat, and certainly attacking the lip line, Dane Henry, 7.5. And that's going to be one of the stronger waves we've seen this week from Lucas Silveira, who really also went straight into attack mode off that first bottom turn.
Yeah, great start. Straight up into the heat, and now we see those lines approaching. Look up towards Bog Bay. You can see the waves breaking already. There must be about 200 Challenger Series surfers out there having a free surf. But we were chatting about it earlier, Gigs. You've got Sunrise to the left. You've got Bog Bay. There's not many venues on the planet that you can go and enjoy world-class free surfing in between your heats.
Several waves in and around the area keeps the competitors well oiled, so to speak. We'll just let this set march through the lineup here. We'll wait and see if Luke Swanson gets underway. He does, so we'll just follow him. And Swanson will just hang one off the lip. And judges will get thinking about that. Still a few more waves approaching the primary takeoff zone here. It will be Dylan Wilcoxon, who's going to get a second ride underway here. 3.83 for his first one. Attacks the lip line. Lovely approach to the lineup there from the Indonesian. And while judges simmer on those scores, let's go down and hear from Jet Schilling, who absolutely blitzed the lineup in that last heat.
Thank you, Gigs. Jet, that heat was crazy. That 8-point ride, you totally connected it. But last year in Ballito, you blew your ankle. You were out the whole year. And now I feel like we can say you redeemed it.
Yeah, I'm stoked. I'm definitely stoked to make a heat here. Hopefully I can keep it going. And I'm just grateful to be in this beautiful country. And yeah, this place is amazing.
Nice. Well, it took a while for us to hear that you actually got an 8-point ride because your friends were screaming. How good is it to have community when you're on the road and doing these really high-pressure events?
Yeah, it's amazing. We got the Cali rally going, all the American boys cheering on, so it's really good. We're going full support this event, so it should be fun.
Nice. And I know you've probably got a lot of family, friends back home watching. I think there's quite a big time difference. Do you want to give them a shout-out?
Yeah, I don't know if they're watching, but shout out my auntie Christina, who's battling cancer right now. Love you. And shout out my family. Yeah, stoked. Thank you.
Nice. Well, I'm sure she'll be really stoked with that heat. And thanks so much for chatting. Back to you guys in the booth.
Well done, Jet Schilling, as he goes through to the next round here in Ballito, stinging that scorecard with a scores going into the excellent category. And again, a goofy footer with a heat win, Kai.
Yeah, it's been the story of the morning, going vertical, getting those big aggressive maneuvers out, getting the tail through the lip. But let's talk about this guy too, Luke Swanson, really powerful backhand surfer, has had a great junior career, really put his name on the map the last few years, so he's also showing it. And then the new guy in the water for me, Dylan, from Indonesia, some really nice surfing, vertical on the first turn, cracks it up into the lip again. That was some good surfing from the Indonesian.
Wow, great style on display there from our athlete in red, surfing under the red and white flag of Indonesia. Of course, a number of them here to contest the opening Challenger Series of the year. Into picture comes that backhand surfing. He somehow survived half a turn for the second one, but Luke Swanson back into picture from the North Shore of Hawaii. No stranger to waves that pack a bit of a wallop, and certainly he'll be very comfortable in the lineup here in the heavier water of Ballito. Strong swells moving through this morning here for opening day of competition. We spoke of those aerial views, Kai, of those south swells looking up and down the beach. You can see the strong lines still on offer for the competitors, and making for great entertainment for the opening rounds for day one.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic morning. You sit on the deck or on the beach and look up towards Bog, you're seeing world-class surfing, then the swell moves down the point and you're watching guys in vests doing just as good a surfing as you're ever going to watch. Oh, a bit deep on that one for Lucas.
Well, big sets roll through. Meanwhile, judges have found a number for Dylan Wilcoxon, a 5-4-3. Lovely two-turn combo on the forehand. And as we say, other Indonesians, Katuta Gus, unfortunately we lost him in that previous heat. But Wilcoxon, for now, out in front, Kai.
Yeah, and it's been nice to see how many Indonesians are out doing the tour now. You know, we go back to the early days, there weren't really anyone out there. They kind of stayed at home. I mean, who can blame them? They live in the land of plenty there with so many world-class waves and places. But yeah, the competitive fire's been lit in Indonesia, and when they're growing up surfing such good waves, you're going to have a high level of surfing, and you've got some very competitive lineups in Bali that are going to push the levels. So, you know, it took one guy to sort of get the ball rolling, and now we're seeing more and more Indonesians coming out on tour.
Absolutely. Rio Waida was here a few seasons back for a Ballito Pro win, and on to greatness at the championship tour level. And certainly one of the inspiring names, Rio Waida. And definitely stirred the pot there with opening the gateway of vision for the younger talents like Wilcoxon now in the lineup, who has been bumped down to second, Greg. Luke Swanson, the Hawaiian. Although a little bit of a stunted second turn, it was critical, and judges will reflect that in the 4.93 there.
Oh, look at that drone shot. So this is the main drag in Ballito you're seeing now, and it really is becoming the home of surfing on the north coast of South Africa. You've got blocks of flats, you've got hotels, restaurants. It really is just a town made for holiday sessions, and so much to do right now. You can see the contest site, people filling up the beach. Just behind that first block of buildings, there's a whole festival going on, music, bars, you know, all people selling goods and local arts and crafts, and it's just amazing.
And the other thing is that the rest of the country is freezing cold, and it is winter in the southern hemisphere, but there's like a subtropical bubble that sits here. Yeah. And it really just makes for beach-going weather in the middle of winter, completely contradictory to what you would think. And so many surf fans are making their way from the colder regions like Cape Town, Jeffreys Bay, and a lot of people from the inland as well, the city of gold, Egoli, Johannesburg. It's only a 5-hour drive down to the coast here, Kai, and everybody just focusing in on Ballito.
Yeah, it's become the focal point for winter, and then of course it's such a stepping stone as well, out to, you know, going to see the Big Five, going out to big game country, St. Lucia Wetland Park, you know, UNESCO World Heritage Site. You've got Hlui area, going north, you know, into proper Zululand. You've got Pongola, another big game, and tiger fishing. And then, of course, also, let's not forget, this is the stepping stone if you want to pop over the border to our tropical neighbor, Mozambique.
Yeah, not a far drive, about, what it'll get you, about 4.5 hours to the border post, and so many jewels in the crown there for Mozambique surfing, just lighting up in that region as well. Of course, our friend Minnie over the border, inspiring a lot of the Mozambican kids. But yeah, just and using that word Mozambique, that is the current that also comes down and keeps filling up these bays, Kai, with this translucent warm water.
Yeah, no, it's pretty much heaven on earth, especially in winter. And that's why the Challenger Series has come here, and it's staying here because everyone loves coming here. You even heard Jet Schilling in that last interview. He just loved this place.
Well, of course, this is stop one on the Challenger Series for the year. A schedule that looks very entertaining. And Kai, next up, Huntington Beach, the US Open of Surfing. A different landscape to what we get for the first stop here in Ballito.
The Coliseum. Such a tough location, actually, because you just don't know what you're going to get. Sometimes it's 1 foot, 2 foot ankle snappers. Sometimes it's barrels. You just really don't know. But it is a feature event.
And that can be the story for Brazil as well. It can sometimes be solid overhead waves in that Saquarema area. Ericeira, that time of year into October, is always got those right-handers for many of the world's best to just attack. And Dane Henry will be looking forward to that a little later in the year. Right now, focused on getting heat results here for the first challenger of the year. As we mentioned, reigning World Junior Champion, already showcased as a wild card and certainly took it to the world's best over at Bells over the Easter weekend. And I mean, I'll tell you what, surf fans, go back and pull up the rewatch of the heat between Dane Henry and Griffin Colapinto. Just a 0.16 to separate them. Both those surfers just going to the air. And Dane Henry certainly a name to watch. And he'll want to take this opportunity with the first stop on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, definitely one of the sort of picks out of the younger surfers coming up through the ranks. You know, Jet Schilling. Also, looking at Luke Swanson in this heat, you know, he's really been sort of earmarked as one of those top new guys from Hawaii as well. And then you've got like a battler like Lucas Silveira. I mean, he's been around for a while. He's one of those guys that you don't really want in a heat because he seems to always hit those sort of competitive moments.
So much to talk about here with the world's best in town. We'll sit back, take a quick break from beautiful Ballito. Stay with us for the opening day of the Challenger Series.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
Welcome back to the show as we take a look back at the end of 2025. This young man, the discussion and the winner at the World Juniors over in the Philippines. Dane Henry gets the win over Nadav Attar and certainly showing his mettle. And we mentioned Kai, already a win at the World Junior level, already showcased as a wild card at the Championship Tour. And well, he is here in Ballito and he's leading this heat with 12:20 on the clock. So good morning from myself, Gig Saliers, alongside Kai Linder as we get stuck into the back part of heat number 7. It's the opening round of the Ballito Pro, coming to you directly from the east coast of South Africa. And No numbers to really discuss just yet. We'll pull back the tapes with 12 to go. Sets approaching the lineup here. And of course, can Dane Henry find his way to greatness at the first stop? Let's have a look at Swanson here. We spoke of him and his all-round capabilities. He's been growing in the competitive singlet season by season. And he really has the bigger waves of the North Shore under control. He's got the smaller stuff as well to deal with. And Swanson will bring another score to the scoreline. Trying to drop the 4.4 there. And we'll see how that fares on the judges' scorecard. All 4 surfers now with opinions from the judging panel. And certainly it's coming in flurries now as the tide starts to come in, Kai.
Yeah, Dane's sitting in the power seat. He's got that 7.5 from the opener, great wave. Rest of the surfers all in that sort of same zone, you know, the 9-point region. So not a lot of big requirements required, 3.9, 5.8, 4s. So Dane's going to be looking for that backup score, put the pressure, turn the screws, and then it's going to be whichever of the other 3 surfers can find that sort of little distinguishing wave that's going to give them a bit of a credibility with the judges.
Well, prior to that last flurry of rides, which the judges are now just processing, having a look at their own respective replays, the best was that 7.5, Kai, as you mentioned, of Dane Henry. So it really is a battle of the backups as we start to shape the heat up.
Well, Lucas here always surfs with such power, getting the little fin waft there to finish as well. So not a bad wave, got a score. And we watch this wave from Dane Henry, one of the bigger waves as well, really laid into that turn. Wow, that was a great one move turn there. And then, of course, another wave for him here. You see him bottom turn, and again, that's that same wave. Just really laid the hammer on that wave.
Up in the top corner, Dane Henry just trying to knock out that 2.5 and replace it. Certainly he will do it with that. And meanwhile, Dylan Wilcoxon also keeping his scorecard moving along very nicely. Fetches a 6.5 out of the lineup. We saw that 2-turn combo from him just before the break. And he is, for now, out front as we wait for the rest of the scores to gather. And just like that, we've slipped under the 10-minute mark, Kai.
Yeah, and you can see everyone on the deck there enjoying life in Ballito. It's always such a social event down here. The local community from Ballito, Salt Rock area, all coming in and supporting. A lot of them hosting some of the pro surfers for years on end, so they become almost part of the families here, and always just such a good vibe on the beach.
Absolutely. It is great in and around the Connes site again in 2026. And all the focus on the South African surfing calendar on this big 2 weeks of surfing festival, attacking the lip and just overpowering slightly out the back there for Dane Henry. No harm, no foul. We are awaiting a previous score to shape his heat up. So we slip under 9 minutes to go. Same for Luke Swanson, waiting for a number to come for him. So once the Henry and Swanson scores are in, we'll get an accurate look, Kai, at how the remaining roughly 8 minutes will pan out. But certainly for now, just that gentle breeze going right to left across screen. It's keeping the lineup on the inside. Certainly, you've seen the geography and the shape in those overviews of Ballito. Those southerly winds sort of get to almost just waft over the top of the break here sometimes.
Yeah, no, and it happens. And I'm just looking at Dane Henry's board there, seeing that nice bright spray. I think makes me think back to my first surf coach, Mr. Nick Pike. He always used to say, for heat surfing, bright is right. Because that bright board does seem to catch the eye a bit better.
Yeah, always an interesting topic, the discussion of surfboard art. Of course, various surfers over the years going to sort of patterns and signatures of spray. Of course, in the modern era now, you can immediately identify Erin Brooks and her flame sprays on those mayhem shapes. Of course, there was a season or two where Joel Parkinson had a lot of orange in the back part of his board as a signature. There were times where various surfers went through various seasons of sprays, and it's always fun and really always quite an emotional discussion when a lot of people get a new board is what is the spray going to be? Visual is important.
Yeah, and I like the guys who go to that signature look. I think back to like Munga Barry back in the day. You always knew Munga's boards instantly. Tommy Carroll. I saw one of the Groms this morning. I'm pretty sure there was a Tommy Carroll replica down there in one of the early heats.
Yeah, it was Sean Gunning from
Yes.
surfing under the Spanish flag, had a full Tom Carroll, the sweeping arc spray with the Burn logo as well. So great to see. With lots of things to talk about, but this is the Challenger Series of 2026. Here's the overview. We are in Ballito for the first stop. Kai, as you mentioned, the US Open coming up next, and then on to Brazil. Portugal plays a part again, as it has now for several years, and then to cap it all off in Newcastle, Australia. And down the line, as we transition to live action, you see Dane Henry just trying to up a number. His previous score, a 5.8, and well, just almost knocking on the potential of going into the excellent range there. Henry opened with the 7.5, trying to find another number to match that opener.
Yeah, and I've been waiting to see who is going to be the first surfer to go to the air. The water is filling in a bit now, so that sandbag's less brutal than it was on the low tide. And I mean, talk about the wave here with the current sand situation. It is dangerous. I mean, we've seen some injuries already in the opening events. Nice quick little turn there, and you could see him just lining this one up. Bang, went straight with the clean method grab as well, but just not landing it. But I think the intention is there now. And I think as the tide fills in and the bank gets a little softer, we're going to see more guys going to the air. Also, just with that little tuft of onshore that's going to start coming up now.
Yeah, perhaps a little too out in the flats for Dane Henry. Will just miss that edge of the cushion. Meanwhile, this man here, Lucas Silveira, has been getting a couple of good runs in the lineup, but he is in that second place position. It is Will Coxon ahead of him, the Indonesian, for now by a very close margin. Kai, look, 11.93 over 11.76 for the cutoff. Second to split third. And then, of course, where's Luke Swanson in all of this? Expect more from him. Right now, he has slipped down into that fourth place position as chasing a 7. So everything to play for here. Remember, no second chances. It is the Challenger Series. 4-man heats, 2 advance, 2 fall away. So a long way to come from Hawaii to drop out in the opening round. Luke Swanson with a second priority will be very invested in the next 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yeah, and winning your round 1 heat, you can't really celebrate too long, because guess who's waiting for you is the back half of the the championship tour as well, and they are wanting to cement their places to get back on tour.
Yep, it's intense and it's entertaining, that is for sure. We trust that everyone is enjoying the show from wherever you are tuned in around the planet. A global family, all invested in their various favorite surfers, of course, in the Red Bull Athlete Zone here on site. Everybody in heat prep. Everybody watching that wind, that little waft of wind that you spoke about. I see far out behind there, it looks like David Silva just checking out everything as he starts thinking about the upcoming rounds. Of course, everybody just focused in on the job of making heats here at the Challenger.
David just reminding everyone he's still got the keys to the city. Previous winner, he's really had good results here, so he'll be excited to get out in the lineup. But also excitingly, we're going to see first round of the ladies coming up shortly as well. So a lot of action on the cards today. I think we're going to push pretty deep into the day as well with these conditions.
Absolutely beautiful for opening day here in Ballito. Waves approaching. You see the priority roster there with Will Coxon with the first prio. This is a third priority pick for Dane Henry, who just digs deep here, medium-sized inside wave. And he'll smash into that oncoming section, and that'll be useful. As we say, trying to drop the 5.8, just trying to nudge his lead out a little bit further over the pack. He has a standard within himself that he's trying to achieve. Wants to visit 2 excellent waves per heat. That's the goal for a man of Dane Henry's focus.
I like the variety on that one too, Gigs. Like really changing it up.
Nice mix-up. And certainly heavy impact at that end turn as well. But his response time, his muscle twitch is very fast. He picks up speed. You can see that it's tangible. His acceleration is so quick. We'll see where the scorecard goes. The question we hang on that with 2.5 minutes to go is, does heat leader Dane Henry better the 5.8 and try and nudge up the score numbers? You just see the overview of the contest site there. What are we thinking, Kai?
Yeah, took off, just punches the little layback right in the pocket there. It was super tight. And then I thought he might go to the air here, but just held the rail and went through the lip, and nice 3-turn combo. I think he could well drop that 5.8 and improve his situation. You can see Dylan Wilcoxon sitting on Lucas Silveira now with the priority, and that might just give Luke Swanson a bit of a gap because he's in second priority. He needs a 7. You can see he's a bit further up the point, so he might get one of those set waves that goes through the top section. And with Dylan sort of blocking on Lucas, it might open the door for him.
Well, there is your overview of the contest footprint. Of course, all the moving parts that make this first Challenger Series stop so exciting. Predominantly right-handers running towards the east coast here. See that packed sand, very similar sand structure to the north shore of Hawaii. Deep channel pretty much underneath where the drone is viewing from now. It's a deep drop-off, and a lot of water can move. A lot of current can sweep through as well on the bigger days. And of course, these sandbars very exposed to when the swell does get a little smaller, changes direction out of the northeast from the Mozambican end of the beach. But looking at requirements now, as we're in the sticky 1 minute remaining and less, Lucas Silveira on screen down in third, looking for a 5.51 to advance. Luke Swanson, a bigger number, a 7. And you mentioned that priority roster, and our surfer from Indonesia just sticking to the potential threat of Lucas Silveira.
Yeah, but what he's done, like I said, is just opened a little bit of space for Swanson, who might be able to sneak one here. I can see he's actually having a look at this one. Well, Coxon's not going to be able to block him, but 20 seconds to go now. It might be a little bit late.
Well, of course, remember, when a surfer gets to his feet and then the horn blows, the priorities fall away the minute the horn starts blowing. We've seen instances like that. As we go into the countdown, beach announcers will be booming over the microphones as they count this one to a finish. And it's going to be at the expense of Lucas Silveira and Luke Swanson here in the opening round of the Challenger Series. All credit to that man on screen. He did improve on the 5.8 by just a little bit. Ends up with a 6.3 as a backup score. But Dane Henry, along with Dylan Wilcoxon, will advance to the next round. And that is an official result. Great entertainment. We trust that everybody is loving the show. We'll sit back and take a quick breather on this as we get ready for heat number 8.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill.
Welcome back to the show. It's the opening day of the World Surf League's Challenger Series as we get ready to get stuck into another heat. Beautiful Ballito in South Africa, the east coast, the KwaZulu-Natal region, just showing off here on the weekend. It's beach vibes all round as we get stuck into Luke Timo taking on Beric de Vries, Owen Moss and Nadav Attar. Loving what we see here. Gixeliers alongside Kai Linder for the call. Another great heat to pick apart and put back together. Kai, great surf in the lineup. Solid wave still on offer as the tide starts to push through to the late morning, just after 11 a.m. and lots to come.
Lots to come. And I tell you what's next. I had a little peep in the kitchen. Beef curry on the menu, and that means we're really having the KZN experience today because, of course, so many cultures, 11 national languages, so many different types of food to eat here in South Africa, and it's why the people love coming here.
Well, of course, welcoming back viewers to the lineup here. And a couple of waves have been ridden while we were at break. We'll bring those across the screens. And you mentioned the flavors and spices of the curries and, of course, everything in and around this beautiful region. And the people are just lapping up the experience and, of course, lapping up the waves on offer. So we get Nadav Attar, the Israeli surfer, into action. And he'll do everything right there in his quest to get some scores on the board. We saw a similar wave for the opener of Lucas Silveira back in the previous heat, which went to a mid-range 5. So we'll see where the judges go with that. Of course, a relatively new name for a lot of surf fans. Nadav Attar, a runner-up to Dane Henry at the World Juniors. So we've got talent in the water, but let's get some replays coming at us.
Yeah, this was Owen Moss. Lovely frontside carve. That was really clean surfing. And then comes around the corner. Nice little power jab. So good two-turn combo to open the gates there. Berkey back in action and on the Challenger Series. And he knows this wave so well, Giggs. And you can just see he's feeling good.
Absolutely. A former quarter-finalist here, Beric de Vries. A great South African story to hinge a lot of stuff on. But Luke Timo, the Hawaiian, also very energetic in the lineup, Kai.
Yeah, got a little bit caught on that first turn and then maybe just threw his rhythm a little bit. It was a tough section, but at the moment it's Berkey, 617, opening up with the solid score.
Bit of a taller wave there will reflect what the judges want to see. Everybody attacking the lip line there, even Luke Timo, who got unstuck at the end there, but the points are in the lip line here in Ballito for the opening round, just like that. And, well, Nadav will go quite awkwardly over the falls there. Sometimes you can actually land on the equipment. We'll just double-check that he is okay. He's really just hanging in the whitewater zone there. All good as we progress. But Nadav Attar, just talking of the Israeli talent, made it to the finals against Dane Henry and heavily contested that World Junior title.
Yeah, and it's one of the sort of fresh nations coming up through the ranks now. So you see him taking off on this one. I love the intent here. He was going for the big old turn, got the fins out, just couldn't quite bring the board back in as that wave dropped out under him. But, you know, one of the sort of fresher faces on the Challenger Series, but judging from what I've seen so far, he's going to be around for a while.
Yes, absolutely. Lots to talk about. And, of course, lots of surfers, just that surf scene in Israel just fizzing and bubbling along. I'll tell you who's fizzing and bubbling along into the next round is Dane Henry. He's down there for his views.
Dane, I feel like you've surfed Ballito, more than me, and I'm living in Durban. You've pretty much, I think, had a chance in all conditions over the last few days.
Yeah, it's been an awesome, last week, and today's definitely the best day, and I was just planning to go out, have a bit of fun, and yeah, 30-minute heats are an absolute blessing. So much time, you can just get out there, and starting with that 7.5 gave me a bit of room to move, and yeah, it was a really fun heat.
Nice, and obviously the last few days it's been QS. It's your first year on the Challenger Series. What is the mindset, or what are you shifting up now going into these bigger rounds now?
Yeah, just trying to keep the same mindset as a QS and Pro Junior. Just do as good as I can, do my best surfing, and if my best surfing gets me to where I want it to be, it's meant to be. But yeah, I'm just really excited to keep it going and keep the roll on.
Nice. Well, you definitely are surfing great, and good luck for the next round. Back to you guys, Giggs and Kai. Woo.
Sweet. Well done. Well, thanks, Emma and Dane Henry. along with Dylan Wilcoxon into the next round here, as we just saw Luke Tima just getting his way down the track here, trying to find some scores here. That first score, he left a lot on the table, Kai. Took a fall at the end of that opening ride, and sort of it became a 2.5, could have been almost worth double that. And of course, lots to talk about, plenty of time as well. 30-minute heats on offer, 22:11 to go. But for now, a couple of numbers for Nadiv Attar has him out front, particularly the 5.5 for his opener.
Yeah, and you know, I look at this heat, you look at Beric de Vries, he's been out of action for a long time, but he's, you know, rejuvenated, he's found some rhythm through the QS, and he's got the experience. And I mean, if you're talking Ballito experience, there's no one really in this lineup with as much experience on this bank as Beric. So he's definitely the danger man in this heat.
Well, we'll see how that unfolds for the South African in blue. Meanwhile, this man has been sizzling on the open faces of Ballito, Owen Moss, and really just an exciting American talent. Also been working hard in the regional North American qualifying series. Got a couple of smaller qualifying series wins over in Virginia Beach, the Outer Banks as well. Of course, zigzagging across to Barbados and everything that is on that North American calendar, Kai. And Owen Moss's surfing is very crisp, very fast. He gets also that quick twitch acceleration that we used that description for Dane Henry. And liking what we see from Owen Moss in 2026.
Yeah, he's a good surfer, and I like the clean rail lines as well in his surfing, reminiscent of guys like sort of Tom Curran, you know, if we talk American surfers. But also what I noticed on that last wave is a little bit of bump and bobble. I caught the rail a bit on the exit of that turn, and you can see now in the water that little ruffle. The southeaster is starting to pop up a little bit now. It's going to be light today, so I don't think it's going to stop us from surfing, and maybe just crumble the lip a bit to let the guys hit it a bit harder. Also with that higher tide, it's going to get a little bit softer than it has been on the low. So I think there's going to be a sort of a heat or two now where you're actually going to have to start adjusting the game plan a little bit.
Yeah, good point you make there, Kai, because it's a little over 3 hours since the low tide, just after 8 a.m. It's now just after 11, and we'll see how that water that's really will start pushing into the bays here affects the lineup. But this is crisp surfing nonetheless from Luke Tima.
Yeah, some nice surfing, especially after that first wave. But looking at the scorecard there, 3.5 for that. So really the judges weren't taking it in too much. You see him get caught there. There's that little bump, just got the inside rail. So guys are going to have to start working a little harder for scores.
Well, Nadav, the Israeli, quickly back to the scoreboard. Will ditch the 0.8 out of his scoreline. And here goes the American. Lovely section there, just almost on the brink of completing that. Instead, it will become a throwaway. Not sure what he achieved a little earlier in that ride, but that'll leave Beric de Vries with priority in the lineup. You alluded to the local South African. He has competed a lot in this bigger level of the Challenger Series here in South Africa. Beric de Vries, of course, up and down the coast, surfing under the flag of the Netherlands these days as he sort of leans into that family tree and opens up his range of experiences to include very good results in Morocco and working with the surfing talent from the Netherlands.
Yeah, I think Berkey's found a good energy and vibe after a couple of tough years for him. And, you know, he started coaching and then was like, well, I'm out here coaching, I may as well surf. And it's been good to see him just find his passion again. And I'm hoping he can carry it through.
Well, carrying through to the inside is Owen Moss. Smaller wave under the prio of the rest of his competitors. And alluding to exactly what you said, Kai, the tide filling in quickly now, and some of those waves just climbing up on the sandbar and sort of running with a little bit more water depth to the sand floor. Yeah, and certainly that one tracked nicely for Owen Moss. If anything, again, maybe a similar discussion to Luke Tima's scores, is that they're being slightly held down by the smaller size of the waves on offer.
Yeah, but the good news is the sand's there. So it's not like the last 3 years, I feel, where we really didn't want to see the high tide. Now, with the sand, there's a good bank.
Well, priority at play here for Beric de Vries, and he'll just get a lot of acceleration out of that board now as he approaches the end section. Nice and meaty, doing everything theoretically right here in this heat as he looks to take it to Luke Tima and Owen Moss and Nadav Attar. And certainly for now, I think we can just speculate that it's another foundational score for Beric de Vries. Nice wrapping turn from the heat leader at this stage. Blasting into that end section is Nadav. He'll go down. And just like that, we're moving along in the seat, loving it.
Yeah, and I feel like Beric's really showing his experience here. You know, he chose the right wave, he waited for it, got the 3-turn combo. Is it going to be the biggest score on the heat? Probably not, but it's going to put the pressure now on the rest of the field. Also with that high tide coming, you know, like I said, you're going to have to change your game plan a little bit. And some of the waves are a bit softer now. I think Nadav has kind of been finding those ones with the lip line, and that's why he's been getting some good scores, and he is the heat leader. But that score coming for blue is going to be sort of your key for the rest of the heat, is what is the right game plan right now?
Well, it's a huge comeback story and a personal journey back to the form that sees Beric de Vries in the Challenger Series in 2026. Of course, so many stories to tell in and around this character of Beric de Vries. So made his home in and around this region from early on, and of course a lot of surfing shoulder to shoulder with many of the best down at the New Pier in Durban. Did a lot of heat drills with Geordie Smith as a young kid, and of course all the other names, the names like I can't even, there's so many, Simon Nicholson, Davey Weir, of course Travis Logie was part of that melting pot back then, and Beric de Vries was a young Grom that was lapping all of those experiences up, and here he is in 2026.
Yeah, and you see practicing what he preaches in his coaching now, bottom to top surfing. Second turn got the lip connection, and then kind of held back on the third turn, but maybe not a bad call, just making sure that he solidified that wave with a 3-turn combo.
Well, he does play the role of surf coach, and he is listening to his own playbook here as judges start to bring a score to us, and it will be in the 6-point range again, this time slightly better than the opener. Now a 6.43 in for Beric de Vries, sees the new heat leader as we reach the halfway mark, 15 minutes still to go. Nadav Attar Kai has dropped down to second, and it is up to date now, so the scores are in, and that is the shape of the heat now. De Vries over Attar, and Owen Moss down in third with the Prio. He has that smaller wave on the inside. Owen Moss a 4.37.
Yeah, some nice spicy surfing and a lot of energy under the feet and through the board, but smaller waves, so the judges just held that score back a little bit, but I like what I'm seeing. And just before that, Gigs, seeing a bit of a priority error from Luke Tima too. He had a little paddle at a wave and lost priority. So just seeing the Hawaiian, we've seen him fall on a couple of waves, maybe just feeling the pressure, but forced him into having a look at a wave that he couldn't really catch, and then bumped down to fourth priority.
Well, no matter what, it's an exciting heat, and there's still plenty of time ahead here. A little over 14 minutes to go. But Beric de Vries for now is out in the lead. 6.43 and a 6.17. We'll lean back and take a little breather, and we'll wait for the balance of this exciting heat from beautiful Ballito in South Africa. There is nowhere better to be on the entire South African coastline than right here in the beautiful region of Ballito. The KwaZulu-Natal stretch is just the place to be, a resemblance of the North Shore of Hawaii this time of year. It is winter in the southern hemisphere, but it is all warm and toasty and tropical here in the beautiful regions of this beautiful set of bays. All the sights and sounds, spices and colors. So many things to talk about here as we get Luke Tima into picture, and he tries to attack that lip line, tries to dislodge that 4th place position. Welcome back to Ballito. Gigs alongside Kai for the call with 11.5 to go, and of course that waft of curry in the air as we get to the midday mark. It's a Sunday, everybody's out and enjoying the sights and sounds of the Ballito Pro in 2026.
Is there anything better than a KZN curry? My goodness, one of the top inviting food choices you have here. But of course, so many cultures, so many vibes, the braai, the curry, the seafood. No better place to come for a culinary journey than KZN.
The bunny chow.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Samosas. Getting me really hungry, Gigs.
Talking of the bunny chow, of course, one of the models that back then Geordie Smith made famous, inspired by the local casino. And you see again Luke Tima just quickly trying to rattle out some scores. Has nudged his scorecard in the right direction. Previous score going to settle in at a 5.6. So we'll see how this back-to-back scores work out for Luke Tima. He's chasing a 4.5. Clock is moving along. And just back to that bunny chow discussion, of course, Beric de Vries having ridden those models, care of the Channel Islands franchise here in South Africa, Built Surf, spelt with an I, by the way, is really got behind Beric de Vries in the last season or two, and Beric riding those built boards. Of course, he's enjoyed the Channel Islands models as well. But for now, Beric de Vries just really flying on those boards shaped by Elton Fursman out of the Built factory. A 6.43 testimony to him doing everything right this year, Kai.
Yeah, working with the team there with Jason Ribbink, you know, obviously also a past professional surfer from South Africa. His son James, also a very established young surfer in the lineup. You can catch him and all the footage these days at the home surfs with Geordie Smith. So they've got a good little crew of people working in and around each other and surfing and free surfing. You know, it's nice that Geordie, when he's home, is spending so much time with these guys as well. They all feed off of him. Luke Thompson has been doing a lot of free surf trips with Geordie and Beric, and Chad du Toit's in that mix as well. So they've got a good little unit of guys that push each other, help each other train, and Beric's kind of been feeding off of that. So it's nice to see him back on local boards as well.
Absolutely. Just see the movement in the lineup here. Beric right now heat leader, but in 3rd priority as he sniffs the lineup here. You're watching the sharking backwards and forwards of our surfer in red, the Hawaiian Luke Tima, who came in just short of requirement. His previous ride, a 4, so still looking for the 4.5. Owen Moss, for now, with priority, has dropped down to 4th, Kai. So we're going to have a bit of a sizzling 8.45 to go here. So we are expecting more from the lineup, and let's have a look at how some of these numbers are getting built.
Well, I'm just looking at this one. That's a little bit of Dane Henry, just to remind us that he won the last heat. I do love that spray design, though. Pink lightning bolts for the win. I had a wedge from Gary Maish that had that same spray on it. This is Berkey now. You watch him come off the bottom. Nice, just solid surfing. Works it down the line. Gives it a good knock off the top, and then worked it all the way to the end to get that 6.43. So far, highest wave score of the heat. And now back to live action.
Well, here it comes. Priority being used by the American. That is a speedy turn out of the lip. He really has got an electric pace to each and every one of his maneuvers. But for now, did he choose the best wave on offer with that priority? Because here behind him goes Nadav Attar, who's higher up in the standings. He's up in 2nd. Tries to attack that lip there, just getting stuck. You said that surfers need to start watching out for, you can see a little bit more water movement now on the inside as well, Kai. A little bit of sort of a bounce from the water coming in on that last set of waves.
Yeah, and it was interesting when you look at the drone shot from behind the surfers back at the beach. For a lot of people who've never been here, they'll be looking at that and think, wow, that's like so close to the beach. What a short paddle. But I can tell you now that this bank is brutal. If you get caught on that sand by any wave, sort of even a 3-footer, it makes you work, it rattles you, and you'll see the guys, even when they jump off after completion of a turn, they're being held down, you see the board moving around. So there's a lot of water and sand moving around there, and you've got to be sort of wary of it, especially if you're on the second or third sort of set wave. There's going to be a bit of a ruffle on the water, there's going to be a few bumps.
Well, this man on screen in third, looking for the 4.5. As we mentioned, his previous effort, a 4. Prior to that, a 5.6, so moving in the right direction. Luke Tima with his 5.6, a few waves back, did bump himself out of fourth up to third. But for now, very, very close spread. If you look at the cutoff for the advance at 10.10 being held right now by Nadav Attar, 9.6 and 9.2 for third and fourth. They've just got, it's half a point here and there to replace scores, Kai.
Yeah. What I'm liking in this heat, though, is watching how cool and calm Beric is playing the game. In priority, 2 top scores.
Well, what you see from that grid view is De Vries out front and has only caught 2 rides. And you see everybody else on 5 rides each. Let's see where the 6th ride of the encounter goes for our 4th place surfer. Lovely, almost turbo boosts over that section, then just lets it fall apart. Clock is moving along. We've gone underneath the 6-minute mark now, and we love what we see from Owen Moss, but he's got to settle in and just sort of let it all go into one big effort now. And his requirements are 5.28, so best individual wave, a 6.43 from Beric De Vries. So we know that there are mid-range 6s out in the lineup.
Yeah. Like I said, you know, Beric, if I think back to young Beric, he was quite volatile. You know, sometimes heats wouldn't go his way as early as like the halfway mark because he'd get inside his own head. And that's not what I'm seeing from Beric at the moment. He's super calm, just playing sort of the game, getting his scores in, keeping control of the heat. He's in priority again now. So he really is just showing some class.
Of course, sending shout-outs to Jose Faulkner and Beric De Vries experiencing a similar thing in the contest jersey over in Anglet a few seasons back. Getting a clean break of a leg bone is not an easy thing to deal with. And Beric has worked his way back not only through the healing process, but also through a maturing, a more crystal clear approach to thought, to faith, and to nutrition, and to everything else that pertains to overall human health. And Beric De Vries, I'm sure at some stage will have some words of wisdom for Jose Faulkner as we send him and wish him well. And just like that, Kai, the clock is moving along, coming down to a little over 4 minutes to go. Attar still in that second place. Care of a 5.5 and a 4.6. So it's just a 4.5 required for Tima. And Moss just a slightly higher 5.28. All well within everyone's wheelhouse here.
Yeah, and how's the battle?
Well, higher priority. 3rd priority plays over 4th priority here. And also get Nadav Attar trying desperately now to protect his 2nd place position. He's got to stay clear and focused if he wants to do that, Kai. He's got to better his own lowest number of a 4.6 and not let moments like that get to him.
It's the 2nd time he's gone for the Tumikuren foot-free drift, but it hasn't really paid off. And now kind of opened the door for Tima and Moss. Maybe a bit of an error.
Well, Tima and Moss respectively climb up the priority ladder to 2nd and 3rd prios. Attar will be shortly back at the zone. You'll see, we'll watch him paddle here from this drone perspective, just to help people understand how the priorities are allocated. He'll move closer and closer and back to what most of our competitors are deeming the priority zone, the takeoff zone. And although he's not there yet, you see that there's a priority judge monitoring every single surfer's movements in the lineup. And I would say it's probably about 30 seconds now until Nadav Attar gets a number 4 next to his name, which means that he is back in the priority rotation and getting the recognition from the priority judge on duty.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes to go, though. Tima and Moss are hunting him down, only needing a 4.5 for Tima and a 5.28 for Moss. Not huge requirements. Beric sitting a little bit more comfortably. They need bigger scores to get to him, and he's got the priority. So it's going to be an interesting 2 minutes.
And it's always a good telltale is that when a heat leader gets to these remaining few minutes, as we see just a lovely attack to the lip line. This is good sound surfing from Luke Tima, who knows it's a mid-range score to change his fate in this Ballito Pro. And he likes the feeling of that. He's just right. All right, if that's what it's going to take to get a 4.5, let me just give it to you. As you mentioned, Kai, just at that, around the 2-minute mark. So he's found it. And what are we thinking? Vertical approach, nice attack in the lip line. Not a big wave, though, but certainly doing everything else right.
Yeah, this wave had a nice shape to it, though. You see him come off the bottom, wham, just goes straight into that first turn. Then another little jab off the top, kept the momentum going, hit the lip again. And then I like that he still came with that last little sort of fins free at the end. But the big point there is that he started with a really critical turn.
You could almost feel him in between turns, bracing and building up energy as he just set those rails free and really cracking that top lip line. 4.5 requirement. Judges are having a good discussion about that, and they'll go, yes, we see the application, we see the energy, and it's going to go 5.67. In fact, his best wave by a small decimal. And we move inside the last minute now. Pressure on Attar, who falls down to third. His requirements, look how the requirements have suddenly stretched as well for Owen Moss.
Yeah, Owen Moss now 6.44, and he made a little bit of an error there as well. Looked at a wave and it just didn't pan out. So he's also dropped the priority for Attar now. And Berwick still sitting there with priority. He's got the 2 highest wave scores of the heat, so he'll be happy just to put a bit of pressure on the other boys now. And if a good wave comes, you know he's going to take it off them with less than 20 seconds.
Well, if he's going to take off, he must improve on a 6.17 respectively and increase his lead. So good theory, good application, and Berwick de Vries will play the priority card here. Only the 3rd wave of the heat for the South African. That pair of 6s seeing him through to the next round here in the Challenger Series, nicely off the lip as well. And back into picture, Tima, just again, that pair of 5s for him. So a great comeback story in the heat here for Luke Tima. It pretty much was Nadav Attar up in that top 2 for almost the entire duration of the heat, Kai.
Yeah, good comeback. He had a shock over start, but he pulled it back. But for me, highlight of the heat, seeing a rejuvenated man right there, Berwick de Vries. He's looking really, really good, Gigs.
Yep, great surfing, well approached, good sound fundamentals, not only to the surfing, but the heat management for the South African, who's on a comeback trail in his personal journey of this beautiful sport of surfing. There is your official result. De Vries with the 6.43. He added the 6.17. And Luke Tima, all credit to him, really wrangled his way through the scorecard and just forced that 5.67 on the panel at the end. Great entertainment. We trust that everybody is enjoying this opening round of the Ballito Pro. We'll sit back and we'll call it a new team as the action continues.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Luthuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Beautiful from any angle. We'll fly over the Dolphin coast of KwaZulu-Natal here at the Ballito Pro. It's a Sunday, close to afternoon, probably lunchtime. People enjoying themselves, filling up the beach. A little bit of sunshine poking through. Still nice and clean out in the water. The action will continue here. This swell has been consistent throughout the morning. We're looking for that to continue. Joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through it. JJ Starling, Greg Umsley. Are we feeling refreshed? And we had a nice little break. Ready to go here. We're going to bring in the women, Jess.
Yeah, let's see the ladies in the lineup. I'm really excited. I feel like I was pleasantly surprised by just how hard the men were pushing at the start of the season. I feel like we're going to see the women roll on that same trajectory too. So bring it on.
What are we expecting to see from this opening heat, Greg?
Yeah, the conditions are settled. We haven't seen that wind pick up out of the east, and so hopefully this will last through the afternoon. Look at those conditions, though. The Dolphin Coast really rolling out the blue carpet here as we go into the ladies' division.
Blue carpet. I see what you've done and I like it. Let's have a look at Eve Wong, Ella McCaffrey, Daniela Rosas, Leah Lapront. So a real cosmopolitan field, the local representation. And let's see how these four go about it here. 2 will remain in the draw, 2 home. That's been the story throughout the morning. It's been brutal, but everyone knows how this is going to play out. Do you come firing out, put some pressure on? Are you patient, kind of pick the eyes out of it? The waves will really dictate the rhythm of this. But what do we think in terms of looking at this caster surface? A bit of a mix between the youth and the experience. I think, well, let's have a look right now. We're looking at Daniela Rosas, who's super stylish. She's done a few laps on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, she's that experience that you talk of. She really has put the time in when it comes to even competing back on those QS primes that we had over 5-6 years ago now. And then Eve Wong, you could almost class her as experienced as well. She's been doing this since the very first season of the Challenger Series, where she got that wild card over in Haleiwa. And she's just continued to grow throughout her career. And Ella McCaffrey, it's taken her a while to get to this level here, Greg.
Yeah, Ella's done a couple of the events. She did the QS 2000. She's very strong, especially on those closeout maneuvers. She likes to look for that big hitting finish, and I think that's a strength that she'll bring to the Challenger Series. And then joining the mix, of the 4 is Leah Lapront, the young South African, 16 years of age, the goofy footer. But we'll keep an eye on Leah. She's very competitively sound. She makes good heat decisions, good wave selection. Of course, still a young South African, but she's been competing on the local scene for quite long. So she'll be looking forward to this opportunity.
Early glimpses in this one so far, but we see maybe a little bit less energy. The swell, it was due just to kind of like sit back a little bit throughout the day. Is that what we're seeing here?
Well, you see, Paul, I'm a glass half full type of person, and I would just say it's the high tide just starting to filter on in. It's just giving the ocean just an extra beat. It's not slowing down at all. It's just pacing itself out a little bit more.
Greg, do you concur? No.
To be honest, no. I do find this
Put
lineup.
No.
Well, we do see live action, but the ocean does go through stages here at Ballito. There's definitely on heats and off heats, and I think we'll see that through the day. Sometimes it looks like it's settling, and as soon as you say it is, you probably see some of the bigger sets will suddenly come through for the day.
Nicely timed wave there for Rosas. Definitely one of her strengths that we've seen. Able to let the turns kind of breathe a bit. Doesn't rush anything, nothing really forced. If you get that timing right here, you get a little bit of cooperation as well with that pause in the middle of the wave at Ballito. I think that can pay off, can pay major dividends. I think she's been pretty outstanding over a couple of years without really putting the whole season together. She had those kind of moments where she really looks like she can do something big, and then all of a sudden that consistency's been hard for her to find.
Yeah, she definitely does lack that consistency that you talk about, because the moments that she has are so convincing. You're thinking, wow, she's really going to do this. She could be a championship tour surfer. And then the next event, she just struggles to find that similar momentum that she created for herself in a previous event. Sometimes even a previous heat. It can flip so quickly for Daniela, but when she connects and really connects to, it does have that power point to it. We're like, oh, wow, that was really serious. And I would say Ella McCaffrey is in that same sort of book as well.
McCaffrey here with nice vim and vigour to that. Good combo, nice and whippy as well. The finish looked like she kind of sped up for that last manoeuvre, which always gives you something to take away from the ride with great energy. So enjoyed that in her approach. Already got the 4 locked in and just not hanging around at all. So a couple of numbers to bring you. See them on your screen, Rosas, that 4.83. Best of it thus far. Let's see if McCaffrey can threaten that. Meanwhile, Rosas again here, a little airdrop, and then uses that speed. Really nicely done. But that's what we're talking about with the timing. And once again, I think that was well surfed. Doesn't try to do too much. Don't try and like tweak the tail out on that bit of white water and fall. Well done.
Yeah, I liked it. 2 really nice turns. That's first one was really strong. And like you mentioned, that is that timing that we do talk about with when she does connect. It does have a slight X factor to it. And like I mentioned, Ella with the same on that second turn on her previous ride, where Eve has a lot of style in her surfing.
Beautiful technique from her. She's right in the critical section of the wave. Wow, and almost like she'd kicked that away. The ball got away from her. Managed to recover that.
I don't know how.
What happened?
That was pretty interesting.
What was that?
That board just sort of, she was sort of off the board and it ended up back under her feet. So that was quite an interesting finishing maneuver for Eve. For me, the best of that exchange, I think, is going to be Ella. I loved that finishing maneuver. I loved the calmness of that first turn. And as she came out of it, she really aimed on that finish. And I mentioned she loves that big finish. And for me, she was really identifying that as the big moment on that wave. And she pulled that last maneuver off really well. And then Daniela did very well to get vertical on her first turn and then pretty vertical on the closeout as well. So 2 different approaches, and both of those are going to be the better numbers. We'll see where Eve's score comes in as well with that interesting last maneuver.
Seen Eve go real big early stages in this event before and get some big numbers, and then maybe just not quite be able to keep that momentum going all the way through as well. Let's see how she can go here, but very sprightly from her. Something a little extra. It's definitely not going through the motion, so surfing. All right, here goes the South African. Good looking wave for Leah. Great hit from her. Using that backhand, using the power. That's one of her weapons. That's a point of difference. It is just the 1 turn. They're not able to get that connection and get that finish. That'll keep the score, just keep the lid on it a bit.
Yeah, we see a lot of her sister Louise. She was a full-time Challenger Series competitor last year, so she has a lot to draw on from her sister. This is that wave you were talking about, Greg, where this timing, this was really great here from Ella. And to jam it so well, you can see it really did throw a lot of water out the back, which is going to be something for the judges to eat up and relish in. But this is the style that we're talking about for Eve. I really love just the uniqueness in her surfing, but that was crazy. I thought she had pushed too hard. She was too far on her heel rail and she was going to come down and fall off the back. But that wave looked like it pushed the board back under her feet as well. And Eve just with lightning fast reaction times that she got the ride out there.
Yeah, Eve looked out of control, but in control.
Yeah, I agree.
Not easy to do. Just over 19 and a half to go in this. Let's get an update from winner of the last heat. Beric de Vries is with the Frou Brew.
All right, Beric, you're here with Archie, winner of the last heat. You're the winner, not Archie. But Beric, I just cast my mind back to a couple of months ago. I stood with you on the beach in Port Alfred after you won your first heat at that QS event. I can't believe we're standing here at the Challenger Series and you've just got through your first heat here. Incredible feeling.
God is good, and life is really good thanks to him, yeah.
Beric, I noticed this board, you rode it in the Ballito Open. You told me that after that heat, you were trying it out. You didn't get through that heat, but you felt very confident on how the board felt. Tell us a little bit about what you were riding. What's the story with the black tip up there?
Yeah, this board is something special, and I'd only surfed it once for 45 minutes, and it killed me putting it on ice for the last 5 weeks. So I pulled it out last minute before my heats in the Ballito Open. I was like, but I didn't want it. I was kind of surfing a bit safe on it. And then I just, it gave me and downloaded all the information I needed, and us as surfers, we know what that can do. It takes so much out of this and puts it into the feet, and it puts a lot of trust and excited to surf, ETS, you know. And Yeah, Mike, it's been a long journey, eh? Getting back here, a lot of lows, big bottom turn to do this Challenger Series top turn. And this year I am doing it for different reasons. I'm doing it for my family, for God, to say thank you. This is a rejoice tour, and STOC stock. That's the company I started with my friend and partner Michael Levenbach. I want to say hello to all the stock athletes. We are coaching, and I'm learning a lot right now, being back on the challenges with a clear heart and mind, and all the information I learn over this Challenger Series, and Michael learns over this Challenger Series. We're going to be passing it on to the next generation when I do tie a ribbon on this personal career.
Beric, inspiring story, and we cannot wait to see you in the next round. Congratulations again for getting through that first heat. Awesome job. Back to you, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Wow. Look, I got questions. First one, what about the dog? What about the little doggy?
I know.
What happened to the doggy? Where did the puppy go?
So sweet.
Where did the pup go? Where'd he go? We don't know. All right. Checking out replay here.
Is it his dog, or did he just find it on the beach?
We never found out. We're on the edge of our seat here. Huh? Mike, come on. One job, bro. One job.
Okay.
I mean, the dog looked in good nick. I mean, it's lovely looking dog.
Yeah.
But well done to Beric. He has had a good comeback, and he's surfing so good.
He's got a bit going on.
I like the way he spoke about putting that board on ice. He identified a good board.
Yeah.
And the maturity of being able to put it away and just surf it in your heats. And it paid off right there. He got the win.
Greg, you'll remember. Do you remember the diamond tip nose cones? Remember people used to put that bit of rubber on it? It looked like a giant one of those, didn't it? That black
nose guard.
Yeah, but do you remember that you got the diamond tip ones that looked exactly like what he'd done? It just looked like a huge one of them.
I might need one of those nose guards again with my older
What happened to them?
Yeah,
Where did they go? Everyone had one at one point, right? That was just like the thing you had to have.
And the web gloves at the same time. Remember those to paddle faster?
No.
Same sort of era.
No.
I promise you.
Oh my.
Fantastic. Richie Collins. Remember that? He made those famous. I loved that. I promise you went faster with him.
Really?
Bit of
You should bring him back.
Well, it wasn't great for your sort of elbows, was it?
very
Because
well.
you're putting a load of extra strain here.
Really?
You get tennis elbow for paddling too much in the webs. Web elbow.
All right.
Great looking next heat as we'll take a look at the youngster, Kiara Gould. Sierra Kerr hitting the water, Jessie Funny Kirk, Ariana Achoa, who's got herself back in the Challenger Series. And another Euro goofy out of that Spanish region. Kiara Gould just getting dialed in. She'll be relishing these kind of opportunities. She's explosive. She likes to hit a closeout, hit the lip. Let's see what she can do out here. But right now, this has been lit up by Eve Wong, really, in that maneuver that we kind of didn't really know exactly what happened, but the judges knew they liked it, and they gave it 7 points, which is a real point of difference here, and it's made her stand out. And it's that dynamic approach, and you think, you know, there's an element a little bit going through the motions. If you can do something different, you can give it that X factor, that degree of difficulty is what we saw there. The judges, they're paying it.
Yeah, 7 is definitely what you would call a keeper, because the standard that the men set this morning is that if you can get pretty well 11.5 points plus, you're safe into that next round. And with Eve already being in that 11-point range, she's keeping that same sort of the energy alive right now in the women's side of the draw here, and only with a backup of 4.07. So much potential for that combined heat total to go way past that 11.07. But if she can keep on channeling that and giving us almost head scratcher turns, like how did she make that? Scores are definitely going to keep coming her way.
Yeah, on that 7, it was an interesting score because we weren't sure where it was going to go. But as we see this, she did get 3 turns on that wave. So the first turn slices quite a bit of spray coming off that board, gets the second setup snap, and then here we go. Let's watch this one. Oh, no, this was a replay of a different wave. So that would have been now... Oh, that would have been her third wave.
I think that was the 4, the first one she got.
Okay, the 4. And then she backed it up with the 7 where she did that closeout maneuver. which also had 3 maneuvers on.
Yeah.
But, obviously, the first one being the 4, 3 maneuvers, but the second one being a 7. It also had 3 maneuvers, but that last turn being super dynamic, where it's almost like she got a bit of like air on that last maneuver, but the board definitely disconnected from her feet for a little while, and then it somehow ended up like straight underneath her, and she had a perfect landing on it.
And to also have already found 2 3-turn waves in this heat is showing that she's done the time. She really does know these waves well. So Eve, she's definitely kicking off to a great start.
12.5 on the clock here. We've kicked off the women's round of 48 here at the Ballito Pro. Time for a quick commercial break. More live action from our opening heat of that round when we return.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
To watch this action. Welcome back. We are in the KwaZulu-Natal region of KZN on the east coast of South Africa. Look at the beautiful scenes from the beach this Sunday as we approach lunchtime. We're at the Ballito Pro. The Ballito Pro is the premier sporting event in the KwaZulu-Natal region. It has enormous economic and tourism impact for this region. And as you can see from behind me, we are on the Red Bull best seats in the house deck. And what a way to enjoy your Sunday here in KwaZulu-Natal. Back to you, Paul.
Thanks for the update down the beach, mate. Looks dreamy from down there. That is a good spot to watch the event. But I'm just going to throw my room into the chat as well, because I can actually lie in my scratcher, head on pillow, and watch the heats out in the water. It's absolutely dreamy.
Incredible. It really is such a... Colourful feels like the right word. It's such a colourful part of the world. Everyone is just exuberant, really happy. They want to welcome you into the community really quick. The food is incredible, and a quick moment for the coffee shop as well that is at the event site. They do incredible food and coffee, and they're so lovely. But that is what we're here for. Big turns in this heat. And Paul, like you mentioned, her timing, it really is her power play when she puts it in to her heats.
Back into live action here, Rosas once again, just swinging, being pretty patient, making a bit of room for this third turn. She'll give that a slice as well, so a couple of numbers coming her way at the moment. Suddenly we're down to just 8 minutes to go. And it's been Eve Wong who's got the lead with that big 7-point ride. Other than that, McCaffrey and Rosas, not loads to split them. We're looking for LePlante to fire up, really. She's not been involved in this. And Greg, from her point of view, what's she got to do here? Start surfing, obviously, but beyond that, what's the key?
I think the key is we saw Leah with her first wave, a lovely opening first turn, and that wave tapered a little bit too much. There was no closeout hit. She wants to select those waves that give that nice strong finish. But Daniela Rosas, she's actually got 2 scores owed to her. I think she's got that one big hit, that free fall out the lip. That's going to be a really good score. And then she quickly got another one as well with a couple of sharp turns. She's looking really sort of spicy on those boards. That she's got that back foot right back on the tail, kicking it nicely and getting a good rotation. And also lots of spray coming off that board.
Look at this wave here. Great looking section. Eve just did a little too much. You could see that wave down the line. She had to make a decision, really. How hard do I hit this? It's probably just going to be this one turn. Maybe just getting a little late there, so unable to kind of maximize on the advantage she's got. That 4 will still be in her mind, like she wants to watch that off and improve then. She's still got time to do that, but a chance with that wave to get rid of that 4.
She sat for a really long time with priority then as well to get the 1 point ride. Wave selection was great. That was a great looking wave. It definitely had potential to drop that 4. Now, though, I'm excited that she doesn't have first priority. She can get a little bit creative. There's plenty of waves that have so much more potential on it than a 4. And Eve does have the ability to surf waves up. We've already seen that on her 7-point ride too. So I'd love to see Eve explore a little bit more, get creative under the priority of the 3 other women right now, and start to just creep herself away ever so slightly, even further from more specifically Ella, who right now only needs a 5.25, but Daniela Rosa's smart heat strategy in the last 3 minutes.
Leah Lapront here. A little bit of a softer section. She gave it a good crack. Threw some spray. The wave kind of ran away a bit as well. Doesn't get another section. It'll be sort of similar kind of energy to what's happened for her thus far. Maybe a marginal improvement. She'll improve the backup, but she's going to need a lot more where that came from a different kind of wave. Just identify something a little bit different. Plug into some of this energy that your opponents are finding, because we see, a 7, a high 5 for Ella, and then, a high 5 and a 6 for Daniela. So there are these opportunities out there, but Greg, she's not finding them so far.
Yeah, she's going to the turn quite quickly, where you see Daniela, Ella, and Eve, they all gathering a lot of speed on their takeoff. So they're focusing on speed first of all, and then the big maneuvers.
There we go. Really nice slice off the top. That is a speed turn, but it's really, really polished. Eve again. So comboing up. Nice rhythm and flow down the line. A smaller wave, but again, keeping that speed up between the maneuvers with no downtime, going rail to rail. Good chance of improving on that 4 right there.
Yeah, I love that strategy. That kind of alludes to exactly what I was just talking about. Not having that first priority gives some people more freedom to be able to surf, and she looked more loose on that wave than what she did on any of her previous other rides. And Eve, to me, has always been that type of surfer who does better not having that first priority, because when she does have it, she does tend to drop in weight, which is essentially what you're supposed to do, take off on the best wave with priority. But I always find she surfs her best heats without it, and I think it really shows on that last one with how loose and free she was looking in comparison to her other rides.
Over half a century of the World Surf League being in existence, obviously formerly ASP, there's been a couple of judging criterias. Every single one of them have focused on the word speed. And Eva had great speed on that wave. Those first 2 turns were like so much speed and power through them, lots of spray, and that's why they're just getting the bigger scores.
Yeah, what you were mentioning before as well. Key to that on this wave, get those kind of late drops, go straight down the wave, use that speed kind of effortlessly from the takeoff. That seems to be the key. You get an indication as soon as these surfers get to their feet where we think the score might be going, what the potential is on the wave, just basically based on how steep that first part of the wave is. If they're having to work and kind of, build up some speed from that takeoff, you feel doesn't just look quite as pleasing on the eye, but really nice energy and flow from her. Judges reward that with a 5, nudging up the number. She'll stay in second, but real close behind the Peruvian, Daniela Rosas. It's those 2 just opening up a little bit now. McCaffrey's requirement, 6.18. Totally gettable number for her. She got first priority as well. 3 minutes 40. Time ticking away.
Yeah, time is really precious right now, especially for Leah Lapront, who's looking for almost a 10-point ride. A 9.5, it has to be the biggest score we've seen of the day so far. I don't think it's doable on one wave at this point. So Leah, with a bit of a task to break it down here. Like you mentioned, she makes really good decisions in heat. So I'm looking to her to really rely on that now.
Here's that use of the prio. from Ella. Slice off the top. Bottom turn's nice. And that was crisp. She kind of hit it with good timing. Bit of white water around. Wasn't, in terms of a section, she would have just been hoping for something just a little bit more obvious to aim at. I think a 6.18 and where that needs to go. And compare that with a 5.83. Did we see enough there for that number?
I don't think so. Greg, you might, I'm not sure how you felt about it, but that first turn with the hang up at the top, it seemed that she got there really late on that second section. Eve, though, chasing down the lead, and it's just going to be a quick one. But if Ella was maybe more on that front foot and used that word speed on this wave, that second turn would have had potential to be a lot bigger.
Yeah, the white water on this one just gripped her. It just got stuck on that lip, so that's going to keep that score down. Lovely finish, but really the judges will be looking at that one maneuver. They would have seen the first turn as being misplaced, mistimed, and not really any score in that. Just the second turn will be where the number will come, and I think she's done better single maneuvers than that last turn on other waves.
Just 2 minutes to go here in our first heat, the round of 48 for the women here at the Ballito Pro. We've ran the round of 80 for the men this morning. Quite a lot of big talking points, and I've seen some excellent surfing go down as well. And then going straight into the women right now, and it is Daniela Rosa, surfer out of Peru. We talked about the experience that she's had on this Challenger Series tour. Just making really good decisions. She hasn't had to give loads of herself in terms of performance in this. She's just looked really, really solid, I'll say is the word. Here's Lepron, the South African, just looking to try and find something to surf her way out of this with a bit of confidence, but it's slow and it's sluggish. And that's because of the wave, really. It's just not offering her a lot of energy. Unable to really juice much out of that at all. So she's been a little bit of a spectator in this one, watching everyone else find much better opportunities, and that's frustrating.
Yeah, it's frustrating. And, you know, looking at that scoreline and that 7-point ride from Eve, that's very much from that last maneuver, which, looking at the criteria, innovative and progressive maneuvers, is that something maybe the judges are wanting to push? And looking at some of our surfers coming up in the next couple of heats, you look at Kiara Gould. She likes to be fairly innovative. She's quick through the lip, likes to push that tail. And, of course, Sierra Kerr as well. She's another one. I wonder if they're looking at these score lines and thinking about that criteria and where the judges are going with the numbers at the moment.
Just 30 seconds to go now. And a bit of covering. Priority with the heat leader. Rosa, she's in a great place. And she'll say, well, you know what? I think I'll take this one, just to make sure none of you guys can take a run at me. Nice snap with a bit of vigor from her. Redirects the board and then has to be patient. And then from that low line, nicely done as well. It's clean. It's complete. Little look at the timepiece. And she'll be absolutely delighted with that performance.
Yeah, that second section was pretty hard to make as well. There was almost a side wash coming back at her, but it seemed to benefit, get that board really nice and controlled under her feet there. So Daniela Rosa's giving us one of those heats where we wanted to see that consistency. We wanted to see that fire. Now the job for her is to continue that throughout the event, and I'm looking forward to seeing her rising to that challenge. And Eve Wong, again, with another really convincing performance already in this event.
The only thing Daniela missed on that last wave was maybe a Kelly Slater nose blow, and then look at the timepiece.
A little no claim.
But put together a super good heat, and yeah, I think Daniela looks like she's on form. That board looks great, and she's surfing really quick.
Rosas and Wong will advance. We'll keep rolling with the action here in Ballito. Time for a quick commercial break. A great looking second heat of this round, and that'll be coming at you live from Ballito right after this.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro, and by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Here in Ballito, let's go. Second heat of the round. Great looking matchup. Sierra Kerr from Australia, Kiara Gould from Tahiti, Jessie Fanikug of South Africa, Ariane Achoa from the Basque Country, Euskadi. 4 surfers. At the moment alive, only 2 can advance. Really looking forward to see these different approaches and with a bit of intel, that first heat for the women's going down and a bit of everything, different ways to find a score, to make it happen if that's what you need to do. Let's see how they go about this, but half an hour's already become 27 minutes. Got a couple of quick scores to update on as well from a fast start to the heat, but it's going to be intense.
Yeah, definitely. The level is going to continue to rise as this event does carry on throughout the day and throughout the week. And to be fair, there would be a bit of pressure on those women who have a name about themselves now. Kiara Gould, she's been scouted to do some really big things in her career and has been scouted for a while. And then, of course, a name that you cannot go past is Sierra Kerr. People have been picking her to be a championship tour surfer probably for the last 2-3 years. Unfortunately, having a really unfortunate illness over the last 12 months, but she is almost back to a full recovery and she's doing everything she can to still show up and be the best surfer and the best version of herself. And even Sierra at 85% is such an exceptional surfer. So a bit of pressure probably on those 2 girls' shoulders to level up and rise to the occasion here.
Sierra just getting her bearings. She's gone a little deeper than everyone else. I think something of a clear strategy from her. Exactly where she wants to position herself and be to open things up. And then she'll have something worked out, a map for the rest of the heat, depending on what happens, where to go next. In the meantime, this was the early hostilities. This was Kiara.
Yeah, Kiara Gould, I just love how quick she is through the turns and just bringing that one all the way around. Smaller wave, but just quick turns. She loves connecting with the lip, and this is Jessie Fanikak deep off the bottom. Slices through that first opening maneuver, sets up for the closeout turn, hits it, rotates the board and holds on. So that's good from Jessie. Nice to see her really focusing on that nice strong finish. So good start for Jess, and Kiara looking sharp as ever. Looking forward to see this heat. We'll wait now for, of course, Sierra to find her opening wave, and Ariane as well, who missed last year, but the previous couple of years before that we did see her in the Ballito Pro. So interested to see what she brings to the 2026 edition.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a fixture out of Europe the last few seasons, as you mentioned. Yeah, last year missing out, and quite a lot happened as well. And she would have seen surfers sort of around her and some slightly younger ones as well kind of move past and move up. And obviously that can go a couple of ways emotionally for you. You can find inspo from that and get fired up and go, well, I'm doing it, they're doing it, that should be me. Or you can kind of think, have I had my time? And, you know, all of those things going on. There's only one way to really answer, is get the rashi on, go out there and deliver.
There's definitely been a lot of hype and these incredible storylines unfolding with these juniors and that next generation. But for someone to draw inspiration on for some of those more veteran status surfers, I mean, Yolanda Hopkins took her so long to get to the championship tour, and she is so hardworking and so driven. But I'm sure she would have gone through phases like, have I missed the boat? Have I unfortunately missed my time? But she proved that she hadn't, and she's on the CT. So that's something for women like Ariane to hold on to.
We'll watch her on a solid looking wave, just kick it away. Just under 24 minutes to go in this. Let's get down to the Frou Brew and hear from the winner of the last heat, Daniela Rosas.
Daniela, what a great heat win. You did surf the Ballito Open leading up to this event. You got through 2 heats. And how did that prepare you for this heat now? And of course, the stoke of getting through the first heat.
I don't know. I'm just really happy to make it through. I've been here for almost a week, and it's been amazing to surf here. I watched the nationals, I surfed the QS, and it was nice to get a warm-up. I think I tried a lot of words, and now I'm feeling great. I'm feeling confident, and I'm really happy to make it through.
And having a look at the time, it must be about 5 o'clock in the morning in Lima, in Peru at the moment. You told me that your mom was watching your heats. You want to say something to the folks back home?
Yes, mami, súper feliz de haber pasado este heat. Sé que significa un montón para mí. It means so much to me, and I'm really happy. Gracias a todos los peruanos por siempre apoyarme. Gracias por siempre levantarse conmigo. Gracias al Team Soima que me está apoyando, a Adidas por siempre estar conmigo, a vos, a todos mis auspiciadores, a Laine por todo el preparador y nada. Gracias y arriba Perú.
Thank you, Daniela. We can't wait to see you in the next round. Well done on your heat win there. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Great performance from Daniela. Just super composed. I think she's really impressive the way she competes in the heats, just around the event as well. I think a good model, someone to watch, as is Kiara Gould with that beautiful style that she's got. Super cool, and then kind of flares up in those peak moments, then looks kind of cool again between the turns, and it just kind of adds a little bit more pizzazz to everything. It looks great.
Yeah, I love her style. It's one of those ones where you don't want to look away, you don't want to miss what's going to happen on the wave, and I love the fact that she's so young, but her surfing draws you in so much.
All right, important wave here for Ochoa, just to kind of get involved, and she'll do that with a nice first hit once again. Really well timed, a ton of spray. Going through the motions a bit, but this will be important for her just to stay in touch here. She always does that kind of smile grimace at the end of every wave that you see, whether it goes well or the other way. She kind of smiles at the end. It's quite a tough one to read. Is that ironic? Is she sort of happy? I don't know, but she does it a lot.
She's probably just happy to be surfing, competing back. I don't know. I feel like it's interesting. Even Steph, she just smiles on every single wave too. So maybe that's her thing. Everyone's got their little individual piece of personality in their surfing, and a smile's definitely better than a frown.
Greg, in terms of she got a kind of a bomb of a looking wave and just kicked the turn away. How important was to get another one pretty much straight away, a minute or so later, get multiple maneuvers, you know, the sort of the flow from the surfboard, and just feel like, okay, I'm surfing in a heat now?
Ariana.
Yeah.
Yeah, that last wave, she obviously came unstuck on that first wave, found the next wave very quickly, but she did well to get the combos in there. She kept the flow through those turns. She did really well on that wave. That's going to settle her nerves really well. And then, of course, Kiara Gould. I mean, she did one maneuver. It was so well placed, so well timed. I love her approach. She reminds me definitely of Tia Sabrowski as well. Got that quickness through those turns. And here we go, Jess.
Yeah, really nice from Fanny Kirk. Beautiful bowl. See how cupped out this thing is? The pace of it's really nice, and a good variety from her maneuvers as well. That'll be a helpful wave for her campaign in terms of numbers, but also just building up that momentum into the heat and the flow.
Yeah, definitely one of the most improved that I've seen. I know we're only in Heat 2, but there is a substantial difference in her surfing between last year and this year. She is surfing up, really attacking those first sections, looking more confident in herself, and her wave selection definitely looking a lot better as well. So Jessie Van Nykerk, I'm really pleasantly surprised. I actually grew up with her and her family. They lived in Australia and did all the junior events that my sister and I did growing up, and Jessie she's so driven, so unbelievably driven. She has her own protein bar company as well. So she's a woman of many talents and looking like she's done a lot of time on her surfing in the last off season.
She seems to have come out of her shell a little bit as well. She was very quiet and to herself. I feel the last year or so she's sort of more out there. She's very friendly, very talkative. She's also very helpful with the young surfers in the water, always sort of backing them and talking to them and pushing them and giving them drive. It seems like it's a new Jessie Van Niekerk that we see this year.
You guys are you back in the protein bars? What's your stance on that?
I haven't tried them
But
yet.
just in general, not just
yeah,
hers. Yeah,
definitely. Hers are all very health-based, and I love the fact that she's put the time in, and I do really believe that she started that brand and her business for that next generation, and I really, really agree with Greg. She has such a passion to help that next generation coming through, those younger girls specifically. So for her to keep on adding to that in ways like starting her own business is really impressive.
Greg, I've seen you eat a couple of protein bars in the form of like pork chops on the braai last night.
Lamb chops.
Lamb chops, sorry. It all looks the same to me, mate. I don't know. Not my department.
No.
It was bra time. The Springboks were playing. You know, when that happens, the fire goes on. Very simple.
England played. It was braai time.
Yeah,
no,
I just sat.
South Africa played the Springboks. When he played, it was last night. It was time for a cup of tea.
Oh my goodness.
Kiara Gould at the moment, a couple of fours, good enough for a lead in this one. It's pretty tightly poised. Got a good number for Sierra Kerr. You see there the high score, 6-6-7. Of course, Challenger Series. This is our updated schedule this year. We're at Ballito right now. We're happy to be here. It's day one. Waves have been real consistent throughout the day. Performance has been real good. We'll head over to the USA, Huntington, and then over to Brazil. So that's a little bit of a switch up as well in terms of our venue. Usually we're Saquarema after Ericeira. This time around we're San Sebastián, which Merecias is where Medina's from, the Pupos, those kind of people. Punchy wave. And then heading over to Ericeira before Newcastle, which is next year, which is really a bit of drama because it's right before that CT kicks off. I mean, you were there to see it all go down this year, but I mean, those clutch heats where it's really between surface. If someone makes this, they're on the CT. I mean, it's career-defining stuff and it's drama. We love it.
It was honestly an emotional roller coaster. There was so much happening, and I was lucky enough to do most of that event with Flick and Vorno in the booth, and we'd get to the end of every heat and go, oh my goodness, like what just happened? And there were storylines unfolding everywhere. So I love the drama. I love that it's the last stop and it's just before the CT season as well. So bring it on.
Wow, Sierra Kerr on this replay, so mature on those turns. I love the combos. I love the variety in those two maneuvers, and that whack for the finish. That comes in at a 6-6-7 for that opener. Just three very well-placed turns, and I love that every single of those maneuvers had something slightly different to it.
Yeah, and Sierra always seems to do well here. She always gets to at least a quarterfinal. She hasn't quite pushed past that just yet, but when you look at that season that we just saw, you'd have to say that it really does favour her style of surfing because she is so quick and adaptive to conditions like this. And even if there's a little bit of backwash in it, she can take to the air and time it in that way. So to go from here and then to the US, which is essentially a second home for her, there is no reason that this couldn't be Sierra's year to go on and qualify for that championship tour.
She's a very dynamic surfer. I can imagine her surfing any type of waves because of the extensive traveling she's done. I think about the WSL specialty event we had in J-Bay, the Olympic year, 2 years ago, and she rode everything from twin fins to it was just insane, and whatever she jumped on at any time, she looked really good and comfortable, and I think she should be at that top level of the sport.
Meanwhile, we'll pick up Kiara Gould with the sort of speculative look at a wave that was always kind of dipping in energy, and it just went into a little bit of a hole, a quick in and out for her. We also saw something go a little wrong quite rapidly for Ariane Ochoa, so she went down again. So a couple of times she's fallen in this. At the moment, it's not costing massively in terms of where the scoreboard is, but at some stage, that might start to sting a bit. Look at the numbers Sierra Kerr's posting. So a couple of sixes for her opening two waves. She was a little more patient. She also bit of a difference in where she sat a little deeper. So something very much a plan that's been worked out. And so far for Sierra, so good.
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, to have that type of scoreline and that much distance between you and the competitors following is pretty major, considering we just hit that halfway mark. We're just a minute past it. So Sierra now has a lot more flexibility and comfortability to be able to push harder on those next ones and start to just see and test the limits of her surfing in a rashie.
A little under 14 to go here. Sierra Kerr with the lead over Kiara Gould at the moment. Those in the advancing positions. Time for a quick commercial break. More live action from our second heat, the round of 48 of the women at the Ballito Pro, right after this.
Welcome back. We're at the Ballito Pro. It's the woman in the water. Sitting on the beach with me, I've got Sierra Kerr's dad, Josh Kerr, no stranger to South African shores. Here's your daughter up and riding. Talk us through this ride.
All right. Oh, not really nice snap, but it looks like it might go a little flat after this, so hopefully she can find an end section here, trimming over, and a really nice finish. That was probably her best wave, so I really like that first turn, nice and loose, so looks like she's feeling it. Stoked.
And Josh, so another nice wave there. She's really consolidated quite a good lead in the heat so far. How does Sierra's preparation look leading up to this heat? What have you guys been up to the last few weeks?
So like the last month or so, we went to Indo for a few weeks, and then she went back to Oz, and I went out to this wave pool project I'm a part of, and then she had a bit of time in Oz with the Surfing Oz crew doing a few heat drills and that, and getting some new boards, which was great with JS. And then she came and met me at the wave pool and got to surf a whole bunch there. So yeah, not like heaps of like heat drill stuff, just a lot of surfing, you know. Like she's had a rough run for like the 12 months prior with some illness stuff. So she's been feeling a lot better the last like 3 to 6 months. So just really stoked to see her happy, good energy, and in the water surfing a bunch and not getting too run down. And yeah, looks like she's, you know, she hasn't been in the rashie for a few months, probably leading up to this event. So we came a few days earlier and she did that QS event before and did a few heats, which was good. And she seems pretty comfortable out there right now, so it's, yeah, awesome.
Well, thank you, Josh. Great to get some insight directly from the beach, from you as a dad, and good luck for the rest of the heat for Sierra.
Yeah, thank you.
Back to you, Paul.
Love it. Thanks, Frubru. So, if I got this right, Indo, get some freshies, JS, wave pool. That makes you surf real good. That seems like a pretty good formula.
Solid formula.
Yeah.
Go back home, do some stuff with the Surfing Oz crew, because Australia is just epic. No. I think Sierra definitely has a good formula. I mean, she travels the world and surfs the best waves.
Here we go, live action. Kiara Gould here. Hitting the closeout. Putting a little extra pizzazz into her finishing turn. She's surfing with poise throughout this. She hasn't unlocked numbers, though. Those fours that she got early on, she's still there. They're keeping at the moment inside her top two. Let's see if she can get an improvement. We didn't see loads there to get crazy excited about. We know she's got quite a bit more, Greg.
Yeah, I think I quite liked it. I actually enjoyed those last two waves, Kiara Gould and Sierra Kerr. They both found those good opening turns. Josh thought this would be the best score from her. Nice first wrap, comes around and clicks it again. This wave breaks itself in half, so she sticks with it and manages to get up into that last turn. So that is a couple of good turns. And there it is. Josh was 100% right, 7-5 for that wave. So knowing the score line. And Oriana, I thought, clicked really well with this one.
Yeah, this is a really interesting ride and a crucial ride at this point in the heat because she already had a 5-5 based on that 3-turner we saw from her earlier. That was substantially better. Cleaner turns, really nice and tight in the pocket. Her confidence looked better on that as well. So this is really dangerous territory right now for Kiara Gould because Ariane is definitely getting the score she needs right now.
Right, those numbers are good from Sierra Kerr. Just as her dad thought, that 7-5, and she ain't hanging around there. That was a hammer. She got loads of that. Just one turn, but it was an absolute banger. And she's in full flow here. Looking very comfortable and confident. Let's see how the judges are going to reward one turn, but it was a real standout maneuver. Number in for Ochoa, 4-9. The wave just kind of fizzled out on her, really, which kept the score down, which would be frustrating from her point of view. But she just kind of keep at this at the moment. That 4-9 puts her in second. Still 7.5 minutes, though. Having a look at Sophia Medina. Tough heat coming up next.
I think Kiara Gould's going to get her best number still. I thought her last wave was decent. And Sierra Kerr, that turn was really big. Biggest turn of the heat by some way. One maneuver. I feel it could go in her top 2 as well.
So far, she's had a couple of extra gears, hasn't she, compared to everyone else in this one?
Yeah, definitely. You can see there's a distance between her and probably Kiara, who's put in some really nice performances as well. It's really interesting to see that Sierra hasn't even hit that really solid part of her surfing yet. She does seem to be in that cruise control, which is a really dangerous spot for everyone else in the field because she's got more room to give as well. But I feel like she's just going to save that for those later rounds.
All right, Jessie, just trying to get a hold of this one. And for all the kind of speed she managed to get from the takeoff, maneuver's been a little bit underwhelming. It's just a little soft and a little off timing. Meanwhile, Ochoa here, that was a good whack. If this one can stand up, she'll be able to do further damage here. It will just slope a touch, but she'll try and line up a finish. And she looks to have done that, been pretty patient onto the inside, just pushing, not crazy hard. Wasn't really a lip to hit, so she kind of had to pull it a little early. It's complete. It'll be ballpark of where she is, but she's been hoping for quite a bit more when she first hit that first turn.
She's doing everything she needs to do right now. You can see she's almost gone from attack to defend, and I really appreciate that. She knows the talent that both Kiara and Jessie possess, and Jessie is still really swinging, trying to find these waves, pushing hard, and Kiara, right on cue, is doing the same thing.
Yeah, so Kiara working this one through, sets up. But you can see the tide now starting to affect the waves. They're starting to run into this slightly deeper water at the end. And actually coming right through to the shore break, we see Kiara working that one through. I still don't think those are your scoring waves. You don't want to end up kicking off a wave. You don't want that tapered wall. You want something that's got a big finish, from what I see. And I think that's what's kept Oriana's score down. Is just her waves have tapered off a little bit, and they've had nice flow to them. But the scores we've been seeing have come with those big finishes.
5 minutes to go here. So that previous to last of Kiara was a marginal improvement from her, but it wasn't enough to get her up into second from Ochoa. So it's as we were, but we do have numbers all around to come. That one banger from Sierra Kerr. Big, tall section, a heavy lip line. She absolutely hammered that thing. Loads of back foot push in that maneuver. It was pretty radical. Judges are going to give that a value. We're also waiting for numbers to come in for everyone, essentially, but time will tick away here. You think Sierra Kerr, she's looking pretty good, and she's likely to go from numbers in, comes in a little under 5.83, so she's still in a commanding position here, but that sort of battle for second still kind of open at the moment. And what you want to see if you're chasing, if you're Kiara, if you're Jessie, is just consistent. You want to see lines coming through.
Absolutely, and there's that right now out the back here, and Sierra Kerr, she's got room to play.
Swinging off the bottom,
Wow.
really nice.
Yeah.
The speed, the power, the drive, and that
wow.
was a beautiful turn. Really dynamic, no safety in that at all. She really got hold of it and just released, and it looked super dynamic and radical, and she's enjoying herself.
That was insane. That's right up there, isn't it? That's 9+. It's got to be.
Big wave, 2 really big turns, and neither one were tippy-toed into. She was going at it.
That first bottom turn, you knew the 9 was coming. I mean, she got so deep, so compressed, so low on that first bottom turn. I mean, that was just, it's the best wave of the day for sure, for me. Drives off the bottom, vertical, pushes the tail, spray for days, whacks it, actually lays back into that final maneuver. So much power, so much control, speed for days. It's to me, that's the best ridden wave of the day.
And that was the extra layers that I was talking about as well. She had the 7.5 and the 6.67 was that base layer that she was just showing us that she had to play with. And then she just wanted to throw in there, sprinkle in that she's got so much more to give and so much repertoire. It is out of this world. So that wave, yeah, I agree with Greg. I see it going excellent.
I mean, you think about her 7.5, great outside turn, linked a turn, had to hop across, got the finish. This was just 2 maneuvers, 2 combos put together on the biggest wave of the heat. And wow, that was that's going to be huge.
Ultra elite surfing from Sierra Kerr. CT surfing, really. That's where she's trying to get to. And she'll be way out in front, we reckon, in this heat when this number comes through. Just interesting to think at this stage, right? From her point of view, do you maybe just sit back a bit now, just kind of stay out of this? Do you need to keep pushing, trying to find 8s, or do you just kind of let the others do their thing right now? I mean, she hasn't got the number through yet. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but what do you do next for Sierra Kerr?
You can see she's sitting wide, so she's going to have 4th priority. And I think if a wave comes to her, for sure, go. But if it doesn't, there's no need to get in the way of what's happening with those other 3 surfers.
Inside the final couple of minutes now, a bit of a rally from Ariane Ochoa. Needs to come in 2nd position to hold off. She does have the priority. Kiara Gould's trying to chase her. 5.48, the requirement. We're waiting for a number to come through for Kiara, but she isn't. This is Ariane Ochoa using that prio. Bang, up there, right in the pocket, and then can't quite find the section to use. So 90 on the clock now. A lot to happen in terms of the scoreboards to be updated. But Kiara Gould in a position with that prio, with time on the clock and the requirement score, assuming it doesn't improve it, if it just stays where it is, which is all we can really go off, you know, a decent 5, it will need to be her best. She's very capable of that, though.
Oh, so capable. It is so close right now for that 2nd place. And Ariane, I totally get that end section can be really daunting, but that looked like the type of wave that Greg was talking about. It had that pushback on the end section where you could get up into the lip and not pull off that wave because it died out. You could finish with that exclamation. So potentially an opportunity missed. There was still a score to lock in for Kiara. It's going to come in under. So that is, I would say, potentially lucky on Ariane's behalf.
Sierra Kerr, we wondered what she was going to do next. She's going to get a tube and then hit the lip. That's what she's going to do. She'll bring this in 30 on the clock. Job well done from her. We're still waiting on that number. The numbers are trickling through from the panel. They have had their work cut out. There's all sorts going on out here. At the moment, Sierra Kerr will bring this in, and she's great value for a bit of a statement win, really here. What a performance from her. She'll be absolutely delighted and just kind of bottle that, try and bring that back, particularly in the later rounds as well. So a score to come through for Ariane, but here's a way for Kiara. This will be her last. We're out of time here. This will count. Nice first turn. This pocket will go a little slopey. She's having to cruise as she'll stand on the tail. Will she get a ramp or just something to do something explosive with? Not really. That tide will just kind of deepen out that gutter. And it looks like it'll be a bit of frustration for her. We do still have numbers to come through, but we didn't see the requirement that we can see at the moment on that wave.
Yeah, definitely not. It's not a 5.38. You could see when she was standing on that tail that she was looking to boost, and she has an incredible air game. Sierra Kerr as well, and that's so fun that we get to talk about that with these young women and what their repertoire is capable of and can be. But this is what a performance here from Sierra, Greg.
Yeah, this wave is, to me, it's going to be such a big score. I love those 2 turns. And then she still found another wave in the lineup just to finish off, and even got a little bit of tube time here on the takeoff, just getting under the curtain, and then whips up into that finish. And we've actually got scores to come for all of our surfers, so a lot to go on. Jessie van Niekerk also found a wave amongst that.
I've got our highest number of the day so far, though, and no real surprise at all. The crowd on the beach absolutely loving this. A massive number for her, and she absolutely merited it as well. It's brilliant surfing. 9.33 for Sierra Kerr, a big wave. The combo of 2 turns and just absolutely explosive. Pushed a little extra because that's just what her ability tells her to do. She's not playing it safe at all. Super impressive from Sierra Kerr. She's got another number to come through, but look at her number, 16.83. Jessie, that's unbelievable.
And we're in round 1. 16.83, and we're in round 1. Unbelievable is definitely the word. She has another score to lock in, but super convincing win, and if that is the picture that she's going to paint for this event and this season, I am in. I'm locked in at seeing how this all unfolds for Sierra, and it really does start to make you believe, is this the year that she's going to qualify for the championship tour?
Sierra Kerr looking amazing out in that heat. Ariane Ochoa just did enough as well. She held off the charge from the young Tahitian, and she will advance as well. That'll be it for Kiara Gould and Jessie van Niekerk. We'll keep rolling with the action here. Great looking matchup hitting the water real soon. We'll bring in Giggs and Kai for the call as well. More live action from the Ballito Pro right after this.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Day 1 of the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. And there are big numbers coming out of the lineup here. Sierra Kerr making Dad very, very proud here in 2026 as she brings a great performance to the lineup. It is, of course, a good afternoon as we get the surfing underway here just past the midday mark and straight into action with round of 48 heat number 3. It is a good afternoon from myself, Gig Saliers, alongside Kai Linda for the call. And another action-packed heat coming our way as we frame up your next 4 surfers to advance to the next round. Of course, the Basque Country in Spain, represented by Jania Gonzalez Echeverry. Kana Nakashio is in the lineup with the Japanese flag behind her. Bailey Turner from the land of the Stars and Stripes. And yes, that is a Medina, Sophia Medina, here to have a go at climbing up the Challenger Series in 2026. It is a good afternoon as we see these beautiful sights and sounds in and around Ballito, the KwaZulu region, and just fantastic to have the world's best surfers converging in on this zone, Kai.
Yeah, Gigs, and the waves are still really competitive as well. As we see Sophia up and riding. Not used to seeing a Medina on the natural. Well, that's his sister.
Well, young Sophia, now 22 years of age, is back in Ballito. Saw her great run from her back in 2024 all the way to the semi-finals. And of course, starting to get... she got an invite as a wild card, care of those performances to the championship tour level, but she's looking for that permanent slot, and she's got to get in the top 6 come season end here if she wants to qualify for the championship tour. That's the same story for all of these ladies as you join us for the first stop on the Challenger Series. Beautiful Ballito in South Africa. Of course, this will be another firm and tight heat to work through here, Kai. As we mentioned, Medina on the forehand, young Sophia, younger sister of 3-time world champion Gabriel Medina, who's no doubt tuned in, and he'll be shouting the support. And meanwhile, this young American looking really loose on the backhand, and we've seen a lot of great goofy foot scores come to us, Kai, through the morning thus far, and as we go into the higher tides, that one running nicely for Bailey Turner.
She said that first turn was proper, so very good way to open up your account here. And, you know, we're firmly into the high tide now. You can see there's a bit more water on it. Watch these waves. Sophia, she's going for a massive turn. That was a heaving section. Blew her own mind there, but that was well worth the claim. Big turn, heaving section. Then you see Bailey's first ride here. Looking good on the backhand. Nice deep bottom turn, came around for the carve, and then straight up into the lip. Just got eaten on that one on the way out, but showing her intent. And the one thing you'll notice now with that high tide, the waves are still running care of all the sand that is on the point, but you can see there's a little bit of a backwash off the beach.
Yep, signs of that high tide filling in. You see a little bit of a stormy sky out at sea there, just driving this remainder of southerly swell along here. This is the Indian Ocean as we look southwards. Of course, this beach here at Willard Beach is facing east. And talking about the east-facing beach, Sierra Kerr's down there to let's get some thoughts from her.
Sierra, if my voice is wobbly, it probably is because it is. We were all a little bit emotional after that. We know you've had such a gnarly year with your health, but to not just come back to competing, but really come back was amazing to watch.
Yeah, I'm just so stoked to be here, honestly. Like, I was still bit iffy on it, you know, but did a couple trips leading up to this, felt all right. Still have some tough days, but mostly feeling a lot better, so it's amazing. And honestly, my mindset's changed so much since getting sick. I just really go out and have a fun surf. Like, it doesn't mean as much as it used to. It's just like, this is great, I'm here. And yeah, so I'm super proud of it.
Amazing. So and I know that you were in Indo, you're picking up some new boards, then you're in the wave pool, and now you're in Ballito.
yeah, I've been on a grind of good waves. So for often that there's some waves here right now, because the past couple of years have been pretty tough here. So it's great to see a good bank and some swell. So yeah, it's super fun.
Nice. I know you said it's 3 a.m. at home, but I back your mom to be watching right now. Do you want to say hello?
Hi, Mom. Yeah, she's always watching. Love you, and glad you got to watch a good show.
Cool. Well, good luck for the next round. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, thanks, Emma, and health is wealth, as Sierra Kerr's back in Ballito in 2026 and just lighting up that scorecard in that previous heat, Kai.
Yeah, no, she really went to town. She's had some good results here before, and it's not her first rodeo in Ballito, so she knows the bank. Referencing there to, like, we've had a few tough years, not as much sand, so it really is good. If you look at that shot now, you can see how much sand is there. And it just means is that big swell, small swell, we're going to have competitive conditions here in Ballito. And people like Sophia Medina are going to be able to drop sixes and more.
Which is exactly what has happened, guys. 6 points for the opener for the young Brazilian surfer, now 22 years of age. And looking to get this Challenger Series off to an early start, as is everybody at the opening event of the calendar for the year. Of course, an exciting 5-stop Challenger Series ahead for all of these ladies. Round of 48 as you join us for the opening day of competition. Let's have a look at the opening rides for red and blue, respectively.
Wakana Nakashio from Japan, getting the carve out, goes to the lip. Just kind of holding back a little bit, I feel, on those turns. So maybe just finding a feet. Only got the 383 for that. Watch this now from Echabari. Nice solid turn to start, then drives the carve. She really went for broke on this last turn, just kind of lost the fins. Was one of the surfers last year that really impressed us though, Giggs. Solid backhand attack, so going to be looking forward to seeing what she brings in this heat.
Absolutely. Last year, heavily inspired by the win of fellow countrywoman Nadia Aristaba, Jania Gonzalez Echeverry from that same region. And of course, she'll want to take that backhand and use it here for similar results in 2026, Kai.
Yeah, and you know, it's going to be interesting to see how some of the surfers who did well here last year are going to maybe keep that momentum shift going. We've seen over the years there's certain surfers that seem to always do well at Ballito. It's a good wave, but it can be quite tricky. So I feel like the people who've come in and put their time in and been here early, and we've seen some of these ladies really here since before the event started in the free surfs out there in the lineup. Bailey being one of them. I've seen her around since the juniors were on, so it's good to see, and that's probably gonna pay dividends because they really understand what's happening out there right now.
Just love these overviews of our lineup here. Beautiful Willard Beach. Of course, this is now looking westwards back at. This is pretty much a good perspective of what the competitors in the lineup see, and to allow our surf fans just to understand the perspectives, the various coves. That sweeping water on the inside. You speak about the sand. You see the discoloration in the impact zones, and so yeah, that's just a great view of it.
Well, when you look at it, I mean, I can see my little flat there in that shot, and open the sliding door, walk out onto the lawn with my coffee. There's the contest zone right in front of me. I look right. There's 2 other surf spots with waves firing. Go for a little Dorney, come in, have breakfast, jump in the booth. I mean, what more could you ask for, really?
Well, can ask for more waves, and certainly we will get them with this incoming tide here, Kai. It's moving towards 12:40 on the clock, and more just around lunchtime now as we get a little bit more action from the lineup itself, slipping underneath that 20-minute mark. So this one is moving along, but everybody going to need to find more scores. Here we go, backhand approach from Bailey. A 5 in her scoreline already as she just tracks down the line here, in and out for her, getting rid of the 177. And a priority at this stage for our Japanese surfer, who has a bit of a soft opener of her own.
Yeah, nothing too major or critical in the heat yet. We did have that 6.0 for Sophia Medina, but at the moment, a lot of low scores sitting in that timeline, 093, 17725. So waiting for these girls to really open up, but here comes one of the biggest sets we've seen in quite some time.
Let's see if anyone spins and uses or is in the right position. It's the second priority, and the trigger gets pulled by Sophia Medina. Will just extend her weight away from her board there as she comes off that lip line. Second wave's going to draw clean here, and it is a priority pick for Nakashio. Nice heavy-footed for the first turn. Reaction there, just gets a little bit of a face rinse as well as she runs down the line. Perhaps not everything she had hoped for in that wave as it approached us, Kai. Nonetheless, she is going to put a second counting ride on the scorecard, and that's for now a step in the right direction.
Really enjoyed that first turn, but like you said, the timing was maybe just a bit off on the second. Got a bit of a lip to the face as well, and that just threw her off for the rest of the ride. Just seems to be a little bit out of rhythm with what's going on out there, but certainly the first turn was a step in the right direction. And you know, in the high tide here, it can have a bit of a wobble on it. We saw this wave from Echabari really going for the lip, but just couldn't hold the turn coming out there. So fortunately going down. This was Bailey, really enjoying watching her on the backhand. You can see her dealing with the bumps there, and just got a little bit caught on the second turn as well. She decided to pull an exit on that one. And then there was this one, Sophia, looking for a repeat of that first wave where she got the big critical section hit. Just couldn't quite hold on to it there. You saw the rebound almost throw off her stride. And then our young Japanese surfer. Watch this first bottom turn. Wham, nice carve, but out on the shoulder, went for the lip line, got the turn, and then the sort of section just caught up with her. So, you know, it's not perfect out there. It's definitely a little bit tricky, but there certainly are scoring potential.
Well, just these beautiful views of the KwaZulu-Natal coastline here. Of course, everybody packing down onto the beach here at beautiful main contest site at Willard Beach. But the potential and just the tropical feel, Kai, of this entire coastland and the region around it, just such an easy place to choose for a vacation any time of year, but the bragging rights of a summer in the middle of winter for this stretch of coastline.
Yeah, it's a pretty heavenly place. I mean, Giggs, you spent most of your formative years in the area, and I've decided to move up just up the road in Zululand, and it's pretty much for that reason. We just have such sublime weather.
Well, let's have a look at an inside runner here from Nakashio. She is our second place surfer. Those scores are up to date. Judges will see if they replace now a 3.83 for our athlete in blue, but it is Sophia Medina still on the strength of that 6 early on in the heat with the 6-pointer. Hasn't had a chance to ditch her 2.5. Still in a lower priority as well, so plenty of time to get there. But Sophia Medina, we mentioned, no stranger to Ballito. And this one, is she going to improve a score of her own?
You see her getting down the line, smaller wave. Nice aggressive first turn, but it was just the one turn, smaller wave. Probably going to look at being close to that 3.83, and the score came in, it's a 2.2, so not improving. She's going to have to find one of those bigger waves. If you look at the previous heat, and they all would have been on the beach watching, seeing what Sierra had to do to get the big score. So you've got to kind of be patient now. You've got to wait for those slightly bigger ones. And when you get the opportunity to go at the lip, you've got to go for it.
That you need to, as we just hover again over our contest site here. Huge shout out to all the partnerships that make the success of this opening challenger of the series in 2026. Of course, Red Bull involved with their infrastructure for the athlete zone. Oakley, the official eyewear partner of the WSL. And a great collaboration with the Springbok Rugby as well. Care of just positioning the brand amongst the cool sports. And yeah, so many great stories from this region. There is that knuckle of rocks that a lot of the rides will end up down in that area, Kai, especially as the tide fills in. And you see that coastline stretching all the way out. An hour's drive north will put you amongst the big five. Of course, the animals and the animal parks, just a short drive of great infrastructure, perfect highway systems feed tourists all up and down the coast here. And meanwhile, back in the lineup, attention starts coming back to the task at hand for Sophia Medina, who's trying to still ditch the 2.5 here, Greg. That one was for Dutchie.
Here we go. This is the Japanese surfer up and riding and finds a little bowl, but she seems to be sticking to the smaller ones. And unfortunately, I don't think that's where she's going to get the scores. And you talk about this wild coastline of ours, Giggs. It's pretty wild. Further north you go, surfing in Richards Bay the other morning, I had to wait for the hippo to exit the lineup before I could go surf.
True stories from the African coastline. And really, so much fun stuff to talk about. What I do want to just allude to is both Medina and Nakashio. Are they improving on their backup scores? The answer for Medina is no. Does Nakashio just edge that 3.83 out of the coastline? While we think about these questions and wait for the score to land, we'll sit back and take a quick break. Beautiful scenes here from Ballito in South Africa.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Welcome back to the show. It is the opening day of the Challenger Series coming to you from Ballito in South Africa. We did ask the question, did Nakashio change that scoreline? Well, on the previous wave, the answer was no, but a fresh wave has made it to the scorecards. We're waiting for that number to settle as we welcome you back. Afternoon scenes here. It is around lunchtime, and Kai, just a little bit of lower level cloud out the back, just bringing in a little bit more southerly breeze across the lineup. And, well, let's have a look at Sophia Medina, heat leader, trying to improve on that 2.5, and she may just get the opportunity here, and I think the answer is going to be yes, as she'll finally nail and extend her lead over the field here. Good afternoon, Gig Saliers alongside Kai Linda for the call, and no Greg Emsley in the booth. He was the previous heat, Kai.
That's right, Gigs. So, never mind Wild in the Streets. How about Wild in the Heats? We saw Sierra Kerr from that film coming up in the heat before this, and 9-point rides coming out. And boy, ladies surfing is on fire at the moment. And just watching this heat, kind of a slow start, nothing too big. We saw Sophia Medina with that 6.0 just for that big critical section hit. But it's looking very much like the game plans are shifting now. You're going to need to adjust on the fly. Waves have kind of got it a bit softer, a little bit more wonky. And, you know, we look at Kana, 2 low score. She was sitting in second. Here she goes on the wave during the break. That was a better turn from her. She even had a little claim there. She was so happy. Got the carve. And now looking for the closer, what she got for us. Didn't quite connect the last turn, but 3-turn combo, she's going to be happy with that. That'll probably get her back up into second, needing a 4-1-1.
Might not have been a claim, might have been a wipe the face clean. Either way, we are expecting a score that is going to land nicely in Kana Nakashio's scoreline, the surfer on screen, making her way back to the lineup. Of course, runner-up to the World Junior title, that going to Luana Silva, who is just bringing remarkable performances in the championship to her jersey this year. So Nakashio will be inspired by that World Junior title final runner-up, and we'll see where she goes here in her visit to Ballito this year. Opportunity to end the season in the top 6 and make it to the championship tour. 8.5 minutes for the opening round of 48 heat number 3 here. And Nakashio is now our heat leader. Well, as I say that, we bring that score for Sophia Medina, who did get the job of replacing the 2.5. She did it with the 4.6. And that is the shape of the heat, up to date with scores.
Geez, and it's a tight heat right now. You look at those requirements, 5.5, 4.98. It's anybody's heat. It's 8 minutes on the clock, lots of time left. So it's going to come down to who can find those really slightly bigger waves with slightly more critical sections. The judges all day long have really been rewarding those big critical maneuvers.
Well, like the young American Bailey Turner's surfing, saw a 5 in the lineup for her to get her campaign underway, and then she's just trying to add another number. She's got to go, pretty much got to match her opener, Kai, to jump up to second. If you look at the score spread, 10.6 for the heat leader, 7.9 for fourth place. It is all very compressed, and all mid-range scores can change the story here.
Yeah, right now it is the battle of the mids. 4, 4, 8, 3. You know, you've got a 4 and a 5, 5, 7. So 6 and a 4, 6 up with the lead. Who is going to put their hand up and get into that 7 or 8 range and really put some pressure on the rest of the heat? Looking at a nice looking little line coming through the lineup now, though.
Well, it is into the afternoon here. Evidence of that tide filling in. About an hour to go now until the high tide mark. And certainly very usable waves in the lineup here. Easy call for Tours and Competition to map out a full day for us here for opening day of competition, Kai.
Yeah, it's always good to get as much surfing out the way on the first day. It just gets the contest up and running. make sure that we've got those first few rounds done. Takes the pressure off a little bit if we need to switch off for an afternoon or a morning due to conditions. So I'm sure Travis Logie and the team are quite happy just to roll through for the whole day today.
Well, we're happy to share the show with you, trusting that everyone is enjoying the broadcast from the beautiful region of the KwaZulu-Natal. This is that stretch of coastline that has that subtropical feel all year long. Water temperatures around 22, 23 degrees centigrade. That puts it up in the mid-80s Fahrenheit, so it is warm. You mentioned that colder air in the morning, but as we get to the lunchtime and the sun has had a chance to do a little bit of baking, even though it's a winter sun here in the southern hemisphere, it really is beach weather.
Yeah, and you know, yeah, like you said, that little land breeze comes down in the mornings, chills it out, but that also gives us the clean offshores for the start of the day.
Like that shot there, just with the priorities, it is an illuminated panel, that there is visual recognition from the lineup to the priorities, and of course priorities are also transmitted via the beach announcing system. There is also a priority judge who has his own announcement system as well in case there's a quick reaction required. So very, very thorough in the infrastructure, everything just pertaining and pointing to bringing excellent performances in the lineup. And Bailey Turner will be a little upset with herself for that. She had the opportunity there. She used a priority, saw that wave sort of reeling away, still running in the foreground here. Meanwhile, wave 3 of the set will go to Janir Gonzalez. Echeverry, the Spaniard, will go upside down. And nice angles of turns there, good speed through those rail driving turns, and that is going to perhaps knock on the door of the requirement of a 5.15 as we're down to 4.5 minutes to go.
I'll go so far as to say I think that's the wave of the heat so far. 2 very aggressive backhand turns. She was kind of hoping for the third, but the section closed her down, but don't think she needed it. Those first 2 turns were packing some serious heat.
Well, talking about some serious heat, that is going to be the story in the next one. The Queen of Pipeline on your screens. Of course, if there is anybody up at 1 a.m. on a Saturday evening in Hawaii, well, they'll be tuned in now to support the Hawaiian coming up next. And what a story hers has been in the sport of surfing. And it's going to be a fun heat to call. This one's down to 4 minutes to go. And look how the heat has turned upside down, Kai. 7-pointer for Janir sees her go from third up to first. Nakashio down into third now, so under pressure with the clock ticking down to 3 minutes and 40 seconds. She's got to start fetching numbers in the lineup. Also, still a battle of the mid-ranges. 5.04 required as we saw Blue getting to her feet. Now, nice rail drives from Medina, who's been bumped down to second. Sophia Medina, focus for her to improve on her 4.6. She still holds the strength of that 6-pointer earlier on. And now Turner will get a single maneuver in for her attempt at finding requirements. 5.61 for this. She might need something bigger and a bit steeper. And it's coming at us quick and fast here. Meanwhile, a little in and out for Janir, but 3 minutes to go. Judges will have their scorecards open now for all 4 surfers.
Sure, take a breath there.
I
That was
know.
a bit frenetic. So let's watch this one. Nice light takeoff. She used it to push through that turn. Big, powerful whip in the pocket. Straight up and over. That was a really nice fin release. And then just finishing off, for me, worth the 7 points all day. That was really aggressive surfing.
Yeah, we described it as driving through the turns, and that's certainly what the Spaniard in red did. There's 7 points, sees the highlight individual wave of the heat thus far. Clock is fizzling down like one of those egg timers. As there's very little left now, not much sand left to trickle out of the hourglass. 2:20 now down to 2:15. Judges pondering numbers. And, well, it's up to date, and that's how it looks. Top left of screen is the heat situation. Medina remains in second. If she wants to steal the lead, she'd need a 5.84. Nakashio, 5.04 requirement. Her last score, 3.73, not even featuring in her top 2 scores. And the only surfer right now with priority is the heat leader. So all other 3 surfers back to the lineup. They'll get there within the next few seconds, Kai, but certainly pressure now on Nakashio and Turner if they want to keep advancing into the next round here in Ballito.
Yeah, and Ishibari's surfed a good back end of the heat. You know, she found that big set wave, put the hammer down. And then you saw a takeoff at the end of that little frenetic sort of set, but seeing that there wasn't too much down the line, quickly pulled off just to get the priority again.
Well, we spent the last dozen years watching this man on screen stomping up and down the beach as he steered Gabriel Medina to so many results. And now that fatherhood figure of Charlie Medina just pacing up and down. Does his daughter Sophia get into the next round? It is a campaign they'll want to get going early on. Everybody will want to get a good result out of the first stop on the calendar. And certainly no exceptions for the Medina clan as we go under 1 minute remaining. Scorecard open for Janier and for Bailey Turner. We feel perhaps that wave of Bailey's not going to knock on the door of the 5-6-1. It was a smaller wave if there's odd downsides to discuss. But she really does have a nice flow to her surfing. Meanwhile, Nakashio's going to switch up the focus. We haven't seen a lot of left-handers in the lineup here, and she's feeling the pressure. Is the young Japanese surfer in blue. Requirements of a 5.04. And the clock is pretty much going to bring this to a close shortly, Kai. And I think as we see the standings right now is as it could finish.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything really shouting out that the situation's going to change. Heat's pretty much done. We'll wait for the scores, but I think Echabari and Medina, Charlie can breathe a woosah. They're on to the next round.
Well, we are waiting for small scores just to officiate the results. Scorecard open for Nakashio and Turner, but certainly the driving turns of Janier setting that best wave upon us with a 7 and Medina with a 6. So that's a fair outcome to a heat that has pretty much had its moments. There has been a couple of slow ones as well as the tide comes in, and you see that fuller water now in the shore break, in the rock area. The beach maybe just 10% smaller now as the tide fills in. And we'll just wait for one more score. Last of blue is not going to feature as a number that will change the shape of the heat. And it could be a similar for Bailey Turner. We might just be getting one of her counting scores. 5 and a 4.07 prior to that. She needed the 5.61. You see Bailey just making her way in, as is the rest of the competitors here. That fuller gutter on the inside now, Kai. And you can see a bit of a shore pound now as well.
Yeah, that shore break can get you too. You saw her struggling a little bit. She got pulled across into that shelf of rocks, and you've really got to pay attention coming in at Ballito. There's like 3 or 4 fingers of rock that can catch you out, and it's not fun to get caught there. So it looked like the result's going to stick, Gigs.
Yep, that lady on screen, Janier Gonzalez Echeverry from the Basque Country in Spain, is on to the next round. She'll take Sophia Medina with her. We'll step back and just let it breathe. More surfing coming from Ballito after the break.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
beautiful views southwards from the Ballito contest site here. It is a good afternoon from the beautiful shores of South Africa as we tee up another heat. Beautiful KwaZulu-Natal coastline. It is a weekend and the vibe is great in and around what is the biggest surf festival on the continent. Of course, 2 weeks, and now all the focus on the first Challenger Series of 2026. It's a good afternoon from myself, Gig Saliers, alongside Kai Linder, as we frame up our 4 surfers in the lineup, looking to end up in the top 2 in just around 30 minutes' time. It is a good afternoon as we introduce Sarah Baum, Moana Jones-Wong, Alice Barton, and Talia Swindle. It's good afternoon, Kai.
Howdy, Gigs. Yeah, great afternoon. See, it's still a little bit grey and sort of rainy out at sea, and with that onshore flow now, we might see some rain hitting the contest site before the end of the day, but in the meantime, there's some super fun waves on the bank.
Well, the good news is it'll be warm rain. It is Ballito, and Sarah Baum just sets the rail, drives up the face, just goes out and over the back. Signs that that water has filled in over the bank. A little bit of a tussle and a hustle without the muscle for Talia Swindle, as she was trying to figure her way onto that wave. Of course, Barton involved in that as well. Meanwhile, Manoa Jones-Wong, the queen of pipeline, is in this heat. What a story for her with that incredible win as a wildcard entrant at the Banzai pipeline. And what is typical of surfers with a wide range of skills is the ability to really handle the big heavy water. It brings a completeness and a respect to any athlete if they're able to perform in the smaller stuff, and that's what we look forward to seeing from Manoa Jones-Wong as she arrives here in Ballito.
Yeah, and if she manages to hang on and make it through a few rounds, she might be able to show off those big wave skills towards the end of the week. We're looking at a big storm tracking for Saturday, so who knows, we might see a repeat of last weekend's conditions, which saw 8 to 10 foot waves thundering down the bank.
Well, let's see. That's a far way away, and things do change in the ocean. It is a warm Indian Ocean here. Similar temperatures to parts of Hawaii, I would say, when you especially have the Mozambique current just bringing down that warmer water. It's clear, it's crystal clear, great visibility. Of course, all sorts of ocean activities here. This is a quick hustle for a second ride very early on for Sarah Baum. She went down on her opener. She'll just bounce into that white water, a little in and out, goes a little weightless as she exits. So lots of action quick on here, just small pepperings of scores. Meanwhile, it's great to see talent from the United Kingdom being represented here by Alice Barton, young surfer out of the UK. We'll see what she can bring. Of course, also partaking in the build-up with the QS 2000 over the previous days. And from that Llangennith area in and around Wales. Talking of Wales, big rugby match at the end of this week. The world champions, the Springboks, will take on Wales right here in the region, just down the road. So that's always fun to talk about. But let's have a look at some replays.
Well, Moana now on this one, she was looking for something, sort of got the little fin flick there, but this wave went a bit fat on her, caught out by the lump, and unfortunately that's not going to be the score she wanted. Alice got into this one, bit of a late turn, then the section kind of ran away from her for a bit, but got back up into the lip and just went down. So nothing too special. Every single one of these surfers now almost with a bit of a fail, but now we get to see some scoring potential.
Oh, Talia Swindle, nice redirection off the white water there. It'll be a second counting ride for now. It was a little decimal earlier. You said a couple of small little misfires from the lineup. It is, of course, just after 1 p.m. local time here. Moving towards that very high tide mark, around 50 minutes away now, Kai. And everything that we mentioned in the opening heats this morning is pretty much unfolding. Slightly trickier, more water movement, but still some opportunities.
Yeah, nice lip line there. She got the fins out over there. And then working it down the line. You see her waiting for the end section. Got a little bit of a wonk across the face there, but did well to get around and put in the closing turn, and that's by miles the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, great read. Sort of that wave split in two, but Talia Swindle just kept her board connecting, kept the board speed, joined the dots, and as we'll both be in agreement that perhaps the best number of the heat will come our way. While the judges ponder that, let's go down and hear some thoughts from Janier. She is the heat winner of that last heat.
Janier, we love having you back in Ballito. Last year, you were definitely a standout for me personally. I know that heat didn't feel like it went exactly how you maybe had planned. You kind of got to work towards the end. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, my plan was to start like in the beginning with a 5 or 6. I thought in the first one was going to be definitely a 5 or a 6, but yeah, I'm super happy to be back, super happy there's waves, we have waves, and yeah, happy to make it.
Nice. On to the next round. I know that last year you and your sister were sort of the queens of Ballito. She is home with an injury or recovering. What about if we just send her a little bit of love?
Bye. Bueno, thank you so much, everyone at home. Thank you, Annette, for cheering me up. And yeah, eskerrik asko danei da hurrengo arte.
Cool. Well, job done. And we will see you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you, ladies. And certainly fetching good performance there with the 7-point ride. Janier's into the next round along with Sophia Medina. And Kai, what are we making of this?
We saw the takeoff as we cut to the interview there, went for the big blowout turn. A little bit wobbly on the exit, but managed to hold on, so she'll be happy with that, get a score under the belt.
Moana Jones-Wong, second counting ride for now. She did open with that smaller 1.5. So everyone building their momentum. 30-minute heats on offer here from Tours and Commission. This one's still plenty of time. Spoke about the tide filling in. You mentioned that sort of slightly grayer look now to the ocean, and certainly the skyline behind it. You see a lot of shipping activity out the back there. Of course, the port of Durban, the biggest natural harbour in all of Africa. I know that you also are in and around another very busy port, Richards Bay, and in between, here we are in the beautiful region of the KwaZulu-Natal. Of course, Ballito, just a favorite for everybody for vacation time. Doesn't matter which season of the year. I mean, we had a December Ballito Pro before, back in 2021, when travel was heavily restricted. Such a fun event as well. We had equally as good surf in a December as we see in our normal slot in July, Kai.
Yeah, and just so much to do. Watching a paddle here now, though, this is a better looking wave for Sarah.
Let's have a look what Sarah Baum can bring to the scorecard here. Already wave number 3, her previous just a 3.5. This is a little bit meatier. This one's got a nice rhythm to it. And Barmy, as a lot of her friends like to call her, Sarah growing up in the region there. Of course, Dad Chris and friend Rob just shouting out the local support here as we hang in and out the VIP area here in Ballito this afternoon. It is Sunday lunchtime. The vibes are good. The curry is hot. And certainly we are having a lot of fun on the opening day of competition.
Well, certainly when Sarah's surfing, the Bog Boys are all on the deck making some noise. She's an honorary member. Also interesting to see, well, we'll get back to that. Here is Wong up and riding. Oh, that was a nice turn.
Lovely rail driving from a surfer that's showing her prowess in the small and the big surf. Big transition in the background there. We'll go to that shortly, but Moana Jones-Wong just looking nice and free on her rails there, and certainly getting her heat moving in the right direction. Judges were working on a number of scores now for Sarah Baum, for Alice Barton, who really slammed into a nice section there in the background. And of course, Moana Jones-Wong looking freed up, and those rails looking good. And certainly a good score for Talia Swindle as well. They've officiated that number, 567.
Yeah, heat's finally on. It was interesting watching Sarah's wave. You could actually see the chatter on the board, especially when she was bottom turning. So there's a little bit of bump out there now. This is Swindle up and riding again.
Oh, lovely. Up and over the section, just sort of lets it go. Didn't want to take too much of a compression on the landing there, so she'll let that be a throwaway. Still plenty of time. 18.5 still on the clock. So judges just getting some numbers for us. And certainly we'll see where Sarah Baum goes in this. 3.5 previous. I think she'll be going a little bit better for Sarah Baum. Let's have a look at this one of Alice Barton.
well, just the one turn, but it was a big meaty one. Really went to attack the lip on that turn from the bottom turn. Then this was Moana's wave. Took off, lovely deep bottom turn. Solid wrap, little caught up on the exit, but managed to get around, get turn number 2. Had to work the third turn. Unfortunately, that wave just faded out. A little bit of the high tide wobble on that one. And in the background, you saw Alice just going for that big crack off the top, and we know the judges have been rewarding those big single maneuvers.
100% right, Kai, you spot on it. Judges are going to eat up that short but strong wave of Alice Barton. Also, a lot of surf fans seeing a surfer of the stature of Moana Jones-Wong. We always just see her going left at pipe, right? And yeah, what a useful backhander. She just flowed through those turns. So we'll let all those numbers settle. We'll let this heat take shape as we just get to enjoy the elevated view over the KwaZulu-Natal region. Yeah, of course, there's just a huge shout out to the KwaZulu-Natal municipality for their forward vision. And this goes back quite a considerable way, back to 2008 when the Mr. Price Pro did its relocation out of the Durban beaches and found its way here too. I think a lot of the behind the work thinking of that falls on the credit of surfers like Greg Swart and Pierre Tosti. And of course, we've been here ever since, and Ballito has not let the world down. In fact, the one thing that has happened is Ballito is now a global name. Everybody around the world will know this town, and that is what surfing has brought, is just international and global recognition to this region.
Yeah, and well deserved. And let's not forget the powerhouse lady behind this event, Colette, who's really pulled it together and made it what it is. The team, everyone that works on the event. I mean, you and I have been coming here and working on this event for how many years, Gigs? And that's what I like about this event, is like it's a big family, and it's such a vibe, and everyone just, even the surfers, love coming back.
And the latest tech as far as looking after our athletes as well, of course, from compression to nutrition to chiropractic. Of course, a huge shout out to Kiko Life up in Mhlali. They're involved again in 2026, and just looking after all the needs of the world's best athletes here. And no wonder, it really is a favorite for so many of our surfers, and it's going to become a favorite for Alice Barton, the UK surfer, because she's found a 5.1, almost the best individual wave of the heat. And as we think of all these scores, we'll just sit back and allow this event just to unfold. Sunday afternoon, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back for more from Ballito.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill.
welcome back to the show. It is the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. Lunchtime here in the region of the KwaZulu-Natal. It is beach weather, it is warm, it is tropical, and the rest of the country are hugged around their televisions and their fireplaces. We get to sit here and maybe exchange some sunblock and some curry.
Yeah, the curry was good. Gave me a bit of a sweat though, so watch out for those green chilies.
Let's have a look at the heat as it continues to unfold here. Alice Barton, just a quick in and out. Our UK surfer, great to see talent coming from the region. And of course, so much surfing taking place in the United Kingdom. And a lot of them will be invested in how Alice Barton performs here in Ballito as she takes on the Challenger Series of 2026. Of course, Hawaiian support for Moana Jones-Wong as her scorecard is open during the break. And certainly, while all that has happened, Talia Swindle has gone up into the lead. The American from Malibu is out front here with the 12-minute mark upon us. The score is still due for both blue and white respectively. And looking forward to seeing how this heat shapes up. Of course, South African interest for the Rainbow Nation with Sarah Baum.
Sure, she got up to the lip late on that one. Did really well to ride out of it. Then right behind her, we saw Moana on this one. Bit of a bigger bowl, nice deep bottom turn. Gets the whip off the back. Kind of works a little short turn on the second. Gets white and frothy as she works down the line. But giving her another little opportunity to go to the lip line. And then another carve. And this wave was the one that just kept on giving. Unfortunately, not going to ride out of that last turn. Looking at the scores, though, just a 4-1-7. Judges probably looking at those turns, not too critical gigs, more just sort of rail turns through the pocket.
Well, lovely, useful wave for Moana Jones-Wong, but as you said there, just a 4-1-7, a better score of a 5.1 for Alice Barton for a much shorter ride with more impact. As we hit the 11-minute mark, heat preparation underway for our next four surfers. This is Maria Salgado. She's going to take on Leilani McGonigal. Isla Huppets, watch for the World Junior Champion. And of course, Lilias Tabai out of Morocco. Going to be a fun heat as we continue. We are on the round of 48, the opening round of competition on the women's draw of the Challenger Series, the very first on the calendar. And just a reminder that Talia Swindle this time last year, Kai went all the way to the quarterfinals, beating Anat Lelio on the way to that, finally falling to now a CT surfer in Yolanda Hopkins. So Talia Swindle wants to go better than that in 2026, and everybody wants to get that quick, fresh start on the rankings ladder, with Ballito being the first stop this year.
Yeah, and that's got to be at the back of all of their minds, really, is, you know, when you get good results in Ballito, you generally get on a bit of momentum. And we talk about Yo-Yo, we talk about our winner last year, and the ladies all moving up on that big stage to the CT. So some of these girls are going to want to get those results. You know, Sarah Baum's been agonizingly close to making that jump over the last few years. She really needs this result. She's done well here before. It's technically her home break. Talia Swindle, also another one of the surfers that's been really close. Leilani McGonigal in the next heat. She's just been shy of that line. So many good surfers, but only so many spots.
Well, attacking the lip, nice forehand. That could be an intelligent approach here to just upping the numbers a touch. Moana Jones-Wong using her forehand going left here. Will switch to Sarah Baum, the South African, who hooks one up in the pocket. That wave just sort of breathing up and down as the tide is almost at max here in Ballito in South Africa. Sarah Baum, useful wave perhaps, getting rid of the 3.5, but she is plagued by a low set of averages right now.
Some KZN spice in some of those turns, though. Gig, that was definitely her best wave. A little bit of an equipment change now. Moved on to the Timmy Pattersons, gone through on, shaping those locally here in Durban. Also a very experienced shaper, been around for many years. So, and I've been listening to Greg Emsley in the previous event, watching her surfing, and was just saying how good those boards are looking under her feet.
No, absolutely. Looking on point, her surfing is good. Of course, Sarah Baum, that incredible year back a few seasons now, 2023, got to the quarterfinals here in Ballito, got the wild card invite to the CT stop at Jeffreys Bay a few days later, and also went all the way to the quarterfinals. And waiting for the number from the panel for this.
Loved the bottom turn, then just whipped that second turn out. Waited for the third one, went even bigger. So this whole wave, there was like a gradual build-up in ferocity on those turns. So I definitely think she's going to get her best score of the heat. She's only looking for a 3.78, so I think she more than got that score. We'll just see if she's going to jump into second or first.
Well, the Californian Talia Swindle has the best individual wave of 5.67. Does Sarah Barnes go and replace that as the best individual wave? Almost thinking so, with the speed and intensity of those backhand turns there. As the clock comes down to a little over 7 minutes to go, judges will answer all these questions shortly, and we'll update that scorecard top left of screen. Also credit to Alice Barton, who is out leading this heat, and one of her scores still a relatively soft 3.27. So perhaps all four surfers with work ahead. Yeah, Moana Jones-Wong getting her average up a little bit with her last ride of the 4.17. She too sits on a 3.8 in her score. Doesn't need a big number right now, but the whole heat perhaps going to get a new set of requirements when the judges bring us Sarah Baum's score. So we'll just focus in on the takeoff zone here. Priority with Swindle, and second prio with, for now, the heat leader Alice Barton.
Well, I'm going to tell you, the judges are having a good look at that ride from Sarah, because they know it's going to be a critical score in the heat, and they're probably on the replays comparing it to that 5.1 and the 5.67 of Talia's. My feeling, probably best wave of the heat. The more I think about it, she really surfed it well. The connection points were solid, and she was really aggressive, especially on the back two turns. So the judges are having a think on it, and we'll have to see where she comes in.
Well, far less than half a point separating fourth from first here. There is that score in now. Judges went into the sevens, so easily the best wave of the heat. So lessons learnt there for all the surfers in the lineup and in the next heats up and coming. You need to really get those intense, speedy, blistering turns done if you want to fetch some scores from the panel. A 7.17 from an international panel of 5. And there is Baum now in the lead. The locals on the beach will be happy with that. It bumps Barton down to second and Swindle down to third, holding the priority. The American Green just needs an easily attainable 2.7. Moana Jones-Wong is also easily attainable 4.21. So coming up to the 5-minute remaining mark here, it's going to be interesting to see how this one unfolds. And I don't think that Baum and Barton will want to ignore opportunities of their own.
Yeah, there's going to be a couple of Corona swilling bog bullies losing their minds on the deck with that score.
Well, let's have a look at the Challenger Series calendar for the year ahead. This is the opening stop here in Ballito, US Open of Surfing next. Huntington Beach will see the intensity continue, then through to Brazil, on to Portugal, and then we'll wrap that end of season for the Challengers with Newcastle in Australia. Always so much entertainment from that side of the world. And then, of course, this year, the addition of adding QS 6,000 points to it. So slightly adapted from the calendar from last year, but certainly a very comprehensive and challenging series ahead. And of course, come year end, top 6 ladies will be part of the championship tour in 2027.
Yeah, and I must say it's interesting. We haven't really seen a refresh or a new spot on the Brazilian leg for quite some time. So it's going to be interesting to finally see a different surf spot on the calendar for the Challenger there.
Yep, all good things to talk about. And of course, at the championship tour level as well, the addition of the Philippines. Now just sneaking another event in there. We love it. Let's have a look at your heat leader. Just briefly in and out, Sarah Baum. She'll be in one of the lower priorities. We spoke of Talia Swindle just being patient and replacing a very low score of a 2.7. And that would be at Alice Barton's expense. So UK surf fans will be plugged in here, just willing their athlete in the white singlet. As we see just a sideways drift there, just letting it go. A little bit of loose body language there from Talia Swindle, perhaps feeling the pressure of the clock. Waves moving through the takeoff zone here. Moana Jones-Wong turned her nose up at that one. Didn't like the look and the potential ahead. She knows she's got to find the 4.21 in the lineup. Beach announcers will have updated. The ladies know the shape of the heat. They know what's going on around them. They're aware of where they are in the priority list as well at the takeoff zone. So a tense 3 minutes still to go here, as you see White is going to play the priority and closes the door for Moana Jones-Wong. And a big hit in the lip for Alice Barton. That's the right way to approach it, but that time no success. But wow, that was the right way to go about improving on a 3.27.
That was some aggressive surfing right there. Really went in at it. See a little turn there from Talia. Maybe got a turn before that, but love to see the replay of Alice's last wave, because boy, she really just went for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Attacking that lip line. That's going to hand the priority to Moana Jones-Wong with 2:20 coming up on the clock. And this is going to be a fun one to call. Does Moana use that beautiful backhand style? I mean, we know that she's the absolute queen of goofy foot forehand surfing. There's so much to talk about with that. But right now, we want to get a result out of some perhaps backhand surfing. Nice snappy, attacking the lip line, as is exactly what Alice Barton was trying to do.
Yeah, that was a very aggressive turn, and love it. She kind of just lost it on the way out as she hit sort of the trench at the bottom of the wave, and it's such a pity, because if she had landed that, it would have been a massive score. But less than 2 minutes to go now, and the ocean's definitely slowed down a bit since this morning. There's not quite as much energy out there, so now Moana and Talia are going to just have to pray that a set comes in and gives them both an opportunity.
Well, 90 seconds to go, and Moana Jones-Wong will use that priority. It's a nice running wave. That's a lovely swivel in the lip. Backhand surfing, nice and fluid here from her. Is that enough, though, to attack the points scoreline of a 4.21? It was clean, it was crisp, it had good flow. And sometimes that smooth surfing, the difficulties can almost be overlooked. Some surfers have such a polished style that the challenge of what they're trying to do can sometimes just sort of be missed by surf fans. And let's have a look at Talia Swindle, who's worked this way through to the inside, just under the 60-second mark now.
Parko
and definitely
syndrome.
Evidence of that high tide in the lineup.
Well, that wave's not going to do it for her, unfortunately. Moana's wave, though, that could be an interesting one. Probably the most critical surfing we've seen from her the whole heat. So she definitely got some connections to the lip down the line there. I'm going to be interested to see where that comes in. She only needs a 4.21. So Alice Barton's not safe right now.
Well, surf fans around the world invested, friends and family supporting as the Challenger Series opening day works its way through the heats. Here is your heat leader, the weight of a 717 in her scoreline, just now trying to improve on a 4.5. She's in the double digits as the heat starts to count down, little connection through to the inside. And it was a slower start for the South African on screen, Kai. There was moments there where she really wasn't putting a decent heat together, but all credit to her 717.
Yeah, no, Bami came through at the end. The locals would have been making some noise during the heat. And Alice Barton, she's still chomping fingernails, though, as we wait for that last score for the Hawaiian. It's going to be a tight one, Giggs. 4.21. I think it was her best score, and she had a 4.17 on the pre-one. Let's watch this one. So it comes off the bottom. First turn was nice. It's the second turn that's going to make the difference. Went right up into the lip. And then a third little float over the section. It's going to be tight. I think the judges are going to scratch their heads on this one a little bit. I feel like it was her best score. She had a 4.17, needs a 4.21, but it might just come in between the two.
Wow. Judges still pondering Moana Jones-Wong's score. That second turn, Greg. Have a Dutchie. Have another one. Kai, the Moana Jones-Wong second turn was definitely a spicy. There was enough spray out the back there.
Yeah, the second turn was good, and it was the most aggressive turn we saw from her the whole heat. And she had already had a 4.17 for sort of 3 bowly turns out on the shoulder for the 4.17. So I don't know, you kind of might have to go for the score here. Let's watch it again. So she waded around the section, got a little whip off the top. Here she comes, nice bottom turn, straight up into the lip, and then got the little float to finish. I feel like it's her best wave, and she already had the 4.17, so 417 to 421 is a pretty narrow jump, but the judges still thinking about it.
Well, they are going through their replays in that structure there on screen. They are puzzling this. They will have asked exactly what you just said, Kai, is her best one prior to that, the 417. They would have almost pulled up the 417 and compared it to that last ride awaiting the score. Other quick question, Sarah Baum, did she improve on her 4.5 as we start wrapping this up?
Possibly. I mean, the score comes in, it's a 4.0.
Wow, a flat 4. It's just short of requirement for Moana Jones-Wong. That is painfully close. Sarah, that might be the second wave. Yeah, we are holding on here.
Score coming. Wow. So this is a little stress point for the day. I'm wondering if the judges are starting to feel like they maybe overscored her on the 417. Like that could be a bit of an issue because now they've kind of pigeonholed themselves that they have to go higher than that.
Oh, great discussions. Of course, all of this unfolding here in beautiful Ballito. And we're still, again, we're puzzling. Does Sarah Baum improve on the 4.5? So last score trickling in now. Moana Jones-Wong is going to come in just short, and it's not going to change the shape of the heat. Alice Barton's going to survive this one, Kai. Sure. Sarah Baum, either way, is going to be the winner as we work towards an official result here. And sure, that was about a very close point spread. It was the whole way through that heat, Kai.
Yeah, that was exciting for all the wrong reasons. But at the end of the day, Sarah Baum goes through. The local crowd are going to be very happy about that polished performance.
Well, we asked, did she improve on a 4.5? She got a 4.83. So just pushing her scorecard a little bit further ahead. She stamps that heat win and she's through to the next round. So credit the South African and the Briton. We'll go through. We'll lose Talia Swindle and Moana Jones-Wong. Stay with us. There's plenty to come this afternoon here from Ballito.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
In that last heat, with Alice Barton being the first ever human to qualify for the the Challenger Series here. She proudly represents that flag, and we're looking forward to seeing more competition from her. What we are looking forward to it as well is so many more storylines starting to unfold. My name is Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by Paul Evans and Greg Emsley. Paul, a moment for Great Britain.
Everybody say UK.
UK.
Say it again.
UK.
Thanks. Cool. Greg, nothing from you, huh? No help. Nothing.
None at all.
You're really internalising that joy, aren't you, and that excitement, which is cool. That's a skill as well.
I think you're trying to get us to still cheer for your win last night.
Well, I have British blood and heritage, so I'm kind of on board. It'd be nice if you jumped on the train as well. No? Okay, cool. Anyways, so
Go the Springboks.
there's been so much going down throughout today. Obviously, the women are out in the water. I went back and I was having a look at some of the highlights on Instagram, and I just cannot move past Sierra Kerr's 9. It really has been such a standout moment. So I'm looking forward to one of these ladies potentially living up to that same potential. And I've got my eye on a girl named Isla Huppets. She's coming up against Leilani McGonigal, Maria Salgado, and Lilias Tebai. So really interesting heat. Lilias I've never come across before. Maria I've also never come across before. So a couple of new fresh names. Our current World Junior Champion in there. And then Leilani McGonigal really flying the flag for the veterans here, Greg.
Yeah, Leilani's actually been on the QS and challenges for a long time. I've spent a bit of time around Leilani, especially with doing Olympics. Her dad, Sean, really cool guy, really friendly chap. We were the best people at Olympics in Tokyo because we were catching the bus from the village hour and a half every day. So got to spend a bit of time with her, and she's definitely starting surfing really well, strong, goofy footer. And then Isla, as you mentioned, world junior champion, and then Lilias Tebai from Morocco. I've seen quite a bit of Lilias. She won a big QS 2000, the Royal St Andrews Hotel event in Port Alfred.
Cool.
That was a great final, her and Zoe Stain. So that was a couple of months ago, through in April. So, yeah, strong, goofy footer is Lilias. Let's see how she brings it to her first Challenger Series event.
And Maria Salgado, really young and really fresh to this scene, Paul.
Super young. She's been an up-and-comer for a while. Even she was kind of... she was quite sort of big for her years, quite tall when she was maybe 13, 14. She already looked a bit older, so she's already kind of power surfing at quite a young age. But pretty intense competitor as well. There's a lot of intensity coming from Tebai. I think we could say that she's someone that really gets fired up for heats. Like almost sometimes right up there in that place where it's almost kind of too much fire. For her, it's maybe a case of like dialing it down a little bit, concentrating on the surfing and not sort of the competing part too much.
Epic.
There's obviously a balance that you need to find, but she's pretty intense. Maria as well, but I think she's really quality from that Santa Cruz region in the mid part of Portugal, near Ericeira, and she's a ripper.
I'm excited to see these two women. I'm very excited to see that competitive fire from Lilias. I am hooked at this point. Sarah Baum put on an outstanding performance in that last heat. She got a win for South Africa, and she's down there with Mike Frew on the glass.
Thank you, Jesse. Sarah, you got a quarter-final finish in the last Challenger Series event that you surfed in Newcastle. You've since surfed a couple of QS events leading up to this. Great heat win to start this event, but what have the last sort of couple of months looked like for you?
Yeah, geez, you'd think after all the heats I surfed yesterday, my nerves would have been washed away, but yeah, I was definitely nervous going into that heat. Yeah, honestly, just after that last event in Newcastle, I got quite a lot of momentum back and a lot of confidence in myself. Yeah, leading up to this season, I've just been trying to work as hard as I can. It's not cheap or doing what we do, so just trying to balance, work and yeah, I've been like house painting and stuff like that, and then trying to do the surfing side afterwards, training in the gym, trying to get in the water as much as I can, and yeah, that's honestly what just balancing everything.
You always get such a great local support here down in Ballito. Your dad is here. He brings the whole of the bog crew, the bog bullies. Just to the left of us up here, the VIP area was absolutely packed with the local support. What does that local support mean to you, and can you feel it out there in the water?
Yeah, absolutely. After I've been doing this for so many years now, you'd think my dad would be pretty sick of it, but he loves it. He looks forward to this every year. And he's got his crew that he hangs out with in the VIP area, and sometimes I go and hustle them in bog. And after that wave that I got, that 7, I could hear the whole beach erupt. So it definitely is fueling my fire, and it's so awesome. There's a huge crowd down here, and there's so much support. So yeah, big thank you to everyone.
Sarah, you've got some great momentum made. Long continue into this event. We can't wait to see you in the next round. Back to you, Jessie.
Thanks, Mike. There's not many other women, scratch that, athletes on the Challenger Series that can say that they have a hometown advantage at 2 stops on the Challenger Series. Sarah obviously spent a lot of time here, knows this wave really well, but now lives at Newcastle. So she can go to 2 different stops and really draw a lot of confidence in that, which is a huge advantage.
Well, it's 3 events last year, right, as well, because double Newy.
Yeah. It's pretty wild when you think of that. So Sarah Baum kicking off in an incredible way. She had a major heat total yesterday in the QS. So she's already channeled some really big combinations so far. And I think Baumie could be by the energy that she was kind of showing us in that post-day interview, going on a really solid run in this event.
Is home field advantage a thing in surfing, do we think?
Well,
like, look at the Aussie leg this year. Sort of 3, and I mean, I know New Zealand isn't part of Australia, but it's sort of similar. 4 events. Did the Aussies on the CT maximise that, men and women? Probably not. Did they, Greg?
I'd like to not answer that question.
Well, so there's
up to you next.
I mean, it's pretty simple. There's 2 sides of home advantage. So first of all, yes, of course, surfing your waves is an advantage, and you know the break, and that's where you surf your best. But then comes the pressure side of you know what you want, you know which waves you want, and if they don't come, maybe you're going to sit and wait, and wait too long. And then, of course, trying to please your home fans and family, that pressure also builds on top of you.
I'd say there is a hometown advantage on particular waves, especially beach break conditions. I mean, look at Luke Thompson here last year. There was definitely a subtle advantage for him knowing this wave so well. Think back to Geordie Lawler at Narrabeen, or any American over at the US Open. They just know that wave so well based on their junior careers. Leilani McGonigal knows the US Open really well as well. She also has had a couple of results here at Ballito, but this is the opener, her second ride to her campaign here in the 2026 season. She's a really, really good friend of mine from one of the most incredible parts in the world in Pavones, Costa Rica, and has had a goal of getting to that championship tour for a really long time, and it feels like she's consistently building for something more.
Yeah, and Leilani, we mentioned it earlier, she's been surfing for a long time. I actually remember her in ISA World Juniors, she was like 2012 or so, 2013, so I've seen her for a very long time. Strong, goofy foot surfer. And we're just looking at those opening rides. A lot of sort of fadey, high tide waves starting to show up as we get about half an hour away from that high tide. And I still think these ones are not the waves you want. You want to get those drawn out walls with those bigger closeout sections. So I just don't think it's worth sticking with these ones into the shore break. I think if you've gone that far on the wave, you probably haven't done enough out the back.
And Paula, I'd love your take on this, considering we were talking about different advantages and whether a hometown advantage is truly one. Leilani is clearly the one with the most experience in this heat. Would that be an advantage? Would you rather be in Leilani's shoes, or would you rather be sitting in the shoes of Maria Lilius or even Isla Huppets, who are really new to this scene?
If you spend a certain amount of time on the Challenger Series, I feel it almost becomes a little bit of a hindrance. It also depends on why you're there. Are you just back there after being cut? But after a while, I almost think more doubts kind of creep in. You do see, particularly with the women, when they're younger and they come on with maybe less experience in terms of heat craft and heat management, but a little bit less scarred by maybe things that have gone and maybe the nerves, and they don't possibly even realise quite what's at stake, and they seem to be a bit freer. And I think we see that a little bit more with them. I mean, we've seen 2 women from the Challenger Series win world titles, right? We haven't seen that from the men yet. It's been that sort of older guard that qualified before we even had this format. So very much something different. It can go a couple of ways. You'd rather have the experience in your mind, but emotionally, I don't know. I'm not sure if it always is that much of an advantage.
Yeah, it is a tricky one as well, because sometimes this fresh blood comes to the scene and they're so ready. Even look at the likes of Tia Zabrowski. Last year was her first year on the Challenger Series.
In and out.
It was very convincing too. There was not a lot of women probably coming close to her and how consistent she was. Yo-Yo, of course, she was really flying that flag for the veterans as well. But that also makes me interested. Who is going to be our Tia Zabrowski of this year? Who's going to put a chokehold on the women's Challenger Series? Greg, anyone?
Well, I think the answer is Sierra Kerr. We saw her performance this morning. I thought that wave was, I mean, it was an excellent score, 9.33. It could have even gone higher in the context of that heat. I think she's going definitely onto championship tour this year.
Yeah, a lot can happen to you where you're on the Changers. You sort of see people come in and board full of stickers and stuff, and then a couple of years later, not so much, and that's a big factor as well. It's some live action Salgado.
Yeah, our Portuguese surfer just checked turn in that first section here, and you can see this high tide. We're looking at a completely different wave face to what we've been seeing from majority of the morning. Even to go from our last heat with Sierra through our break to now, it feels really night and day here, Greg.
Yeah, it's as I mentioned, we're just about half an hour away from that high tide. It's definitely looking like it's gone softer on the ocean. So the set waves, the bigger set waves, are going to be the only option. You don't want these fadey type waves. And this heat nearly halfway into it, and our highest score is a 3.5, which just shows you. But approaching, this is the type of wave you want. Look at the size of this wave.
Isla Huppets has waited almost 15 minutes for this wave here. It's got a nice looking bowl, jams it. It's just going to be that one single maneuver for Isla. But we've seen time and time again today, Paul, that quality over quantity has been a real standout for the judges.
Yeah, she knew exactly what she was waiting for. She kind of knew what she didn't want as well. And, quite rightly, really looking at numbers, sort of turning her nose up and letting things go. And then absolutely from the takeoff there, decision vindicated. A big hit. Just the one turn, though. You just love just another one. Two banger, get that combo done. Was just the one maneuver, but she definitely has identified what she's trying to do.
Leilani on a better looking wave now, connects twice on that one. Definitely her best two turns here for Lele. Obviously, Paul, we both got to go to the World Juniors at the start of the year as well, and Isla had that look about her that she was going to win it from the opening round.
Yeah, she was just dialed in. Sometimes we talk about that kind of story through the rounds and a bit of a journey for her. I don't think anyone really kind of landed a blow on her. She just looked lethal throughout the game plan, never really looked rattled. I can't remember her really needing to find anything late in the heat. It was like, get your scores early on. Yeah, absolutely. No, she looked amazing out there. She's got a bit of a signature dismount, hasn't she? That jump off, that's kind of hers. She goes with that one a lot, but yeah, she looked amazing.
And then a couple replays here, Greg.
Yeah, so this was just the opener for Maria, just not much on offer there. So she'll have to get out the back, reset. You got to look for those set waves like we see from Isla here. Watch this big single turn. Whacks it up in the top corner. So much spray. And the judges are going to look at these single maneuvers with the high tide, and I think their scale is going to shift a little bit. We're going to see that scale rise for those single big maneuvers, and Leilani manages to click this one really well. She set those two turns up nicely, so that's going to be Leilani's best score so far in the heat. And I think those two scores, as we reach the halfway mark of the heat, are going to be significant numbers that are really going to put pressure on Maria and Lilius here.
Just on the dismounts, not super relevant to professional surfing, but I went to a water park with my kids a couple of days ago, and there's a big jump where you go sort of really, really, really high in the air. I just felt like I just kept going, and I'm still sore. I think I'm probably too old. Did feel like the kind of oldest guy going on that level. There's 3 levels, but I sent it. You proud of me?
I'm very proud of you. Young at heart, Paul. Always. Nice looking section here. Nice variation of that big single hit there from Maria Salgado. Cool looking style. We haven't really seen too much surfing from her so far in this heat, but finally getting to experience what she has. And I love the fact that she can jam that arm back in the pocket and still have an element of flair here. So scores starting to trickle on through at this point. Leilani with a 5.43 for that 2-turn combo. But Greg, a higher score for that big one maneuver of that 5.67.
Yeah, the 5.67 was for me the best of the heat so far. We'll see where Maria's single turn goes. I think it'll be a bit under that, but still very dynamic through that maneuver. That wave slightly smaller than we saw Isla's wave. And then Leilani with a 5.43. She really linked those two waves well together.
Yeah, Lele on a set wave out the back now. This one definitely has a good amount of energy to it. She gets into this first section, but slightly delayed and behind throughout that second there. So maybe an opportunity missed, but a really tricky wave to read. Now we look to the back here. We see Maria jam another section. This one might offer a little bit more down the line, but you can see it's just breaking ever so slightly here. So Isla letting those 2 waves go, which looked like it was actually a smart call with both of those waves only offering 1 section there.
Cool read on the conditions from her so far. She looks like she's definitely identified. We talked about experience on this tour, and you know, relatively, she doesn't have it compared to particularly Leilani, but seems to have a pretty good read on the lineup thus far. People have been in town for a few days, but a lot of that's just instinctive as well, not necessarily break specific. Here's Tabai on the backhand. A bit of foam and froth, but some nice, quite incisive work. Salgado likes to push hard with the back foot. Kind of a trademark from her, swinging in those tight pockets. Again, would just like that thing to continue, maybe a little more from her. She'll fire up. Here's Lele here. The opening part to this was really nice. He sort of kind of spanks it here, and then white water around her, and just sort of, yeah, never able to really unlock into another section.
Yeah, it felt like Lele, there was moments for big potential on that wave, but maybe it had to shift from being a multiple turn wave to 1 big hit. But it's so tricky on this high tide here. And Greg, you've had more eyes on this ocean over the last week than we have. So hopefully it starts to change as we hit that high tide and start to come down the other way. We do have our Costa Rican currently holding down the lead, but it feels like potentially something big is going to happen in this back half of the heat. We are going to go to a quick break and hope for that right after this.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro here in KwaZulu-Natal. It's Sunday afternoon here in Ballito, and look at this. The beach is absolutely packed. Everybody enjoying world-class surfing here in Ballito. The Ballito Pro is actually part of a much bigger 16-day beach festival that is happening as part of this year's Ballito Pro. We've got skateboarding, music events, movie screenings. There's fan parks to watch the Soccer World Cup. It's all happening. And today is just day number 1 of the Challenger. We're going all the way through to the 18th of July, one of the busiest weeks in Ballito. Come on down, watch us online. It's all happening here in KwaZulu-Natal. Back to you, Paul and Jesse.
Thank you. It is absolutely packed outside. I cannot believe it when you walk out. There are so many people just getting amongst the action right now. Isla Huppets getting a nice combo of turns here. She really sat and waited, and this is just nailing it in that she has a brilliant read on the conditions right now, and she also has a incredible strike rate in executing her turns and her maneuver choices right now. So Isla Huppets is definitely surfing to that Challenger Series caliber that we want to see from these athletes here, Greg.
Yeah, I've watched Isla the last couple of days in the QS 2000. She lost the heat, I think, in the semis, and she came in, it just didn't go away. I was looking at her expression. She didn't have much expression, although I could see she wasn't excited by her performance, but she still had that really calm face, and I thought, this is a tough competitor. She knew straight away like what she had done wrong. She wasn't emotional. She put her board down, and that's the feeling I get from her. A sound competitor, and she knows what she needs to do in the water.
I see that last wave being a good-looking number. And now this is where I'm starting to get a little bit intrigued, because you guys spoke to Lilias Tabai being a really solid, feisty competitor. Is this around the time that we start to see her switch that gear on and potentially just get the claws out
I think a lot
bit?
of it depends on situation, a lot of it depends on emotion, it depends on where you are, and you know, there's a lot of factors that come into that. Let's see, 6.5 minutes to go here. I've been enjoying the point of difference from Isla. I think we've seen a bit of chatter from boards and even bodies, and she's just cutting the water. She just looks like she's got so much more authority, and so far, even between the turns, obviously we're looking at manoeuvres, just between them, she looks like she's flowing. She just looks kind of a different class thus far.
Yeah,
for me.
major number on that last wave too, 7.33, so she's well above the rest of the field. Maria Salgado has a 4.5 as her high mark, Lilias with that 5, so it definitely isn't over yet. And Leilani McGonigal, Greg, at this point, because you've been a veteran in your career, you've also been a rookie, a new kid on the block. There's when
was that?
We spoke about it at the start of the heat, but he's had a long time on the championship tour, Greg Emsley, around 8 or 9 years on the CT.
Can't remember.
What was it like being a rookie then? Intimidating?
Oh, absolutely.
Did you have to put your hand up before you spoke?
Oh,
excuse me?
You didn't speak. Oh, we had, when I came on, there was Manga Barry, Luke Egan, Oki. It was all my heroes. It was amazing.
Semi-finals against Andy Irons at J-Bay.
Yes.
Second place to Mick Fanning in France. The list
I
goes
don't like
on.
to talk about myself, but with the year that Andy won this event, I was in the final with him, 4-man final. Roy Powers second, I got third. Damien Hobgood fourth. Andy and I were very good mates, and before the final, Andy genuinely said to me, "Greg, I really hope you win this event in front of your home crowd." About 5 minutes later, he was on 295s, and
he was
the rest is history.
Greg, a replay here for Isla Huppets.
Yeah, Isla, I mean, something I've noticed with these young ladies that have come on the scene of late is the leg movement, how they bend their knees, that back knee getting lower than the front knee, the back knee pushing forward. They're really compressing and pushing on that back foot right on the tail kick, and it's giving them that sort of new school style of surfing, pushing that tail, getting the airs, and that's the difference I see.
I love Isla's style as well. She tends to point her finger on her front arm during her bottom turns too. Isla's style. Isla's. It's cool to see so much different variety coming through. I mean, we even spoke to it with Kiara Gold. Just out of pure curiosity, what was Andy's kind of take on surfing this wave? Like, how did he approach Ballito?
Well, when Andy won, it wasn't in Ballito. It was still in Durban at the piers. And Andy's attitude for anything was just take off and attack. It was unpredictable. He didn't have to premeditate what he wanted to do on a wave because he was that good, that he would just surf the wave for whatever it threw at him. And that's what made Andy so exciting. The other person I see with that sort of attitude, and we'll obviously touch on it through the event, is Dane Henry. He doesn't have to think about what he's doing because he can do everything.
Yeah, he's got an incredible strike rate, especially with his airs. His consistency in making those is phenomenal. You could see he's actually in Leilani's corner for this event. So Leilani working with Adam Dufner, who has been a big part of Dane Henry's story as well. So those guys travel as a family in a really big pack. Ben Lorenston in her corner as well. And we spoke about it with Dougie Silva and having this personality trait of pulling just creativity out of his surfers, where Duffy brings a lot of confidence to his surfers. And it's cool to see how everyone is finding their groove with all of the coaches right now, especially on this level where it is so hard to get a big result here. Just coming past this 3-minute mark. So 2 minutes 40 to go here. Duffy starting to look a little bit stressed because he knows, Paul, that Lele is definitely not safe right now.
No, not at all. Look at that, particularly the 3.5 that's making it vulnerable, isn't it? And if you can just work on that, get another mid-range number, just put a little bit of pressure and something else to think about, but all the while, surfers like Maria and Lilia are looking for 4s and
Well, it's 2 4s really, isn't it? 3-9-4 for Tabai, but those are not big numbers at all. I mean, just one turn will do that, a decent wave and a combo. So, yeah, nervy moments with 2 to go. But it's also, you know, this is why you do the training. This is why you prepare. It should be very well drilled as to exactly what to do and priority in this situation, which is we'll find a wave and surf it well. She's going to try and do that here.
Lele pulling the trigger on this one, but can't get over that ledge there. So loses first priority. Now goes to Isla Huppets, which actually does work in her favour ever so slightly. However, that second priority now going to Maria Salgado, who was only chasing a 4-4-4. So minor score right now for our Portuguese surfer, Lilias Tabai, a 3-9-4. So even smaller. But look at this rip bowl type formation here that we're starting to see here, Greg. This is starting to look like the conditions are a little bit trickier to read at this point.
Yeah, it's very much trickier. This is live action. It looks like Lilias Tabai finding a wave here in the dying minutes. Goes incomplete on that final maneuver, looking for just a 3-9-4. I'm not sure if she got anything out the back before that, but Leilani McGonigal with that mistake, can she hold on to the second place position into the last minute? You see that water sort of breathing as this tide changes, you know, that the water gets trapped in these little bays, the fingers of rocks, and every now and then it's got to eject and really get back out to sea, and it forms these rip bowls, and you do have these moments that you've got to sort of sift through and wait for those rips just to settle.
Yeah, it looks tricky right now, and it's cool to see that Lele is trying to shadow Maria, but when you look to the other side, Lilias Tabai looks to have a bank all by herself, needs a smaller score. Maria is already essentially covered by Isla Huppets, who has that first priority. So is this potentially another mistake here, Paul?
Well, we'll find out, won't we? Not a lot of time yet to come. Let's see if we can get a wave come through and affect the situation here. But the frustration, you would think, from Tabai, just getting a 5 and unable to find anything else. But here's Isla.
Just with 2 seconds on the clock. So this looks like it is going to be the last wave of this matchup so far. 2 really nice turns. Just a incredible sign-off to what is an amazing way to start off her Challenger Series campaign this season. Her first official season on this level. We did see her compete over in the Newcastle Challenger Series in March, where Tia Zabrowski knocked her out of competition, but looking like a major threat to have a big result here. Isla Huppets, Leilani McGonigal. They are going to be moving on through to that next round. We'll see Maria Salgado and Lilias Tabai in the next event over in the US Open. A couple more veterans and a couple more new names are starting to come up in that next heat. We're going to go to a quick break and watch it all unfold after this.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The US Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
An exceptionally beautiful coastline down here at Willard Beach. This is the Ballito Pro. We love coming back to South Africa every single year, and this time It is kicking off the Challenger Series season for 2026. The start of what is a long road to welcome some new surfers on to the 2027 Championship Tour. 10 men, 6 women. That is all that we can take to the CT. Right now, it is the round of 48, heat number 6, round 1 of the women. Tessa Tyson will be in the red, Anon Matsuoka in the blue, Charlie Haitley and Ziggy McKenzie will be in the white and green. Loving the look of this heat. This feels like it's a couple of young guns taking on a veteran, similar storyline to that last one. I'm Jessie, joined by Paul and Greg. And Paul, you've seen a lot of Tessa Tyson over the years.
Yeah, I have. She's been around for a while. A lot of experience. The backhand will be the weapon from her as well. The goofy, looking at these rights. But you particularly got to look at that last heat as well, and just sort of almost a different sort of ocean that Isla Huppert's was surfing in. You want to try and dial into that, basically. Don't kind of get caught up, getting confused, kind of scattering the energy, taking waves that don't offer much. Just really like focus on the quality. Find a bit of steepness. There are opportunities out there, and it's an opportunity to just stay alive in competition here. And you're not trying to kind of necessarily blow minds with performance. It's like, get through to tomorrow, stay alive. This could be something magic by the end of the week.
Yeah, Tessa's had a 3rd place here in the past, so she's already found success. And I feel like this is the type of wave that some people find it really easily, and some people do struggle to crack the code of what is Ballito. And Anon Matsuoka has fallen victim to that for the last 3 years on the Challenger Series. Hasn't moved past a 33rd place finish, but has a really incredible backhand and an intense style. She drives so hard into her turns. Greg, you've watched Anon for a little while now on this Challenger Series. What's she lacking to get herself past this round and deep into the draw?
I think it's just putting together the heats, getting those flows, you've got to get the results constantly. I think that's important. We spoke about it in the morning show. If you get 4 quarterfinal finishes, you're pretty much going to be almost set to qualify. So that's key. Maybe a little bit tougher for the women's division because it's just a little bit more competitive. But still, you look at coaches and your team around you. I think you want people to make it easy for you. You want to have your coaches breaking it down and really make it simple, not difficult. And look at those numbers and really go, okay, this is all you need to do. Tick it one contest at a time, and I think make the breakdown easier and doable.
Anon's first wave was that last one. It came in at a 4. Now Ziggy had a really incredible wildcard experience in Newcastle earlier this year, coming 2nd, losing to Alyssa Spencer in the final. She's now officially on the Challenger Series for her first full time. Is it easy to replicate that winning feeling on the Challenger Series here, Paul?
Yeah, why not? Absolutely. I mean, it's
glass half full.
Yeah, it's exactly the same sport. She knows what to do. She's an absolute ripper. She'll be full of confidence. I like this from Anon. I enjoyed on the 4 just the speed she was getting, and she just needs to keep doing this. Basically, find those quality sections, just surf. Don't think too much about necessarily where you are in the heat. Obviously, at this early stage, something that we've seen a little bit more of the last few heats. Surfers kind of looking around a bit at the beach maybe for direction. We didn't see that this morning. It was very obvious when it was clean, when we had that bowly section, just a little bit. And you can get caught maybe second-guessing yourself a bit. Maybe you take a couple of duds that just don't really go anywhere, and you're starting to feel like maybe your connection's gone. So I think finding it early on and just keeping the rhythm going, I think that's a really good way to surf this heat.
I'm looking forward to seeing what Charlie Haitley brings to this heat. She won the JQS a couple of days ago. What I saw from Charlie is, first of all, on her approach to heat, she's very patient and selects good waves, especially out here at Ballito. But on her maneuvers, her placement and timing on the backhand turns is precise. She really gets that board in the right place, and it looks powerful and strong with that timing.
Yeah, let's see what Ziggy McKenzie can do. She's got that trademark carve where she really does have a nice tight curl in the pocket there. Jams that end section too. So a couple of maneuvers to start off for Ziggy here. To add to that, Greg, Charlie is so young still. She's 17 and is such a exceptional surfer, but also a really incredible human as well. She is wise beyond her years. Had a knee injury 2 years ago and decided to get the surgery, and she was on her way to qualifying for the Challenger Series, and she ended up getting the surgery, pulling out for the rest of the year and dedicating time to rehab and getting better at surfing. And what you saw in the QS was a payoff for that, which is pretty cool to see from someone who's so young.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we know, any injury, it takes a year to recover, whether you like it or not. Maybe you're surfing after 3 months, but to fully recover, it's always a year, right? You need that time. But looking forward to seeing Charlie get that first wave. Ziggy, on the other hand, is looking just so light on those feet. It's amazing how much speed she gets on that board. She sort of hops and lets air get under that board, and she really covers distance very quickly. It's a good technique.
And then we have Tessa Tyson on a bigger looking wave here, and great first turn, but not into that second section, Paul.
Yeah, she turned that down. Not sure why. It's very easy from up here, but it looks like that one, she could have got back up there and done the combo. Didn't fancy it.
Here we go. Charlie Haitley now. Like Greg mentioned, got a win in the Pro Junior here just a couple of days ago. 2 turns to start off here for Charlie Haitley. All of these ladies giving us a couple of moments to think about, but you can tell they're building that momentum that you're talking about, Paul. Just get it done on the first couple of waves and then build your confidence from there. Ziggy McKenzie has had an unreal childhood, growing up in Bali, traveling all around Indonesia, back and forth from Australia. We've got to speak about that with Sierra, but you can see Ziggy, particularly on her backhand, has really refined her technique for what has been a long life on incredible reef rates in Indo, Paul.
Yeah, but I mean, how does that translate to surfing on the Challenger Series? Sometimes your heats are going to look a lot more like this. I mean, this is the Indian Ocean, but it's a pretty different looking one from some of those perfect reefs, and you got to roll the sleeves up and get involved. I think she's got that cool style as well. She's like really upright and then just flaring up for the maneuvers, which kind of makes them stand out as well. Really frames those turns. It's exciting. But it's going to be a tough feat for all concerned, really. It feels quite even at the moment, doesn't it? No one really showing clear advantage. I just thought Tessa there, that first turn, she really got hold of that, and we would have loved to see a second manoeuvre.
Yeah.
I don't know why she didn't fancy that.
Yeah, I would have loved to have seen it as well. It was definitely there too, and there was such a big statement on that first section as well. It's a 4.57, so it's not a bad score, but definitely could have gone well above that. Someone with brilliant scores in the last heat, Isla Huppets. She won that last one, and she's down there with the Frubru.
Isla, that was a tough heat. It looked like the conditions changed completely just after you girls paddled out, but you adapted your strategy really well to still get the heat win.
Yeah, it was kind of as soon as we paddled out, there wasn't really a set until like halfway through the heat, but I don't know, it was definitely the nerves were building a little bit, especially because it's my first heat. But the other girls didn't have really scores yet, so I just held my nerve and waited for one that gave me one decent section.
Well, you got that 7, and that was what helped you get through the heat. I'm interested to hear your thoughts on South Africa so far. It's the first time you've been here. How does South Africa compare to what you would have seen from word of mouth, your friends, people that have been here before? And then you also spent some time in Jeffreys Bay before you came up to Durban. So tell us a little bit about your trip so far. How are you enjoying it?
Yeah, I mean, everyone talks really highly of South Africa, so my mum was really keen to come, so she's tagged along. And then, we went down to J-Bay for about 10 days with, Dane, Ben and Ziggy, and we have had an epic time so far. The food's been good, the waves have been fun, it's a really good place.
And Ballito so far, what's been your highlight, outside of the surfing and the waves that we've been enjoying?
I mean, I was going to say the waves have been pretty pumping, all week. But honestly, the food here is amazing. We've been eating out quite a bit, maybe a bit too much, but the food's been amazing.
Well, congratulations. You've won your first Challenger heat. We can't wait to see you in the next round. Congratulations. Back to you.
Thank you. It's really cool to see Isla just continue to refine her craft. And a couple of the boys actually free surfing with her the other day, throwing down a 9 or even a 10 for one of her free surf waves, just belted this wave 3 times with those trademark finners that she does, but huge, back to back to back. So hoping that we get to see that type of surfing as well. Obviously really convincing in that opening round. But Greg, no one really stealing the show right now with this one.
Oh, just looking at this ocean, it's so tricky out there right now. We see up and riding. This is Ziggy again. She's getting these waves that she has to move across it, and they're quite tricky. They're breaking in half. This onshore wind is up. we're almost on the full high tide, and this ocean's become a tough ocean. It's going to be really difficult to have a game plan out here. You've got to look at it, I think, a lower score line coming in the next couple of heats, and our surfers are going to have to adjust to that.
And thinking probably maybe more one manoeuvres rather than two, Paul?
Yeah, could be a bit of that as well, definitely. I think, don't overthink it. Surf on feel. You obviously get to this level. You've been surfing your whole life. You don't necessarily need to over-strategize. You don't want to be too rigid. It is an ocean that's ever-changing. Live action with Thiessen.
Yeah, really nice single hit. Just has such a consistent vertical whip on her. Some women and men don't every single time get it to that 12 o'clock, but Tessa is one of those surfers who does.
Yeah, amazing. Amazing on the backhand. It's an absolute weapon for her. She can be absolutely lethal when she's locked in. I just want to pick up on a point that Isla was saying about a trip here. So, she just say she had 10 days at J-Bay before because we hear a lot of talk about the challenge, how hard it is, and, obviously the financial side is difficult as well, but that sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
10
you get a
days
surf trip in before your heats. How good.
It's pretty incredible. And a surf trip to a place like Jeffreys Bay, unreal, Greg Emsley.
Oh, you can't go wrong. I've had a couple of sessions here this year that have been fantastic. J-Bay, anywhere on our coast. If you could do J-Bay, come to the Dolphin Coast. And the nice thing for the internationals is, the rand goes a long way when you convert the dollars. So it's a perfect holiday destination. And if you come to the Dolphin Coast here in KwaZulu-Natal region, you pretty much having summer in the middle of winter. Yeah, the climate's that good. It's subtropical. You've got these golden sand beaches. They're sun-kissed. You walk. It's just beautiful, soft sand. And then when you hit that Indian Ocean, the blue water, it embraces you with its warmth, and you just want more. So you dive in, and you paddle out, and then you see these perfect waves.
Oh my gosh.
And as a surfer, it gets even better.
I'm hooked.
Yeah, that's
Sell
why
me
we
some
are.
property. My goodness. And this is one of a lot of incredible waves too along this stretch. Even flying in from Johannesburg to Durban, when you're on the plane, I didn't realize how many good waves there are along this coast.
Yeah, it's packed. It's just non-stop. There's pretty much waves all over you. If you drive just from here through to Durban along the M4 it's called, every time you look at the coast you get a little gap, you'll see waves that are surfable.
It's pretty cool to experience different parts of the world, and like Isla got to do, to go to Jeffreys Bay and go surf some incredible waves over there. Even if you go way further north, I know a lot of surfers have, including myself, Mozambique on a big wish list to go to, and it's a remarkable part of the world for exceptionally untouched, incredible waves. So we love coming back here every single year, and even more so to start off the Challenger Series campaign. We've just hit the halfway mark. Anon Matsuoka, she's holding it down, and Tessa Tyson's starting to creep up on her heels here. We'll see how this one is going to unfold right after this.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
The beach looking beautiful as ever, even though we have a couple of dark clouds starting to roll over here at the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. We're 12.5 minutes to go in round number 1, heat number 6. Here it's Anona Matsuoka holding it down. Tessa Tyson in second. Ziggy McKenzie just coming off a second place in her last Challenger Series appearance. She's looking for a 4.94 and Charlie Haitley a 5.2. So our two young Aussies needing to channel a little bit more right now. Conditions starting to change. Plans having to adapt on the fly here. And that is why we're probably seeing some of those veteran surfers like Tessa Tyson take a little bit more control of this heat right now, Paul.
Yeah, I expect to see her make a move. She's got priority as well, doesn't she? You just sort of seen glimpses of her, but I think she hasn't really fired up and gone through the gears. Let's see if she can do that. This is live action with Charlie. Just quick finish.
Yeah, it's never a good sign when the shoulders drop at the end of the wave. You know that's when they're frustrated. Tessa Tyson, here's the move that she's going to make, using up this first priority. A lot of energy into that first turn there. You can see that whole body whipping around. Slightly mistimed end section. She's not going to get the completion either. You could see on the beach shots before, Sierra Kerr sitting there cheering on one of her best mates, Charlie Haitley, but feeling the frustration here, Greg.
Yeah, Tess, I think, is going to improve on her scoreline at 3.7. I thought she clicked it quite nicely on those outside turns. You know, she surfed the wave to the current conditions. She knew she could get a couple of those turns out the back, and gets a bit rocky on that inside section as well. I think with that, when she jumped off, maybe there was those fingers of rocks just approaching her. So I don't think we'll look too much into it. But 3.7 I think is going to be thrown away, and she's going to replace that score and improve on that second place position. But definitely your more experienced surfers, Anona and Tess, are definitely dominating this heat at this stage.
It feels quite even, but I mean, who would you guys rather be at this stage? Who do you want to be right now?
I don't know. This is a really tricky heat.
Whoa.
Wow. Great connection. Just a single turn for Charlie Haitley. So that, for that single maneuver, was a 2.33. Ziggy McKenzie fighting back here, Paul.
Yeah, driving down the line, building up the speed, and just really went for the wave to cooperate. She wants a bit of steepness, and she does really well just to find that bit of release there. I mean, there wasn't a lot on that pocket, so she'd sort of squeeze in every drop that she could get out of that, but just really looking for that one kind of bit of clean face, that nice bowl, but didn't quite happen for her.
Charlie Haitley has to give way to Ziggy McKenzie here, who got her best on that last wave. So it was a 4.23. That wave needed to be a 4.05 to crack the code for second place here. So extremely close heat right now. No one put in anything super special on the board here, but it's kind of an interesting one, and it was one I was chatting to a couple of the ladies about earlier. It's a really tricky wave to also choose your boards for, because it doesn't strike you as a epoxy wave, even if it's a little bit smaller, because we spoke about it earlier. It could be a 2-foot wave, and then all of a sudden you're hitting a 4-foot section here. We'll get back to that. Charlie Haitley, this is a better looking wave. There's the second turn for Charlie with Lava. Good looking finish here. She's going to go vertical with the completion. Greg, you said you're excited to see her performance. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, I thought she put that wave together very well. I'm just looking at this ocean, and we spoke about these bays. They breathe and they almost come alive, but they go through these stages where they go tricky, and then when the sets come, there can be multiple sets in a row. So it's hard to get a rhythm about this ocean, but with just under 9 minutes to go, I get a feeling that the back half of this heat is going to come alive. I think the surfers need to act and get back out after each wave, because I think the score lines are going to move quickly. There's going to be opportunities.
Well, that kind of takes me back to my point. It's such a ever-shifting lineup. It's constantly changing. It has so many different mood swings, I want to say, out there, that it does make it a little bit trickier to know what board to take out.
Yeah, there's been different types of equipment. I don't think right now the epoxy is a great option. I think you want a board that still can hold the power. And looking from above, check at these sets. You almost see them all the way stacked out to sea. I think we're going to see those sets coming through more and more in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's another similar sort of wave. We've seen quite a bit of that for Ziggy. It's a lot of white water on all of her waves. She's really looking for that clean pocket. Nice rhythm to this here. And the wave just stands up and breathes a little bit and allows her to go and give it the treatment on that second turn. Just kind of tidies it up. She would have loved to get up there a bit quick and kind of get out. She kind of comes with the white water, which maybe just takes away a little bit of the impact. But I thought that was really well surfed. That'd be a useful wave for her for sure.
A useful one, but still with time on the clock. I think Charlie wanted to make sure she stamped that last turn and just keep it under control, not over push it. She wanted to make that maneuver. She had the turns out the back. So she's done that. She gets the 5.4. She's into second place, and she's still got time to now maybe open up a little bit more.
Interesting to note as well that start from Anon. I mean, early on in the heat, a couple of fours, I'm like, okay, she's kind of building up momentum. She's still on those scores, and they're still good enough for the lead. So, wow. Taking a big risk there. So going for something huge, really quite special, trying to get that big bang of that one turn, throw something up on the scoreboard. But she's had multiple rolls of the dice, and they've all been pretty inconsequential in terms of her scoreline, but still that start that she got, dialing in nice and early. She looked very much up for this at the beginning of the heat, and it's been a bit of a contrast since then, but she's still in the lead, so.
Well, that just nails home the Paul Evans brief. If you can get the job done at the start of the heat and then start to build a little bit more, it is going to be likely that it's going to look good towards the end of the heat. So, Coach, absolutely nailing it on that one. Yeah, it's whatever. No, honestly, it's cool to see Anon still relying on those scores, because if you think back to every single heat we've called today, not many people can say they're still relying on their first two waves.
Yeah, definitely. And, the other side of that, of course, Greg, is missed opportunities going down elsewhere. We've seen a lot of waves ridden since then, and no one's been able to put up those 8 points, 8.83 to get past her.
Yeah, a lot of coaches talk about stats and how important that good start is. You get the best of the first exchange. You're probably going to make the heat. I reckon today those stats have been thrown out the window. I've seen multiple heats where the surfers at the end of the heat have come alive and absolutely destroyed the guys that had the good start. There's been lots of heats like that. It's been very interesting, actually.
This feels like another one where we're set up for a really exciting finish, because you look at the need scores and the requirements, we're down in the 3s and the 4s. So what that means is going to be tense. Every wave that comes through that's kind of a set or close to a set will have a score of that magnitude. So kind of everything's on multiple option sets. Decision making, it's keeping a cool head, but it's also ultimately, when you get the opportunity, take it good surfing. Let's hope we see some. 5 minutes.
So whose score lines in this heat are moving in the right direction, and whose score lines are moving backwards?
Well, definitely Charlie's and Ziggy's are starting to move in the right direction. And how many times can you fall and think, and start to get frustrated if you're a non-Matsuoka who's had 4 waves, who hasn't gone over the 2-point mark? So there might be a slight confidence thing starting to fill in your head, because you start to think, I just want to make a turn. Oh my goodness. So Anon, she's still holding down the lead, but needing to build right now, because when you look at Charlie, it's only a 3.43. That's nothing in the scheme of her talent here. For you, Greg, who do you see going in the right direction?
No, well, it's not what I see. It's what the scoreboard says. So exactly what you've said. It's another fall for Anon, and that's just the scoreboard is telling us exactly that. The pressure's now onto her, and Charlie, on the other hand, is going, well, I didn't have a great start, but I've now got the highest score of the heat, the 5.4, and I want a challenge for first position.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what Tessa Tyson does as well, because she has proven time and time again that she's fine to be backed into a corner and work her way out of it.
Yeah, definitely. Something that's a little bit different about her approach. I mean, we're trying to kind of take cues from what we see and like where her head's at and kind of her intensity and stuff. She does just seem to be something slightly unique and different. You saw us kind of laughing on that one way, where I think she got the 3.5 and it kind of ran away from her. She was having a little chuckle to herself. She is a bit of a unique character. I'm not necessarily sure she's always committed to the entire season at the beginning. It more depends how kind of results go for her. And she's had quite a number of seasons where she just keeps getting results and keeps firing herself up. And she's in a decent place here, but she does have work to do.
Bit of a mistake there from Ziggy McKenzie. She actually used that priority card over Charlie Haitley. So both of those surfers making a subtle mistake there. Charlie, it was pretty convincing that Ziggy was very interested in that wave. So she then loses her third priority, which would have now been second. So Anon Matsuoka moves up that priority change. Tessa Tyson needing that 391 here. But Ziggy with that slightly bigger requirement of 425, which seems to be proving quite hard to find out there right now, Greg.
Oh, it's very difficult, but it looks like the ladies are looking at something. There's definitely a couple of lines coming through here. So Ziggy up and riding again, looking for something down the line, building up that board speed. And just another tricky wave, body language not great. And this is Anon again going down. So, wow, she's had multiple falls.
Well, those two rides by both of those surfers are kind of sort of sum up exactly what's happened to them in this heat. I mean, it really is getting a little bit repetitive there. How do you make that difference? How do you make things change for you?
You've got to have patience. You can't force it on the bad waves. You've got to get the set waves
out the back.
Yeah, and you just wait with that priority and make sure you get your scores on the set waves nice and calm.
Here we go. Charlie Haitley on a bigger looking wave. Doesn't get that completion there too. So conditions proving quite challenging at this point. Tessa Tyson has held this first priority for a really long time here. She's now taken off on one of the bigger ones. That's a better looking first turn. It is just the one maneuver though, needing a 391. It was a nice turn, but it did feel not convincing enough to get there, Paul.
Not sure we saw that right there. Looked great when she paddled, and there was just a little bit of time and she was just slightly hung on the takeoff. And anytime that happens, from one point of view, it's making the section steeper, but also thinking, well, what's down the line? Is she going to be able to unlock? Is she going to get that second section for that combo? And it wasn't to be. Judges will deliberate on that, but let's see where it puts us. Will she get a chance? She'll get back in the lineup for sure, but will she get another opportunity?
I feel like all our surfers have made mistakes in this heat, like multiple mistakes. I mean, look at that scoreboard. It's really littered with a lot of 0-point scores, which is testament to the tough conditions.
Yeah, definitely. And it's so tricky to know the talent of all four of these women and see them, even more importantly, Anon, who has had that exceptional start, like you mentioned, Paul, where she just went bang, bang, 2 scores straight away and then has fallen on every single wave since. So that is definitely going to play into confidence. You can see when she's surfing, I just want to make a turn, and she falls again, and it's so easy to get stuck in that rut when you're in the jersey, because those voices, they really do start to filter in, and it is those surfers who push past them and break past them that become those greats that we know and love. They become those world champions. Anon, she's going to use up first priority here. She's going to need it. Drops down into second place because Tessa Tyson goes to the lead on that last one. Clock is down. Heat is over. There was only one wave, and it was for Anon. So Charlie Haitley has gone from second to third and is out of competition right now.
We said how close it was going to be, absolutely nail-biting, and it's going to come down to the tiniest of fractions. Not a classic in terms of performance, but in terms of entertainment, it's all about those opportunities, and you have to say, Tessa, she hung on, she grabbed it with both hands.
I am super impressed by Tessa staying so cool when everyone else was kind of crumbling in that situation there. So Tessa Tyson taking the win. Anon Matsuoka, she will be moving on through as well. Next up, Minami Nonaka, Taina Hinku, Island Vast and Arina Rodriguez are going to be coming up in heat number 7. We're going to have Giggs and Kai in to call that one. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill.
Beautiful scenes here from Ballito for the opening day of the World Surf League's Challenger Series. It has been a very useful day of competition as we welcome you back to the show. And of course, those opening rounds, getting the first rounds done on the men's and now the women's side of the draw. It's a good afternoon from the east coast of South Africa. Gig Cilliers alongside Kai Linda as we're having a great time with it. We trust that everybody is as well. And certainly so many stories already coming out of day one.
So many stories. We were so excited. We dressed the same. It's just a great day here in Ballito.
Team jerseys, guys, team jerseys. But yeah, certainly just great performances. We've seen, obviously, we are now on the higher tides here as we frame up our next heat in the water, starting to move through this round of 48, the opening round of the women's. And introducing Minami Nanaka, Tiana Hinkle, Alan Vast, and Arena Rodriguez from all corners of the world. And it's, as we said, a good afternoon. Trust that everyone's enjoying the show. We're having an absolutely great time. What a privilege to have many of the world's best surfers here. And, of course, a look into some future stars as well. And that might just be the theme for the heat out in the lineup.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of new names through the first day here at the Challenger Series start off. But this heat, pretty much no strangers to competition. We know all these names, and they're pretty accomplished surfers.
Absolutely. Early times here in the 30-minute heats on offer here for the opening round of competition. Of course, now local time here, moving towards 2:45 in the afternoon. And of course, we did get going just after 7 a.m. this morning. We've been through the entire swing of the tide chart here. And as I say, we're just passing that high tide mark, about 30 minutes back. And still a couple of bigger rogue sets running through the lineup here as we move into the latter heats.
Yeah, it looks like a completely different day all of a sudden. You know, the grey has kind of moved in, the onshore, but there's still sets. The sand's still there. It hasn't gone anywhere. So you've got to be a bit more choosy about what you're going to take off on in the heat now. But we've seen some scores. This was Arena starting things off. Nice big bottom turn. Big old power hack there to start off the heat. And did well to make it around the section. Gets the other turn and then just waiting for it to stand up on the bank. And gets a little bit of a turn off there. So first turn was where the money was on that one, Gigs. But not a bad start. Got a 5.0. And then Vast takes off on this one. It didn't look like much. But started hitting that inside bank and standing up. You saw Tyner behind her. Also on a good looking wave. Couple of turns down the line. So bumpy, tricky, but certainly some scoring potential out there. Then Minami. She's been here a few times. That wave just running away from her, so no scores on the board there, 0.37. But at the moment, it is Surfer in Green, Arena Rodriguez, with that 5.0. Good start to the heat.
Absolutely. Nice 5 in there early. Will be a foundation and a stepping stone towards finishing in the top 2 in around 24 minutes time. Of course, we'll follow all the action here. And Arena out of the Peruvian talent basket. Of course, what a beautiful wave-rich area. Still yet to visit Peru myself. Have you been up that region?
I haven't, but it's definitely on the bucket list.
Absolutely. We see name upon name, of course, on the men's side as well. Lots of talent coming through over the seasons to the championship tour level on the men's side. On the women's side, of course, easy to reference Sofia Milanovic and her win, which is quite a few years back now, 2004 world champion. And, well, of course, Rodriguez in the green. We saw her really working through the qualifying series in that South America region in the last few seasons. So much so she did get a wildcard invite to the event in Saquarema last year at the championship tour level. Got that experience of just at the biggest level of the sport. And here she is challenging the Challenger Series. Nice little pun there from me. But lots to talk about in the lineup for that name as well. Ellen Vast. Yes, it is the younger sister of Cowley who really is put his hand up as a CT surfer this year. All that momentum through the Olympic medals and the qualification. And, of course, great showings at the home break of Chopu. And young sisters also had a chance as a wildcard a season or two back. And was thrown amongst the bigger waves of Chopu and, of course, amongst the world's best. So lots of experience in the lineup already, even for our younger surfers. And you mentioned Nanaka, Kai, earlier on. She was a regular visitor here over the last several years with that very successful City Surf Series.
Yeah, she's been coming. She's had some good success here in South Africa too. And she's definitely spent some time in Ballito. So she knows what this bank can do. She knows the conditions. It's going to be no surprises for her, but it is difficult right now. It is pretty much a full high tide, a little bit of an onshore. But like you said, Giggs, there are still those big sets coming through. Just before we came in the booth, I was looking up towards Bog Bay, and I mean, I saw someone get a solid 6-foot wave. So the swell's still out there. It's just about the ones that are going to hit the bank now with the high tide.
Well, only 4'11" in stature, and probably around 43, 44 kilograms. She's probably the most diminutive of the athletes in the lineup, Minami Nanaka. But as we mentioned, already a lot of experience. She's had several years of traveling, especially here to South Africa. And we'll want to see how she progresses in the draw. This time last year, she was here in Ballito, 25th place finish. Her best of the Challenger last year, a 9th in Brazil. So she's able to move through the right direction on these bigger events. And meanwhile, let's go down and hear some thoughts. Tessa Tyson surfed a couple of outstanding rides there for a heat win.
Thank you, Giggs. Tessa, we were just chatting about what a whirlwind of the last year that it's been. You'd made peace with no more competing, and then you get the call up to be back here, and now you just smashed your heat.
I wouldn't say I smashed it, but I did. At least I made it through.
Nice. And how are you feeling? Obviously, it's a whole different head game compared to last year. You've come into this not expecting to have competed and to not have that same pressure on you.
Yeah, honestly, like I was saying, there was so much pressure last year, and I don't think that works well on me. So right now, I'm just taking it day by day, trying to be in the moment and be there with a lot of pleasure and a lot of fun. So I think that's pretty working well at the moment, and we'll see what goes next, but I'm happy to be here.
Nice. I think it's definitely working well. I know that you've had a bit of time off at home. You've had a different sort of mindset into trying to reset. What have you kind of been doing to get a bit more relaxed from the burnout that you had last year?
I've tried to reconnect with myself and doing other things, other activities. That was really helpful. Yeah, I've been diving, fishing, pole dancing a lot. So that was really good. That was really fun. And these are activities that I really love, and I really feel like it's helping me grow and as a person, as a woman, and as an athlete. So I'm keeping that as who I am.
Amazing. Well, we love it. We love having you back in Ballito. I'm so glad you decided to come. And we'll see you in the next round tomorrow. Cool. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, Tessa Tyson's backhand is very, very strong, and we look forward to more from her. And just, also just leaning into that discussion as we follow the live action here. It's always sometimes good to take a little break and a breather for perspective. Lovely slashing turn from our Peruvian. We'll switch directions. Of course, evidence of that very high tide here, Kai, but saw a very big wave in the background of for Tiana Hinkle, who really fell out of the sky. So there is still some bigger sets moving through the lineup here as we go into the afternoon.
Some action in the lineup now, Gigs, as we see a couple of set waves rolling down the bank. It is Nanaka, though, with the priority.
Well, she's going to use it wisely. Nice snap in the pocket, as we mentioned, 4'11", one of the smaller athletes, but her precision and her timing will really display power to weight ratio there as Nanaka kicks a couple of nice turns for us. And very, very quickly she'll move back to the lineup. But that is going to be a useful number for her. Already moving through the clock, 18 minutes to go. And certainly Nanaka's best wave will come from the panel.
Yeah, and she's had a bit of a slow start, a couple of 0 points. So she's going to be happy with that, get a bit of momentum up and going. Arena Rodriguez gets the 3.43, so she's sitting up top of the pile now with that 5.0 starter. And looking at the previous few heats, you know, there's 9, 10-point scores are kind of where they've been sitting. So she's looking good. Had to wait for this one. Bottom turns, throws the tail up. So just the one maneuver. Wasn't a massive wave or two heavier sections, so just the 3.43, but good back up to the 5 for now. And then we saw the little Japanese rising star, really nice first carve, and then really attacking the second turn. That was a nice aggressive turn, getting the 6.33 and moving into second place.
Well, nice number in, a 6.33. You mentioned her as a rising star. We saw a lot of her several years back here as we spoke about the City Surf Series. Having a look, she's done, this is probably her 5th Ballito Pro, as we just get a look at Ellen Vast paddling, and she'll miss the opportunity, so a 4 will appear near her, next to her name, and that will mean back to 4th priority. A couple of tricky moments. There are some bigger waves moving through the takeoff zone. Also some medium waves just running almost underneath the pack and then climbing up on the sandbar. And the other thing we're noticing is it almost a switch in wind direction now? It feels like that wind perhaps coming a little bit more now left to right across the screen, which means it's switched into the northerlies.
Yeah, a little bit of the east and north. Watch this wave quickly from Rodriguez.
Let's have a look. Vertical attack. Dismounted there. Just a little shock wave will bounce her off in the lineup. Rodriguez. Of course, we mentioned Arena with a championship tour appearance last year. We'll talk more about that as we get Nanaka back into it. So quick momentum here. Second wave to back up that 6.33. She'll just keep her scorecard ticking. Either way, she's being smart with strategy here. She is ditching the 0.37, and she's done that back-to-back within literally 2 minutes.
Yeah, and you can see just in that shot there, Gigs, how much water is moving around on the bank right now. Winds changed direction, pushing the swell in a little bit straighter. This morning was that lovely south-southwest swell that like wraps into the bank, gives you those nice long walls. But right now, getting pushed a bit straighter onto the bank, making things a little bit trickier, a few more closeouts, a couple of waves not quite linking up. So just your wave selection is going to become a lot more critical. Wow, that was a lovely turn.
Tiana Hinkle will come to us, just a 2.67, and she'll ditch the 0.23 now at the 15-minute mark. So just like that, we've whizzed through half the heat. And highlight score, Nanaka's 6.33, as we mentioned, on screen as you see her moving back to the takeoff zone, still now awaiting a backup score. We spoke of the quick back-to-back strategy just to back herself up, finds that best wave of the heat, and there it is, 4.27. So very smart, very, very strong coaching approach, and very methodical in quickly eliminating her lowest score there.
Yeah, it's been good moves. She really struggled on those first 2 waves, so it's always nice to see a surfer just take a deep breath, kind of hold it, find a good wave, get a score out, and then start rebuilding. So that's what Nanaka's doing, and just showing her experience.
All scores are up to date. Top left of your screen, surf fans. 6.33 and the 4.27 for the heat leader, Nanaka, as we go into the second half. And Arena Rodriguez, with some championship tour experience last year, finds herself in the second place position. Can Ellen Vast and Tiana Hinkle get their momentum going as we move into the remaining 14 minutes? Lots of questions here as we move forward on the clock.
Yeah, Hinkle's had like those little sort of flashes, you know, you can see the potential, but just hasn't found the wave to get the proper score yet. But I feel like she just needs a good set and she could be back in the hunt.
There are plenty waves still left in the lineup. Lots more to come in the opening round here from Ballito. Stay tuned. We'll be back after the break.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
Welcome back to the beach. It is the opening day of the Challenger Series, the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. It's a good afternoon as we continue coverage here from day one of competition. Of course, a big Challenger Series lies ahead with so many opportunities. 5 big ones on the calendar. This is the opener here in the east coast of South Africa. It's a good afternoon. Gig Cilliers alongside Kai Linder. And no real numbers to talk about while you folks were away at break. Nanaka leads with Rodriguez second. Ellen Vast, the young Tahitian surfer, here to gain experience and to build her own momentum on the Challenger Series, to pick up some points as well. And then, of course, Tiaan Hinkle is for the moment down in fourth. Talking about that season ahead, Kai. Here we are in Ballito, but of course the US Open next and then through to Brazil.
Yeah, and it's not just the CT getting some new locations. We see a new location in Brazil, so that's pretty exciting. And of course then some of the staples of the Challenger Series, Huntington, Ericeira and Newcastle. But super stoked we get to kick off the year in Ballito, and what a morning we had just to start things off.
It's been a fantastic 2-week festival unfolding here as the premium surf festival on the African continent. And of course here, this, the opening Challenger Series for the season, brings a special focus to the Challenger Series start. And let's have a look at that championship tour schedule. Of course, Bells Beach with fantastic opportunities. Margaret River, Snapper, Raglan, a new addition. And of course, El Salvador, always those long stretched out right-handers. Brazil, we've just come and gone. And then we are right now keeping the airwaves full, but we'll move on with the championship tour to Chopu in Tahiti, Cloudbreak, Trestles, Peniche in Portugal, always some solid waves there in that region. And then the new addition, Kai, Cloud9 in the Philippines, a late entry and a welcome one too.
Yeah, it's a great wave. I've had very good trips there in the past. The Filipino people are such lovely, welcoming people. I'm sure they're going to be having a great time there. It's such a good wave when it's on. Big barrels, big air section at the end. So we're going to see some really good performances, and very excited for the Philippine event.
Absolutely. Then, of course, on to Abu Dhabi, and then that extra payout of points as we finish the championship tour at the Banzai Pipeline, as it should be in the sport. The grand casino of surfing. Wow, love it.
Yeah, and it's pretty interesting also looking at that CT schedule that you get the 2 big lefts back to back now. Chopu followed by Cloudbreak. So it's can't help but feel like the goofies have been twisting some arms in the backgrounds there at the WSL offices. Raglan, Chopu, Cloudbreak, all on the line with Pipeline. So things are a little bit more balanced now.
Well, that's easy to segue the discussion to Moana Jones-Wong and her wanting to get some Challenger Series points here. And of course, she's still got 4 other events to do that. Could you imagine her tackling those bigger left-handers? Of course, no one knows Pipeline better than her, but let's get her in the jersey for some Chopu and some Cloudbreak as well. That will just be fantastic stuff. Meanwhile, out in the lineup, it is the Challenger Series' opening day. We've gone through a full tide swing. We've gone through a little bit of a wind change as well. Still, the surfing will come at us as we get Arena Rodriguez, 2-turn combination. This is going to be a useful wave for her. She's going to just keep that scorecard moving. And the Brazilian on screen, Tiana Hinkle, she's really strengthened up her surfing in the last couple of seasons, and certainly will want to be part of the top 2 come the end of this heat. And that's moving closer and closer, a little over 7.5 to go.
Yeah, I loved the first turn there from Tiana. It was a pretty good one. And then getting up into the lip for turn number 2, just unfortunately couldn't hold the run out there, but that could have been a very good score. I think she's still going to get a decent score for the first turn, but wow, she could have really consolidated there and jumped up the rankings in the heat.
Well, judges' scorecard open for Arena, for Ellen and Tiana. Depends how you pronounce it. Of course, different parts of the world do interpret these spellings slightly differently. Little look into heat preparation here. See the contest site behind the Red Bull athlete area, but a lot of surfers choosing to just get down and away from that space, out into the open fresh air, and just loosen up for the lineup, which is up and coming. Of course, we did see young South African Louise Leprant there. What are we thinking? Some decent numbers for this?
Yeah, good solid 2-turn combo. Definitely going to look towards dropping that low 3-4-3. And then Tiana took off here, whipped the first turn. I was thinking, geez, here we go. Gets up into the lip, and unfortunately just caught like a little bump on the way out there, and it took her out. That would have been a decent score, especially in the context of this heat. But I think Arena is definitely consolidated on that 2-turn combo. 3-4-3 is definitely going to go out the door. And just seeing a couple of scores comes in. 5-5 to join the 5. She's doing well now.
Well, Arena Rodriguez, is she cementing that second place position? Let's have a look at requirements for Vast, who's pretty much got to start stretching out into the bigger numbers now. Just collecting some scores for the last of white and blue as those numbers start to come in. And just a little discussion as we overview the up-and-coming Challenger Series. Get out the gates with day 1 here in Ballito. Kai, you mentioned the US opening, South Sebastião in Brazil on the schedule. Those big right-handers of Ericeira is going to suit quite a few surfers that will sort of tie in with the results here in Ballito, you know, with the right-hand breaks. And then Newcastle, always a mixed story. You never know what you're going to get there, which just can be a little bit tricky in a similar way here in Ballito from time to time.
Yeah, but I think the big thing that jumps out for me there is that one QS 6000 result can replace the CS result. Kind of opens the door a little bit more for all the athletes. And then interestingly, we say top 6 women, but there's a possibility the second wild card for the ladies will not be used this season, and that means there'll actually be 7 girls going up.
Yep, 5 stops on the Challenger Series and to count your best 4. So it's going to be exciting to follow as surf fans the journey through the various stops. And of course, that goal at the end is to finish top 10 on the men's, top 6 on the women's, and move on to the championship tour for 2027. And this is a good look into the future of the sport, as so many young surfers from so many qualifying regions make their way through their respective regional rankings and find their way here to the opening challenger of the year. Lucy Durra coming up next, take on Eden Waller, Louise Leprant, and a young Japanese surfer there she runs past, Naona Suzuki. So still lots of surfing to come here this afternoon, and we'll see how they navigate even it looks like a slightly trickier conditions now as the tide will go through its sort of fill out and then start moving slowly back out over the bank. Combine that with the ruffle of an increased perhaps direct onshore wind now as opposed to the side shore southerly. And we'll see how the ladies navigate this. Well, everybody in that zone of the takeoff priorities at play here. A third prio, and Irina Rodriguez just doing everything she can to try and defend that second place position. It is healthy by the condition standards, a 5.5 and a 5 you mentioned. 10.5 total. Have a look how close it is between first and second.
Yeah, look at this little paddle. Looked like they had to pull back for someone further down the line as well. But nothing really happening there. And I think you just got to play the patience game really and wait for those bowls that are going to hit the bank a little bit more square, give you that scoring potential. We've seen the scores like the 6.33 for Nanaka that were like those sort of running waves, give you 2-3 turns. You know, this morning you could get away with the one turners, but you need to put the work in now.
Well, here goes the Peruvian, currently holding second place position, currently not holding that turn. She'll let it go. The Tahitian in white, Ellen Vast, a 3.9 on her last wave. And of course, Taina Hinkle, the Brazilian, we know she's able to gear up some numbers. Her last ride, the 3.83. As the rest of the crew look on, of course, two Australians just assessing what might be men's round 2.
Yeah, it's a good possibility. I think the tide's dropping out and the wind is supposed to sort of slowly drop off and get a bit more glassy again. So looking at day 1 of a Challenger Series, you know, Zululand area, you can look at the forecast as much as you want. This place is quite volatile weather-wise, so it could change at the drop of a hat. So Travis and team are probably looking at it and going, well, if it's contestable, we may as well keep going.
Well, Jacob Wilcox and Callum Robson in discussion. They'll be invested in watching everything that unfolds here on day 1. Starting to move to wrapping up the round of 48, the opening round on the women's draw. Heat 7 now. Heat 8 will bring the round to an end. 90 seconds to go out in the lineup. Just a 0.1 difference between first and second. And then a bit of a stretch there. Third and fourth place have got to reach into the bigger numbers. 6.6 requirements for the third place surfer. 6.67 for Tian Hinkle down in that fourth. And perhaps plagued by maybe a little bit of wave selection has also played a part, because certainly Nanaka showed us the pace of what to find in the lineup with that 6.33.
Yeah, and 1 minute to go. It's going to be a big ask. You're going to have to go the highest wave score of the heat if you want to get out of third or fourth. So it's going to be, it's looking pretty good for Manami and Arena right now. I think they're going to be pretty comfortable going through, but you never know. 40 seconds.
That's, you never know till it's done. We've seen heats turn upside down. It's the nature of the sport. It's, of course, the nature of the ocean. It is up to the ocean. And the clock is moving down to 30 seconds to go. Nanaka, not her first visit here to Ballito, as we mentioned, doing several campaigns here through the years. This is probably her 5th Ballito Pro. She got a 9th here back in 2024. So no stranger to the lineup, an ever-changing lineup too, if you consider the variable winds we'll get in the contest window period. Of course, the highs and low tides. Meanwhile, down in the southern corner, over to the right, you'll see the camera angle depicts that, is Ellen Vast, who, almost showing a little bit of frustration. She knew she got squeezed by the clock there for getting to her feet, and it's not going to really factor in too much as we start wrapping up the heat itself. And well, Nanaka and Rodriguez will move through to the next round. And I just love the sort of moody skies out the back there, Kai. It's just really been a day of all sorts of elements.
Well, we've pretty much had 4 seasons in a day down here. It was sort of cold and rainy and a little bit windy this morning. Then it went through the sort of glass period. The sun came out, and now we're kind of back to the grey and dismal. But still waves out there, still scoring potential. We move into the last heat of the ladies' opening round.
Love it. Official result on your screen. Nanaka and Rodriguez advance to the next round. Stay with us. Lots more to come from Ballito.
peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro, and by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
50 years of pro surfing. Can you believe it? So much to talk about. We think back to 1976 and that first year, the more rudimentary tour. And of course, how far has the sport come? All the way to an opening day here at the Challenger Series. It's a good afternoon as we tee up Eden Waller taking on Lucy Dara, Louise Lapront and Nanana Suzuki out in the lineup. It's a good afternoon. Gixelias and Kai Linda breaking it all down for you. We trust that everyone from around the globe is trusting the show. And it's just been fun calling these heats. And well, we've moved into the mid-afternoon here, and as you mentioned, Kai, just before the break, starting to wrap up the women's opening round of competition.
Yeah, it's been an exciting day, Gigs, and really enjoyed the surfing today. What a way to start the Challenger Series. Louise Lapront, hometown Scottsboro, as we say here in South Africa, and she'll be pretty used to these conditions. She's been surfing the juniors, the QS 2000, still a very young surfer here in South Africa, but big future ahead of her, and she's been surfing these Challenger Series already for 2 seasons, so it's pretty incredible stuff.
Yeah, Louise on screen, the South African in the white singlet, of course, younger sister surfing around this morning, Leah, and brother Luke, also an avid competitor, all of them representing South Africa at the national level, a lot of them with ISA experience already, the Lapront family from down the coast. And, well, they'll go up against Nanana Suzuki, who's also no stranger to competition in the region. And, of course, there's an American and Australian to talk about as well here. Meanwhile, just jumping into the next opportunity again. Quickly back to her feet is Louise. Better strike to the lip there. She'll bring that one to completion. And a little thumbs up from you there, Kai. Just a fair bit better than her too.
Yeah, I like this one. She got into the action. But let's look at this wave from Nanaho. A little bit of a jab, and just getting the porpoise exit there. You just know you hit the bump then. And then this was the opener from Eden Waller. Nice big power carve in the pocket, then comes off the bottom, back on the rail. Looking at that 5.33 score, you know something else happened down the line. Got another carve. Another young surfer that's really been putting her hand up at this level. So seeing some of the juniors really fighting it out to get back onto the tour. And this one, nice little carve to start, but it's the second turn that I liked. Louise coming around the corner. And that was the one she fell on. Okay, so that one was just the 2.0, but on that second wave really got the lip line attack going, and I think that's why the 3.5 came in. Still maybe a smaller wave, that's why the judges didn't push the score too high.
Well, Eden Waller out the gates early here, sets the best score to chase, the 5.33. Just quick and whippy surfing, almost like looking at Erin Brooks in reverse in the mirror image. And certainly this young American, lots already in discussion as to her future. But she'll bring it to the Challenger Series in 2026. We'll see how she campaigns and navigates the 5 stops. And everybody really just wanting to drill in and get a great result as the gates open here in Ballito for the season start.
Yeah, now they've just got to find some of those bigger, chunkier waves. We have seen them through the last 2 heats. I think the game plan of just scratching and catching is not going to work anymore. You really need to find the waves with the highest scoring potential. You know, we look at Louise Leprant there, nice lip line hit, still only getting the 3.5 on that smaller wave. So that's the judges saying, please, we need a bit more critical surfing.
Suzuki will use priority and come into picture nicely off the lip. That's a lovely pace being held by that bottom turn. Oh, and just wrestles with that. Eventually goes down. Did her best to just hold position there. But how good was that long extended rail drive in between the 2 turns? And certainly she'll be ditching a decimal. Trying to keep the scorecard moving forward for herself. Lots of Japanese surfers here in the lineup, care of that region's qualifying series rankings.
Well, you see her take off here hard off the bottom, really whipping up into that first turn. I love the drawn out bottom turn, like you said, Giggs, and she did so well to hit the lip and then just hit that bump. Not sure the judges are going to give her that second turn. 393 comes in. I think it could have been a bit higher.
Almost like she tried to stand up too straight to stabilize. And just going down in the effort. Nonetheless, a 393 in. Could have been a chunk of change more. Maybe even could have threatened that 533 of Eden Waller for value. Either way, still 22 minutes to tell the story here in the final heat of this opening round. Talking of the opening round, a solid win there for Manami Nonaka in that last heat. Let's go down and hear some thoughts from her.
Thanks, Giggs. Manami, well done. That was a great heat win in tricky conditions. How did that heat feel for you?
I'm so happy. I was a little nervous because I was mistake first 2 waves, but I focused catch good waves and I got 6.33, so I'm so happy.
Nice, you did really, really well. I know the conditions got quite hard. I'm sure you want to send a message back home in Japanese to everyone watching.
とりあえずラウンド1勝てたので良かったです。次は明日か明後日になるので引き続き頑張るのではよろしくお願いします。
Thank you, Manami, and good luck for the next round. Back to you, Giggs.
Well, thanks so much. And only 4'11" in stature, but the power to weight ratio and her technique just allows her to really hammer some turns, and certainly fetching a very respectable number in the conditions on hand this afternoon.
I was going to say, when did Emma Deal get so tall? No, she surfed really well, and you know, we spoke about it. She spent her time in South Africa. She's been here a number of occasions, so that paid off for her today. And here's the other Japanese surfer also looking good.
Well, we'll pick up to the northern side of the beach, and it's a smart move. She stayed away from the pack for this, and just jamming that tail in, keeps the board flowing down the line, just keeping her scorecard turning over. A 0.93 in the scoreline at the moment, so that was the attempt to rub that score out and replace it, and she has done that as we start moving towards the 20-minute mark. And Eden Waller, of course, out front for now, but everyone's still holding that lower score. In fact, no rides just yet for young Lucy Dara, the Australian. Where is she in the story?
Well, it was interesting looking at that drone shot too, because you see how far Suzuki is down the beach. And I kind of looked at it before we came into the booth, and not many people were sort of sitting on that wider peak, Gigs, but there's a lot of sand down there too. And if you're under priority, why not stay a bit wide and look for some scoring potential down there where you're not going to have to fight for your waves?
No, very good point you make there, Kai, is there is another wider peak. It's far less frequent,
yeah.
But when the sets come, there is a definitive point to the north side of the contest footprint where there are some bigger walls to attack. The medium-sized waves actually don't break there, Kai. So those are all things that this crew of surfers will be viewing. Of course, heat preparations underway here. Joel Vaughan taking on Mikey Madonna. Reef Hazelwood in picture, in preparation. And of course, Jarvis Earl, all part of that next round as we move into round 2 of the men's into the afternoon.
It's a pretty heavy lineup.
Heavy lineup.
Welcome to round 2 at the Challenger Series.
Yep, that's where we are at. It is the Challenger, and it's a mix of... I like Jess Starling's description. She said it's the grind of a QS type format, but it's the talent and the rides of a CT level. So it all just comes together here in this Challenger Series. And it's, as I say, a good view of the rising stars, a good view of people that have had their magic moments, have reached championship to a level and are under a bit of pressure, and everything in between. What are we making of this number as we get a new heat leader?
Well, 2 nice, clean rail turns to start things. Then she bolted down the line, threw the tail up into the white water, and she was rewarded with 5.0. Not the best score of the heat, but pretty close, and puts her up in the lead with that 3.93.
Yep, new heat leader in Suzuki as we move towards the 17.5-minute mark now. Eden Waller still sitting with the 2.6. Lepront still holding a 2 in the scoreline. And before all of this rambling on, we asked, where is our surfer in blue? Well, we'll see her there on the overhead shot. Pretty much the primary takeoff zone. She has the priority. So it's free reign in the lineup. She can pick whatever she wants, and the other 3 can do absolutely nothing about it. And that is how that priority rotation works. Of course, a lot of the newer surf fans, sort of terminology that we just throw around as people that follow the sport, the new fans. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a little explanation of how the traffic circle, so to speak, works on the priority ladder.
Yeah, and you've got a priority judge keeping a close eye on things. They can even talk to the surfers. But here we go, first ride.
Well, Dara, the Australian, will get it going. This is a priority pick, so she feels that this is the exact wave she wants, and doing a good job of it, switching up directions as well. So nice elements in the criteria there that she touches on, combination of maneuvers, nice end section, well-defined turn at the end as well, gets a bit of weight into it. And, well, just like that, she'll bring a meaningful number to the score as we start moving towards the halfway mark. So it's taken her close to half the heat to get engaged.
Yeah, well, this either she's been really fussy and she took a look at things prior to the heat and said, I'm really going to be patient, or she got a bit lost in the lineup. But she found this one, first carve, a little bit of Huntington hop going on to get through to the second, but this was the money turn, really getting connection with the lip, a bit more critical. So she's going to get a score. I'm not quite sure it's going to be the highest wave of the heat, but it's going to be up there, and at least give her a nice little sort of base score to work on now into the back half of the heat.
Well, as we say, brings into discussion the young Australian. We'll wait for that number from the panel. Of course, just looking at that evidence of the wind change as we went through the high tide, the wind just did the switch up, very typical of this region. And quickly back into the lineup for the 4th priority. So she caught that wave using first priority back in the takeoff zone. And you'll see as she exited first priority, all the numbers changed. 2 became 1, 3 became 2, and so it goes in the rotation. And Lepront now, the South African, has the priority as we are spot on halfway.
Yeah, and it's a pretty tight heat. I mean, requirements are very narrow for the surfers 2nd through 3rd and 4th. This looks like a good wave.
Yeah, as a priority pick. Nice snap here from a lady that knows right hand as well. All 3, the siblings, are goofy footers, and all 3 of them, well, love the attack on the right-handers. That's what they've grown up in, and looking comfortable on that one. Nice run down the line. She used that priority. It was a bit of a taller wave in the context of the other waves we've seen come through in the last 15 minutes. And her best number is on the way.
Yeah, good 3-turn combo. She picked a good one there. It had a nice little wall on it, kept running, kept giving, and she was able to engage the rail and really attack the lip line. So, good ride.
Well, the Australian, a 4.5 to start. She's back at it, quickly backing herself up. So, quick strategy to get that scorecard full. Of course, 2 waves per surfer count in the overall heat tally. And we'll just wait for that number to land, and then you will see all surfers on 2 rides or more. Into picture, Suzuki. Nice bowling wave, a latter wave in the set has sort of cleaned itself up as the tide starts to turn around, and that is a meaty section. That's going to work out well for Suzuki, who is already the heat leader with the 5. She's going to ditch the 393 here and just cement that top end of the heat for now. So exciting stuff here. Eden Waller's going to have the priority, so we'll wait for her turn. And just like that, the clock is whizzing by. Lepront back at it again, so it's rapid fire. And perhaps everyone just sensing that there's work ahead. And that one perhaps not going to pay a dividend. We'll wait for the previous ride of Louise.
Yeah, that one came in
at a 4.
Yeah, 4-point ride. So let's watch the replay here. It was a nice looking bowl, little drop in, came around the corner. I suppose kind of like a half turn there, and the second turn wasn't much. It was this turn that got her the points. Definitely got into the lip line, a little bit of power. Just feeling maybe like a little bit soft on the turns. And then Lucy Dara got this one. Beautiful little combo bottom turn into rail, but the wave flattening out as the swell drops and the higher tide is there, so deciding to rather get out and get ahead of the queue. This young lady, though, surfing really good. This wave doubled up straight off the back of that first turn, really jabbed the rail there, and then off the bottom straight up into the lip. 6.5, highest wave score of the heat.
Well, size to weight ratio, she might have one of the best bottom turns we've seen in ages. No, Suzuki gets the 6.5 into picture. Comes more action from Eden Waller on the outside. Dara's now starting to really get some rhythm in the seat. Just kicks that tail. Perhaps a little too hard. And it's coming at us, Kai. More on the way. And all 4 surfers just getting stuck into it. But no, Suzuki, all credit to her. She's in a firm heat lead at this stage.
Yeah, and I'm liking the surfing too. Really clean and putting that board on the rail. We look at this one from Eden. Also, again, just a bit of a soft first turn, but she really gave it a good crack on the second one. Going to look at a bit of a score there for that second turn for sure. But at the moment, the Japanese surfer is just really looking sort of the most in touch with the conditions. She's finding the right waves.
Judges pondering scores for Eden Waller and Lucy Dara in the exchange. We'll sit back and allow them to do their work. We'll see you shortly after the break. Welcome back to the show. It is the Challenger Series coming to you from Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. Welcome back to the action. Gig Cilliers alongside Kai Linda for the call. Most experienced surfer in the lineup is the heat leader. The rest are young teenagers getting lots of contest time and certainly working here on the Challenger Series. It's a good afternoon with Eden Waller jumping up into second during the break. Judges giving that ride a 5.63. Lucy Darris finding some meaningful numbers and sits in the third position. But third and fourth, chasing some numbers that they've got to stretch out for them now as we move into the back part of the heat.
Yeah, Nanaho and Eden have kind of put up the wall a little for them, and 6-5 and a 5 back-to-back for the Japanese surfer. She's come alive in this heat, Gigs.
She's done it all right, 8.5 to go. And just some movement in the lineup here. We spoke about some bigger sets still roguing through the lineup here. It's now going to run into the bay against an outgoing tide and an increasing onshore wind. So there's still going to be pockets of opportunity, enough for us to continue into men's round 2 as we move through the latter part of the afternoon. Eden Waller with a third prio is going to get going here, stretches it out, attacks the lip. That is where the points lie. There's no doubt about that. But Waller already with a pair of 5s, the 5.63 that we saw for her 2-turn combo. Did she, maybe waste a little bit of energy there? Maybe a block, but certainly she's trying to maybe perhaps improve on the 5.33.
Yeah, well, she's figured out the game plan. Get up off the bottom and into the lip. The calves are not really getting the job done at the moment. So I like the turn on that one. Just going to be the one-turn maneuver, though, so you can watch it now. Takes off, then just waits for the section. Kind of needed that second turn. Like that would have really maybe improved the situation. 3.53 for the one turn, though. Should be able to get number 2. I think she would have maybe been in the 6s.
Well, looking at our 3 teenagers, Eden Waller in the red, getting a couple of respectable results on the Challenger Series last year. A 9th in Newcastle when we got it going, a 17th here in Ballito this time last year. And then backed herself up again with 9ths in Portugal and 9ths as we bookended it back in Newcastle. So Eden Waller in 2026 will want to get that momentum moving forward, will want to get to the quarters and beyond. This young lady here, Louise Lepront, also charging through that entire Challenger Series of last year, attended all the stops, and it was a very full program, including the Banzai Pipeline.
Yeah, and what a life experience at her age to be able to go to the North Shore and compete at pipe. And, you just hope that all of that experience is going to build towards finding the rhythm and finding the experience that she needs to sort of really get into the zone and pull through some heat wins and get up the rankings.
Jarvis Earl has had a little break from competition, but he is back in 2026 as he sort of meditates on the job ahead of taking on Joel Vaughan, Mikey Madonna and Reef Hazelwood. Loaded heats coming as we move into the afternoon. We start wrapping up the women's opening round here, just under 6 minutes to go. And again, all credit to Suzuki, who now holds the priority in the back end of the heat, and certainly very solid and respectable scores in the lineup.
Sure, and there's that guy, Joel Vaughan. We know what he's capable of, Gigs, and in these conditions, a little bit of onshore, some bowls, popping lips. I think we might just be in for a little bit of an air show to finish off the day.
Absolutely, and of course, who can forget that emotional win for Mikey Madonna a season or 2 back over at Snapper in the Challenger Series format, and that was just such a great talking point. Just so much fun. Is he from Lennox?
Yeah.
Yeah, Lennox Head. So he made the trip up the coast and he had all his mates with him. Love these little stories that make up the history book of 50 years of surfing. We love it. Of course, over here in South Africa, the 57th edition of the professional surfing event here in the region. Back then, the Gunston 500 would change caps to the Mr. Price Pro, which would eventually change location. And here we are in Ballito these days, the Ballito Pro. And there's been some presenting sponsors on the way. But the 8th year that O'Neill is invested. Shout out to Rob Bain and the team over in Australia as well for their input into all the things that make this Ballito Pro so special. Of course, their very own Winter Vincent 2 years back, just blazing through the draw. And he's back in 2026.
It's hard to believe that back in the day, as part of your welcome pack as an athlete, you get a pack of cigarettes.
Well, it was back then. Of course, legislations have changed. So many things have shifted over the years. You think of We were talking about the Tom Carroll spray earlier. You think of the mid-80s when names like Tom Carroll and Tom Curran, in the height of the squeeze, the apartheid era here, we started missing out on getting the big names to come to the event. And of course, everything would change in early 1990 with the release of Nelson Mandela, and of course 32 years now of the Rainbow Nation. And so many stories have unfolded in this part of the world. And wow, just a magical place, South Africa. Just rich in culture, rich in 11 official languages. We got a new national anthem, a new flag in 1994. We've got some great stories about that as well. But surfing was the first sport to represent the new flag over in Rio de Janeiro on the 1st of May 1994, as the South African team traveled under the new Rainbow Nation flag of then. And now we sing Nkosi Sikelele from our hearts. And but then it was tricky to learn all the words because there's various languages involved in the national anthem.
Yeah, but everyone's learned them. I think we can thank rugby as well for that. I think the Springboks have really brought this nation together and brought us all behind one team, one country, and that's bled through to the other sports as well. But also surfing in South Africa, there's been a development program in our country for a long, long time now, supported by Surfing South Africa and various other bodies, a lot of charity groups in South Africa working with international support, Surfers Not Street Children, to mention one. And it's just great to see. And, we're seeing so many kids coming through the ranks now, competing in the juniors, especially out of eThekwini, Durban. I mean, pretty much the entire junior team there are kids of color now. So that's great to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, an all-inclusive sport is surfing, and people from all sorts of economic and family backgrounds, different languages, all part of just an amazing story in the region. And of course, 57 years of professional surfing as well. So much to unpack this week. The other thing we'll unpack is the scorecard, because it's up to date. It's 90 seconds to go in the lineup here as we start drawing the opening round of women's to a close. All credit to Suzuki. We mentioned that she has the most experience in the jersey, and she's campaigned for several seasons. But the young teenage sensations of Walla, Dara and Lepront, with lots lying ahead for them in the future. This is our third place surfer who's got to fetch this mid-range sixes now. It's the same story for the South African, who's got to go almost to the 7-point scoreline. And 1 minute remaining, Kai. And perhaps little errors there because they're now at the bottom of the priority ladder.
Yeah, a couple of little mistakes creeping in with the pressure in the last minute of the heat. If we look at this aerial shot, you can still see there's a lot of movement in the lineup, still a lot of swell up top of picture there. So there's going to be opportunity. I think, looking at how things have gone in the last two heats of the ladies, some of the guys are definitely going to be thinking it's time to start launching, getting some aerials out. The conditions are sort of lending themselves to that. So I think we might have a little bit of excitement coming your way with the first two heats.
Yep, certainly could be that. 20 seconds to go as we start wrapping it up. You just see the overview here of the contest site. Has gone a little bit cloudy this afternoon. Temperatures, though, still warm. It is in the upper 70s Fahrenheit. The water equally as warm. And it's a tropical feel for everyone as they enjoy a weekend of surf, fan and sport here in beautiful Ballito. The heat is going to count down, and we hear the horn in the background, assuming that perhaps this wave is not inside the window of that 30 minutes that is set aside for heats. And either way, we'll follow Eden Waller to the inside shore break as she will make her way into the next round. Nanana Suzuki gets the win. Eden Waller will go along with her. And we're going to lose Lucy Darragh. I like that look of her. The young Australian, just 16 years of age. Watch for more from that name. But for now, it'll be an official result in the books as round one of the ladies is now banked.
Yeah, it's done and dusted. We'll move into round two of the men, and you have got a cracker of a heat to start the round.
Results official. Stay with us, surf fans. There's more to come this afternoon from Ballito.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Centre, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Welcome back to the action here. Let's kick off round of 64 for the men. An absolute banger of a heat. An Aussie quartet. Check out some names. Mikey Madonna, Reef Hazelwood, Joel Vaughan and Jarvis L. I'm Evans. He's Emsley. We've fired Jesse Starling. This is going to be a banger of a heat, mate.
Yeah, I can't wait for it. As you mentioned, a full Aussie affair. I'm sure all the guys are watching back in Australia, all the teams, all the parents, all the fans.
Yeah.
It's going to be a huge one.
Yeah, on the flip side of that, two of these are going home, mate, which feels premature, whoever it is. There's so much talent in this heat out on the water. There you can see those names. Only two of them can remain and head through to the next round. And a bunch of stories, really, when we talk about why they're here and kind of what their mission is. I mean, it's all the same goal, of course, to go deep, to amass points and to lock in some qualification. But talk about the success that Joel Vaughan was able to have on this tour. Well, he's back here. Maybe the CT not quite going according to the master plan so far, but still, it's halfway point in that season. He's got a whole 6, 7 events ahead of him to pick that up, potentially, but right now wants to back himself here in Ballito.
No, absolutely. It's a job that he's doing, and he's got an opportunity to back his job up, protect his job, finding himself a bit low on that championship tour ratings. And so it's a wise move that he's here. He wants to take the pressure off, and why not? You know, I think it's a good move.
From the point of view of Mikey Madonna as well, I've already seen him just get an amazing, really emotional result and then unable to really back that up. I just wonder how long he holds on to that disappointment for. A great chance to wash that off here with a big result, Ballito. What do you think of this opening ride?
Yeah, so Mikey just working this one through, feeling that board, feeling that DHD Juliet under his feet. We see Joel as well. He's also riding the DHDs. Yeah, so, and why not? We saw Luke Thompson going with the win year last year on the DHs. So the guys looking at that strategy. This is Reef Hazelwood on his opener. So a couple of sort of shorter, frothier looking waves to start. No big numbers there. I think surfers just want to feel their wax, feel their boards, just get something under their feet. Lots of time in these 30-minute heats and lots of opportunities.
Charvaso on the comeback energy after that layoff with an injury. Looked good this morning to get himself through into this round. He'll be relishing this opportunity, waiting for his moment. Half an hour heats, 30 minutes, 2 best ways, only 2 can remain. Early numbers, kind of relatively modest, just in the 3s. Quick 2.5 as well for Mikey, so nothing of any major significance, but we looked at this really all day as we looked at our heat draw. We saw the 2 surfers that were waiting in this draw and the 2 we were sending, and it's really set up for a great encounter. Of course, next heat in this round as well. Seen some other electrifying surfers, Dimitri Poulos, Taro Watanabe, Deva Bushkara, Kainalo. Right now, let's another look at Mikey.
Yeah, so Mikey setting up on this one, slicing through that first maneuver. This is his second wave. So a smaller walled wave, and it just lays into that last turn. Incomplete, but yeah, Mikey, his strategy is pretty clear. Let's get a couple of waves under the belt. Let's make it happen under priority if we have to.
Got that first round wrapped up this morning in some pretty dreamy conditions. Saw some tubes go down, some incredible clean taper in walls. Right now into the round of 64, and it's the top seeds coming in. Surfers from the CT. Surfers re-qualifying from getting in the top 20 from the Challenger Series last year. So really a standout performance. Then you got to earn your spot in this round if you have to come from the previous. That'll give you a bit of experience with the lineup, a bit of familiarity, but I tell you what, it's a different ocean now, Greg.
It's like a whole different day. You know, these surfers know what they've got to deal with. They have to adjust. The tide will start pulling itself out now. It's going to drop, and we've still, it's bigger out there than it kind of looks. We're still getting those sets when they come that have lots of energy in, and it looks sort of small and grovelly on screen, but there is actually a lot of power in the ocean still.
A little moment for pause here. Still waiting for an entry into the seat from Joel Vaughan from Jarvis Earl. There's Jarvis, just kind of meerkatting, surveying, looking around the lineup. See that wind, southeast direction, pretty much bang on shore here. It's brought a bit of ruffle. We still have energy in the sets as well, trying to find that clean water, some of those lips to hit, maybe some ramps as well. That'll all be available.
Yeah, and something that I've taken note on, we haven't actually touched on it yet, and we'll follow this the story through the event, and is, yes, there's priority in the lineup, but at the start of the heat, there's no priority. But I don't see as much hustling. And even at the championship tour level, at the start of the heat, surfers don't push themselves out of position. It feels like they're more focused on what their first wave is going to be like. Instead of hustling, they rather focus on being in position and capitalizing on a good score, whether it's the first wave, second wave, or third wave of the heat.
Time to get down and hear from the winner of the last heat. Nano Suzuki is with the Frou Brew.
Nano Omedeto. That was a great heat win. 2 Japanese wins in 2 heats. It looked very tricky out there, but your strategy paid off.
Yeah, I'm happy with through the first round. So that was so tricky, hit, windy, bumpy, but yeah, I'm lucky to get a couple good ones. Yeah.
It's great to have you in Ballito. You waited the whole day to surf your heats, and if you want to break it down a little bit in Japanese for all the viewers watching these heats back home.
はい、日本で応援してくれている皆さんいつもありがとうございます。波はなかなか難しいんですけど、いい波見つけれたらすごい楽しくサーフィンできるんで、次のラウンドも今からとても楽しみにしています。次も応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you very much. Well done, and we'll see you in the next round. Back to you, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I thought she was really good value for that win. Pretty much in a different class in that heat because we had Eden Waller in it as well. We know how good she is, but I just thought Suzuki looked amazing. All right, here we go. Earl on the backhand. Bit of a spicy, little whippy stabbing turn from him. And then he'll just sort of roof ride the float on a closeout section. Won't get that done. So he waited a while to get involved there and would have obviously been hoping to get that second turn complete.
Yeah, he looked good at the start of that wave. He connected the first turn very well, but that wave sort of not waiting for him. He was forced into that second maneuver, but Jarvis is looking strong. His heat this morning was amazing. Those backhand turns were spot on, so I think he's feeling good. He'll keep hammering away and find those sections. But watch this now. Watch the first turn. Connects really well. Nice and clean at the start of this wave on the face. And there, gets that whack. Lots of spray. And this one just a bit frothy down the end. A bit of a tricky finish. So he won't think too much into that. Back into the rotation. And he'll wait for his turn on the next one.
Slow start to this one. Real patient start from Joel Vaughan, who's sitting out there. He's in reds. He's got priority at the moment, hasn't ridden a wave yet. We'll get a number in for Jarvis Earl.
And Joel will feel good about that when he hears these scores because he's got first priority. So he's got the choice of the next wave, and the highest score on the board right now in that opening exchange is a 367 from Maki. Otherwise, a couple of threes, a 317 for Reef and a 3.1 for Jarvis. So I think Joel in the better position here.
Just under 20 minutes on the clock here. Still waiting for this heat to really fire to life. Some pretty low numbers as yet. Of course, we're kicking off the Challenger Series season today here in Ballito. Here's what our schedule looks like. We're in South Africa right now, heading over to the US, Huntington Beach. It's coming up the end of this month and then into August, over to Brazil. So a little bit of a change there. Usually that's coming after Portugal. Different venue as well, São Sebastião. Maresias over to Ericeira in early Portugal. And then next year in Newcastle. So pretty spaced out in terms of those events. That's going to run all the way until, well, just before the CT kicks off next year. Going around the world.
It's a long season, and what I'm seeing there is punchy beach breaks. That's dominating the Challenger. So that's interesting. Of course, Ericeira, a bit of a right-hand point break. Here we go, Joel.
All right, Joel Vaughan, good-looking wave. Nice and tall on the face. And he'll click a first turn. Sort of offer it up again. The whitewater will just run away a little bit. Doesn't really get a legit second maneuver, but he was kind of sprightly, nice and light on his feet. And that'll be a feeling of a little bit of release from him as we see the Aussie squad watching on. So I wonder who they're going to be shouting for. Is this sort of personal allegiances, or just whoever gets through is going to get the applause?
It's go Aussie, you know.
Yeah, there's a good chance of two Aussies getting through this.
Very good.
Depends which ones.
We're also going to see two Aussies going home, sadly.
All right, I guess Jarvis again here. This time, much more of a bottom turn from the takeoff rather than just pumping straight mid-face down the line. Now the section goes softer and smaller. He'll just whip one into a kick out, into a channel that way, but always just kind of ran out of juice. It's almost like the more it stood up on that opening bolt, the less energy it had to bring down the line. So just a speculative look from him. Why not? Clock is ticking away. Surf yourself into a bit of form. Just talking about, let's get another look at this wave for Joel Vaughan.
Yeah, so it looks like such a good wave at the start. Gets it up for the first turn. And again, we saw Jarvis's first wave getting rushed into that closeout turn. And similar for Joel, just not much time there to hit that section. And here we go. Jarvis Earl gets a nice connection on that opening turn and then just goes into the little hop spin. Not huge points on that either. Joel's wave coming in as the best, the 417, but you still feel that there's a lot more in the scoreline from our surfers.
In terms of surfers like Joel, getting qualified on tour and being a rookie, how hard is it these days being a rookie on tour? I mean, I'm going to obviously compare it for you from your own personal experience to that. Would you rather be a rookie back then and the way things were with some of those kind of animals still kicking around, or today with the way things are, some rule changes and maybe a little bit more kind of room for the younger surfers on tour?
Look, a rookie is, you know, through all the eras have been tough. As we see live action, you know, the more experienced surfers surfing, especially person-on-person heats, you need a lot of experience for that. You've got to have the patience. And then the breaks that these surfers go to. The more time you have at these breaks is a huge bonus. The veterans that's go to Chopu, they've been there like 5 or 10 years. It's a massive advantage. Chopu, you go to Fiji, Bell's Beach, all those spots where you get to learn the breaks. It's good to be a veteran.
Jarvis Earl just stabbing again here. Nice rhythm to this. If we get a third section, that'll feel really nice for him. He's patient. Oh, it's almost so well done. And he just got himself a little hung on that last maneuver, and he'll be just a bit frustrated not to have finished that, but he's putting the work in. He's covering ground. Combo on that backhand with those first two turns. Would have loved that third, but he does look like he's kind of finding his range. He's getting better and better opportunities. This will be another improvement from where he started on his third wave. This was Reef.
Yeah, so replay from Reef, hits it up into that first section, and also just getting caught by that last oncoming section. And Jarvis was on his way to a decent score here. Sets up extrovert on that first maneuver again, gets that board. He just tweaks it slightly more vertical on every turn. So even though incomplete, 2 maneuvers out the back were strong. So judges will sort of blank out the last fall and go, okay, what happened out the back?
Yeah, best number so far of this encounter, 5.33 for Jarvis. Here goes Mikey. He's waited a while for this wave after 2 quick ones at the start. They'll just carve to snap to open up. And again, just letting that turn just breathe, and then the wave will go pretty sluggish and slopey on him. He'll just try and bring it to the inside, but I think he always kind of knew wasn't much of a connection on there. Just a little bit of disinterest physically from him as he looks around. All right, Joel Vaughan with a section in front of him. We know what he's going to try and do here. He spins. He'll land on the roof, and he'll land a little out the back as well. So incomplete. That's the first one of those we've seen, and we kind of looked at this heat. We looked at the surfers in it. We expect to see plenty of that. Meanwhile, bigger section here for Earl, and another good spicy turn for his opening maneuver. Once again, a little late with that second one.
Yeah, Jarvis is finding those sections, and here we go, Reef with a couple turns, and he completes that. So a couple bigger sets here in the lineup. That's what we want to see, these ones that close, that actually have that closeout on that outside sandbank.
Well navigated, wasn't it, that one? You could just sort of see him change his mind and change his line and just kind of pull it back a bit. That was a good call, actually. He was kind of committed to a line that would have left him in a bit of trouble, and he just sort of adjusted and did enough to pull it down. So we'll wait for the judges to consider that last exchange, but the quality's heading in the right direction. Just under 13.5 minutes to go in our opening men's round of 64 here at the Ballito Pro. Time for a break. We'll be right back.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill.
Welcome back to the action here, 11 on the clock. Jarvis Earl at the moment in the lead in an all-Aussie encounter. Couple of scores to bring you though. So Jarvis with the lead, Mikey Madonna currently in second. We've got a number to drop for Reef Hazelwood, one for Joel Vaughan as well. We've got numbers for everybody actually. So just hold that sitch while we'll get an update from our judging panel. But sort of a little tentative start to this one. The waves kind of dictating the pace of it, and then we're just seeing everyone just start to hit their stride, trying to find their sections, finding a bit more speed as well. This one's definitely heading in the right direction, Greg.
Yeah, and you have a few minutes in the lineup as we see this one from Joel Vaughan getting nice and vertical on these sections. Again, loosens the tail. So he's figuring out the waves here as this heat progresses. Gets multiple turns right through into the inside on that one. And I think the surfers are settling. I know it's just 10 minutes left, but to me it looks like the surfer that's been in the best rhythm is Jarvis Earl. A couple of falls, but he does have that highest number at this point, the 5.33. But during the break, a couple of waves ridden. We'll wait for those scores to get locked in from all four surfers.
Yeah, those requirements are still pretty low, aren't they, from surfers chasing at the moment. So that situation very much likely to change. Great flow and a nice light touch there from Joel. You can just see how light on his feet he was flowing through. This is Mikey. This was during the break here, Greg.
Yeah, so Mikey clicks up into that first section, comes around, whips it up. But this one just softening out on the wall. It doesn't offer that closeout section. He works it through the inside, but not finding any sort of lips to connect with on that wave. And here we go. Joel Vaughan sets up as well. That's just a setup maneuver, looking down the line, possibly eyeing a ramp section, keeping those rails free. And there we go. Goes to the air rotation, but a little bit of a softer finish as that wave really tapers out. And this is Jarvis again, keeping so busy in this heat. Does the little pop of his own, comes around, slicing back to the whitewater and just looking for any section available on this wave. So, yeah, surfers are really just looking and hoping and trying to make things happen on these waves. And I think it is the right attitude in these conditions right now. Just keep riding waves, look for any section possible out there.
Still waiting for these numbers to get updated. They're trickling through. Previous to last is in for Joel Vaughan. And that wave that we just watched, we've got a number to come through for that one as well. That moves him up into third at the moment, but we'll just wait till all of these scores are really in, and then we'll have our situation sort of settling as we head down towards that 8-minute mark here. So from above, you can still see sets pouring through. So we see Dimitri Poulos getting ready, talking to the American squad. Here goes Reef Hazelwoods on his backhands. Using that leg strength and power, so pivoting high in the pocket, off the tail, and then pushing again for a clean finish. So does well on a pretty messy wave, really. I mean, it's not so much a lit line as just sort of angles all over the place. It does pretty well to join up the dots then. It's sort of an element in this heat of being a bit realistic about what you're looking for. This guy's brought a lot of aggression and spark Earl. That's why he's in the lead at the moment. And he'll look for a bit more here. Deep bottom turn with a ton of speed. Really well done. Tricky to do. Another punt from Joel Vaughan and another completion as well. And he makes that look so easy.
Yeah, it's last 10 minutes of the heat. The surfers have decided, okay, it's competition time. Let's give the judges a bit of work here. And work they've got, I tell you, I like the wave from Reef Hazelwood. I think he really surfed that wave well. It wasn't easy. He connected it exceptionally well. And he even had time to not only connect, but push that tail to get extra speed and extra spray off the top. And Mike, just battling to find something on this wave. He's covering distance, but no maneuvers on it yet. So it's going to be interesting to see those exchanges and where they come out. Joel going to the air. He wants to fetch those numbers. Jarvis all with one big hit, so lots to think about. And this replay, wow, connects vertical straight into the combo. So gets the wrapping carve, vertical, just holds it up in that lip, and this last turn into that section and pulls that board all the way around for the finish, just to stamp a good score, in my opinion.
Yeah, really nice technique from Reef Hazelwood. You'd think Mikey Madonna, a bit of frustration, you'd understand if that was creeping in, because the waves that he's caught, he's just struggled to really connect. He did get previous to that his best number, which has helped the situation and moved him up. We're going to get another look at Joel here.
Yeah, he does the air rotation, so it's one major maneuver. Of course, looking at the criteria is Joel Vaughan. He's looking at the progressive and innovative surfing. So a good air rotation, but fairly stock standard really by his standards.
5.5 on the clock here. They're still owed some numbers. We're looking at 2 scores for Joel Vaughan. Reef Hazelwood, who got previous to that 5.4. We were impressed with the backhand work that he was able to do. Jarvis, another number to come for him. Joel Vaughan, quick one. Decided to roll the dice. Not a lot on offer. Time will tick away here, and I think we're just going to continue to see this approach. And there really isn't much thought to being overly patient. Priority not really coming into it much because it's not really time for that sort of thing at all, is there? Look at the conditions available and fine sections. Looking to do that. Jarvis, holds that backhand bottom turn, pushes really hard. That's that aggression. More compact energy from him. Got really low and then just pushed it off the top. Got a ton of spark. He's going fast as well. He's looking pretty good.
Yeah, he looked really good on those combos. And here we go, loading up.
Wow, that was huge and super smooth. He just landed that absolutely perfect. Nothing out of place at all. No arms flailing. Really clean, acrobatic, exciting surfing from Joel Vaughan, who's been going through the gears here. Airdrop for Reef Hazelwood, and then it'll just be a quick out from him. There's so much going on out there. We're sort of waiting for our judges to be able to try and catch up, and every time they try and nail a score, someone will ride another wave.
So I did look, let's start with this wave. This is 2 vertical clicks. I mean, you can't say there's any downtime on this. The judges are going to go, combos are good. So Jarvis Earl's going to get a good number for that. Then have a look at this. Joel Vaughan getting the step ladder out because he's got to go to the top shelf to pull this one out. Full rotation, no grab in the air. I mean, you compare it to his earlier air, it's on a much higher level. So I can't wait to see where that score goes. Totally committed. I mean, that's entertainment all day long.
It was big and clean, flawless technique. He makes that look easy. Just even the way he's able to get speed, it just seems to be very effortless.
I almost feel like I can see his dad Ian smile from here when he saw that air, because that was pretty cool. Of course, Ian, a good guy, he was here last year, got to meet him. And check at this. Goes for the grab, doesn't actually grab, so it's actually a full rotation in the air. And that is wild. I think it's the height of it is just crazy, and that's obviously what the judges will look at. Number 1, height. Number 2, rotation. Number 3, clean landing. Tick, tick, tick.
Yeah, it's ticking a lot of boxes. Judges enjoyed it. 6-7-7 for Joel Vaughan in second place right now. Reef Hazelwood got the 6.1. That combo of turns on his running right-hander. He just joined up the dots and did it with authority, kind of slammed the lid on the finish as well. It's put him in the lead. I tell you what, this one's pretty close, though. We're looking for numbers for Jarvis Earl.
Was that the last one from Joel?
Okay.
Vaughan?
And see what you say. I've got another score to come in.
Yeah, I think that could actually be the previous air, because there was a 6.66. So if that was a 6.77,
well, we're expecting something much more significant than that coming his way.
If the other one was the 6.77, we're going to get a massive score for the last one, because there is still a score owed to Joel Vaughan.
Well, we looked at this heat. We knew it wasn't going to disappoint us in terms of talent. It took a little while to get going, but it's really lit up right now. It's with the panel at the moment. Joel Vaughan in seconds. He only needs a 4.73, and he's just done pretty much a textbook full rotation. Let's see where the number goes from him. We're just going to admire this once again.
Yeah, it's pretty epic. How much speed did he get? And watch this. Wow. Yeah, it's just flawless, absolutely flawless, and it's massively high. The rotation was just crazy quick. What score is he getting?
It's a huge number for him. We'll just watch an attempt here from Mikey, who'll just throw that away, heading down towards the final minute. A great time to hit one of the biggest numbers of the entire day, a 9-point ride for Joel Vaughan. He'll be absolutely delighted with that. He kind of stuck to his game plan throughout, really. He looked for that smoother water on these rides. He kept pretty composed and casual throughout, looked for ramps, and he found one right there. Meanwhile, someone else who knows how to punt is Reef Hazelwood on the backhand. Gets that
rotation done. A little fist pump from him as well, looking to defend the charge from Jarvisel and from Mikey Madonna as well. Final 30 seconds here. This one really breathless.
Why did we send them out for a 30-minute heat? We should have just done the last 15 minutes, you know. But Joel Vaughan, epic. I'm sure the North Shelley board riders, the boys are cheering him on. Of course, the current Australian board riding champions. So Joel Vaughan, absolutely on fire. Couple scores still to come. We need that score from Reef Hazelwood, a score owed for Jarvis Earl as well.
Yeah, we'll count down here. Joel Vaughan from a commanding position right now. He's already got 15.77 on the board. That is huge numbers in the context of the sort of water we're looking at and the quality that's in the lineup. He's just brought loads of his own.
Well, Joel's going to get the win, and he's also stamping the highlight package with that one.
Well, Jarvisel, this is the first time in a long time we're not waiting for a score from him. We're all caught up. His number, 717, puts him into second place, but we're still waiting for Reef. Okay, he needs a 705. That backhand punt that we saw him do, it's basically going to come down to that. We're still waiting for that number. Doesn't matter what Joel's going to get throwaway here. He's won this by a mile, but who's going with him?
Yeah, so Jarvis got the 717 with the combo. Now we get the replay. Let's have a look here. Whacks the air rotation, gets the landing. Of course, the judges will look at the 677 from Joel and the 9 from Joel, and where would that air fit in with that? That's what they will look at. Of course, the 717 from Jarvis Earl, that was those two backhand turns. That was a solid combo. I enjoyed that wave, and getting a good number.
Joel Vaughan will be absolutely delighted, obviously, to get the heat win, but with the performance as well. And he just looked really to take that heat within his stride. And he was finding sections, he's finding them with ease. He just kept going waves. They just kind of got better and better. The opportunities being offered up to him. And he just saw that ramp and executed amazing, really. Reef's number's going to come in. It's going to be a little bit under. That landing, I thought, maybe that's the part of the score where the judges could afford to just kind of penalise him a bit compared to what he can do on a similar kind of section. And it will be Jarvis Earl, who just sort of hustled and rolled his sleeves up and just kind of powered his way in second place alongside Joel Vaughan. So official results in. It'll be disappointment for Hazelwood and Mikey Madonna. Time for a quick break here. Another great looking matchup about to hit the water. When we go to break, I reckon we can have another look at that 9-point ride from Joel. What do you think?
Should we do that? At least another 10 times today, I hope. Let's check it out. That was epic.
Really, really cool moment for him here. This one just sat up for him, Greg.
Oh, watch the height, number one. Watch the rotation and watch the landing. 9 points. Beautiful. That's what we want to see. Unbelievable.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the action here, and the energy really ramping up by the performance by Joel Vaughan in that last heat. Electrifying surfing gets him through into the next round as we'll bring in a couple more of our top seeds, couple more surfers making it through from earlier on. Looking at Dimitri Poulos, really talented American. Another one of those, a real technician. Taro Watanabe, incredible surfer himself, been impressive on the Challenger Series for a couple of years. Teva Bushka, representing Morocco. Ryan Kainalo out of Brazil, and it is Ryan straight into it here with some whip and some speed, and he'll flare out the tail and he'll pull it down as well. So a great way to kick things off from him. Nice finish, and rather than kind of waves finishing in a whimper, if you can get tech on the inside as well, it's going to kick you into this heat nicely. Let's welcome back Greg MC and a very stoked Jessie JJ Starling back into the studio. How you feeling, Jessie?
Feeling great. It was a really exciting last heat, so mega thumbs up.
Let's go. All right, having a look down the beach right now. Look like a split peak as we'll just pick things up. So last heat of the day right now, 30 minutes on the clock. Again, 2 of these are going to have to go home, which is going to be really tough to take, but ultimately there are ways out there. There is quality on offer. We've just seen massive number go down for Joel, but just a heat that had everything really, a different approach and technique, and obviously the airs will do it in that spectacular fashion. But impressed with Jarvis Earl, just kind of muscled his way into that.
Yeah, you know, that heat started off so slow. The first 15 minutes was pretty much a throwaway, but the pedigree of those surfers brought it back, and we ended up with a huge heat total. Joel Vaughan got a 15.77, Jarvis Earl a 13.14, Reef Hazelwood losing with a 12.27. That'll sting, because still a competitive heat total. But into this one, Ryan Canalo doing what he does. He loves to just nail a couple scores at the start of a heat. He works hard. He finds those waves. He likes to give himself that space to build.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Ryan this morning. He had a pretty tough heat in that first round, and to muscle his way in, like you mentioned, I think he was really impressive. He showed us variety as well, and already kicking off that same sort of strategy. So this is a tough heat too for Ryan with names like Dimitri and Taro, but I don't know much about Teva, so this is really interesting for me.
Yeah, really impressive surfer, super well-rounded, representing Morocco. Spent a lot of time up in Lacanau in France as well. Hangs with all the French crew. He's been very much part of that crew doing the QS with the Frenchies for a number of years.
I really enjoy Teva. He's super cool, super friendly guy. He actually won a QS 4000. It was in April in Port Alfred, Royal St Andrews Hotel Pro. Solid 6 to 8 foot Port Alfred, heavy waves, and he was putting in these backhand turns that were incredible. So he took the win. That's how he finds himself here on the Africa QS rankings. And his dad, Aziz, is Ramsey's coach as well, Ramsey Bookham's coach. And Aziz actually used to compete himself in the old European Pro Championship Tours, not Championship Tours, Pro Circuit. So he's been around for a long time. So a good pedigree and a really all-round surfer and all-round nice chap as well.
Would I be right in saying, especially considering today, this is probably the most Moroccans that we've had on the Challenger Series? There's definitely been an ascend and more flurry of them coming through the ranks, and that would be a big testament to Ramsey as well and what he's doing on the CT.
Yeah, absolutely. That region is growing really quickly. Live action.
Here goes Kainalo here off the top, just snapping and again getting up. Real spring out of those now quite long legs, and he uses it to great effect. Board staying in motion, looking loose, and able just to redirect through a wave which didn't offer loads. He had to be pretty quick and rapid fire, and he did that. Did it pretty well, and no one else has really got involved with anything, but he's seeing stuff at the moment that his competitors aren't really finding, so not wasting any time at all. Getting on the front foot here, Kainalo.
Plenty of time left to go in this heat. Looking for surfers like Dimitri Poulos to fire up, get involved. Also, Taro Watanabe.
Remember that turn Taro did last year in this event? You guys remember that
Yes.
under the lip maneuver?
Yes.
It was the maneuver of the event for me.
It was nuts. He went on pretty deep in the draw too. He was one of those guys where he was mega dark horse energy, but you wanted him to do really well just because he was landing some of the craziest turns and putting his board in the most wild spots
like
on the
impossible,
wave.
Like
Yes.
that turn is stuck in my head when I think of Taro Watanabe. That turn, I just think of that turn.
You just brought a memory back. That's so true. That was such a big moment in last year's competition. That was a moment that started a conversation of this guy could be championship tour worthy.
Absolutely.
With surfing like that, and he does have that free surfer style and free surfer approach to his competitive game. Obviously, conditions really different today than what we had when we saw that mega turn from Taro last year. But he's still that kind of guy who can find those sections and generate something wow in these smaller, tricky conditions right now.
I remember when he did that turn thinking, I just want him to ride more waves.
Yes,
I want to see
yes,
I want to
yes.
see more. It was just incredible. So, and I'm hoping I do see some of that today. There are some big sections out there.
Yeah, Dimitri's one of those guys who puts his board in really critical parts of the waves as well. And both of those guys still chasing at one of those moments. So it's going to be really interesting how they can kind of create a rhythm for themselves, considering we're almost 10 minutes into this heat.
Yeah. About 21 minutes remaining. Time to go down and get an update from winner of the last heat, Joel Vaughan. He's with the Fruit Brew.
Joel, 4 minutes to go. You were in 4th place in the heat. And then I don't know if you noticed on the horizon, this massive rainbow came over the horizon there. And then you gave us the full highlights package in 4 minutes. You dropped a 9, you dropped another big score, and you took out the heat win.
Yeah, I was pretty frothing. I didn't start very well, but stoked to get some good ramps down the beach. The first one felt pretty cool. I didn't feel like went super high, and the next one I was like, I really want to go high on this one, and I kind of wanted to do a straight air. But as I've got there, I had to send the air a bit further to the beach, and it's just popped me straight to a full rate, and I was pretty stoked with a clean landing on that one.
Really inspiring surfing in the second last heat of the day there. Run us down what board you were riding and why you chose this particular board with these onshore conditions.
This one's just a 510 DNA roundtail. I actually rode this at Snapper. I didn't do too well there, but yeah, I don't know. I've just been surfing it the last few days, and it's been feeling really good and feels really stable under my feet. And yeah, I was stoked to pick this one.
Well, fantastic surfing. It gave us really something to talk about in the second last heat of the day. Good luck for the next round. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Brilliant performance from Joel Vaughan. Picking up Taro suddenly down. Just during that interview, we saw Dimitri covering a load of ground, just cracking out a turn at the end, but I haven't really seen him get hold of anything as yet. It's been so impressive, Dimitri. Last couple of seasons, came pretty close last year. A couple of decent results for him. Definitely got him in that conversation. Meanwhile, another spin from Taro. We'll have a look here. So, building up speeds and then stinging out that tail. Disappears in the white water, emerges. And it just kind of washed off that incompletion with a quick one. That'll feel better for him. His work still ahead of him. Kainala very much running away with this at the moment, but his numbers, that 5, 6, 7, very much the best of it. His first wave. Teva still looking to get involved, as will be Dimitri. Get another look here at Dimitri.
Yeah, this wave split at the start there, so he actually read it really well to get himself into that really tight pocket at the end. It's such a tricky one when there was almost a lump in front of that wave as well. How you read that? Do you force 2 turns? Do you maybe just go for the 1? Nothing more frustrating than catching a rail when you're trying to get to a section down the end of the line there. So Taro would have been pretty annoyed with that moment there, but that also just goes to show that there is a lot of chop out there. The water isn't super clean, it's rough, so you have to be really careful of where your rails are, where your edges are, because it is easy to catch, especially for someone who is so quick at reflexes like Taro Watanabe.
Yeah, Taro moving quickly. He got that one maneuver. He's going to have to hunt up and down this lineup. There's something about the start of these heats that's a little bit slow at the moment, and then the surfers sort of halfway through go, hang on, I need to start surfing here. Maybe like a Joel Vaughan waking up a bit late and deciding maybe it's time for a 9-pointer here quickly.
Can I bring your attention to the quality of the light? Look at this sort of golden sheen on the sea surface right now. This looks beautiful from above, doesn't it?
It looks incredible, Paul. Thank you so much for turning our attention to that. It actually is
Lovely.
one of the most remarkable places for sunrises and sunsets, this part of the coast. It's been a little cloudy in the mornings, but when those clouds disperse, it is a red sunrise. It's beautiful.
All right, here goes Watanabe. Looking to be loosey-goosey off the top, but it's a bit tangled in the white water. It's a softer section. You can see not a lot on offer, so not really able as yet to get going. 17 on the clock, so time to turn around his fortunes from above.
Beautiful.
Yeah, you can see those sets lined up. You can see lines pretty much way out the back. They'll just wrap in here, and it's all about how they hit that sandbar next to those rocks. It kind of sets up the takeoff part of the wave, and then obviously how that rolls through in towards the beach here.
Fabulous. Look at that. It's amazing. As you said, I'm hypnotized by this.
I know, now we just
stunning.
need some dolphins to come through. It'd be the perfect afternoon.
I'm sure we could add a few in there.
Yeah, can we AI generate some dolphins?
I mean, I just look at this sort of scene and just think, oh, imagine a cold Corona Zero.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, with a slice of lime in the top.
Yes.
Don't.
Just a little wedge of fresh lime.
Absolutely. Okay.
I'd imagine locally sourced, I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
All natural ingredients.
All natural ingredients.
It's really refreshing after a big
Really
day of work.
refreshing.
All right, Dimitri Poulos from above. He's got work to do. Puts a bit of vigor into that, and then down the line, he's got some speed, but he doesn't have a section. So we'll just eject and paddle back, and just still really looking for something to go at, something to have, just kind of unleash, not only some spray and just get points, but also just some of that energy that's been pent up throughout a long day of having to wait. And I think early on, surfers knew that these couple of heats were sort of marked in, but you never quite know what's going to go down, so it's always tricky to wait around.
Paul, great minds think alike. I was just thinking to myself, Ballito and Willard Beach is quite predictable this time of year. We have really glassy offshore conditions in the morning that we see consistent big scores go down, but if you know you're competing in the afternoon, you know it's probably going to be a little bit windy and a little bit tricky. So you can really see those surfers who have put the time in these conditions, know how to read the wave, and also know that you can't sit still. Nothing's going to come to you out there. You do need to chase those lumps of water and create some momentum for yourself, which we're seeing Ryan Kainalo do here. So these surfers knew that these conditions were penciled in, and I just hope that their prep included training in conditions like this in the previous afternoons where it's turned onshore.
14.5 right now. As we look at the scoreboard, and the only real quality we've seen is that first wave from Ryan Kainalo. Let's see if Taro Watanabe can do something about that really heavy section. No question about his commitment, but it will be incomplete, and it'll be nothing useful in terms of points for him. But surprised at this stage to say it's only the young Brazilian who's got anything over a 5 in 16 odd minutes of surfing. 14 still to go. This one very much still up for grabs. Can Ryan Kainalo hang on to that lead? Will we see Dimitri, Tiva, or even Taro put some quality on the board? We'll find out when we come back from break.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Centre, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro. We are on the Corona bar, the Corona deck. It's the best place to watch the surfing action. I'm here with Paul Canning, enjoying the last heat of the day with a couple of cold ones, PC. Paul, what an incredible opening day surfing for this Challenger Series.
Oh no, it's just amazing, you know. The rain stayed away, the surf was pumping, perfect offshore for most of the morning. I mean, the amount of incredible closeout turns we saw at the end of the wave there, and a couple really good barrels too through the day. And then Joel to do those amazing aerials in that last heat. Great to see him get through. And just world-class surfing and an incredible start to the Challenger.
So we've got plenty highlights still coming up. Don't go anywhere after this last heat. We've still got the Corona Zero post show, and of course Joel giving us two of those massive highlights. I'm sure we'll see again in that show. So stay tuned for the Corona Zero post show. Back to you, Paul.
Yeah, love it. Cheers, lads. Two of the most positive men in surfing right there, PC and the Frou Brute. They're delighted.
PC, my old travel partner and partner in crime. Very difficult to knock that smile off PC's face.
It's a great smile.
He's just the most easygoing guy.
I can't imagine much crime though in terms of him being a partner. He just seems like such a good dude.
Yeah,
Did he get?
We were well behaved.
Yeah.
Come on, Greg.
Very well behaved.
He was well behaved. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, he's a good guy, but literally we travelled for years together.
But who was the sensible one, though? Seriously,
no, we were both
PC,
sensible. You know what?
100%.
It's not very often you have people travelling together and there's not like some sort of irritation or fallout. We never ever had that. Not once ever. We were always on the same page. Let's go for dinner. Good idea. Let's go for an early surf. That's a great idea. Whatever it was, we just were on the same page. It was awesome.
I love that. It is hard to find, and you do see a lot of people. It's a lonely sport to do it alone, to travel alone. But if you can find someone that you gel with and truly can get on with, and just do those tiny little hard things together, it makes a world of difference.
We did have one or two guys join us that would, spoil it a bit. We had a guy, and I won't mention his name, he moaned at us one morning for waxing our boards early to go for a surf.
Too loud.
Come on. What was his name? You can tell us. No one else will know.
I'll tell you afterwards. He's probably listening. He probably knows who he is. And he wouldn't mind it, but it was quite funny.
All right, let's pick up the action right now. Here goes Taro Watanabe. Important wave for him. Needs to get involved here. Gives it a hit. It's just a really short section. There's just not a lot on offer for him. He hasn't been able to unlock. To be fair, no one else really has. Just an improvement on the scoreboard in the form of Teva Bushka. 4-5 for him. That's helped him. He's in second right now, but he's still pretty vulnerable. Those numbers really low. Taro, 3-5-1 is the requirement. Dimitri, just looking for 3-1-8. Good to see those lines come through.
Yeah, I see Teva Boshgur has snuck into second place. So he managed to get a 4.5 during the break. And this is live action from our Brazilian visitor, Ryan Canala.
Yeah, sprightly start to the heat from him, and then a little bit quieter. He just nudged up an improvement. 4.83 he got on his last wave, and then he'll get another score heading his way. So after being sprightly and real active at the start of this heat, he's been pretty quiet, probably waiting for something a little more significant, but that 5.67 really standing out in terms of quality. I've got to say, I'm quite surprised to see no one's matched that since then.
Paul, great minds think alike. I was just thinking the exact same thing. And I was also thinking, I have a lot of respect for Ryan right now. He was easily the young gun, the underdog, the Grom coming into this heat. And if you had to ask me my predictions, I would have told you that Dimitri or Taro would have won this heat and then vice versa in second. But right now, both of those guys really struggling. And the conditions are hard. But Ryan has taken full advantage of it and just made moments happen for himself rather than letting it unfold in front of him. So I can really respect the competitive attitude that he has right now. It was a nice air rev to kick this one off, a couple of calves back there, but even then that wave also highlighting that there were 3 sections on that wave and he didn't let one go to waste. He was just up and into them for every single one. So I totally agree, Paul. I'm shocked that no one's even broken into the 5-point range, considering the caliber of surfing we have from Taro, Teva, and Dimitri.
That drone view just offering maybe some insights into why those scores have stayed pretty modest as well, because we've seen the swell kind of mixed in with a bit of that more local wind swell. It's making things tough. That was nice and high with a spring in his step. The landing will go down for Ryan Kainala, but that's the busy approach that he's bringing. But it has been really tricky for surfers to find quality. All right, Taro, another swing here. He'll open up. Put some nice technique into that turn, but once again, think about the amount of time he's actually riding. Not a lot of it. All right, Bushgat here on his backhand. Just go through the motions a little bit with those turns, and then you can see he gets into the chops here. So this rip just kind of chewing things up. He does pretty well to click a finish, actually. So just sort of cleaned up some dirty water. And then from a forward stance on his board, he'll have a little look at a connection onto a left shorey. And if he'll tag that for a finish, you got to say, talk about taking opportunities and squeezing them. Well done.
What an incredible board. That just carried him through 3 mega dead sections on that wave there. So that, I totally agree. Every single last drop of juice was squeezed out of that wave there, Greg.
Yeah, he worked that wave absolutely for everything it was worth. He is looking to drop a 217, and he does have a 4.5 in the scoreline, which is the best of the other surfers other than Ryan Kainala, who is in the lead. Taro still has a score to come, but I was really interested to see Dimitri, what he was going to do in this heat. I think Dimitri's a fantastically good surfer, and he just hasn't really found anything, has he?
No, and not even, he's gone for big single jams and uncharacteristically fallen. He's that kind of guy who makes those sections, so yeah, a bit weird from Dimitri.
Can I be the glass half full guy again? He's got 5 minutes here, and his opponents, no one really is doing anything scary at all. So even though he hasn't done a lot, he's still got 5 minutes here. He's such a quality surfer. He doesn't need much in terms of a wave or a section. I'm looking out towards that eastern horizon. I'm seeing lines. I'm seeing energy. He's got first priority as well. At the moment, it is a 4 required. That might nudge up a bit. So we just see Taro jump up, and we're going to wait for Teva's number, but...
So Dimitri's sort of letting them surf and just seeing what they've got.
Exactly. He wants someone to take a run up at. Speaking of which, well done again, Kainala. He has looked just classed in this, really. He's going faster. He's finding sections. He's making stuff happen. He's getting energy in places where everyone else is kind of struggling. But crucially, he's not getting closeouts or waves that go into the rip. He's finding cleaner water, and he's able to just surf, and it feels good.
Yeah, we've seen him do these reps. Many years. As I mentioned, he's been coming to Ballito since he was about 14. He's won the Pro Junior 3 times. So this is like home for him almost.
Yeah, incredibly well travelled. It's amazing when you realise he's still so young. He's got a lot of experience and kind of grew up really just doing heats all around the world. Right now, very much looks like it's paying off. 3:30 on the clock here. This is Dimitri Poulos. And he'll find himself a wave here. Off the bottom, into the lip. Just snaps on that lip line. Another section here for him. Whippy turn with Venom. That was nice. Again, lays into that. That board looking really bladey. That Patterson, as he's able just to kind of shroud in some deeper water. He'll get a finish.
Is he stoked with that?
He's definitely stoked. He's going to go into the top 2, in my opinion, comfortably. He surfed that wave really well. You know how you look at people that do things very well in surfing, and you try and copy them? Whether it was Tom Curran when you're younger, Kelly Slater, Andy Irons, Mark Okilupo, and then we get to the later years where we've got guys like Joel Parkinson.
Greg Emsley.
No. And Mick Fanning. The guy that really interests me at the moment on a single maneuver, when I talk about a forehand carve back to the whitewater, George Patar.
Yes.
How many people try and copy George Patar's opening of those shoulders, looking back at the whitewater to get that extra drive through those turns?
And he has a really quick head whip in his carve as well. Dimitri needs a 5.5 here. This was really crucial. Lovely looking first turn there. This one, even better. So Dimitri finding his best wave by far in this heat. There was that sort of head whip that we saw from George.
I saw Dimitri earlier on a wave do very much a George Patar looking open face carve, but definitely something there that he's been sort of working on to get that carve. Looks good.
Minute 40 to go in this one. The score's definitely heading up. Things are tightening up. It really is anyone's at the moment. Kainala, the Brazilian, he's had the best of it. Judges still owe us some numbers as well. We'll wait till we're all caught up here, but we're expecting a significant improvement from Dimitri Poulos. We've got a number to come in for Taro Watanabe as well. Also waiting for a number for Kainalo.
Teva got another 4.5, so he's strengthened his second place position.
Consolidate. There's a reasonable chance he's going to have to try and find another wave there. Let's see where this wave goes from Dimitri as we'll go towards that final minute. Surfers really now thinking, it's going to be one wave, really. I need to make it count. How many opportunities am I going to have? Here goes Taro with some speed down the line. It's a setup, carving slash, and then a nice little liberation of the tail and the fins, but it's in deeper water. He'll get the landing done. It was always on a wave that was just kind of ebbing away from him, but he's shown some good hustle right there. We've got a number to come in for him. 5-1, that requirement currently. Going to get a good number drop for Ryan. Kainalo has led this from the front. Final 30 seconds now. Nervous moments.
Yeah, it's well, Ryan's going to be safe. He's already got a couple of good scores in his scoreline, and it's Dimitri and Teva's holding on to second. Dimitri and Taro's last waves are going to be the ones we're talking about here.
Taro only needs a 4.07 based on our screen right now, so that second turn in combo with that carve could easily go there. The crucial wave though right now.
Here goes Teva. Final couple of seconds when he took off. It's just a short section though. Would have loved to just tag that multiple times on a runner, but it wasn't a big thing in his numbers. Got a pair of 4.5s. Does he improve that right there? Not sure he did, so we'll think elsewhere. And we'll look at Taro Watanabe. 4.07 at the moment. Dimitri Poulos' numbers taken an eternity to come through. Let's have a look at Taro here. We're looking from behind at this. What do we like here, Greg?
Sets up that first turn, winds it off the top, smaller wave, it's down the beach. I'm feeling Dimitri.
Yeah, sorry. From second glance,
it got worse.
Yeah, I don't think it is going to get to that 4.07.
Normally the scores, they go up, don't they, when we watch replays? That one, we thought, actually, not so good.
I'm thinking Teva had those two turns. I don't know if it's going to be a 4.5 or much better. If it is, it'll be a little bit better. This is the wave for me that I think is going to make a difference to this heat. Look at this, connects with the first turn, comes around, nice section, whacks it. He gets a lot of spray off the top. Nice slice there. I mean, this could almost be close to the best wave of the heat, actually. I'm not sure, but there's 4 maneuvers, and he's attacked it. It was a good-looking wave. But let's see. I have a feeling, Paul, that you maybe had a little chat with Dimitri before the heat and you knew his strategy.
Oh, hang on. Number comes through for Dimitri Poulos. It's a 5.17, and he'll stay in 4th position. So close, but not quite good enough.
So could Teva hold on? Yeah.
We've got a number come through for Teva. Also, still waiting for that score for Taro as well.
Oh, wow.
I really liked Dimitri's wave, that 5-1-7. One judge gave him the 5-5 he was requiring. But, yeah, I guess it maybe lacked that. And maybe that little horizontal, his turns.
I liked it too, to be honest, but you can't have a 3-5 in your scoreline, right?
No,
Not
totally.
at this level.
Taro's number's going to drop in. It's going to be under the requirement he needs, 4.07, so he's going to remain in third place position. And it looks like it will be Ryan Kainalo. Quite a bit out in front, actually. Still getting a score for Teva. Just wait for this one to drop for Taro, but he's not going to get the number that he needs. About a point or so shy of that requirement right now. So it'll be disappointment from him. He was busy. He hustled. He rode 10 waves out there. He showed us flashes of what he can do, but was never really able to find those connections and the linkage.
This will be big for Teva if he gets through this heat.
Oh, he's getting through, isn't he? Basically,
Looks
we're
like
still
it.
waiting for this score to come through, but he's looking good at the moment. He's already in that advancing position. It looks like Taro's number's going to come up short zone. A heat which, well, all sorts really went down. It was a real different story for Ryan. Almost kind of surfed and ran his own race, really. Didn't have to get involved in anything. He just sort of surfed and found opportunities and looked like he's really enjoying himself. Got his highest number, the heat high score right with his last wave. That's 6.5. Still waiting for these numbers to come through, which is unusual. It's just these two judges. So we'll just wait until everything's tidied up and confirmed.
You know, Ryan's first wave was his counter and his last wave was his counter. If he used his middle 2 waves, he would have still won the heat.
Well, we're all wrapped up here. Official results. Well done to the Brazilian, Ryan Kainalo. Good value. 2 important heats for him today. He's kicked off his season in fine style, coming here qualifying from the South America region as the number 6 seed. So down on that list, but a good performance from him. Also well done to Teva Bushka. A brilliant day of competition. We've got loads of talking points. And we've got all of those talking points in the Corona Zero post-show. Looking forward to that. We'll be right back with that real soon.
Justin, it's Mike on sideline, just checking.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
A warm welcome into the Corona Zero post show, day one of competition here at the Ballito Pro, and what a day it's been. We've seen all sorts go down, some absolutely massive numbers. Not really surprised given the quality on offer. See some great looking waves this morning. Things changed a bit throughout the other, but the scores stayed really good. I thought you guys have been great all day, and I'd just like to acknowledge and recognise you. You're always fun to hang out with. You know, even if I wasn't getting paid, I would hang out with you guys.
Aww.
So cheers.
That means the world.
I appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
What a day. Have you had fun, Greg?
Absolutely.
How's your day been, mate?
It's been 2 different days, hasn't it? We started off this morning with really solid surf that running down the point, low tide, clean conditions. This afternoon we finished a little bit onshore, high tide, a bit trickier. So a day of 2 halves, really.
How about you? What have you enjoyed from today, JJ?
I really loved watching Sierra Kerr back in full form. It's been a long road of recovery for her to get back here, and seeing her go excellent in that first heat for her this season, it was really heartwarming more than anything. So that would be my highlight.
I love that. I reckon that's going to be one of our talking points through this Corona Zero post show. Let's hear from winner of the last heat, Ryan Carnallo. He ripped. He's with the Frubru.
Ryan, that was a really great heat win, inspired perhaps by those airs that were done by Joel. And for you guys, Paul, in the studio, what you might not know is Ryan Carnallo won an event here when he was 12. He then took out the Pro Junior in 2022 and 2023. He won the Pro Junior again this year. And now this is his best Challenger Series result to date in Ballito.
Yeah, well, I'm so stoked with this heat and this week. I was watching the last heat that Joe put big airs, and I saw the wind change the direction, and I just put in my mind, I'm gonna need to go there. And wow, I'm so happy. My board so good that when I won the juniors. So yeah, I'm pretty stoked.
So and then Ryan, back home is about 5 hours behind us here. Sunday afternoon, I'm sure a lot of folks would have tuned in to watch you and support that heat. I'm sure they're stoked with the win. You want to give them a few words in your own language?
Pô, queria agradecer a todo mundo que torceu. Foi uma bateria bem difícil. Minha prancha estava muito boa. Queria agradecer ao TBS, também todos os meus outros patrocinadores. Minha família, minha mãe que deve estar assistindo também, meu pai que está aqui na praia, minha namorada. E é isso, bora.
Great stuff. You're through to the round of 32 best results. We can't wait to see you in your next heat. Back to you, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Well done to Ryan Carnallo. Good performance once again from him. He's absolutely delighted. Better momentum, getting on a roll. That finished off the day. I mean, right to the end, he obviously surfed this morning and had to kind of bring that back, bring that fire in very different conditions. We just cast our mind back to this morning, how clean those conditions were, and we just started off with a couple of banger heats, didn't we? Right from the get-go, there were waves going down everywhere. There was big numbers, big performances. Pick out one of our highlight moments, that second heat of the day in that round of 80. Look how clean it was and just kind of rippable, Greg.
Yeah, the chap I spoke about, Vitor Ferreira, really on fire. We mentioned his big turns, and he was just absolutely killing it. And how about this guy, Sean Gunning? Wave selection, perfect.
Oh, this 8-point ride was exceptional. Maybe still the best wave shape we've seen all day. It was big, it was clean, it had such a nice tempo and pace to it, but it really was that back half of the heat, not even back half, back 5 minutes of the heat, where everything started to heat up. It started moving a lot quicker, and it came from big looking end sections like that one. there was a couple of falls from a few of our competitors, Alfonso, who it ended up kind of hindering his performance and eventually the result. But this was the moment in the heat, Greg.
Yeah, that single maneuver was just so solid. And Vitor, look at the passion, and rightfully so. He was absolutely hammering those sections.
Outrageous, all the way from 4th to 1st place in the heat, which also featured an excellent ride from Sean the Prawn Gunning. Disappointment for Alonso Correa and Fred Moraes as well. They bowed out early on. It sort of set the tone, really, that we would see major scalps going down. That's the level of intensity and talent here on the Challenger Series right from the get-go. And once we kind of set the marker there at the very beginning, we kind of thought, well, this is kind of what we're going to be seeing all day. Expect more of this as well. And we headed over into the women's. Obviously, fewer surfers on that tour, so we know we're going to get, you know, so much talent kind of squeezed together. Surfers losing out that you could go all the way for the result. But talking about someone like Sierra Kerr, who we've been looking at, we've kind of identified her as someone we'd really love to see step up, and she did not disappoint today. This was unbelievable.
I was so happy for her in this heat, purely because I know how hard this road has been for her. She's been working so long and tirelessly at getting back to that full form, but to go and surf this heat the way she did, every single wave she bettered. She started off with 2 6s and then came in the 7s, and then we started to talk excellent, went all the way to a 9.33. And the fact that she's still not feeling 100%, when you talk to her, she's like, I'm feeling good. I'm around that 75 to 80% mark. But considering that this is that and still not her 100% is terrifying for what she can do when she is at the 100% mark.
Yeah, and how was that 9.33 was just epic. I bumped into Sierra and Josh after the heat. Josh was talking to Sierra after the heat, and I said, you certainly don't need a debrief here after that heat. And they had a little giggle, and rightfully so. She didn't put a foot wrong.
She rode 7 waves, and 6 of them were the top 6 scores of the heat. So just unbelievable. Everything about that performance came together. Even the fact when we crossed down to her dad with the through boot, she took off on a wave and he got to call it. It was just absolutely beautiful performance from her. Massive numbers. Well done as well to Ariana Ochoa for getting through in a tough heat. That's the way it went down in our second heat of the round of 48 for the women. So once again, just kind of setting the marker on quality performances, and that's what's going to take here. But Sierra Kerr, it's a long sort of road ahead for her as well. It's still early days. You want to come out with that amazing performance, but you also just want to bring a lot of that because, you know, we're early on in the week here.
You're so right. We're so fresh to this event and fresh to this season, and we haven't hit that second round yet that has those CT women in it who also really know how to chokehold and dominate the Challenger Series. Sierra looks ready to compete with that, though, just with the performance she did today. So if she can find that consistency and bring that to the next round and make that next round, I think it's pretty safe to say she's going to continue to have good results throughout the rest of the week.
Speaking of what's coming up throughout the week, let's have a look ahead and see what's on offer from the Indian Ocean for us and just dive into the Surfline forecast as our local legend here. Greg Amsley, what are you seeing, mate?
Yeah, I think the next couple of days we're going to see the weather clear up. We're going to see those hot beach days. We'll see that system still sending us a few swells, even though it may taper off slightly, get a little bit peakier. We're going to see those offshore winds in the morning. Beautiful, clean conditions, low tide. The mornings are going to be the best of the pick, and then maybe a bit trickier into the afternoons, the higher tide. But I think we're still going to see some fantastic waves, especially in the morning. We're going to see those big scores.
Yeah, tomorrow morning slightly smaller than what we saw today, but really clean. There's actually a slight puff of potential air wind as well, so pretty exciting to see. Probably the men's out there, but then when we look to the rest of the week, it slightly increases again to that 4 to 6 foot, which we know is big drama on those end sections when it gets to that size.
Come down in the morning, maybe get bowed, surf dreamy, clean, velvety conditions. But if you're going to win this event, you're going to have to come down in the afternoon and deal with that as well. I mean, that's just part of the reality of what this event's going to be. So really looking forward to how all this is playing out. But that key ingredient of waves, it looks like we've got plenty of those. So that's pretty positive. Should we dive into some of our top 5 moments of the day? Feels like a good time to do that.
Definitely. Let's do it.
I'm excited. Let's do it.
Let's roll it. So moment number 5. This was our World Junior Champ, Isla Huppert. Jess, we talked about the quality and the quiet confidence that she brings. She looked deadly.
She did so well to just read this heat so well. At the start of this heat, no one really had scores. We had a couple of 3s, a couple of 4s. Isla sat with priority until the 17-minute mark and then came out with that 7.33, so really ahead of her time here.
Yeah, Dane Henry, I mean, just absolutely amazing. Look at those turns. He's got a priority boarding pass and the destination, Championship Tour.
Jet Schilling, number 3. He looks incredible out here. Full of confidence, wasn't he? Just looked deadly.
Yeah, extremely deadly. He gave us probably the best claim of the day as well, and that 8.17 was a big statement for him to make.
Yeah, and this chap.
This guy.
Look at him go. Joel Vaughan to the air, full rotation, perfect landing, 9 points. Wow, that was amazing. So Joel Vaughan, absolutely flawless on that maneuver. And here we go for the slow-mo. And you guys can watch this all day long because that was a perfectly executed maneuver.
And then obviously number 1 has to be the 9.33, the highest wave score of the day so far. Sierra Kerr with impeccable performance. The timing on that second turn as well was just out of this world. So Sierra, it was definitely a solid start to this event. And if I was in that second round and I drew her, I'd be feeling a little bit threatened.
Me too.
Yeah, I don't think we're surprised to see any of these performances, given the quality we're looking at. But any other sort of takeaways from today? Anything that sort of did catch you by surprise, or things that you kind of pick out as being interesting from today for you personally, Greg?
I just think it's putting together those scores. I thought the judges' scores were high in some of the heats. I feel they really let that score line open up, which is what we want to see. And just surfers having to mix it up, like make sure you don't get that opening score and think that you can sit back and just get a backup. You have to surf for those 2 big scores. The score lines were high today and the competitiveness was massive. So you've got to surf a full heat from start to finish and don't let that scoreboard slip. You've got to keep it growing.
JJ, what are you looking forward to most coming up tomorrow and throughout the week?
I feel like tomorrow we're going to see a lot of variety. We're going to see everyone start to get a little bit more creative, draw some fun, fresh, new lines. And this is a Ballito that a lot of people have grown comfortable with. So a lot of those guys coming back from the CT, they're going to have to really set the bar high, and then the rest of the field needs to match that. So I'm excited to see who's going to rise to that occasion.
All right, well, we've packaged up some highlights from today. We're going to send you out with those. Thanks for tuning in. All updates on worldsurfleague.com. We're going to come back tomorrow morning and make a 6:30 local time call for a potential 7:05 start. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow. Cheers, guys.
Copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.